made as with everything absolute, and according to Hess, e.g. it is said to be irrealizable in absolute human society. Nay, this real Jezidon is immediately afterward styled a Vio-Kation, just so he then defines liberty as morality, the kingdom of Jew.5 Tis and morality is to H. Jin. Etc. Ridiculous is L1 who, while fellows of his tribe, family, nation, etc. ran K is nothing but puffed up over the marrow of lowest fellows, blinded too is he who wants only to be MN, CILLIR, L, LTLL puts his worth in exclusiveness, but in Koi 1L1CC/ DLC, / or in the TIE that conjoins him with others, in the T.I, blood. Of nationality, of humanity. Thrug, the N ad onis of today the conflict has again been stirred LPHC / 1 and those who think themselves to have Mgre EHI, L1I, and B. Ud and Huma and ties of blood, and the others who be RJG of Til CIRR Chabi, OOD and the special ties of blood. If we disregard the fact that pride may mean conceit, and take it for con siusns alone, there is found to be a vast deal CRC and CE between PRI in belonging to a nation and therefore being its property, and that in calling a nationality one's property. Nationality is my quality, but the nation my owner and mistress. If you have bodily strength, you can apply it at a suitable place and have a self-consciousness or pride of it. If, while the contrary, your strong body has you, then it pricks you everywhere, and at the most unsuitable place, to show its strength, you can give nobody your hand without squeezing his. The perception and that one is more than a member of the family, more than a fellow of the tribe, more than an individual of the people, etc., has finally led to saying, one is more than all this because one is man, or, the man is more than Jew, German, it. Therefore be everyone wholly and solely man. Could one not rather say, because we are more than what has been stated, therefore we will be this, as well as that more also? Man and German, then, man and Guelph, etc. The nationals are in the right, one cannot deny his nationality, and the humanitarians are in the right, one must not remain in the narrowness of the national. In uniqueness so the contradiction is solved, the national is my quality. But I am not swallowed up in my 10. Max Stlmer 301. Quality as the human too is my quality, but I give to man his existence first THROGH my uniqueness. History seeks for man, but he is I, you, we. Sought as a mysterious essence, as the divine, first as God, then as man, he is found as the individual, the finite, the unique one. I am owner of humanity, am humanity, and do nothing for the good of another humanity. Fool, you who are a unique humanity, that you make a merit of wanting to live for another than you are. The hitherto considered relation of me to the world 01 men offers such a wealth of phenomena at it will have to be taken up again and again on other occasions, but here, where it was only to have its chief outlines made clear to the eye, it must be broken off to make place for an apprehension of two other sides toward which it radiates. For, as I find myself in relation not merely to men so far as they present in themselves the concept man or are children of men, but also to that which they have of man and call their own, and as therefore I relate myself not only to that which they are throgh man, but also to their human possessions, so, besides the world of men, the world of the senses and of ideas will have to be included in our survey, and somewhat said of what men call their own of sensuous goods, and of spiritual as well. According as one had developed and clearly grasped the concept of man, he gave it to us to respect as this or that person 01 respect, and from the broadest understanding of this concept there proceeded at last the command to respect man in everyone. But, if I respect man, my respect must likewise extend to the human, or what is man's. Men have somewhat of their own, and I am to recognize this own and hold it sacred. Their own consists partly in outward, partly in inward possessions. The former are things, the latter spiritualities, thoughts, convictions, noble feelings, etc. But I am always to respect only rightful or human possessions, the wrongful and unhuman I need not spare, for only man's own is men's real own. An inward possession of this sort is, example religion, because religion is free, i.e., is man's, I muse t not strike at it. Just so honor is an inward pos. 307 tile ego and his own. Session, it is free and must not be struck at by me. Religion and honor are spiritual property. Intangible property the person stands foremost, my person is my property. Hence freedom of the person, but only the rightful or human person is free, the other is locked up. Your life is your property, but it is sacred for men only if it is not that of an inhuman monster. What a man as such cannot defend of bodily goods, we may take from him, this is the meaning of competition, of freedom of occupation. What he cannot defend of spiritual goods falls a prey to us likewise, so far goes the liberty of discussion, of science, of criticism. But consecrated goods are inviolable. Consecrated and guaranteed by whom? Proximately by the state, society, but properly by man or the concept of the thing, for the concept of consecrated goods is this, that they are truly human, or rather that the holder possesses them as man and not as unman. On the spiritual side man's faith is such goods, his honor, his moral feeling, yes, his feeling of decency, modesty, etc. Actions that touch honor are punishable, attacks on the foundation of all religion, attacks on political faith, in short, attacks on everything that a man rightly has. How far critical liberalism would extend the sanctity of goods on this point it has not yet made any pronouncement, and doubtless fancies itself to be ill-disposed toward all sanctity, but, as it combats egoism, it must set limits to it, and must not let the unman pounce on the human. To its theoretical contempt for the masses there must correspond a practical snub if it should get into power. What extension the concept man receives, and what comes to the individual man through it, what, therefore, man and the human are on this point the various grades of liberalism differ, and the political, the social, the humane man are each always claiming more than the other for man. He who has best grasped this concept knows best what is man's. The state still grasps this concept in political restriction, society in social, mankind, so it is said, is the first to comprehend it entirely, or the history of mankind develops it. But, if man is discovered, then we know also what pertains to man as his own, man's property, the human. But let the individual man lay claim to ever so many rights because man or the concept man entitles high rn to them, i.e., because his being man does it, what do I care for his right and his claim? If he has his right only from man and does not have it from me, and for me he has no right. His life, example counts to me onto for wh at it is worth to me. One respect ne it her so caned right of property nor yet his right to the sanctuary of his inner nature. His goods, the sensuous as well as he spiritual, are mine, and I dispose of them as proprietor, in the measure of my t. In he property question lies a broad r meaning then the limi ted statement of the question allows to be brogh out. Referred solely to what men can are possessions, it is capably of no solution, the decision is to be found only in him from whom we have everything. Property depends on the owner. The revolution directed its weapons against everything which came from the grace of God, example against divine right, in whose place he human was confirmed. To that which is granted by grace of God, there is opposed that which is derived from the essence of man. Now, as men's relation to each other, in opposition to the religious dogma hat commands a love one another for God's sake, had to receive its hmanposition by a love each other for man's sake, so the revolution reteaching could not do otherwise then, First, as to what co-enser ns the relation of men to the things of this world, settle it that the world, which hitherto was arrang edacc or d to God's ordinance, henceforth belongs to man. The world belongs to man, and is to be respected by me as his property. Property is what is mine. Property in the civic sense means sacred property, such that I must respect your property. Respect for property. Hence the politicians would like to have everyone possess his little bit of property, and they have in part brought about 309 the ego and his own. An incredible parcellation by this effort. Each must have his bone oil which he may find something to bite. The position of affairs is different in the egoistic sense. I do not step shyly back from your property, but look up on it always as my property, in which J need to respect nothing. Pray do the like with what you call my property. With this VIU we shall most easily come to a new understanding with each other. The political liberals are anxious that, if possible, all servitudes he dissolved, and every be free lord on his ground, ev. 1 If this ground has only so much area as can have its requirements adequately filled by the manure of one person. Be it ever so little, if one only has somewhat of his wit, a respected property. The M or SLLCH owners, such cotters, he more free people and good patriots has the state. Political liberalism, like everyt in grligios, counts on respect, humanness, the virtues of love. Therefore does it live in incessant vexation. For in practice people are respect all, and every day the small possessions are broged up by greater proprietors, and the free people change into day laborers. If, on the contrary, the small proprietors had reflected that the great property was also theirs, they would not have respectfully shut themselves out from it, and would not have been shut out. Property as the civic liberals understand it deserves he attacks of the communists and Proudhon, it isuntenably, because the civic proprietor is in truth nothing but a property less man, one who is everyw he shut out. Instead of owning the world, as he me ght, he does not own even the alt repo int on which he turns around. Pro udhan wants not the proprietaire but the possessor or usu/rulier 2 \v what does that mean? He wants no one to own he land, but the benefit of it even though one were allowed only the 100th part of this benefit, this fruit is at any ralk one's property, which he can dispose of at will. He who has only the benefit of a field is assuredly not the proprietor of it, still less he who, as Proudhon would have it, must give up so much of this benefit as is not required for his wants, but he is the proprietor of the share that is left him. Proudhon, therefore, denies only such and such property, not property itself. If we want no longer to leave the land to the landed proprietors, but to appropriate it to ourselves, we unite ourselves to this end, form a union, a societe, that makes itself proprietor. If we have good luck in this, then those persons cease to be landed proprietors. And, as from the land, so we can drive them out of many another property yet, in order to make it our property, the property of the conquerors. The conquerors form a society which one may imagine so great that it by degrees embraces all humanity, but so-called humanity too is as such only a thought, the individuals are its reality. And these individuals as a collective mass will treat land and earth not less arbitrarily than an isolated individual or so-called proprietaire. Even so, therefore, property remains standing, and that as exclusive too, in that humanity, this great society, excludes the individual from its property as it besides excludes everything that is not humanity. Example does not allow animals to have property so too it will remain, and will grow to be. That in which all want to have a share will be withdrawn from that individual who wants to have it for himself alone, it is made a common estate. As a com estate everyone has his share in it, and this share is his property. Why, so in our old relations a house that belongs to 5 heirs is their common estate, but the 5th part of the revenue is each one's property. Proudhon might spare his prolix pathos if he said, there are some things that belong only to a few, and to which we others will from now on lay claim or siege. Let us take them, because one comes to property by taking, and the property of which for the present we are still deprived came to the proprietors likewise only by taking. It can be utilized better if it is in the hands of us all than if the few control it. Let us therefore associate ourselves for the purpose of this robbery. Instead of this, he tries to get us to believe that society is the original possessor and the sole proprietor, of imprescriptible right. Against it the so-called proprietors have become thieves. If it now deprives of his property the present proprietor, it robs him. 31.1 Civil disobedience. Of nothing g, as it is only availing itself of its imprescriptible right so far one comes with the spook of society as a moral person. On the contrary, what man can obtain belongs to him, the world belongs to me. Do you say anything else by your opposite proposition, the world belongs to all? All are I and again I, etc. But you make out of the all a spook, and make it sacred, so that then the all become the individual's fearful master. Then the ghost of right places itself on their side. Proudhon, like the communists, fights against egoism. Therefore they are continuations and consistent carryings out of the Christian principle, the principle of love, of sacrifice for something general, something alien. They complete in property, example only what has long been extant as a matter of fact, viz. The propertylessness of the individual. When the law says, ad regis potestas omnium p urtenet, ad singulos proprietas, omnia rex imperio positive, singuli dominio, this means, the king is proprietor, for he alone can control and dispose of everything, he has potestas and imperium over it. The communists make this clearer, transferring THAT imperium to the society of all. Therefore, because enemies of egoism, they are on that account Christians, or, more generally speaking, religious men, believers in ghosts, dependents, servants of some generality. In this too Proudhon is like the Christians, that he ascribes to God that which he denies to men. He names him the proprietor of the earth. Herewith he proves that he cannot think away the proprietor as such, he comes to a proprietor at last, but removes him to the other world. Neither God nor man is proprietor, but the individual. Henry David Thoreau Civil Disobedience L. Henry David Thoreau 1817–1862, Thoreau was an American writer born in Concord, Massachusetts. He was graduated from Harvard University in 1837 and taught school in Concord from 1839 to 1841. He lived at the home of Ralph W. Emerson from 1841 to 1843, where he was associated with the Transcendentalists. In 1845 he retired to a small dwelling beside Walden Pond until 1847. Here he wrote the well-known Walden or Life in the Woods. He lived alternately at the home of his father and Emerson, making occasional excursions to Maine and Cape Cod. He published only 2 books in his lifetime, the above-mentioned Walden and A Week on the Concord and El Haramac Rivers, in addition to a few magazine articles. From his journals, manuscripts, and letters, 20 volumes of the writings of Henry David Thoreau were culled and published in 1906. His essay on civil disobedience strongly influenced pacifist politics in the United States during the 19th century. A highly competent biography of him was written by Henry Seidel Canby, which appeared in 1939. I heartily accept the motto that government is best which governs least, and I should like to see it acted up to more rapidly and systematically. Carried out, it finally amounts to this, which also I believe, that government is best which governs not at all, and when men are prepared for it, that will be the kind of government which they will have. Government is at best but an expedient, but most governments are usually, and all governments are sometimes inexpedient. The objections which have been brought against a standing army, and they are many and weighty, and deserve to prevail, may also at last be brought against a standing government. The standing army is only an arm of the standing government. The government itself, which is only the mode which the people have chosen to execute their will, is equally liable to be abused and perverted before the people can act through it. Witness the present Mexican War, the work of comparatively a few individuals using the standing government as their tool, for, in the outset, the people would not have consented to this measure. This American government, what is it but a tradition, though a recent one, endeavoring to transmit itself unimpaired to posterity, but each instant losing some of its integrity? It has not the vitality and force of a single living man, for a single man can bend it to his will. It is a sort of 313 civil disobedience. Wooden gun to the people them selves. But it is not the less necessary for this, for the people must have some complicate achinary or other, and here it's in, to satisfy that idea of government which they have. Governments show thus how successfully men can be imposed on, even impose on themselves, for THIRD-WORLDISM and THIRD. It is excellent, we must and allow. Yet this government never of itself furthered any enterprise, but by the alacrity with which it got out of its way. It does not keep the country free. It does not settle the West, it does not educate. The character inherent in the American people has done all that has been accomplished, and it would have done so much more, if the government had not so met got in its way. For government is an expedient by which men would fain succeed in letting one another alone, and, as has been said, when it is most expedient, the governed are most let alone by it. Trade and commerce, if they were not made of India rubber, would never manage to bounce over the obstacles which legislators are continually putting in their way, and, if one were to judge these men wholly by the effects of their actions and not partly by their intentions, they would deserve to be classed and punished with those mischievous persons who put obstructions on the railroads. But, to speak practically and as a citizen, unlike those who call themselves no government men, I ask for, not at once 110 government, but at once a better government. Let every man make known what kind of government would and his respect, and that will be one step toward obtaining it. After all, the practical reason why, when the power is once in the hands of the people, a majority are permitted, and for a long period continue, to rule is not because the yrmost likely to be in the right, nor because this seems fairest to the minority, but because they are physically the strongest. But a government in which the majority rule in all cases not be said on justice, even as far as men understand it. Can there not be a government in which majorities do not virtually decide right and wrong, but conscience, and which majorities decide on those questions to which the rule of expediency is applicable? Must the citizen ever for a moment, or in the least degree, resign his conscience to the legislator? Why has every man a conscience, then? I think that we should be men first, and sub. Henry David Thoreau 314. Checks afterward. It is not desirable to cultivate a respect for the law, so much as for the right. The only obligation which I have a right to assume is to do at any time what I think right. It is truly enough said, that a corporation has no conscience, but a corporation of conscientious men is a corporation with a conscience. Law never made men a whit more just, and, by means of their respect for it, even the well-disposed are daily made the agents of injustice. A common and natural result of an undue respect for law is, that you may see a file of soldiers, colonel, captain, corporal, privates, powder monkeys, and all, marching in admirable order over hill and dale to the wars, against their wills, against their common sense and consciences, which makes it very steep marching indeed, and produces a palpitation of the heart. They have no doubt that it is a damnable business in which they are concerned, they are all peaceably inclined. Now, what are they? Men at all? Or small movable forts and magazines, at the service of some unscrupulous man in power? Visit the Navy Yard, and behold a Marine, such a man as an American government can make, or such as it can make a man with its black arts a mere shadow and reminiscence of humanity, a man laid out alive and standing, and already, as one may say, buried under arms with funeral accompaniments, though it may be. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his course to the rampart we hurried, not a soldier discharged his farewell shot o'er the grave where our hero we buried. The mass of men serve the state thus, not as men mainly, but as machines, with their bodies. They are TB standing army, and the militia, jailers, constables, posse comitatus, etc. In most cases there is no free exercise whatever of the judgment or of the moral sense, but they put themselves on a level with wood and earth and stone, and wooden men can perhaps be manufactured that will serve the purpose as well. Such command no more respect than men of straw or a lump of dirt. They have the same sort of worth only as horses and dogs. Yet such as these even are commonly esteemed good citizens. Others as most legislators, politicians, lawyers, ministers, and office holders serve the N5 civil disobedience CI state chiefly with their heads, and, as they rarely make any moral distinctions, they are as likely to serve the devil, without intending it, as God. A very few, as heroes, patriots, martyrs, reformers in the great sense, and men, serve the state with their consciences also, and so necessarily resist it for the most part, and they are commonly treated as enemies by it. A wise man will only be useful as a man, and will not submit to be clay, and stop a hole to keep the wind away, but leave that office to his dust at least. I am too highborn to be propertied, to be a secondary at control, or useful serving man and instrument to any sovereign state throughout the world. He who gives himself entirely to his fellow men appears to them useless and selfish, but he who gives himself partially to them is pronounced a benefactor and philanthropist. How does it become a man to behave toward this American government today? I answer, that he cannot without disgrace be associated with it. I cannot for an instant recognize that political organization as my government which is the slave's government also. All men recognize the right of revolution, that is, the right to refuse allegiance to, and to resist, the government, when its tyranny or its inefficiency are great and unendurable. But almost all say that such is not the case now. But such was the case, they think, in the Revolution of '75. If one were to tell me that this was a bad government because it taxed certain foreign commodities brought to its ports, it is most probable that I should not make an ado about it, for I can do without them. All machines have their friction, and possibly this does enough good to counterbalance the evil. At any rate, it is a great evil to make a stir about it. But when the friction comes to have its machine, and oppression and robbery are organized, I say, let us not have such a machine any longer. In other words, when a sixth of the population of a nation which has undertaken to be the refuge of liberty are slaves, and a whole country is unjustly overrun and conquered by a foreign army, and subjected to military law, I think that it is not too soon for honest men to rebel and revolutionize. What makes this duty the more urgent is the fact that the country so overrun is not our own, but ours is the invading army. PALEY, a common OTH or ITI with many on moral questions, in his ch.teaper on the duty of submission to civil government, resolves all civil obligati on into expediency, and he proceed. 10 say, that so L on G as the int iris ti he one side, and of the probability and expense of rcdnsingi / on the other. Of th is, he say s, every man sh, tll for hi myself. but Paley appears never to have trmpll. Hawking was born in Cleveland, Ohio, in 1873. A graduate of Harvard University, he has studied abroad at the universities of Göttingen, Berlin, and Heidelberg. He is the recipient of a great number of honorary degrees. He is a professor emeritus of philosophy and the author of many books. Among his later works are The Coming World Civilization, The Meaning of Immortality in Human Experience, and Strength of Men and Nations. The voluntary groupings of men have life in them, some of them have capacity and intelligence enough, the pluralist tells us, to bend, or control, or defy the policy of the government. But if this is so, why may they not, either now or later, wholly take its place? Why may we not look forward to a society of free, naturally interlacing, self-governing private groups? This is the question put by the philosophical anarchist. Note that if an RCHY is equivalent to chaos, the philosophical anarchist, despite his name, is no seeker of anarchy. He calls for an end not of law but of laws and of law enforcement. Nor does he advise that government should be at once done away, ending its force by violence. His plan is that the activities of government shall be diminished by degrees until, when only the administering of public services is left, private associations may take them over. In its opposition to force, anarchism is and to the belief that war between stat.es can be and he banished, anarchism is pacifism in internal affairs. In its opposite onto governmental activity, it is akin to an ideal widely pro-FESSed. During the last century under the name of laissez-faire, and still of popular vogue in the belief that the state governs best that governs least. Most Americans are inctive laissez-faireists in the respect that they dislike being reminded of government, believing in their capacity and that of their NIHBORS to manage their own affairs and their mutual affairs in terms of FAIRPLAY without the surveillance of public authorities, and most incline subconsciously to philosophical anarchism, in so far as they assume, with Spinoza, that if man were completely socialized in his nature, as some day he may be, there would be no need for the state. Laissez-faireists differ from anarchists not so much in their ideal as in their view of the possibilities of human nature. The former think that the self-seeking and deceitful elements of human nature when remain ally about as they are, requiring the police functions as an irreducible minimum of state activity. The latter believe in a moral progress suctheattesocialca sing of coercion may even to lly be discarded, levng ma to red, self-res pecting humanity to my ntain freely its or der and character. They believe, further, that the gradual decrease of st at e pressure would haste end this event, because human nature has a bent to goodness, and gives the best account of itself when unfettered by artificial requirements. As for the criminal, his existence is not forgotten, but it is thought he is either such by definition only, as any who has obeyed what I've commanded, or he is such by response to the unnatural environment of the state and the exaggerated inequalities which it fosters, or else he is the unusual individual of it remedial who is best dealt with by gar and private hands, since the life of the will, whether for good or for evil, is always intim, lte, in. Dividual. And unique. The legal separation between SHEP and goats. 2 Theologico-Political Tractate, Fr. Elwas, p. 73. The views of Benjamin R. Tucht F., presented in his journal, Liberty, are an ingenious blend of Proudhon and Herbert Spencer, and indicate the affiliation between them. Kropotkin in Anarchist Communism expressly steps off from Spencer's views to his own. For 3/4 of all the acts which are brought every year before our courts have their origin, either directly or indirectly, in the present disorganized state of society with regard to the production and distribution of wealth, not in the perversity of Hounan nature. Pokropotkayu, Anarchist Com 1L.Zism. p. 31. William Ernest Hocking 332. Is too obviously an affair of Eastry or S to satisfy the anarchist's thirst for inner rea lit ies. He is not disposed to minimize the need of settling disputes, as a condition of keeping social growths alive. He is not less but rather I1 or impressed than most men with the necessity as well as the beauty of reasonableness, self-control, and cumulative understandings among men. His difference from those who hold the state is simple: why that he believes that these goods should be and can be supplied by men themselves, not imposed upon them by an external power. This faith of the anarchist in the capacity of human nature for association at once for cless and orderly is not wholly a priori. In the nature of the case, modern experiments in anarchism have been confined to small unids living within and under the general law of existing states. Still, communities have existed which were nearly devoid of organized public force, except such as formed itself spontaneously as occasion demanded. The early Jewish community was of Th's character. In its case, a tenacious religious faith made possible a direction of public affairs unequally informal and non-coercive. And while that faith cannot be reproduced, a moral equivalent is conceivable. But the chief evidence is nearer at hand, in the same facts as lead the more cautious thinker to pluralism, namely, the abundant anti-vital energy of voluntary groups, their natural authority, and growing capacity for self-government. Con. 5. It is to he noted. H at an amoral and pretty if askniv anarchistic philosophy is a sp or a dis development t, as in Aristippus or Fax Stern Lr. It stands aside from the main current of philosophical anarchism, which relies on the inherent ethical forces of Hounan nature to replace politique al control. Such is the anarchoium of Zeno, the Stoic, of 6. Provided that you yourselves do not abdicate your freedom, provided that you yourselves do not allow others to enslave you, and provided that to the violent and antisocial passions of this or that person, you oppo your equally vigorous social passions, then you'll have nothing to fear fro in liberty. To struggle, to look danger in the face, to live on dry bread in order to put an end to inequities that revolt us, to feci ourselves in harmony with such as are worthy of love, this for a weak philosopher perhaps means self-sacrifice. But for the man or woman filled with energy, force, vigor, and youth, it is the conscious joy of life. Kroptkin, Anarchist Key F. Government. First of them is the restriction of liberty, and liberty, in the anarchist's ideal, is the chief of all political goods. If liberty is the chief political good, then no sacrifice of it for any other good can be other than a bad bargain. Society stands to lose by every diminution of general freedom, for it runs the risk of ng its most original, and for most priceless, developments. Not every divergent genius is a profit, the profits are bound to be among the divergent and intractable. Yet it is not in the name of the social welfare that the anarchist primarily pleads his cause. It is in the name of the individual's own destiny and right. Life itself is individual, and the most significant things in the worldperhaps in the end the only significant tngs are in the 6 dual souls. Each one of these must work its own way to salvation, win its own experience, suffer from its own mistakes, through angers, losses, ambition, ignorance, ennui, yes, and through crime and retribution, what yollrpicks its way. Any rule which by running human conduct into approved grooves saves men from th's salutary odyssey thwarts the first meaning of human life. In the second place, so far as the state requires good of men it deprives that good of moral value. For only evil can have moral value which comes from free choice. Whatever is requi read by law is therefore drainet of moral quality, the actual ethical condition of the best governed st at scms. To confirm th is criticism. Who doc s not recognize that in the Thai PICALP ical civilization of Toda y conformity has largely repel a ced conscience, outer respectability takes the p law ce of an inopertive personal conviction about conduct, and the tiber of mendeca ys. Absence of mora. Originality is not the no rmal state of manki nd, it is only in mhme com m unit ies that what is dani becomes the complete guide to the practice of ruler and ruled alike. Fina lly, there is the long history of the LENFNWER. The LYACCOMP and MMS of coercion, in free states as well as in others, the subtle poison of possessing force, the moral perdition in assuming the right to judge and punish, the blearing of the official I to all that is individual thruf, the pressure of bus iness and the mechanism of the general rule, the callousness and the shifting of responsability hered of the belief in the efficiency of the machine and the sufficiency of what has been these are evils which are no specialties of Cruel and cruder eras of mankind. They are the predictable incidents of brie and ging weak humanity into the false position of control over its fellows. And the result is that enforced law shres the fat of all abnormalities, it undermines its own position. For however worthy of obedience the law may be, governments, seduced by forces in g, seldom are, and the disaffection from rulers extends to the law be indeed them. There is an 337 Anarchism and consent. Element of arrogance in their wielding of principles more sacred than themselves, and if they insist on being inseparably from the law, the resentment due them will not be withheld because it strikes the law also. Law which allies itself with force begets lawlessness. Those who justify themselves in evading the Volstead Act on the ground that it is foisted upon an unwilling majority by a group of determined bigots are not different in this respect from most other lawbreakers. They scent a personal factor in the law which is repellent to them, they extend this repulsion to the law, to its enforcers, and to the fabric of government. The anarchist argues that this is a psychological result which must appear in all men subject to government. Sooner or later spontaneous lawfulness is destroyed. In sum, the ultimate animus of anarchism is a deep sense of the crime which an enforced organization inflicts upon life, which is by birthright free, individual, varied. According to the theory now before us, our wills are all included in the general will circuit we call the state, THY are included without any prior contract or CPNSENT, and yet they remain respons ible for what the state does, as if they were free. This is either a contradiction or a paradox. The element of obvious unfreedom in the situation is aggravated by the defective quality of those deeds of the state in which we are supposed to join, deeds often unwise, xsiona llyunjust, at times wicked. The realistic eye which we must bring to all political theory discovers everywhere the absence of the alleged vital tie between I will and what the state does not unfrequently hold majorities in dissent, from the helots, slaves, churls of former days to the legally outwitted and impotent masses of today. Are the deeds of the state in any sense a part of the circuits of their wills? And beside these, there are the philosophical anarchists whose questions we have not yet answered, the anarchists who refuse their consent to any state, and to whom the notion of an enterprise in which all or none must join is the essence of the thing human beings ought to revolt against. The N. William Ernest Hawking 338 Archist May SPEAK. For all these objectors, where there is no consent, there can be no will. There is no doubt about this absence of consent to many deed. But note that we have not been assuming consent to particular state deeds or laws, nor for that matter to the existence of any particular law or government. What we assert is that there is no ani who does not want the state, if not the state here extant, hence some other state including these people. Whatever the defects of any given state may be, THEY refer us for their remedy to state action, never to the stateless condition. Our will toward the state is sealdo one of wholesale approval, no more is our will toward our parents, and the same reflection is in order which Epictetus urged did heaven me perfect parents, no, it owed me parientes. There is a distinction everyone learns to make in childhood between the will to play and the will to have my own way when one play. The ulti matum temper, I won't ply unless it can be thus and so, is gena ally discovered to be poor building material. One should be able to maintain consent to the game togethar with dissent from its methods. In sterner affairs there is always a place, no doubt, for the uncompromising policy which demands the best or nothing or rather no law than bad law, but such a policy implies that one can distinguish in thought between the will that a thing be and the will what it shall be. In our present case we must make still a third distinction. We must distinguish, 1. The will toward a particular law, deed, or policy, 2. The will toward the existence of the present state, 3. The will toward the existence of any state at all. And our possion is that unless the re is something incurably and hop elessly pernicious about particular deeds and laws, the real issue lies in the third point, and I shall, hold that in all cases this third layer of the will is necessarily affirmative, i.e., that the existence of the stat e per se is willed. The ground for th's position is simply the fact that a science of psychology is possible. For such a science assumes that it is possible to make some general statements about human nature, including the human will. And to make a general statement about the human will is to say that there are some desires which it is not within our power not to have. And if there are any such desires, then, since it is necessary to have them, they are universal, or to put it otherwise, unanimous. Now most psychologists today are inclined to attribute to the human being a large array of innate propensities. My own judgment would be that most of those which occur on such a list as that of William J. Ames appear at least temporarily in most persons, but that few of them can be said to persist through life and to be incapable of repression or transformation. That character belongs to only one instinct or disposition, namely, that one which must furnish the motive power for all such repression or transformation. The will to power, as we have defined it, would be in that position. All men have it, and always have it. And the will to power requires the state. The will that the state exists is therefore a unanimous will, and this proposition is independent of introspective impressions to the contrary. To include everyone within the state does no violence to the will of any individual, so long as it remains possible for him to act against the particulars to which he objects. By the root of psychology, then, we discover that fundamental unanimity which, as many political theorists have held, must precede the right of any government, democratic or other, to impose its will upon the members of the state as their will. Majorities, as Rousseau clearly saw, have no natural right to dictate to minorities. Whatever plan of reaching public decisions is agreed upon presupposes unanimity once at least. This unanimity is not a diplomatic achievement, it is a deliverance of human nature. Rousseau attempted, as we have done, to unite consent with necessitation. The members of his state, if they failed to recognize their own wills in the terms of the contract or subsequent legislation, were to be compelled to be free. But consent can only be joined with necessity by way of a universal and unalterable element of the will, i.e., a char. 9. The social contract, i.c.h.v. William Ernest Doctrine 340 characteristic of human nature such as we recognize in the will to power. The affirmation of the state is deeper than conscious acquiescence, deeper also than fear, deep as the instinctive sense of the necessities of personal growth. Let me remark in passing that this fundamental unanimity is not sufficient to establish the principle of majority rule. Consent to the existence of the state carries with it only what is necessary that the state exist. To exist, it must be able to act, and to act, it must be able to reach decisions, and to reach decisions, the control by a majority is a convenient, but nowise indispensable, expedient. If one is seeking the preponderance of wisdom, rather than of force, and is not held within an artificial assumption that wisdom is equally distributed in the community, there are other and simpler ways known to politics of reaching decisions of state. But whatever the machinery of decision, since it is to establish a deed which is the deed of all, the test of its rightness is an eventual unanimity of approval. No present majority, however large, can evade this ultimate test. The American Civil War, for example, will be justified, as a forcible majority decision, only if its main object, the main tenets of the Union, is eventually approved by the South as well as by the North, a conditi on which is approaching fulfillment. Unanimity at the beginning and at the end are the marks of a healthy and essentially free state. How the decisions that lie between are to be reached is a matter to be judged by the standard. The anarchist may reasonably reply to our argument that it is not enough to will that the state shall exist. Actual states are particular states, and have their life in particular deeds. If these particulars were all infected by some inherent and radical vice, the will that the state exist could not, as an 10 Jethro Brown is right, so far as surface psychology goes, in saying that the justification of governmental action is found not in consent but in the purpose it serves, but to identify a necessary purpose is to discover an inevitable consent, which may belong to the deeper layers of self commonly called subconscious. 11 Rendering patently unfair the type of criticism implied in the words of Lasky, the problem of authority may ultimately resolve itself into a question of what a section of the American people, strong enough to get its will enforced may desire. Authority in the Modern State, p. 25. 341 Anarchism and consent abstraction or pious hope, long continue to live by itself. There is substance in this contention. There is a tendency for common deeds to be mediocre deeds, if not vicious deeds. It is notoriously hard to maintain a high standard in any crowd. You must not be conspicuously better than your comrades, you may attack the vices of the other party, not those of your own. Further, you must accommodate yourself to the incidents of organization, whose dehumanizing tendencies we have mentioned. All organization, according to its extent, involves hierarchy, with rank and file, middle dom, and overdom, and in every such ordering of men the integrity of will impulses is falsified. It lies in the nature, not necessarily in the intention, of the idledom to be a misleading screen, a lying filter, both of facts and of desires between the rank and file and the overdom. The will that finds itself enacted in the vital circuit of any large group is a distorted version of the wills of its mass of members. As the largest of corporate undertakings, government cannot but suffer most from these defects. By its immense momentum and the irrational elements in its connective tissue it discourages aspiration. Genius dies in its meshes. The output of government, both in tangible works and in character, bears everywhere the stamp of conventionalized mediocrity. The history of the growth of the state, of public authority and compulsion, is the history of the decline from Florence and Nuremberg to London and New York. The conviction deepens that these vices are inherent in state action. The result is an alienation from politics on the part of growing numbers of the elite, as from an unclean thing, and a strange rapprochement between these world-fleeing idealists and the disillusioned anarchist. If there were no other outlook we should be left with the choice of two evils, abandonment of the will to power in its fully personalized meaning, or submission to its perpetual vulgarization and corruption. Even so, the will to power cannot be given up, and organization cannot be given up. No man, not even a religious ascetic, can be content with a parasitic relation to the history-making work of his community. The Life of Meditation. 11 Lowes Dickinson, A Symposium, p. 55. William Ernest Hoding 342. Well justified as it is, must alternate with activities of the economic and defensive orders, if only to renew its own vigor. Any man or people that seeks a spirituality which requires a neglect of organized effort in the mastery of nature and social construction abandons, if we are right, one of the roots of an honest spirituality. There is no life immune from the incidents of establishing the frame for the will to power in the dust of fact, human fallibility, and passion. And if it were possible to set up such two pure and six-tiered life, there would be the less reason to complain of those who besmirch themselves with the abandoned activities of the state. For if the world fleer can forget politics, he can forget who it is that pursues politics. Preemption by others of a rejected function can be no evil to the one who has rejected it. But to despair of organization and yet to believe all things of in dis six dual human naturae, as he philosophical anarchist does, is arbitrary. The circuits of organized life impede and distort the will impulses of the members. Very well, then we have a problem in social conductivity. We demand that this distortion shall be minimized, that it shall be cured. How is this to be accomplished? THT is the great field for political invention. One such invention is before the world. Democracy, as a political scheme, boasts a great advance in the conductivity of will impulses. The will of the people pours immediately into the circuits of the state, so it is claimed. We have to examine the claim. But whether the future is with this invention or with some other, those who have no ideas to offer are hardly justified by that fact in denying that the solving ideas are possible. For the evils which organized social life brings, organized social life may find a remedy. For the ills which attend anarchy, anarchism has no cure. The philosophical anarchist is wholly right in his solicitude for the individual will. What he fails to see is that it is the very nature of these wills which welds their circuits together in an enforced unanimity of action for objects which they could not attain by themselves. The state lives from day to day by only so much consent as they send into it, its whole. 343 Anarchism and Consent. Energy is drawn from the force of their demands. There is nothing in its nature which can stand in contradiction to them, nor in permanent divergence from them. But beside the philosophical anarchist, there is the practical anarchist, a far more numerous class and found for the most part in very different quarters. Practical anarchism directly attacks the existence of the state by menacing its power to act. As a will circuit, the existence of the state is a matter of degree. It exists as much as it can act. That power to act can be reduced to zero, for most modern states have a low resultant energy, and the result is not a state but a swarm of competing powers, no one of which is strong enough to bring the wills of the people together into a living circuit. It is by no means an axiom that a community must be capable of united action. It is not certain in advance that in a state distracted by faction a cabinet can always be found which will command a parliamentary majority. At the moment of this writing, it is not evident from day to day that Germany will be able to devise a public policy which will command assent either within or without her borders. Now there are always those ready to exploit this low margin of functional energy. In our own country, the balance of internal powers creates a situation in which deadlocks are always possible, while minorities and filibusterers exact their price under the threat that no action shall take place. To such wills it is my policy or none. These are the practical anarchists. A nation of such wills would end in chaos. But while rule or ruin seems to imply a willingness to accept ruin, it is like the usual temper of suicide, a perverted form of the will to live, essentially self-contradictory. It relies on the unwillingness of the great majority to let the state fail. It shares that unwillingness. Its pretends to prefer no deed, and hence in the end no state, to the deed of its momentary opponent is essentially insincere. The amount of this perversity increases. It is necessary to recognize it for what it is, the only variety of anarchism et al. Likely to lead to anarchy. Herbert Read, Anarchism and Modern Society. Herbert Edward Read. Reprinted with PCR emission of the Pub-Licious and translated from the Spanish for this book by Ruth L. Horowitz. 345 Anarchism and modem oct can amount to 2 or 3 million people. Money for the unemployed often takes its toll on the majority, but desperate cases are many. In capitalist society, however, the public never suffers penury or never suffers it to such an extent as to constitute a threat to the economic stability of the state. From this economic development, the politics of resentment that is characteristic of the 18th and 19th centuries, one discerns that it diminishes considerably from its heyday. The political parties turn to a form of socialism with no influence on the salaried of the capitalist world, whose thoughts traveled the path of domestic comfort, diversion, sport, and the excitement of the game. Social status, already existing in the form of sumptuous items like television sets and automobiles, is really the sought-after thing for such people, like absolute values of justice and liberty. A growing wave of materialism has spread over Europe and North America during the last 20 years, and at its base all idealism has disintegrated. Crime and delinquency, currently attributed to poverty and inequality, has nevertheless proliferated and in reality displays characteristics of an acquisitive society as well as similar inevitable results from a lack of normal ethics. From time to time the governments of these capitalist countries change name but not purposes. Foreigners look in vain for some moral or philosophical distinction in the politics of the two great parties in the United States, a country in which socialism as such has never been established as a politically active force. I include my own country. Socialist has never been the end aim of a political party, although it has been employed as a term to discredit the Labour Party. This party, which once professed socialist principles, has renounced a doctrine that might at most have alienated the prosperous worker and in reality was only anxious to maintain prosperity through means that might not endanger the economic methods that had given rise to it. Nationalization, which was once the official politics of the Labour Party, has been abandoned. Except as a means of maintaining the salaries in the industries that the capitalists were willing to relinquish as dispensable. In every sphere of politics the British Labour Party pursues an action intended to maintain a high standard of living, which means, in reality, that in the whole international sphere. Herbert read 346. Disarmament, colonialism, the common market. Its calculations are determined not through principles but rather through expediency. In general, in the entire Western world, there has been a cynical abandonment of principles on the part of all political parties. Politics as a practical activity has never cultivated abstracted principles of truth, it is an exercise in expedience and was defined as such by Machiavelli. Politics is the general name of various slogans, dialectical or practical, for the acquisition and maintenance of power, and these slogans have always acted against the general welfare of the community. The only protest that can stand up against such politics of power should therefore be non-politics, the politics of no politics, that is, anarchism. Anarchism is a philosophy based on this first principle, the negation of power or of force as an agent for the success of the good. Anarchism sustains the opposite principle, the principle of mutual aid. I believe that unless we support such a principle and base all our beliefs and attitudes on it, there is no future for anarchism or for humanity. Other principles take root in this fundamental one, but unless our goal is the complete elimination of force from the body politic, we are not anarchists of conviction. Whatever the consequences may be, personal and social, our obligation is primarily to maintain that the use of force is corrupting to the human mind and produces infinite damage to the community. This is the principle, enunciated by Lao Tse, Chuang-Tzu, Jesus Christ, Tolstoy, Kropotkin, and Gandhi, on which we can never compromise. Against this principle, and in defense of compromise, it has been said, for example by Pascal, that greed and power are the causes of all of our actions. Greed brings us to voluntary action, power to involuntary action. The same exegesis has stated that justice without power is impotent, power without justice is tyranny. But such apologetics don't tell us how to reunite power and justice, nor how to conciliate them, nor how we can be sure that the powerful will at the same time be just. In 341 Anarchism and Modern Society Truth, they concede that from the moment they cannot be certain that what is right is strong, people ought to behave as if what was strong was right. An anarchist is the last one to deny the existence of evil. The use of force whe for thousands of years has so corrupted the minds of men that wicked thoughts have become enshrined in a custom that has taken root and behaves perversely in psychal enforcement. It is on this precept of realism that we affirm our principles. Simone Weil, in her essay on the Iliad, pointed out that the bitterness prevailing throughout the Myricous poem High Homer is due to the subjection of the human spirit to force. It is, in the last anal ys, the subjugation of the human spirit to matter. The law of force, the power of life and death, is as cold and inflexible as the law of inert matter. And force, she says, is as pitiless with the man that possesses it, or believes he possesses it, as it is with's victims. To the latter ultimatums are oppressive, to the former they are us. From the beginning of history man has been subjected to force, to shame, to humiliation. That has been his tragedy. And religion has been an acceptance of 361 philosophy and the social crisis. Solution. But this seems to me to be an attempt to save the moral consciousness at a point where it loses every specific human meaning. If this is all that can be said for social morality, the sooner we shall give up the whole concept of morals the better off we shall be, for we shall then at least be honest with ourselves. Yet, in the light of such a far-reaching surrender of faith in the inherent effectiveness of goodness and truth, especially on the part of the philosophers and moralists themselves, is it really any wonder that we have had to live to see our so-called civilized modern world topple all about us in ruins? What else was to be expected in a world in which even some of the foremost advocates of morality and decency had themselves lost faith in their efficacy? It has taken men like Walter Lippmann, Aldous Huxley, and Lewis Mumford to remind us of the devastating nature of that kind of a loss of faith. And, of course, since those men do not wear the togas of the professional philosophers, we would not think of stopping to listen to their voices. All the worse for us. It isn't Nero merely who, in our day, is fiddling while Rome is burning, it is we philosophers who are increasingly guilty of that crime. Guilty of it, because we have surrendered one of the greatest privileges and opportunities of our profession, that of being the moral leaders of the age. For, there is still a fourth failure with which philosophy is to be charged in the present hour of crisis. This failure is due to the blemish of nearsightedness. This too is a strange charge to have to bring against philosophers. For it is the philosopher, after all, who has been claiming to see life steadily and see it whole. It is the philosopher who is supposed to look at life and the universe sub specie aeternitas, or, if not from the vantage point of eternity, a point which may, after all, be even beyond the philosopher, then at least from the long-range point of view. It is the philosopher who is expected to be able to rise above the merely here and now, above the clatter and clanging of the momentary noises, above the sound and fury of today's immediacy and its persistently noisy but nonetheless swiftly passing claims. I say, the philosopher is expected to. But such expectations do not seem to trouble us very seriously. When everyone else howls, we claim the right and privilege. Paul Arthur Shupp 362 of howling with the mob. That by so doing we have forfeited every rightful claim to leadership does not seem to trouble us very greatly. 5. And with this I have already touched upon the fifth and last failure of philosophy in the present crisis, the surrender of our intellectual leadership. In at least a practical way, this is perhaps the most serious charge of all. For, it inevitably confronts us with the question, where is humanity to look for leadership at precisely the time when it stands most seriously in need of intellectual and moral leadership, namely in a time of crisis, if, whenever a real human crisis appears, the philosophers, along with the rest of the population, start at once to run away from the facts and certainly from the light, and begin to seek refuge in Plato's ancient cave or else in the equally as cave-like blackouts of modern civilization and culture? if philosophers can just as easily and as quickly be swept off their intellectual, moral, and spiritual feet as are the more untutored mortals, if together with the mob we readily succumb to the loud trumpetings of the moment and the noisy propaganda of the yellow press, if, at almost a moment's notice, we seem to be capable of losing all sense of balance, of perspective, of wholeness, of critical acumen, of intellectual detachment, and of moral understanding, where is humanity going to look? For, much less find, the intellectual, moral, and spiritual leadership for which no time cries out so loudly as does a time of crisis? Moreover, if the world's intellectual leadership, once again, is ready to sell out to the political state, where is a trustworthy leadership, a leadership that would guide humanity into the new day and the new world that must be created, going to come from? Who is going to provide it? And if we cannot do so, if we must stand condemned ourselves by our own conduct in this hour of crisis, what help can we bring to those in our civilization who, because they belong to the next generation, are rightfully looking to us for leadership, for courage, for moral faith and spiritual commitment, whereas we have nothing to give them but the husks of yesterday's theories that we have let the outburst of human barbarism and savagery in Europe and Asia rob us of, because we never really did believe in their kernel and core in the first place? 363 Philosophy and the Social Crisis. I can find only one immediate answer to all these questions, and that is the frank admission that once again Socrates stands condemned, this time by the practices of his own profession. If we are really still even partially honest, we ought frankly and openly to exonerate Socrates' judges from any guilt, we ought freely to come out in their defense. For, did they not save Athens' youth from corruption and Athens' state from radical rebellion? Did they not save the status quo of ancient Athens? Long live the judges of Socrates. Section 1: The Historical Dimension. Gerald Brennan, Anarchism in Spain. Gerald Brennan 11894-. Brennan was born in England in 1894. He is a self-educated man. For his services in World War I he received the Croix de Guerre in 1918. Some of his works are The Spanish Labyrinth, The Face of Spain, The Literature of the Spanish People, A Holiday by the Sea, and A Life of Anda's Own. We may zero for a moment. Consider how eminently suited anarchist organization was to Spanish conditions. The first need was to get hold of the half-starving, uneducated field laborers and factory workmen and to fill them with a consciousness of their own grievances and their own power. These men could not, as a rule, afford to pay a regular subscription, and they were suspicious of any influence from outside that might embroil them with their employers. Any regular trade union organization with a paid secretariat, acting on orders from Barcelona or Madrid and leading its adherents like a bourgeois Republican Party to the polling booths, would have been doomed to failure. But the anarchist leaders were never paid. One from the Spanish Labyrinth, an account of the social and political background of the Civil War, by Gerald Brennan. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, copyright 1943, reprinted by permission of the publisher. Gerald Brennan 368. In 1936, when their trade union, the CNT, contained over 1 million members, it had only one paid secretary. Traveling about from place to place, on foot or muleback or on the hard seats of third-class railway carriages, or even like tramps or ambulant bullfighters under the tarpaulins of goods wagons, whilst they organized new groups or carried on propagandist campaigns, these apostles of the idea, as they were called, lived like mendicant friars on the hospitality of the more prosperous workmen. Their first object was simply to enroll groups of poor workers, whatever their political or religious opinions might be, for mutual protection against employers. Now and then there would be a small strike, which, if it was successful, would at once double the membership of the section and lead to other small strikes in neighboring districts. Then gradually the leaders would unfold their anarchist creed with its hatred of the church, its wild idealism, its generous and humane outlook, and the imagination of the hearers would be kindled. Thus it happened that, at moments of enthusiasm, the number of the workers controlled by the anarchists would double and treble themselves and, when the inevitable reaction came, would shrink back to a small kernel of convinced militants. This plasticity of the anarchist movement enabled it to survive persecutions and, as soon as they were over, to reappear stronger than ever. There is another characteristic of Spanish anarchism that goes back to the Córdoba Congress. That is that all movements towards strikes or revolutionary action that develop in it come from below. What occurs is this: at some critical moment, let us say, a Congress of Spanish federations is called to consider the possibility of revolutionary action. The delegates of each district will arrive at the assembly with a full knowledge of the wishes and capacities of the groups of workmen they represent. Each will get up and say what the men of his province or factory are able and prepared to do. No district will be urged to take any action for which it does not feel itself morally and materially prepared. This freedom of choice has certainly acted often to the advantage of the government, who have been able to suppress anarchist movements at their leisure in one province after another. But, at all events until the outbreak of the Civil War, its merits have more than counterbalanced its defects. The fact that no 369 anarchism in Spain group has ever been overruled by another group or has had pressure put on it to act against its private convictions, but on ly in accordance with its own measure of enthusiasm and the number of arms it has been able to collect, has meant that the anarchists have been able to suffer defeat after defeat and yet rise again stronger than ever. If no other European party has shown such resistance, that is because the Spanish anarchists have insisted upon their movement upon the free and unfettered impulses of their adherents, organized in local groups, and have not allowed themselves to be enmeshed in the dead and life-destroying net of a party bureaucracy. A few weeks after the conclusion of the Congress of Córdoba, King Amadeo resigned from the Spanish throne and left the country. Elections were held in March, and, owing to the abstention of the other parties, a Republican majority was returned. The Cortes that met on 1 June 1873 lost no time in proclaiming a republic. It was clear from the first that the new republic would have a federal rather than a centralized constitution and, in fact, after a few weeks' hesitation, Francisco Pi y Margall, the leader of the Federal Party, was elected president. A period of greatensionandact for it and for the international in Spain. But the federal movement is of such importance for the history of anarchism, and indeed for the history of modern Spain in general, that it will be necessary to say something about it. The French Revolution, by the destruction of so many New York local interests and privileges, completed the war of Louis XIV and gave France a powerful and highly centralized administration. The liberal revolution in Spain, as we have already seen, imitated it. In both countries a reaction towards a greater local and municipal liberty was inevitable. In France this reaction was best expressed by Proudhon, who put forward those ideas which, he believed, the French Revolution had come into existence to fulfill, but from which it had been diverted by the ruthless political action of the Jacobins. In Spain, with its intense proving feelings and local patriotism, one would have expected the movement towards decentralization to be even stronger, but owing to the prostration of the country after the Napoleonic Wars and to the fact that Carlism drew into its own ranks many of the forces of resistance to liberal centralism, these feelings did. Gerald Brennan 370 not for some time make their appearance among left-wing parties. Indeed, but for the persistent preaching and writing of one man, it is possible that they would never have done so. Pi y Margall was a Catalan of lower middle-class family, who combined a small post in a Madrid bank with occasional journalism and writing books on art. But his true bent was social and political, and a reading of Proudhon showed him the way he was to go. He saw how exactly this Frenchman's ideas were suited to the aspirations of his countrymen and sat down to work out a political system that would meet their case. In 1854, a few weeks after General O'Donnell's successful pronunciamento against Isabella's Camarilla governments, his first book, La Réaction 6N y la Révolution 6N, came out. In spite of the haste in which it had been written and the superficial nature of many of its ideas, it constitutes a landmark in the history of Spanish political thought. Its principal theme is the iniquity of power. Spain, it must be remembered, had been governed for 2 generations by force in its most brutal form, the general with his disorderly soldiers or militia, the guerrilla leader who was little better than a bandit, and the firing squad. Pi y Margall finds this wicked and absurd. Every man who has power over another is a tyrant. Discussing the meaning of order, that word which for more than 100 years had been the excuse for every act of violence and injustice, he says that true order cannot be obtained by applying force. Order supposes arrangement, harmony, convergence of all individual and social elements. Order refuses all humiliations and sacrifices. Can you call order that fictitious peace which you obtain by cutting with the sword O that you are too stupid to organize with or limited intelligence? True order, let me tell you, has never existed and will never exist so long as you make such efforts to obtain it, because true order supposes cohesion, yet not a cohesion obtained. The first Spanish federal seems to Havebcfn Ramón Zorad 6y Fabregas, a Catalan, who began to preach republicanism Indiana 11120. In his Bases de una Constitución 6N Política, published in 1832, advocated a federal republic. He was shot in 1837, after a rising in Barcelona. Then, according to Ramón de Sagra, a small anarchist and federalist group appeared at Santiago in Galicia in the early 40s. Soon after, La Sagra and Antoine Ferredu were editing a federalist and socialist paper called El Patuit. It was suppressed by Narvaez in 1845. 373 Anarchism in September Revolution that drove out Isabel, that gave the Spanish federals the theoretic background they needed. From this moment enthusiasm for a federal republic grew rapidly. The petite bourgeoisie, who from 1840 to 1934 have been the revolutionary class par excellence in Spain, ACCEP it as their program. The advocates of a centralized republic, like those of state socialism, lost their supporters. The workers gave it their enthusiastic adherence. By the time that the constitutional monarchy, which was the solution of the liberal bourgeoisie, began to crack, it was obvious that a federal republic would take its place. Thus it came about that in June 1873, Pi y Margall, a little, timid, but almost pedantically well-intentioned and honest man, found himself at the head of the Spanish state. The federal program that was now to be applied to the most unruly and divided nation in Europe consisted in the main of a plan of extreme decentralization. The country was to be cut up into 11 autonomous cantons. These cantons were to be divided into free municipalities, and the whole bound to THER by voluntary pacts. There was to be a central court, elected by universal suffrage, but, once the constitution had been established, it would lose much of its authority. Conscription was to be abolished, church and state to be separated, and free compulsory education to be provided for all. The social legislation included an 8-hour day, state inspection of factories, and regulations to control women's and children's work. THERE was also an agrarian program, which specified the expropriation of uncultivated lands and the establishment on them of communities of peasants. Agrarian credit banks were to be set up and all short-term leases changed to an emphyteosis perpetuity should be redeemable at a fixed rate. But these social reforms never got beyond the stage of vague projects, nor was it decided how pressure would be brought to bear upon the autonomous cantons and municipalities, if they should refuse to carry out the reforms voted by the Cortes. For Pi y Margall's federal experiment lasted a bare 2 months and then collapsed in civil war and disorder. The causes of this failure were various. In the first place, the Carlist War, which had been simmering for some time on the passes of the Pyrenees, broke out with violence. This made it impossible for the Federals to disband the army and to abolish military service. Since it was this promise which had given the Republic its popularity among the working classes, the disillusion was great. Then that defect of all newly formed Spanish parties, the lack of men to fill the administrative posts, made its appearance. The Federals were recruited from the lower middle classes, and the ministers, governors, and soldiers whom it threw up were either incompetent or else were unscrupulous men who had joined the party for what they could get out of it. Finally, the provinces decided not to wait for the Cortes to pass the federal constitution, but proceeded to set up independent cantons on their own account. With typically Iberian impatience they revolted, and the authority of the government ceased to exist for a time in the east and south. We must examine briefly the character of this, as it is called, cantonalist movement. Its leaders were ambitious soldiers and local politicians, their forces were the depleted regiments under their command, and the local republican militia known as the Voluntarios de la Libertad. The incentive was, to some extent, the Paris Commune, where, it will be remembered, the leading part had been played by the Garde Nationale. The movement broke out almost simultaneously in Malaga, Seville, Granada, Cartagena, and Valencia. Federals obtained possession of these cities and declared them to be sovereignly independent cantons. Committees of public safety took over the duties of the governor. A movement of similar character broke out in Barcelona. The previous decade had seen a series of colonial adventures in various parts of the world that had made military service, Las Quintas, intensely unpopular. A copla of this time expresses this: Si la República Viena no habrá quintas en España por eso aquí hasta la Virgen se vuelve republicana. As the Spanish working classes had never yet found anything that appealed to them in even a revolutionary political program, their disappointment was all the more acute. 375 Anarchism in Spain. The feeling that rises most quickly to the surface in every Spanish revolution is anti-clericalism. For all the evils of the times the priests and monks are made the scapegoat. The cantonalist movement was no exception to this. At Barcelona the churches were closed for several months. The militia turned one into a barracks, and public dances were given in another. Priests could not go about the streets in their robes. At Seville the cantonalists declared that the cathedral would be converted into a café. Taxes were levied on the rich, and in some towns a few houses were burned. In the country districts the villagers took advantage of the general anarchy to proclaim the complete independence of their villages and to divide up the large estates or common lands. As the police wisely withdrew to their barracks, these ceremonies usually passed off quietly and without loss of life. It was only in one or two places, where resistance was offered by the landowners, that serious incidents took place. As one would expect, the movement collapsed as soon as the government showed that it was ready to use force. In July General Pavia entered Seville with a handful of troops, and by a mixture of tact and firmness restored order in Andalusia. The Cantonagist leaders retired to Cartagena, where they defended themselves for 4 months. By the time the long siege was over, in January 1, 874, the Cortes had been dissolved by the Captain General of Madrid and the Republic had ceased, except in name, to exist. But what part was played by the International in these chaotic events? As we have seen, a congress had been held at Cordova in the last days of 1872 and had been followed by a great increase in the number of members, especially in the small towns of Andalusia. The accession to power of the Federals during the summer of 1873 was naturally favorable to it. On the surface, at all events, the similarity of their programs was very striking. We wish, says one of the resolutions adopted at the Cordova Congress, to build on the ruins of a national unity free and independent municipalities bound only by federal pacts. But this identity of IMS on the purely political issue could not see wide differences upon the social. The intentions of the Federals towards the working class did not go beyond a more or less sincere radicalism, whilst the followers of Bakunin were bound in the most specific terms to have no dealings with bourgeois political parties and to spurn all compromises in their advance towards social revolution. Yet the agreement was sufficiently great for the question of whether or not they should cooperate to invite serious consideration. Everyone knew that the internationalists had fought alongside the Garde Nationale in the Paris Commune. The decision arrived at was highly characteristic. The internationalists refused to give any general support to the federalist movement, but they raised no objection to their local groups or individual members cooperating with it. That is to say, they were ready to get any advantage they could out of it for themselves without compromising either their principles or their freedom of action. And when one examines the records of the cantonalist risings, one is struck by the very small part the International played in THM. At Valencia they came out because the governor had impreso some of their members, an early example of the famous anarchist solidarity. At Granada 2 of them sat on the Committee of Public Safety. Only at one or two small towns, where they had a following of factory hands, did they do anything on their own account. It may be worthwhile to describe what happened at one of these, because it provides the first example of the red atrocity story that was to be brought up with monotonous regularity whenever the middle classes felt their position to be threatened. Alcoy is a small town between Valencia and Alicante, which manufactures paper. It is a historic industry. Paper has been made here since the 11th century, and in 1873 the factories employed 8,000 hands. Under the influence of a school teacher called A.L. Barrison, who had been converted. Hut as Th Kantliat with Marx developed, Th/Apoheitchism of the Bakuninists became more pronounced. The final attitude of refusal to cooperate with any political party was fixed at the Congress of Saint Imier in 1872 in a resolution written by Bakunin himself and accepted by the Federal Congress at Cordova a few months later. This must be considered the fundamental doctrine of Spanish anarchism. 377 Anarchism in Spain. To anarchism, they decided to give Spain its first example of a general strike. The object of the strike was, in accordance with the resolutions of the Regional Congress at Cordova, an 8-hour day. The men came out and began to negotiate with the owners. Whilst they were doing so, the municipality intervened, taking, as one would expect, the owners' side. The workmen at once sent a deputation to demand the resignation of the alcalde, who, as they declared, had broken his promise to remain neutral. Bands of workmen began to march up and down the street in front of the town hall till the police, losing their heads as in Spain they usually do, fired a volley. A fight began that lasted 20 hours. During the fight some dozen people were killed on each side. The workmen were in the end victorious, and as a sign of their victory they burned several factories and houses, shot the offending mayor and, more Hispanico, cut off his head and those of the police who had been killed in the fight, and paraded them round the town. The events at Alcoy produced an enormous sensation. For the first time a group that did not belong either to the church, the army, or the middle classes had become revolutionary. The whole press came out with stories of people thrown alive from balconies, women violated, priests crucified, men soaked in petrol and set on fire. Even the Republican papers joined in. Such was the fear inspired by the working classes and by their new dreaded organization, the International. The days of this International in Spain were now drawing to a close. But their last months were the most glorious. In Europe most people attributed to them the success of the cantonalist rising. Everywhere except in Spain reaction reigned, and the only live revolutionary force seemed to be anarchism. In Engels' correspondence one sees how bitter was his jealousy and how great his delight when, with the disappearance of the Republic, the last glimmer of revolution in Europe was suppressed. Yet these anarchists had, in fact, accomplished very little. The Federals despised Bourgeois that they had shown themselves 1,000 times braver and more revolutionary. Perhaps the most terrible thing about the International had been its name. It had already brought them, even in those lax and disorderly years, our persecutions, and Sagasta had gone so far as to declare their organization outlawed and they themselves under the criminal code. Even their numbers were smaller than was generally thought. It is very doubtful whether they ever mustered more than 60,000 members, of whom some 40,000 were in Andalusia. 11 When in January 1, 874, General Serrano finally suppressed them, there was really no reason to suppose that they would ever be heard of again. The far more powerful federal movement disappeared for good. The International did survive, however. For 7 years it lived underground. Its assemblies ceased to be held, the links between the different sections disappeared, the Cartagena trade union were made illegal. What remained were small circles of militants in Barcelona and Madrid and groups of artisans and field laborers in Andalusia. It was Andalusia that kept the fires of anarchism alight during the next 20 years. To get a better idea of the situation in this part of Spain, one can compare it with that of Ireland in Fenian times. In both the same factors were at work. An imaginative race, a hopeless oppression and poverty, a class of landowners who when not actually absentees were regarded as foreigners, a special constabulary living in fortified barracks and armed with rifles. This constabulary, the Guardia Civil, was important. Narvaez had created it in 1844 to take the place of the militia, who were politically unreliable. Its chief function was to keep down the bandits. The bandit had always been a feature of Andalusian life and for centuries had acted as a safety valve for popular discontent. In the eyes of the country people he was a hero, the friend of the poor and its champion against its oppressors. But the enclosure of the common lands had so increased the discontent that it became unsafe to tolerate bandits any longer. They were suppressed and risings of peasants came instead. However, on the first sign of political disturbance, the bandit reappeared again, but this time on the other side. No longer Robin Hoods, they were now the tools of the caciques, who needed them to protect their property and to control the elections against the rising tide of popular enthusiasm. The crop of bandits that covered Andalusia between 1868 and 1873 and made traveling without escort impossible were nearly all of this type, and since, whenever they were arrested, the caciques put pressure on the judges to release them, the police were powerless. Andalusia seemed to be approaching the condition that led to the appearance of the mafia in Sicily. It was the anarchists and the civil guard between them that prevented this by polarizing the feelings of the oppressed and the oppressors. From now on every civil guard became a recruiting officer for anarchism, and, as the anarchists increased their membership, the civil guard also grew. 12 One has to have lived in Andalusia to understand the kind of warfare that went on between them. This civil guard was one of the few really reliable and incorruptible bodies of men in Spain. Carefully picked and highly disciplined, they lived scattered in small fortified posts among the towns and villages, forbidden to intermarry, or to associate familiarly with the local inhabitants or to move about unarmed or alone. This rule has led to their being known everywhere as La Pareja, or the pair. It goes without saying THNT in poverty-stricken districts, that is to say, throughout a large part of Spain their relations with the working classes were of open hostility and suspicion. Living as they did among their enemies, they became unusually ready to shoot. Again and again mild riots and demonstrations have become dangerous because the civil guard could not keep their fingers off their triggers. And from the moment that, in the 90s, the anarchists rather tentatively took to violence too, the readiness of the Guardia to shoot became greater than ever. After 1931 the hatred between them and the villagers made many parts of Spain ungovernable. The character of the rural anarchism that grew up in the south of Spain differed, as one would expect, from that developed in the large cities of the north. The idea, as it was called, was carried from village to village by anarchist apostles. In the farm laborers' gahanfas or barracks, in isolated cottages by the light of oil candiles, the apostles spoke on liberty and equality and justice to rapt listeners. Small circles were formed in towns and villages that started night schools where many learned to read, carried on anti-religious propaganda, and often practiced vegetarianism and teetotalism. Even tobacco and coffee were banned by some, and one of these old apostles whom I knew maintained that, when the age of liberty came in, men would live on unfired foods grown by their own hand. But the chief characteristic of Andalusian anarchism was its naive millenarianism. Every new movement or strike was thought to herald the immediate coming of a new age of plenty, when all, even the civil guard and the landowners, would be free and happy. How this would happen no one could say. Beyond the seizure of the land and the burning of the parish church, there were no positive proposals. The underground period came to an end in 1881, when the liberal government of Sagasta came into office and passed a law making trade unions and working class organizations legal. The socialists at once took advantage of this law to found 381 anarchism in Spain. Their party, and at an anarchist congress held in Barcelona in March, the Spanish Regional Federation of the International came into existence. It was a federation of small trade unions and local sections, modeled on that set up by the Cordova Congress in 1872, with a strictly legal program of propaganda and strikes. But meanwhile, repressions and persecutions all over Europe had brought about a change in the character of anarchism. The Bakuninist International had held its last congress in 1877. Since then, a crisis in the watchmaking industry had led to the ruin of the small home industries in the Jura, and large-scale production at Geneva took its place. Thus the backbone of anarchist trade unionism in Europe was broken, and in March 1, 1878, the Bulletin de la Fédération Jurassienne, which for 7 years had been the chief organ of the anarchist movement, came out for the last time. Le Revolt, edited by Kropotkin at Geneva, took its place with a new theory, anarchist communism. But the loss of its trade union following, owing to persecutions and other causes, and its consequent isolation from the masses, was leading to a movement that tended either to individualism or to small secret groups. In the congresses that were celebrated from time to time in different parts of Europe, it was no longer federations of workers who sent their delegates, but small groups of militants and sometimes even newspapers and isolated individuals who represented no one but themselves. Most of the groups were secret and some were terrorist. It was the Italians who best represented this tendency. The factory worker in Italy had never taken to anarchism. Just as in Spain, it had been the petite bourgeoisie and the peasants of the South who had shown most susceptibility to it. Already at the Bern Congress of 1876, Malatesta was declaring that trade unionism was a reactionary institution. But the police had become more active in Italy since then, and soon even the peasants hung back. To stir them up and to rouse their imaginations, new and more striking methods were suggested. Propaganda by deed began to be preached as an anarchist technique. At first this did not consist in much more than organized risings or conspicuous acts of sabotage, but police repressions, accompanied sometimes by ferocious torture in prison, led to the formation of definitely terroristic groups, which were ready to use any means to bring down their enemies. The assassination of the Tsar in March 1, 1881, by Russian social revolutionaries caused a profound sensation all over Europe. The reactionaries everywhere took fright, and the revolutionaries were encouraged. The anarchist congress that met in London 4 months later debated under its shadow. Many of the delegates were, in Steklof's words, isolated desperados, lone wolves, infuriated by persecution and out of touch with the masses. Others, the most violent of all in their proposals, were police spies. Others again represented the new theories of anarchist communism. But resolutions were passed accepting propaganda by deed as a useful method and recommending members to pay more attention to the technical and chemical sciences. The Spanish delegate, when he went back to Madrid, took several new ideas with him. However, the effect of this changed orientation upon their Spanish comrades was inconsiderable. Spaniards lived then at a great distance from the rest of Europe. Besides, anarchism had still a large proletarian following. Under such conditions, terrorist action was madness and would not find any encouragement among the workers. The new regional federation had in any case no need to appeal for violent methods. Its progress during the first year or two of its existence was rapid. A congress held at Seville in 1882 represented some 50,000 workers, of whom 30,000 came from Andalusia and most of the rest from Catalonia. Ls. Yet the fact that there was no longer any picked body of professed anarchists, such as had been provided by the old Alliance of Social Democracy, led to a serious lack of cohesion. Two tendencies stood out: the Catalan, which was reformist to the point of believing that the trade union struggle should be kept within legal bounds and that strike funds should be accumulated, and the Andalusian, which was opposed to strike funds because it could not afford them and for that reason favored short strikes accompanied by violent action and sabotage. The Congress held at Seville in 1882 secured a formula of conciliation, but a group of Andalusians who called themselves the desheredados or disinherited and consisted of certain sections of workers from the vineyards of Jerez and Arcos de la Frontera dissented and left the federation. They favored more violent action. Feeling in the country districts at that time was especially tense because the last 2 years had been years of severe drought and famine. The starving laborers had had to stand by and watch the crops on the large estates carried off to be sold at high prices in Seville or Cadiz. Ever since 1876 discontent had been acute and had shown itself in burnings of vineyards and in assassinations. Secret groups and societies pullulated. Then came a year of exceptionally abundant rainfall. The harvest was excellent, and a strike of reapers against piecework led to a state of excitement and expectation in the whole district. All at once the police announced that they had discovered a formidable secret society, the Mano Negra or Black Hand, whose members had formed a plot to assassinate all the landowners of the district. Thousands of arrests were made, there were 300 sentences of imprisonment and, after the usual tortures to obtain evidence, 8 executions. Yet the very existence of the Mano Negra has been disputed. Bernaldo de Quiros, the famous sociologist sent down by the government to investigate, doubted it. Spanish and French newspapers took it up and debated it for years. The nature of the evidence presented in court, the manifest barbarity of the procedure, and the severity of the sentences seemed to show that the whole thing was an invention of the police. New evidence has, however, come to light from which it would appear that there were secret societies that condemned to death not landlords, but informers, and that the desheredados were mixed up in this. But what is also certain is that the police enormously magnified the whole matter and took advantage of it to condemn the leading anarchists of the district without any regard to whether they were innocent or guilty. The Mano Negra episode and the reaction that followed it drove underground once more the anarchist movement in Andalusia. In vain did a Congress summoned at Valencia issue anathemas against criminal activities. An outbreak of bubonic plague on the east coast led to a brief religious revival and to nightly processions of the Virgin about the streets. In Barcelona the Federation was rapidly going downhill. Its lack of fighting spirit and the bitter dissensions between the collectivists and the anarchist communists were disintegrating it. This matter of collectivism and communism must be explained. The question was, in what form would the stateless society of the future be organized? In Bakunin's day the matter had been very little discussed. The word collectivism had been adopted because to French minds communism suggests the phalanstery. 14 In a collectivist society all property and instruments of labor are held in common, but each man has the right to what he can earn by his own work, or to join with other groups who possess that right. Such a method of organization rather presupposes a primitive agrarian form of life and is at first sight not so well adapted to modern industrial conditions. Thus, though it was popular in Andalusia, it was questioned in Barcelona. Communism had the further advantage of being supported by most of the leading anarchists in Europe. Kropotkin, who had taken up what had originally been an Italian theory, had won them over to it. However, another very important idea was involved in this question, that of liberty. The new dogma struck at the conception underlying the whole Bakuninist organization, the liberty that each group had to decide what it thought best. If it were adopted it would put an end to that collaboration of convinced anarchists with large bodies of free workers which was the essence of Bakunin's system. 14 See Kropotkin's Memoirs 0/Refjo/Yoshinisal, p. 446. According to HHN Spanish collectivists HNPLY by collectivism the possession in common of all in Struments of production and the liberty of each group to divide the product as they think fit, according to communist or any other principles. 385 Anarchism in Spain. Here and not in some disagreement about the hypothetical form of the future society lay the real meaning of the controversy. Kropotkin stood for a purification and concentration of the anarchist ranks that would be a serious obstacle to the participation of the masses. The result of this dispute was that, in 1888, the regional federation broke up. The immediate cause of its collapse was a violent discussion as to whether anarchist organizations should consist solely of convinced anarchists or should include all workers who were ready to join. This, as IHAVE explained, was the real issue between communists and collectivists, between Kropotkin and Bakunin. When, with the introduction of anarcho-syndicalism in 1909, it was finally decided in accordance with Bakunin's ideas, the question of the nature of the future form of society became less important. Whilst collectivism was retained as a working basis, the distant ideal became Comunismo Libertario. The next 20 years are the most obscure and ill-defined in the history of Spanish anarchism. For one thing, there was no longer any single anarchist federation covering Spain. In different towns there existed small groups of militants and intellectuals, generally centering round some weekly or fortnightly journal, and in Catalonia there was a trade union, THI Pacto de Solidaridad y Resistencia, of collectivist tendencies, and a smaller organización 6na anarquista, composed of pure anarchists who were mostly communists. Barcelona, Madrid, and a little later Corunna contained the strongest nuclei of militants, whilst in Andalusia rural anarchism pursued its usual rhythm, bursts of millenarian fervor leading up to some great strike or mass demonstration and followed by a decade of apathy. One of these occurred in January 1, 1891, when, inspired by a successful strike in Barcelona, 4,000 laborers armed with sticks and scythes marched into Jerez crying, "We cannot wait another day, we must be the first to begin the revolution, long live anarchy," and occupied it for several hours. On the arrival of the police they dispersed. 2 shopkeepers were murdered in the course of this otherwise harmless X-15. The word libertarian was invented by Sebastian Faure in 1898, when the great anarchist periodical, Revista Blanca, was founded. Since at that time anarchist propaganda was forbidden, some other word had to be used to express the idea. Gerald Brel 388 ployed, but the police made it the excuse for a violent repression, condemning 4 to death and sentencing 18 to long terms of hard labor. 1s The 90s were everywhere the period of anarchist terrorism. We have seen how the loss of its working class adherents and the stupidity of police repressions led to this. But there were other causes as well. The reign of the bourgeoisie was now at its height. Their meanness, their philistinism, their insufferable self-righteousness weighed upon everything. They had created a world that was both dull and ugly, and they were so firmly established in it that it seemed hopeless even to dream of revolution. The desire to shake by some violent action the complacency of this huge, inert, and stagnant mass of middle-class opinion became irresistible. Artists and writers shared this feeling. One must put such books as Flaubert's Bavard et Picochette and Huysmans et Rebours, Butler's and Wilde's epigrams, and Nietzsche's savage outbursts in the same category as the bombs of the anarchists. To shock, to infuriate, to register one's protest became the only thing that any decent or sensitive man could do. L1 In Spain, however, the psychological atmosphere was different. The police were more brutal and governments were more tyrannous, but as they were also more inefficient and more careless, and as life still followed in the easier track of the previous century, the air could still be breathed. Bomb outrages tended less, therefore, to take the form of protests against society in general than to be strict acts of revenge for prison tortures or unjust sentences. The first bomb was thrown, in 1891, at a building, the offices of the great Catalan Employers Association, the Fomento. A strike was in progress and it was thought that a little propaganda by deed would encourage the workers. After this Barcelona suffered from a perfect epidemic of petards and bombs, laid however not so much to injure as to frighten. The people responsible for this were a small group of anarchists, many of them Italians, who believed that in this way they would raise the fighting spirit of the workmen. A book of instructions for making explosives, called the L'Indicatore Anarquista, was handed round, and a watchmaker learned to make Orsini bombs with a time fuse. Malatesta visited Spain and held a large meeting at Madrid. But the leading Spanish militants held aloof. The following year a young man called Pallas threw a bomb at General Martinez Campos in revenge for the execution of two well-known anarchist journalists for complicity in the Horowitz Rising. Martinez Campos was only slightly wounded, but Pallas was tried by court-martial and shot. His friend Santiago Salvador avenged him with a terrible act. He threw a bomb into the stalls of the Liceo Theatre, killing 20 people, half of them women, and wounding many more. The police, who at first could not find out who had done it, arrested 5 leading anarchists at hazard, and, although it was clear that they had no connection with the terrorists, the judges found them guilty. Then Salvador was caught. However, this did not prevent the 5 from being executed as well. 19 The inefficiency of the police on this occasion led to the creation of a new political police force, the Brigada Social. The first act of this police was however a rather peculiar one. The traditional procession with the host on Corpus Christi Day, headed by the bishop, the captain general and other authorities, was on its way to Santa Maria del Mar, when in the Calle de Cambios Nuevos a bomb was thrown from a top-story window onto it. But the bomb did not fall on the head of the procession where the leading dignitaries of the city were walking, it fell on Tejitale, where it killed 7 working-class people and a soldier. The thrower of this bomb was never discovered, but General Weyler, of Cuban war notoriety and at that time Captain General of Barcelona, made an immediate use of the incident. Not merely anarchists but simple anti-clericals were arrested wholesale and thrown into the Montjuic du Ngeons, where the new police was let loose upon them. Here, without any control or any rational object, the most frightful tortures were applied, several died under them, in addition to the official executions. Yet of those executed only one, Ascari, had belonged to the group of bomb throwers. Of those acquitted 61 were sent to the penal settlements of Rio de Oro, a punishment at that time almost worse than death. The Montjuic tortures shocked Europe, and a young Italian anarchist called Angiolillo, then Li6ng in London, was so moved by the account he heard that he made his way to Santa Agueda, where the Prime Minister, Canovas, was taking the waters, and shot him. The loss of Cuba brought this wretched era to an end. Both the government and the army were too discredited to take the field any longer. The terrorist groups were discredited too, and most of their members were either dead or in prison. A new breeze began to stir the drooping leaves of anarchism. First it began to be said that the general strike and not the bomb was the true revolutionary weapon, then it was passed round that the triumph of anarchism, like the triumph of Catholicism and the triumph of liberalism, could only come from the schools. The young must be educated in the libertarian doctrine before the conquest of power could begin. A movement for founding anarchist schools therefore grew up in various parts of the country. At Barcelona the Escuela Modma was founded by Francisco Ferrer. At this children were brought up to believe in liberty, social equality, and so on, and above everything else to hate the church, which taught false and perverted doctrines. There were also night schools for adults and a printing press that turned out a continuous stream of anarchist books and pamphlets. Ferrer himself, a narrow-minded pedant with few attractive qualities, professed to have given up all belief in violence and to have abjured his anarchist connections, but this need not be taken too seriously. The recent persecutions had made discretion desirable. Other schools were founded in Andalusia. Workingmen were taught to read and to abjure religion, vice, and alcoholism. A woman, Belén, founded a society for working women in the province of Malaga that had 20,000 members, mostly field laborers. This movement corresponded to a period of intellectual expansion. Never before had Spanish anarchism contained men of education and ideas. It also began to open its ranks to the middle classes. Teresa del Marmol, one of the leading anarchists of the period, was the director of the Polytechnic Academy at Barcelona and came from one of the best families in the city. José López Montenegro, who edited La Huelga General, had been a colonel in the army. Ricardo Mella, a Galician typographer, was the only Spaniard to make any contribution to anarchist theory. Many young writers and intellectuals too were drawn into the acratic orbit. Ramiro de Maeztu and Azarin both sat for a time in their cafes and flirted with libertarian ideas. In Spain, just as in France, anarchism was the fashion. But the intense seriousness, which seemed to them narrowness and fanaticism, of the anarchists ended by driving most of these young dilettantes away, and the arrival of syndicalism closed the anarchist ranks for good and all to bourgeois sympathizers. Since 1910 the attitude of the Spanish anarchists towards the intellectuals has been consistently hostile. They have had their Guerra I.D. Brennan. Own writers others. 390. And thinkers and have not been interested in. For syndicalism was now in the air, the new belief in the efficacy of the general strike was due to its influence. It led to the formation in Madrid in 1900 of a Federation of Workers of the Spanish region, founded on the classic models of 1873 and 1881. This culminated 2 years later in a metallurgic strike in Barcelona in which many other workers joined. The strike failed and was followed by a temporary setback. The workmen left the anarchist unions in swarms and the federation collapsed. But it had given rise to a great deal of enthusiasm all over Spain and to an unprecedented wave of millenarian fervor in Andalusia. It was clear that it was only a matter of time before the new syndicalist methods of organization, with their superior vigor and cohesion, would cross the Pyrenees into Spain. Richard Hofstadter. Anarchism versus the Italian State 1. Richard Hofstadter. Since 1946 Hofstadter has worked and researched the field of European socialism. He has contributed widely to European and American historical journals. His investigations have been conducted primarily in Italy for the last 5 years with the support of research grants. Hofstadter took his advanced degree in modern European history at the University of California. He has held a teaching fellowship at the University of California and served as an associate professor of modern European history at the University of Arkansas for several years before going to Italy. His book, The Italian Socialist Movement, Origins, /860-1882, represents the first of an anticipated 3-volume history of Italian socialism. Italian liberalism and the socialist problem. The National Organization of Italian Socialism at Rimini made the government's attitude toward its activity an important conditioning factor in its development. With the authoritarian-libertarian issue resolved in favor of the anarchists, with the Mazzinian cause compromised in the eyes of radical youth by monarchical consolidation, with Garibaldi isolating himself from a movement whose program he disapproved, Cafiero, Malatesta, Costa, and their comrades could now try to actuate their program, no longer constrained to expend the bulk of their energies defending themselves against these republican foes. Opposition persisted after the summer of 1872, but the anarchist chieftains considered it weakened sufficiently that they no longer needed to extend themselves in decrying the authoritarianism of Marx and the General Council, the political theology of Mazzini, and Garibaldi's confusion of socialism with the brotherhood of man. By the fall of 1872, the ground was cleared for a new battle and a new enemy, Here Noir indicated by their central tenet, the state. The policy of the government in handling a movement intent on subverting the political and social foundations of the state constituted, so long as the movement retained its ideological and organizational integrity, the determining external element affecting Italian anarchism's growth and development. To keep the matter in proper perspective, it must be remembered that from the government's point of view, even from that of the Italian middle class, the challenge of the international, to the extent it was considered a challenge at all, was a relatively minor one during the decade of the 1870s. Bourgeois public opinion, like that of the men in government, saw in the internationalist phenomenon a symptom of discontent deriving from poverty, a discontent susceptible, by the same token, to the curative powers of enlightened paternalism. The threat warrant ed no except. Richard Hofstadter 392. Tional measures. Not until the late 1870s did Italian industrialization and the worker unrest it brought in its wake arouse concern, not in the middle class as a whole, but among those productive groups with economic interests directly affected. By then, however, the problem no longer presented itself as a socialist or internationalist one, for the Italian international was already being rent by the centrifugal force of defection in its own ranks. In a broad sense, the ruling classes did not take the socialist challenge seriously until, in the 1880s, they began to identify it with the workers' movement. During most of the preceding decade, the absence of an industrial proletariat in a country just emerging from an artisan production system kept Italy's political class from attributing any real political importance to the Socialist International. Hence, any discussion of the government's attitude toward the movement in the ED and mid-1870s must depart from the premise that, however vital to the existence of the International the government's point of view, the attitude itself reflected no sense of serious peril to bourgeois class interests. The period extending from September 1, 1872, to July 1, 1876, featured, in succession, the planning and organizing of an armed insurrection, its attempted execution in August 1, 1874, and a subsequent series of internationalist trials. As the representative, defendant, and executive arm of bourgeois class interests, the government, by all the canons of Marxist historiography, should have immediately extirpated the Italian International by the simple expedient of exceptional laws. The anarchists' program flatly challenged every ideal of middle-class society. Moreover, the constitutional right, not the left, was in power during this period. Government reaction to the attempted subversion should have reflected and did, according to contemporary historians of the Marxist left, the dynamics of class conflict, hinged on fear and unalloyed bourgeois class egotism. Yet, by July 1, 1876, all the internationalists implicated in the 1874 attempt, having faced judges and juries drawn from the ranks of the possessing classes, found themselves free to reorganize their association on the same platform adopted at Rimini 4 years before, free to repeat their attempt to subvert the state and society by conspiracy and violence. Several contingent reasons partially explain this outcome. Juries were influenced to leniency by appreciation of the existing social inequities the defendants claimed had motivated their actions. The prosecution mounted woefully inept cases. There were too many instances of third-degree tactics by the police to extract confessions, of the use of agents provocateurs, of flimsy, irrelevant, and distorted evidence. Clever defense lawyers easily proved that their clients' actions did not fit the rigorous requirements of Italian laws defining conspiracy and attempted subversion of state security. Some of the leading defendants, in addressing the juries, proved exceedingly eloquent, masters of sentimental rhetoric, sympathy in their persons. Generally, they depicted themselves as the voice of popular conscience, protesting social injustice, as martyrs under the rod of reaction. By 1875–76, moreover, the government of the right reached the pinnacle of its unpopularity, for reasons that went far beyond its social policy. Finally, the whole Risorgimento tradition of Mazzinian coup de main, of Garibaldian enterprises, of Agesilao Milano, of Felice Orsini, of Carlo Pisacane, sanctified, in the eyes of many, the actions of these latter-day paladins of the crusade against tyranny. Still, if one goes beyond these immediate reasons for the exoneration of internationalists who, if they did not quite qualify as culprits under the specific charges brought against them, were certainly guilty of attempted insurrection in point of fact, it becomes clear that the favorable verdicts derived from a climate of public opinion i.e., informed bourgeois opinion that was contrary to any departure from strict legality in handling the anarcho-socialist phenomenon, regardless of how unequivocally the internationalists stated their challenge to bourgeois society. Any government action against a political faction could not avoid close scrutiny by public opinion. Any suspicion that such action violated the principle of liberty under law meant that no Italian government, under normal circumstances, could hope to win approval of repressive measures. So long as the right was in power, i.e., until March 1, 876, the prevailing spirit among moderates was legitarian and liberal, and what an Italian statesman told the French ambassador in the Summer of 1872 was generally true, even after 1876, of public opinion as well. We have suffered so much because of arbitrary action when we lived according to the caprices of our Richard Hofstadter 394. Many governments, that we want to believe in legality, now that we feel ourselves sufficiently strong to be a nation, one and free, and we are clear-sighted enough to believe in liberty only under law. To what degree was the government of the right, between 1872 and 1876, responsive to this spirit? The reader may judge from the ensuing record of the Italian international's experience, but certainly the meaning of that experience, in relation to the question at issue, is by no means clear except in the context of certain basic articles of faith prevalent among the men who ruled Italy. A summary of their attitude toward the social question, the international, and the general problem of how to deal with the socially subversive movement, points to the conclusion that the government reaction aroused by the insurrectional attempt of the anarchists was more maladroit than vicious, more the product of bewilderment than of class interest, certainly not aimed at the suppression of any political economic program, not even as Giovanni Lanza, a man of the parliamentary right, told one of his colleagues that inspired by the most absurd sophisms of the socialist school. As viewed by the government, there was no real problem, in fact, as long as the propagation of these sophisms involved no organized attempt to overthrow the government by violence. When the anarchists actually tried social liquidation, however, the terms of the conflict became more complex, not because suppression was technically impossible, but because men deeply attached to classical liberal principles would not adopt the only effective method of eliminating the international in Italy, exceptional laws, frankly violating constitutional liberties. The anarchists' exploitation of the government's dilemma proved only a temporary advantage, for it merely hastened the day when the government, no longer bound by liberal scruples, would treat them, not as political opponents, but as an association of malefactors, legally in the category of common thieves and ruffians. That this development was delayed until the fall of the right from power in 1876 attests, in itself, to the strength of the liberal idea among moderates, such as Marco Menghetti, Giovanni Lanza, and Quintino Sella. The Italian internationals' war on the state from the Congress of Rimini to the summer of 1876 constituted always within the limits indicated at the beginning of this chapter a challenge to the liberal premises of Italy's ruling class. To what extent could that class tolerate direct attack on the principles of property, patria, and in the classical sense liberty? Prior to the summer of 1872 the necessity of finding an answer to such a question had probably not even occurred to the men responsible for the government of the Italian state. The reasons were several. In the first place, they had no comprehension of the objective realities of the social problem, and even the term, social question, left them perplexed. Liberalism was their religion, but it remained a moral and juridical abstraction, only vaguely related to the framework of objective facts in which liberty might become the possession of all. That freedom of thought, of association, of meeting, of speech, etc., might be less than sacred to a man with an empty stomach was a notion extraneous to their thinking. This did not mean they were blind to the need of ameliorating the lot of the poor. The matter was the source of lively discussion in the pages of the Giornal di Medina in the spring of 1871. Marco Menghetti, convinced that the redemption of the plebes was the supreme objective of the century, worried about the law estate of the peasants and the political implications of widely diffused poverty. Francesco de Sanctis underlined the social question as the most serious problem confronting the rulers of Italy, arguing that its solution was the only means of overcoming the public indifference and apathy implicit in parties and formulas no longer corresponding to the realities of the situation. These exceptions, however, only underscored the fact that the great majority of Italy's ruling class reposed their faith in paternalism and charity as the best technique of solving the social problem. That their ideas and prejudices in regard to the relations between capital and labor needed serious revision, that charity, as a method of dealing with material poverty, belonged to an outmoded era morally inferior to ours, as Mazzini would have it. These were concepts tenaciously clung to, destined to find expression throughout the next several decades. Social conservatism, defense of the existing social order, was no less a hallmark of the constitutional left than of the right. The differences were only in tone, stemming mostly from the left's eagerness to present itself as the vade-mecum. Richard Hofstadter 398. Of the country's democratic forces. Substantially, all the parliamentary representatives of the Italian bourgeoisie agreed that property was sacred, that the middle class was the legitimate bulwark of the nation's political and social life. It was an organ of the left, in fact, that sustained the legitimate and merited influence of the bourgeoisie and the propertied class in the newly created state, pointing out that in its contribution to the making of the fatherland, it did not form a class apart but actually opened the way to complete emancipation for the worker and the rural class. If the poor man worked hard, if he showed diligence, if he saved, if he demonstrated goodwill and capacity, he, too, could enter the ranks of the possessing classes, and not far beneath the surface lay the implication that poverty stemmed from vice, or at least from a lack of initiative and/or ability. If the bourgeois class was open to the economically successful workers, the distinction between bourgeoisie and popolo was merely semantic. It was argued that, if there were two opposed classes in Italian society, they consisted of those who worked and those who agitated, those who minded their own business and the professional subversives. Actually, the social problem was not one of opposed classes, but of the relations between individuals. Individually, the worker was free to improve his material status, to become bourgeois. Secondly, along with this social conservatism and the lack of understanding of the social problem that contributed to it, there was considerable bewilderment, perhaps inevitably on the part of Italian liberal politicians, as to what might be done to counteract the threatened rupture of the nexus between liberty and patria, their abiding article of faith in the making of Italy. Socialism had emerged as an international movement, understanding liberty as the right to ignore the principle of private property in the name of the majority's well-being. In creating Italy, the liberals thought they had demonstrated, beyond all question, the indissoluble tie between their liberal ideas and a free, united fatherland. Yet, the masses seemed not to have noticed. Many, without any urging by the socialists, even considered the unification a hoax perpetrated on the common people for the benefit of the signori. That unity had actually worsened the plight of the masses, and in some regions of the peninsula there was more than a grain of truth to the assertion. National unity did not satisfy the material aspirations of Italian workers and peasants. For that matter, they probably expected no such change in their fortunes, given their unconcern with the essentially political ideals of the Risorgimento. The cost of living climbed steadily in the post-unity years, and, so far as inadequate statistics indicate, the index of real wages in industry between 1870 and 1876 was generally downward. Ever since the unification, there had been strikes and peasant disturbances, all reflecting economic distress, and in the summer of 1872, between the beginning of July and the end of August, 31 strikes occurred in 25 different localities, including a 9-day general strike in Turin and a 3-day general strike in Milan that took the combined efforts of the police and troops to quell, though the authorities concluded that the International was not the prime mover behind the strikes. There was evidence that the IWA had favored them. There was concern, too, about a possible connection between the Italian strikes and contemporaneous disturbances in France. The Italian Foreign Office wanted its representative in Paris to sound out the Quai d'Orsay on whether the French and Italian strikes had derived from common instructions originating with the Socialist International. An official of the Pubblica Sicurezza, in reporting on the outbreaks, concluded that they had demonstrated anything but a subversive temper among our working classes, but cautioned that a simple password, emanating from secret conventicles of obscure persons, can, from one moment to the next, throw thousands and thousands of deluded into the piezas. There was no disguising the fact that insurrectionism, nonetheless, was again becoming identified with social unrest and upheaval, a disturbing reminder of an aspect of the 1848 movement that Italian liberals preferred to forget. The fact alone, writes Jobad, that remained in the popular tradition as synonymous with disorder and anarchy, and that a 48 became a very common expression for designating great tumult, peoples in the piazzas and the plundering of houses, sufficiently proves how profound the impression had been. In the context of 1872, with the Italian national revolution completed, no patriotic objective remained to hallow disorder with social revolutionary overtones. Quite to the contrary, for the socialist interna. Richard Hofstadter 398. Chanel, the suspected inspiration of this latter-day plebeian unrest, was seen as a mortal enemy of not only private property, but of the sacred principle of patria as well. Where Pisaccane's socialism had been patriotic and national, that of the International Association cut across national boundaries, appealing to the classes against the nations. This situation sui generis had no precedent in the experience of the men who had made the New Italy. But given their long-held conviction that patriotism and liberty were sufficiently impelling aspirations among all Italians to absorb any conceivable social longings of the multitudes, their ready sense to draw any inference from the situation that might suggest measures inconsistent with their faith and classical liberal principles is understandable. National unity, guaranteed constitutional liberties, economic freedom, with these blessings, it was felt, no Italian could find fault with the new society. Of course, there would always be poverty, but every citizen also had the right to work out his own economic salvation in a liberal economy. His newly won political freedom guaranteed his immunity to extremist doctrines. The irreducible minimum of material suffering could be dealt with by private charity. Besides, as the constitutionalists of both right and left were fond of believing, Italy, with its predominantly agricultural economy, lacked the combustible material for a social conflagration. More concretely, the men in government had no compelling reason to interpret economically motivated disturbances of the workers and peasants as symptoms of a social problem dangerous to the stability and security of the state. For one thing, the Italian internationalists made no real effort to exploit the strikes of 1872 by organizing the workers for the cause of socialism. Cafiero, Malatesta, Costa, and the rest were far too involved in their feud with the London General Council to see the opportunity under their noses, a failing that Benoît Malin recalled to their chagrin several years later. In Italy, while thousands of workers were wandering around the public squares, the chiefs were concerning themselves with discussions about the merits of anarchy and about the proximity of the social revolution. Instead of acting, they philosophized. Instead of throwing themselves into the fray, they conspired. Secondly, the overall picture of the new nation's economic health was reassuring. Private wealth, after severe downward fluctuations during the decade 1860–70, appreciably increased from 1871 to 1875. In the same period, average income increased by more than 70% over the average for 1866–70. Besides, in terms of dissatisfaction with the status quo, the low-income segment of Italian society was only one of several lamenting the economic and financial policies of the government. If, as a modern student of that epoch insists, the men of the right, with social roots firmly embedded in the agrarian proprietor class of the north-central region of Italy, were substantially blind to the demands and appetites of the bourgeois fractions most advanced in a capitalistic sense, how much less were they prepared to interpret sporadic peasant and worker disturbances, however severe, as symptomatic of a social problem in the modern sense? It is true that proletarian unrest, if channeled by the International, could conceivably develop into a real challenge to the political structure of the Italian state, whereas the opposition of bourgeois financiers and industrial pressure groups was premised on its continued existence. But even eliminating from consideration the rights foes within the ranks of those accepting the existing political system does not bring the workers and peasants into focus as a class threat to the status quo. The men of the right, with their high sense of the state, judged their opponents in essentially political terms, and the use of this criterion, in the early 1870s, led them to see a far greater threat in Republicans and clericals than in the embryonic socialist movement. Significantly, the right's discounting of the Red Menace was partly due to the clerical charge that socialism was not only the logical consequence of liberal doctrines but about to inherit the earth unless, of course, all anti-socialist forces mustered under the wing of Christ's vicar. Though very clear about the threat of republicanism per se, the government could not always discern exactly where Republican propaganda left off and that of the socialists began. The difficulty was inescapable, since practically all Italian socialists were ex-republicans, while many republicans were in the process of making the transition to the socialist camp. As late as the summer of 1872, many of the prominent socialists, thanks, in part, to Garibaldi's equivocal stand on the International, had still not broken with the Party of Action. Men like Celso Ciaretti, Pescatore, Piccoli Poggiali, Tito Zanardelli, and Salvatore Battaglia probably never accepted the premises that impelled Costa, Malatesta, and Cafiero to argue a dialectical incompatibility between their vision of a future society and that envisaged by a Mazzini or a Garibaldi. In the sphere of action, as in that of propaganda, the socialist and Republican currents were often intermingled, frequently causing the authorities to see the hand of the International in Republican manifestations and vice versa. The purely Republican disorders in Milan on July 24, 1870, and those of the following month in Genoa caused La Perseveranza to remark the strange concomitance of a political with a social movement, of a Republican effort against property. Or, again, when practically all but a handful of socialists lent their support to the Garibaldian Congress project in the winter of 1871–72, it is not surprising that the authorities could not persuade themselves that the movement was essentially Republican in inspiration and intent. Such confusion inhibited any clear appreciation of the socialist movement as a distinct challenge in itself. If anything, it tended to suggest that republicanism was acquiring further strength by identifying itself more closely with the economic aspirations of the humbler classes. A more compelling reason for the moderates of the government to see republicanism as the only conceivably serious danger on the left was implicit in the circumstances surrounding the completion of national unity with the capture of Rome. Given the demonstrable fascination of French ideas and political developments for the Italians, the creation of the Third French Republic on September 4, 1870, suggested the possibility that the Italian Republican movement would be spurred to greater and more effective efforts. The overthrow of Napoleon III was no cause for rejoicing by the Italian bourgeois press. The Florentine liberal daily, La Nazione, spoke for a huge segment of ruling class opinion when, 3 days after the proclamation of the Third Republic, 401 Anarchism versus the Italian Stat. Lick, it insisted that Italy was now essentially a conservative nation and that, to be such, meant saving Italian unity, independence, and society from those who once more wanted to Frenchify Italy in the name of the Republic, that now Republicans must be fought in the name of national freedom, they must be opposed as traitors to La Patria. The monarchy was equated with Italian patriotism. Only the monarchy could guarantee national liberty, independence, and unity. In fact, a primary consideration motivating the government's decision to occupy Rome was precisely the fear that the Republicans would take the initiative if the monarchy did not. 6ct or Emmanuel and his ministers were under no illusions, furthermore, that conservative, monarchical Europe would tolerate a revolutionary Republican solution of the Italian question, given Italy's unsavory reputation thanks to the way in which unity had been accomplished as a focal point of revolutionism in the European body politic. Superficially viewed, the capture of Rome seemed to remove the Republican peril. Mazzini's followers deserted his cause in increasing numbers, many of the former Republican conspirators, from Francesco Crispi to Benedetto Cro2, accepted the Sabata monarchy. Garibaldi, for all his republican and even socialist pronunciamentos, was no longer a serious enemy. Mazzini's tirades against the Paris Commune, his implicit alliance with the forces of conservatism against the Reds, did not go unnoticed by the ruling classes. Still, they could not fail to notice that it was precisely this alliance that alienated many of his followers without noticeably dampening their republican convictions and ambitions. Mazzini's personal prestige was no safe barometer of the republican potential, in any case, since the very existence of the Third French Republic and de portentis Republican rumblings in Carlist Spain promised to feed the republican spirit in the peninsula far more than a THIRD Mazzini, now giving his last energies to defending Italian youth against the inroads of corrupting materialism. Republican sentiment was plainly declining nowhere nearly as fast as the Genos's personal influence among his once new Me or Us band. But it was declining. And considering that Socialism was rated far below republicanism as a danger to the regime, the slight degree of the moderates' worry about the former becomes apparent. The most revealing test of the government's attitude toward the so-called specter of socialism was its net reaction to the Paris Commune, viewed by Italian, as well as European bourgeois opinion as a supreme effort of the Socialist International. There is no doubt, reported the Italian ambassador to Paris on March 22, 1871, that the Parisian movement is the exclusive work of the International and that its most distinctive and even determining characteristic is social and communist and nothing else. The bourgeois press of Italy fully concurred in this judgment. Nor did the government see the phenomenon of class warfare in Paris as extraneous to Italian interests. In March 1, 1871, it was informed by one of its consuls in France that a Garibaldian legion was being organized clandestinely in Paris, which, backed by the International, aspired to proclaim a republic in Italy and Spain and subsequently join the French communards in a war of revenge against Germany. The Italian foreign minister, Visconti Venosta, never an alarmist, was convinced that the strength of communard resistance testified to a real danger for Europe, especially for Italy, so close to the conflagration, with numerous socialist elements within her borders. His conclusion, the true measure of his inquietude, that in the presence of the common enemy, the powers should come to an understanding as to the means of reducing and disarming it. Significantly, Visconti Venosti's private opinion never became public policy. However initially serious their concern, whatever their fears, the misgivings of Italy's rulers entailed no extraordinary government measures against socialism. Like Cavour, they, too, put no faith in force as an antidote to a dangerous idea. The socialist school, Cavour had assured them, could not be fought effectively except by opposing other principles to its principles. In the economic order, as in the political order, ideas are combated effectively only with ideas, principles with principles, material repression avails little. There is no doubt that, for a time, cannon and bayonets can repress theories and maintain material order, but if these theories are forced into the intellectual sphere, sooner or later, will gain the victory in the political and economic order. Once the Commune was liquidated, the moderates were not far behind the parliamentary left in proclaiming Italy 403 anarchism versus the Italian state, beyond the reach of socialist subversion and the International. The bourgeois press unanimously opined that, however much the International was to be damned, it still did not concern Italy. A communard uprising was out of the question in Italy, declared L'Opinion on June 1, for the internal situation was too good to admit an effective subversion of society. La Perseveranza counted on the uncorrupted mentality of Italian workers. Here are lacking almost all the elements that concur to create the morbid conditions of other countries. Here the threatening agglomerations of a worker population still do not exist in any city. Here the corruption of customs has not yet reached that extreme limit met elsewhere. Here living is cheaper and consequently needs are fewer. Here the people are still not infected with that leprosy which for so long has insinuated itself among the working classes of the great European centers. here. In brief, instead of a corrupted people to be cured, we have a virginal people to be educated. To Derrida, organ of the left, was certain that proletarian sufferings in France and England had no parallel in Italy. Not an overabundance, but a shortage of labor was Italy's problem. Fear of social war, therefore, was unfounded. In July, when Bismarck wanted the Italian government to join in a common action by the powers against the members of the IWA, the same Italian foreign minister who had thought well of the general idea in April was now convinced that in predominantly agrarian Italy there were only insignificant traces of the International. The only danger might arise, thought he, from a unification of the malcontents of the regime, including the Mazzinians, with the socialist nuclei, but even this was a relative peril, since the general tranquility prevailing in Italy and diffused dynastic sentiment would frustrate any Mazzinian or socialist effort. The Minister of Interior, too, was no less convinced, on the basis of his subordinates' investigations, that the IWA was having sparse success in establishing itself in Italy. As late as November 1, 1871, exactly 1 month after Carlo Cafiero assured Engels that the International has possessed itself of the whole of Italy, Giovanni Lanza informed Vis. Richard Hostetter 404. Conti v Nosta that the socialist sect had but a few dispersed adherents and little influence, and on May 3, 1872, he told the French ambassador that he was perfectly informed on the activity of the Socialist International in Italy, numbering no more than 3,000 to 4,000 adherents. Mazzinians and socialists were at odds, and Grebald, aspiring to unite them, lacked the necessary organizing capacity. He is only a name and a banner whose role has been played out in Italy. The only danger, in the minister's 6 lay in a rapprochement between FREMASONRY and the INTERNATIONAL. The International Association, especially in Italy, is in a state of very rudimentary formation and is still seeking to decide on how to manifest its action. The government was more than vaguely interested, of course, in the conspiratorial activity of individual agitators. Police surveillance reports on Carlo Cafiero in 1871-72 made a fat file, representing the expenditure of considerable time, energy, and money. The British government was unsuccessfully importuned to cooperate with Rome authorities in keeping track of Italian agitators arriving in London. Paris and London sent alarming reports on the comings and goings of real or presumed agents of the IWA. Italian diplomats in European capitals busied themselves making inquiries of a police nature concerning the activities of those of their compatriots abroad whom the Minister of Interior, frequently unjustifiably, claimed were anything but simple tourists. Yet, during the pre-Rimini period, there was a definite lack of consistency in the way the government reacted to socialist activity. Cafiero was arrested when the Neapolitan section was dissolved in August 1, 1871, but never brought to trial. Vincenzo Pezza, arrested in late March, tried in May, and sentenced to 5 months in jail, was free before the end of July to conspire with Bakunin and agitate in the columns of 2 Gazzettino Rosa. Socialist sections and newspapers pro-life raided during the year following the Commune, congresses were held and resolutions publicized. Arbitrary actions by the police were frequent, but more often the product of an excessive zeal on the part of prefects and local questori than of any pressure from Rome. The liberals running the central government had no intention of significantly abridging the right of association or politica expression on the sole grounds of membership in or sympathy with the principles of the Socialist International. Basically, it was the strength of liberal ideals, however unrelated to social realities, that accounted for half-hearted repressive measures against socialists, for the token incarcerations, for the growth, not decline, of socialist newspapers, for the willingness to allow known conspirators like Cafiero, Malatesta, and Costa to unite Italian socialists at Rimini and enunciate a program calling for open war on bourgeois society. The moderate spirit of legality inherent in their liberal creed that prompted the French ambassador to assure Paris that the Rome government would take no extraordinary measures against the Jesuits, was the same spirit animating those leaders when they undertook action more maladroit than malign against the anarchists only when the latter adopted violence as the primary means of propagating their doctrines. When the Italian International took up arms, the men in government, whose liberal system had permitted socialists to organize for violent ends, tried to apply the only formula consistent with their legalitarian convictions: formal prosecution of internationalists on charges of conspiracy and attempted subversion of state security. The net result: they found themselves held guilty by public opinion of arbitrary action, illegal suppression of ideas, and sacrificing their own liberal principles. It was an ironic turn of affairs, for the charge derived, not from any arbitrary campaign of government repression, but from the incidental features, already noted, of the trial themselves and, above all, from the unpopularity the government had brought on itself for reasons unrelated to its treatment of internationalists. In brief, interpretation of the Italian International's experience in the 4 years following Rimini as the product of a bourgeois government's fear-ridden reaction to the specter of socialism simplifies the telling but ignores the facts. The eclipse of Marxian influence. After the Rimini Congress, the term internationalist in Italy was synonymous with Bakuninist or anti-authoritarian collectivist. To use the anarchists' own label, Marxist penetration was practically non-existent. In early November, Richard Hofstadter 408. 1872, Engels considered Enrico Bignami, editor of La Plebe, as the only individual who has taken our part in Italy, but admitted that the Lodi publicist's support was something less than energetic. He has printed my report on the Hague Congress and a letter that I wrote him. Bignami's tepid performance was excused on the ground that he finds himself right in the middle of the autonomists and must still take certain precautions. 2 weeks later, Engels was asking Zarga, the new Secretary General of the Council, for full powers for Italy, lest the Marxist cause be completely lost. Letters to Bignami and occasional pieces of La Plebe were not enough. For that matter, neither were polemical contributions, in the opinion of Bignami, who apparently wanted to give the Marxist view a fair hearing in the battle of ideas, without committing himself in the dispute. He made a distinction between personal invective and name-calling, on the one hand, and discussion of principles, on the other. Engels had sent him the anti-anarchist Les Prétendus Zions early in June, but Bignami acknowledged receipt of the diatribe in a way that clearly announced he was hardly enthusiastic about its substance. Bignami made the warning explicit on November 1, when he urged Engels to speak as you please about the International but do not engage in polemics with the friends of Rimini. This time, Engels took the hint, for late in October he sent Bignami an article entitled On Authority, which, as a friendly analyst admits, examined anarchism, lore the first time, on the plane of principle, going beyond personal and contingent polem ics. Marx soon followed suit with Indifference in Political Matters, but by the time these 2 essays appeared in print, it was far too late for them to have any real influence on Italian socialists. After this lone contribution to enlightening Italians on the dialectical superiority of scientific socialism, Engels quickly reverted to the personal and the contingent. When Bignami was jailed for publishing a General Council circular in La Plebe on November 1, Engels saw the police action as proof that the Italian government considered the General Council and its supporters far more dangerous than the Bakuninists. Nothing happier could have happened to us in Italy. In early January 1873, he was reduced to Thing. 407 Anarchism versus the Italian State. Of the success of Marxian socialism in Italy in bargain counter terms, a colossal success might be had for the sum of $30 to $50. To Zarga he wrote on January 4. Bignami bombards me with letters demanding help for him and 3 other prisoners. In America something should be done. It is of the highest importance that Lodi be sustained from the outside. It is our most solid post in Italy, and, now that Turin no longer gives any sign of life, the only one on which we can count. In Lodi a much more important result can be obtained, and with less money, than with the jewelry workers' strike in Geneva. With half of what would be uselessly sacrificed for Geneva, or even less, one might obtain a colossal success in Italy. Think of the rage of the if they could read in La Plebe, subscription for the families, etc., received from the General Council of the LNT, New York, so many lire, and if the General Council suddenly proved its existence in this manner. Certainly you should be able to get together $30 or $50, but, little or much, send something and right away, promising, if possible, still further donations. If we were to lose Lodi and La Plebe, we should no longer have a single foothold in Italy. When the Marxist plenipotentiary for Italy felt constrained to seek the affirmation of Marxism and the existence of the General Council through such petty and inconsequential needling of the Bakuninists, it should have surprised no one including Engels himself, if he had faced the facts of the situation that Lodi and La Plebe were Marxism's sole point d'appui in the peninsula. Bignami himself was anything but a convinced Marxist. He dickered with Marx to translate and publish Das Kapital in the winter of 1872-73, he accepted money from Engels to sustain him in his quarrels with the local authorities, he continued to publish news and proclamations of the General Council, but when La Plebe resumed publication May 1, 1873, Engels decided against contributing further to its columns, no doubt convinced that the eclecticism displayed by Bignami in his choice of socialist writings for La Plebe made the newspaper an unsuitable medium for the divulgation of Marxian texts. One contemporary historian of the Italian socialist movement interprets Bignami's entertainment of Engels' anti-anarchist pieces in La Plebe as merely the fruit of an intelligent curiosity for the great and new movements of European culture, and doubts that the Lodi publicist had assimilated the ideas expressed by his London collaborators. Nor were Bignami's contributors to La Plebe an influence toward an understanding or acceptance of the doctrines exported from London. Benoît Malin, the French communard exile who exercised a notably moderating influence on Italian socialism during the next 2 decades, had already concluded that both Marxists and anarchists were too sectarian in spirit, too committed to pushing their own narrow interpretations of the I.W.A.'s basic principles, to give practical effect to the dictum that the workers must accomplish their own emancipation. Though Mellon vigorously criticized the anarchists and their insurrectionism, the reformist socialism he preached integral socialism, as he characterized it in later year old never be squared with Marx's stress on the necessity of proletarian political action. Osvaldo Nacchiaviani, Bignami's other leading collaborator, also had little sympathy for Bakuninism, but his unlimited faith in the efficacy of proletarian action on a purely economic plane, in trade unionist solidarity and resistance as the primary means of struggle, put him as far from the Marxist position as Malin. His consuming interest during the period of anarchist fever in Italy was not opposing Marxist doctrine to the influence of Bakunin, but in advancing the cause of the Universal League of Workers' Corporations, founded in Geneva in November 1, 1873, as a kind of Third International to supplant both the anarchist and authoritarian movements. Its program was almost purely syndicalist, especially in its rejection of Marx's contention that the first duty of the working class is the conquest of political power. On this central point, Nacchiaviani was clearly as deviationist as the anarchists, though for quite different reasons. As late as November 1, 1875, he was to write, "When and where I can, I definitely eliminate politics, and when I cannot eliminate it, I not only subordinate it to the economic question, but, since I contemplate it from a certain scientific point of view, it happens that I always see it either in a sinister or at least a dubious light." In Rome, where Nacchiaviani exercised his greatest practical influence in the local IWA section, his trade unionist preferences were reflected in the fact that until the section was wrecked by the arrest of Nacchiaviani and his fellow organizers on May 1, 1873, the group concerned itself almost exclusively with problems of economic resistance and syndical organization. Still, the section was formally affiliated with the anarchist Italian Federation and maintained fairly frequent contacts with the Correspondence Commission before the summer of 1873. On the other hand, there is no trace of ties with Engels and / or the General Council after Naki formally notified Engels on August 1, 1872, of the section's creation. In the summer of 1873, the leadership of the organization passed into the hands of a group of anarchist immigrants from the Romagna and the Marches, all disciples of social liquidation, not trade unionism. In Florence, the same process of ideological clarification, in a sense unfavorable to the General Council, occurred within the local internationalist nucleus. The Rimini Decisions of August 1, 1872, proved catalytic, for it was around them and the question of breaking with the General Council that heated discussions revolved during the ensuing weeks. Luigi Stefanani resigned from the Fascio Operaio in late August, not because he had softened his hostility toward the Marxists he had condemned in the spring, but because he had no taste for the insurrectional implications of the now dominant brand of Italian socialism. Antonio Martinotti also resigned and briefly entertained the notion of founding a new section, loyal to the General Council, but it was Angelo Dalmasso, close friend of the unsavory Terzaghi, who gave practical effect to Martinotti's project early in November. After Dalmasso left Florence for Turin, however, the pro-General Council section soon lost its ardor for supporting a lost cause. The Fascio Operaio itself was dissolved by the police on December 1, 1872, but true to time-sanctioned practice it was reconstituted 3 days later as the Florentine Workers' Federation, an organization notably successful in Richard Hofstadter 410. 1873 in organizing and propagandizing the workers of Phi.Orins and its neighboring PC. No trace of a connection with the Marxist faction is to be found, but in February 1, 1873, the Governing Council of the Federation sent a declaration of solidarity to the anarchist Jura Federation, approving its conduct vis-a-vis the New York General Council. By midsummer, the most influential figures in the Tuscan Association were activists of the anarchist Italian Federation, Lorenzo Piccoli Paggiali, Gaetano Grassi, and Francesco Natta. The only conceivable threat to their supremacy, the influence of moderates of the Stefanani-Martinotti persuasion, was about overcome. So far as the local quaestor could determine, the Florentine anarchists had nothing to fear from Martinotti, for he has lost all influence among the internationalists, as among the Republicans. The Florentine socialist movement was sequentially tied to the anarchist cause. Probably the most telling evidence that the Marxists, in the post-Rimini period, had lost their foothold in Italy is the fact that they were reduced, by the end of 1873, to speculate on the possibility of making an ally of none other than Carlo Terzaghi, notwithstanding that Marx himself had made some serious charges against the Turinese in his Alliance of Socialist Democracy, that in mid-March, 1873, the anarchists, at their Bologna Congress, expelled him as a police agent after hearing a well-documented indictment presented by Andrea Costa. Even the charitable if not gullible Garibaldi, long flattered by Terzaghi, had complimented Celso Ciaretti on his condemnation of Terzaghi as an agent provocateur in police employ. In his newly founded newspaper, La Discussione, Terzaghi announced in September 1873, that he had moved bag and baggage into the Marxist camp. Only a few weeks later, John Becker, now a Marxist luminary, urged the Secretary General of the IWA to get in touch with Terzaghi without delay, for I have reason to believe that something can be done in Italy with this fellow. The consolidation of Bakuниnism. With respect to propaganda and organizational attività in Italy, practically all the energy expended in the name of socialism was that of the anarchists. It was their efforts, not those of the few lukewarm supporters of the General Council, that had the government worried, Engels' wishful thinking to the contrary. In the months following the St. Imier Congress, the key organizer and propagandist of the Anarchist International in Italy was Andrea Costa. Fanelli, Malatesta, Cafiero, Nabruzzi, and Pezza left Switzerland for Italy after the S1 Imier meeting, but Costa remained behind, planning the transformation of the Italian sections into a revolutionary operate and elaborating, with Bakunin, a thoroughgoing anarchist program as a guide for revolutionary action. Since we have full confidence in the instincts of the popular multitudes, the document stated, our revolutionary method consists of unleashing what are called the brutal passions and the destruction of what, in the same bourgeois language, is called public order. By early October, Bakunin and Costa had put together the first issue of La Rivoluzione Sociale, a newspaper intended for clandestine distribution in Italy. The warning that violence was to be the fruit of Italian socialist unification again appeared. Today, propaganda no longer suffices, now we need to organize ourselves for the struggle. And when the Italian sections were asked to support a Republican mass meeting in favor of universal suffrage, to be held in the Roman Colosseum in November 1, 872, it was Costa who spoke for the Italian Federation, as well as his hometown section of Imola, when he signed a rebuff stating that the anarchist policy was negative, and that the emancipation of the workers can be obtained only through the spontaneous federation of the workers' forces, freely constituted, and not by means of a government or a constitution hierarchically organized. From his retreat in Locarno, Bakunin spurred his Italian disciples to prepare for the day of social redemption, which, to judge from his diary entries of the period, was to coincide with the outbreak of several simultaneous uprisings in Western Europe. The Swiss, Spanish, Belgian, and Italian anarchists, his most convinced followers, received lengthy collective letters from the Russian in November. Cafiero conferred with Bakunin for a week early in November, Fanelli called again on November 25 to 27, from December 25 to 28, Cafiero, Fanelli, and Carmelo Palladino, approved a decision of a very secret character, which Bakunin's biographer concludes was a project for Cafiero to buy a large Swiss residence near the Italian border to serve as a conspiratorial headquarters for the Italian anarchists and as a rent-free home for the chronically penurious Bakunin, who would appear as the nominal owner of the property and provide a front of bourgeois respectability vis-à-vis the Swiss authorities. For the first time, two other Italian socialist names appear in Bakunin's diary entry of the 30th, Chiarini and Orsone, Romagnol's of Faenza, with whom Bakunin had fraternization. On January 8 the anarchists lost one of their most vigorous propagandists when Vincenzo Pezza died of consumption in Naples. The authorities refused burial in the local Catholic cemetery, but, under pressure from Pezza's friends, agreed to a low interment in a peripheral area reserved for stillborn infants, justifying the decision, it was said, on the grounds that he who has no religion is like one who has never lived. As decided at Rimini, the Italian Federation's Correspondence Commission, early in January 1, 873, convoked a Second National Congress in Mirandola to affirm once more truth, justice, and revolutionary morality, to tighten even more the bonds of solidarity with the sister federations. To propose the spontaneous union of the workers' forces in anarchy and collectivism. Since the Congress was to convene on March 1, 5, the police had more than enough time to make their own arrangements to forestall any such gathering of subversives. The Mirandola section was dissolved on March 1, 2, as it was completing final arrangements. Celso Ciaretti, member of the Statistical Commission, was hauled off to the police station, along with the revealing documents he had compiled concerning the Italian Federation. Most of the delegates to the projected Congress were diverted in time from Mirandola by the members of the Correspondence Commission, so on the scheduled opening day, 53 delegates, representing about 150 sections, met in Bologna. On the night of the 16th, the second day of the scheduled three-day meeting, the Bologna police broke in and arrested Cafiero, Costa, Malatesta, and several others. Again the conferees moved their meeting to another locale and continued their deliberations. The Bologna, San Giovanni in Persicito, Medina, Parma, and Imola sections were immediately dissolved by the police, and the arrested members imprisoned for several weeks. From the Ministry of Interior all provincial authorities received an order to extirpate the Italian Federation at the roots. Government repression had little dampening effect on the Bologna delegates. They declared, "It is logical that the state persecutes us. 0. The consciousness of its imminent disappearance causes it to see an enemy in every worker. We are not disturbed by this recrudescence of persecution, and we calmly wait for the work of the bourgeoisie to hasten our turn. The arrogance of which our comrades are victims shows once more how legitimate is the struggle for social emancipation, sends a fraternal salute to the imprisoned friends but does not lament for them, since they are undergoing the consequences of their convict ions, consequences that none of the members of the Congress fear to affront." The Rimini and Saint Imier Congresses of the preceding summer had slammed the door in the face of Marx and his friends, but the Bologna conferees locked it securely. The perennial charges of authoritarianism against the General Council were renewed, the Rimini and Saint Imier resolutions reconfirmed, and the formal excommunication pronounced by the Hague Congress of September 1, 1872, declared invalid, so far as the Italian Federation was concerned. In harmony with their oft-repeated principle of sectional autonomy and their insistence that General Congress decisions not bind member sections and federations, the Bologna meeting submit its resolutions to the approval of member sections of the peninsula. In defining their anarchist principles, the delegates called themselves atheist, materialist, anti-statist, federalist, collectivist, and anti-political. No political action has merit, other than that which directly conduces to the actuation of principles. It followed that any cooperation or complicity with the political intrigues of the bourgeoisie, even though called democratic and revolutionary, is to be rejected. Bakunin's recurrent theme of enlisting the aid of the peasants was repeated in Resolution 9, which insisted that proletarian emancipation is impossible without the complete fraternization of city and country workers. The peasants should be propagandized by their city cousins, since 14 million peasants in Lombardy and the southern provinces are in agony because of fever and hunger and anxiously wait the hour of emancipation. Finally, in a secret session, the Congress heard the charges against Terzaghi and decreed his expulsion from the Italian International and the post he had held since Rimini on the Statistical Commission, a vantage point unequaled for purposes of keeping the police informed on the spread of internationalism in the peninsula. He managed to organize a small group of dissident socialists in Turin during the following months, but the Bologna Congress truncated his effective interference in the development of Italian socialism. In addition to confirming the Italian socialists in their anarchist orientation, the Bologna Congress, by engendering government reprisals, focused popular attention on the Italian Federation as an outlet for dissatisfaction with a deteriorating economic situation. Released from jail, Bakunin's corps of agitators gave their all to maintaining that focus. Cafiero, though not contributing directly to this effort, spent most of the summer in Barletta, fighting for his share of the legacy left by his wealthy father, recently deceased. The money, of course, he intended to put at the disposal of the social revolution. When the Spanish insurrection broke out on July 9, Bakunin, anxious to show himself on the barricades, sent Malatesta to Barletta to ask Cafiero for traveling expenses, but the local police picked up the Russian's emissary the day after his arrival and started him on a 6-month jail term. Cafiero, advised of Bakunin's intentions, wrote the Russian immediately, begging him, according to Bakunin's account, not to risk his precious person in the Spanish enterprise. In August, when Cafiero finally arrived back in Locarno with money in hand, the Spanish affair no longer looked promising, but by this time Bakunin had another use for the Pugliese wealth. He had contracted for the purchase of a dilapidated villa called the Baronata, situated on a rocky hillside at the northern tip of Lake Verbano, just inside the Swiss border. Cafiero's dream of a revolutionary nerve center and hideout for Italian anarchists had at last become a reality. As agreed by Cafiero, Bakunin M.N. proprietor, to give the appearance of a tired and disgusted revolutionary who, after having lost his illusions, throws himself with passion into the material interests of property and family. The threadbare Russian agitator was to play the role with a vengeance. For his part, Cafiero made an initial payment of 14000 francs on the property, only the first of many expenditures to establish headquarters for the social revolution. Once out of jail, Andrea Costa resumed a feverish correspondence with sections all over the peninsula, advising, scolding, and urging the spread of anarchist principles and the organization of new sections. The revolutionary appeal to the Italian peasants and the history of police persecution of the International that appeared in the Bollettino della Federazione Italiana may well have come from Costa's prolific pen. On July 4 he wrote the Jura anarchists. The Italian Federation, it is true, does not have the formidable organization of the Spanish Federation, but our principles are extremely diffused among the people and the revolutionary instincts of the Italian proletarians are better. Our people are more mature than is thought, and secular servitude has not enervated revolutionary instincts among the manual workers, particularly in the small localities and, in the countryside. On the organizational level, regional propaganda commissions were established throughout the country, spurring new sections into being, grouping them into local and regional federations. On June 26 the Italian Correspondence Commission notified the Swiss anarchists of 20 new sections and a new socialist newspaper, 11 Risveglio of Siena. On July 26 at San Pietro in Vincoli, the Romagnol Federation was formed. On August 1 in a congress at Pietro La Croce, the Marchigian-Umbrian Federation was launched. Costa was on hand for both occasions. A few days after he advised the Florentine socialists to take a similar initiative. The local section of socialist propaganda issued a circular convoking a congress to unite all Tuscan sections into a regional federation. When the anarchist international Kongs co-envned in a Richard Hostetter 41-8 Geneva Beer Hall on September 1873, Costa, Cesare Bird, Victor Cyril, and Francesco Mattei represented Italy. England, France, Belgium, Holland, the Swiss Jura, and Spain had a total of 19 delegates on hand, a formidable showing, in terms of geographical coverage, that contrasted sharply with the poorly attended and unrepresentative Marxist Congress held in the same city a few days later. A fiasco, as Marx admitted. Calling their meeting the Sixth General Congress of the International, the anarchists revised the general statutes of the IWA by giving the sections and federations full autonomy, abolished the General Council and denied General Congresses the right to legislate in matters of principle. In reporting on the development of the Italian International, Costa said it owed its existence to Mazzini's anti-communard campaign. Despite the elimination of the Marxist opposition, enemies were still plentiful: the government, priests, intransigents, Mazzinians, and Garibaldians. The progress of the Italian International depended on acting revolutionarily. Italian workers wanted struggle, not theories. With experience, Costa was to alter radically his faith in violence and insurrectionism, but for the rest of his life he was to support, often under heavy pressure, the view he expressed when the delegates asked themselves whether a distinction should be made, for purposes of admission to the International, between manual workers and workers of the mind, i.e., bourgeois intellectuals sympathetic to the cause of the social revolution. I believe that one would restrain enormously the forces of revolution by eliminating what are called the workers of thought. Whoop. One wishes to make revolution, no force must be rejected. And I would add that if you refuse to accept all revolutionary forces, you risk seeing tum against you, at a certain moment, the forces that you have repelled. The goal of the International is the abolition of classes. 417 Animalism versus Stile Italian Stat and the establishment of human fraternity. Would it be consistent with our goal to consecrate in the very bosom of our association this distinction between classes that we wish to abolish? How can the bourgeois be expected to learn to sympathize with the workers and to share their aspirations, if the workers reject them? For me, there are only two categories of men, those who want the revolution and those who do not. There are some bourgeois who want the revolution much more energetically and seriously than certain workers. Costa's premise that the bourgeois could be taught to sympathize with the workers and to share their aspirations might have been a page taken from Mazzini. But where Mazzini had suggested that the teachers express needs and ideas without anger, without aggressiveness, without threatening, we find Costa speaking of the immediate struggle and the spontaneous uprising of the popular multitudes, revolting to overthrow all bourgeois institutions. The idea was echoed in Costa's report on the Geneva Congress, directed to his Italian comrades, while our adversaries of all shades believe themselves more secure than ever in their positions of privilege, the Italian proletariat musters its forces, closes its ranks and awaits the first occasion to be able to show the bourgeoisie that it knows how to do something. In the winter of 1873–74, Costa and his fellow Italian anarchists were completely wedded to the notion of the inevitability of imminent social revolution, regardless of the illogicality of coupling Costa's essentially anti-classista orientation with the preaching of class warfare. The contradiction on a theoretical plane, however, mirrored a certain incapacity to square thought and action, to realize that effective revolutionary action depends, in a large measure, on a certain indispensable minimum of consistency in revolutionary theory. Costa and his friends denied the need of any theory at all. The Italian workers are not greatly concerned with theories. They desire struggle. And if the anarchists excluded proletarian political action as a compromise with the principle of authority, embodied in the state, they spurned, with equal vigor, trade unionism as a method of struggle. To Costa, the Italian proletariat's lack of economic. Richard Hofstadter 418. Organization, far from being a disadvantage, was actually a virtue from the social revolutionary point of view. On this score, Costa revealed the full measure of the anarchist mystique, the essential romanticism of the faith in the revolutionary spontaneity of the economical pre-SSED. In Italy, he wrote in November 1873. We do not have great industrial centers, where life in common is a necessity, where association is the indispensable condition of labor. In Italy, except in some localities, each one works in his own home and on his own account. There exist among no relations xptphsc cal pro 11 mit, community of interests, the desire to be emancipated, revolutionary position. In such state of affairs, economic organization is very difficult, but the revolutionaries lose nothing by it. On the contrary, in this economic isolation of the worker, needs make themselves felt all the more. For him the realization of our ideas is an imperious necessity, which we will be forced to obey. For the Italian proletarian, solidarity consists precisely in this ing of woes, hops, defeats, victories, in harmony and in the spontaneous uprising of all the living forces of social revolution, and not in a more or less mechanical assembly of all the forces of revolution. On this set of petitions was based the anarchist attempt at social liquidation in the summer of 1874. Samuel Yellen. American propagandists of the Deed 1. Samuel Yellen was born in Vilna, Russia, in 1906. He has taught creative writing, American literature, and English lyrical poetry. He is professor of English at Indiana University and the author of American Labor Struggles and In the House and Out and other poems. Just as the Panic of 1873 marked the birth of a national and self-conscious labor movement, it also marked the birth of a practical and realistic socialism. To replace the remote utopian wishes of the earlier socialists, contented with lofty intellectual conversations and romantic essays. From this time the socialists, rather than hope idealistically for the morrow, began to act in the today by organizing hunger parades, unemployed demonstrations, strikes, mass meetings, and political tickets. At first they operated as the Workingmen's Party of the United States, which was formed in 1876 and which played, as we have seen, a considerable part in the railroad strikes of 1877, especially in Chicago and St. Louis. After the failure of the railroad strikes, the Workingmen's Party was reorganized as the Socialist Labor Party, with political action as its principal function, although friendly relations with trade unions were to be maintained. When this change was made, the National Executive Committee of the Socialist Labor Party ordered the holding of mass meetings to present to legislative bodies resolutions for an 8-hour law, for the abolition of all conspiracy acts directed against labor, and for the purchase of railway and telegraph lines by the federal government. But the socialist movement in America reflected the schism that had taken place in the First International, and split into two factions over questions of tact and method. The Internationalists held for secret arming and direct preparation for the social revolution, with trade unionism and politics as auxiliary activities to be strictly watched lest they led into the treacherous waters of opportunism. The Lassalleans, on the other hand, sought the gradual achievement of a new society through education, political organization, and parliamentary procedure. For a few years the Lassalleans controlled the policies of the party, and even Chicago, the stronghold of the trade union and the revolutionary elements, dedicated itself to the ballot. A controversy soon arose, however, over the workingmen's military organizations. The largest of these, the Lehr-und-Wehr-Verein, had been formed by the German socialists in Chicago during 1875 as a protection against the physical intimidation of the older political parties at the polls. The need for its protection had further been shown during a strike of cabinet makers in July 1, 1877, when the police raided peaceful meetings and attacked those present with outrageous brutality. A repudiation, therefore, of all such military organizations by the National Executive Committee of the Socialist Labor Party antagonized still more the Chicago revolutionary element. This hostility grew acute in 1880 after the discouraging slump of the socialist vote in the elections, and the revolutionaries denounced the moderates for a compromise made that year with the Greenback Party. Moreover, the single socialist alderman re-elected in Chicago was barred from taking his seat, through tricky manipulation by the Democratic City Council, and the revolutionaries pointed out the futility of attempting to win a new society through the ballot box. A great influx of refugees from the German anti-socialist decree of 1878 augmented the revolutionary groups, and led finally to a convention of them in October 1, 1881, at Chicago. Not until the arrival of Johann Most in America did the revolutionary groups precipitate into an active movement. The appearance of Most, disciple of Bakunin and Nechayev, and founder of the anarchistic International Working People's Association, known then as the Black International, swept aside the parliamentary socialists. In theory Most was not a pure anarchist, nevertheless, in practice he advocated the anarchist tactics of terroristic action against church and state by the individual on his own initiative, so that the entire movement might not be endangered if the actor in any single deed were captured. Arms alone, he believed, secured for the worker some sort of equality with the police and troops. He issued a pamphlet, Science of Revolutionary Warfare. Manual for Instruction in the Use and Preparation of Nitroglycerin and Dynamite, Gun Cotton, Fulminating Mercury, Bombs, Fuse, Poisons, etc., etc. He urged the formation of rifle corps and the extermination of the miserable brood, the reptile brood, the race of parasites. In another pamphlet, Beast of Property, he declared that with existing society there could be no compromise, only relentless war until the beast of property has been pursued to its last lurking place and totally destroyed. Spurred on by the agitational energy of Most, representa 421 American propagandists if one IIED'd. TIVs from revolutionary anti-parliamentary groups in 26 cities convened in Pittsburgh on October 14, 1883, to reorganize the International Working People's Association. Here again there were two distinct elements, united only by their opposition to politica el action. The delegates from New York and the eastern cities, led by Most, favored the individualistic tactics of anarchism, but those from Chicago and the western cities, under the guidance of Albert T. Parsons and August Spies, held for a mixture of anarchism and syndicalism that came to be known as the Chicago idea. This modification actually approached syndicalism closer than it did anarchism, inasmuch as it eco-GNized the trade union as the embryonic group of the future society and as the fighting unit against pit ali sm. However, the trade union was not to contend for the superficial and opportunistic benefits of high wages and short hours, it was to be satisfied with nothing less than the complete extinction of capitalism and the formation of a free society. In the struggle with capitalism it was not to resort to political action, was to distrust all central authority, and was to guard against betrayal by its leadership. All its faith was to rest in the direct action of the rank and file. Only two principles were lacking to make the Chicago idea conform with modern syndicalism: the general strike and sabotage, neither at that time theoretically developed. Since the Western faction was by far the larger, the convention confirmed the importance of the trade union. And direct action force, violence was the core of the tactics to be employed. The platform of the International, published in the Alarm, a Chicago paper edited by Parsons, read in part: "The present order of society is based upon the spoliation of the non-propertied by the property owners, the capitalists by the labor of the poor for wages, at the mere cost of living, taking all the surplus of labor. Thus the poor rincreacingly deprived the opportunities of advancement, the rich grow richer through increasing robbery. This system is unjust, insane, and murderous. Therefore those who suffer under it, and do not wish to be responsible for its continuance ought to strive for its destruction by all means and with their utmost energy. The laborers can look for aid from no outside source in their fight against the existing system, but must achieve deliverance through their own exertions. Hitherto, no privileged class have relinquished tyranny, nor will the capitalists of today forego their privilege and authority without compulsion. It is therefore self-evident that the fight of proletarian against the bourgeoisie must have a violent revolutionary character, that wage conflicts cannot lead to the goal. Under all these circumstances, there is only one remedy left: force. Agitation to organize, organizations for the purpose of rebellion. This is the course if the workingmen would rid themselves of their chains." Here was a program advocating without camouflage the annihilation of the existing economic and political order. A program that could not be ignored. In Chicago, thanks to the long history of police atrocities, many workers joined the International, so that this city alone had more than 1/3 of the 5,000 to 6,000 members. Moreover, the most able and intelligent leaders were here men like Parsons, Spies, Samuel Fielden, and Michael Schwab. In fact, the Internationalists in Chicago published 5 papers, the Alarm in English, with an edition of 2,000 twice a month, in German, the Daily Chicago Arbeiterzeitung, edited by Spies, with an edition of 3,600, the Fackel, and the Vorbote, and in Bohemian, the Budugnost. This revolutionary nucleus quickly penetrated the trade union movement. Under its influence the local Progressive Cigar Makers Union in June 1, 1884, called upon all the unions in the city to secede from the conservative Amalgamated Trades and Labor Assembly and to organize a new central labor union with a militant policy. 4 German unions answered the call: the metal workers, butchers, carpenters, and joiners, and cabinet makers, and a declaration of principles was adopted, that all land is a social heritage, that all wealth is created by labor, that between labor and capital there can be no harmony, and that every worker ought to cut loose from the capitalist political parties and devote himself to the trade union. From its inception the Central Labor Union was in communication with the Internationalist group. The Socialist Labor Party, on the other hand, remained with the Amalgamated Trades and Labor Assembly. For a year the growth of the new Central Labor Union was slow, nevertheless, by the end of 1885 it had won 3 unions, whereas the Amalgamated Assembly had won 9. Within a few months, however, by April 1, 1886, the Central Labor Union outstripped its rival and consisted of 22 unions, among which were the one largest in the city. It retained its contact with the International and united with it in processions and mass meetings. It began strong agitation for the 8-hour day, although its motives were different from those of the Conservative Amalgamated Assembly and the Knights of Labor, since it regarded as paramount, not the attainment of the shorter working day, but the common labor front and the class struggle. It adopted the following resolution, introduced by spies in October 1, 1885. Be it resolved, that we urgently call upon the wage-earning class to arm itself in order to be able to put forth against their exploiters such an argument which alone can be effective, violence, and further be it resolved, that notwithstanding that we expect very little from the introduction of the 8-hour day, we firmly promise to assist our more backward brethren in this class struggle with all means and power at our disposal, so long as they will continue to show an open and resolute front to our common oppressors, the aristocratic vagabonds and the exploiters. Our war cry is death to the foes of the human race. The initiative in the 8-hour movement in Chicago was left in the hands of an 8-hour association, composed of the Amalgamated Assembly, the Socialist Labor Party, and the Knights of Labor, but the Central Labor Union cooperated energetically. On the Sunday preceding May 1 it organized a huge 8-hour demonstration, in which 25,000 took part, and at which Parsons, Spies, Fielden, and Schwab spoke. When the day of the struggle arrived, the main portion of the 8-hour movement in Chicago acted under the banner of the Central Labor Union and the International. Samuel Yellen 424. The bomb is thrown. The strike opened in Chicago with a display of great strength and much promise of success. Nearly 40,000 workers walked out on May 1 as prearranged, and the number jumped to 65,000 within 3 or 4 days. Nor was this the full strength of the movement in the city. More than 45,000 were granted a shorter working day without striking, the bulk of them 35,000 workers in the packing houses. In addition, there were already several thousand men on strike at the Lake Shore, the Wabash, the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, and other freight yards in protest against the hiring of non-union labor. With such a mass movement on foot, Chief of Police Ebersold apprehended difficulties and called upon the entire detective and police force to be on duty Saturday, May 1, and his face was augmented by Pinkerton detectives previously engaged by the railroads, and by special deputies, many of whom were selected from the Grand Army of the Potomac. In spite of these martial preparations, Saturday passed peacefully. The city, with hundreds of FAC Tories idle and thousands of strikers and their families promenading the streets, had a holiday appearance. There were processions and mass meetings, addressed in Bohemian, Polish, German, and English. Faced with a strike of unexpected power and solidarity, the leading businessmen and manufacturers united to crush it. On April 27 the Western Boot and Shoe Manufacturers Association, with 60 firms represented in person and 160 by letter, was formed in Chicago for combined action. The chief iron and steel foundries, as also the copper and brass, declared that they would reject the 8-hour demand. A session of the principal planing mills was held on the morning of May 1 at the office of Felix Lang to determine procedure against the strikers. In the evening these were joined at the Sherman Hotel by all the lumber yards and box FAC Tories, and the lumber industry in concert decided to grant no concessions to the workmen. Nevertheless, by Monday, May 3, the spread of the strike was alarming. Lumber-laden craft blocked the river near the lumber exchange, and 300 more vessels with cargoes of lumber were expected to join. 425 American propagandists of TED the idle fleet. The building interests, then enjoying a boom, were suddenly paralyzed. The great metal foundries and the vast freight yards were tied up. To break the strike, aggressive action was needed. On Monday police clubs began to scatter processions and meetings. That afternoon serious trouble arose at the McCormick Harvester Works. The soreness here was old. It had begun in the middle of February, when Cyrus McCormick locked out his 1,400 employees in reply to a demand by the men that the company quit its discrimination against certain of their fellows who had taken part in a former strike at the plant. In the following 2 month strikebreakers, Pinkertons, and police had attacked the locked-out men with wanton savagery. Bogart and Thompson say of this period, "The police force of Chicago reflected the hostility of the employing class, regarding strikes per se as evidence that the men had placed themselves in opposition to law and order. During these months of unrest it became a pastime for a squad of mounted police, or a detachment in close formation, to disperse with the billy any gathering of workingmen. The billy was an impartial instrument, men, women, children, and shopkeeping bystanders alike composed its harvest. It was the police, aided by the Pinkertons, who added the great leaven of bitterness to the contest. To the workingmen they furnished concrete and hateful examples of the autocracy against which they protested. But a greater police provocation was reserved for Monday afternoon, May 3rd. At this time 6,000 striking lumber shovers met near Black Road, about a quarter of a mile north of the McCormick Works, to appoint a committee to be sent to the lumber yard owners. While August Spies was addressing the meeting, a group of some 200 detached itself spontaneously from the crowd of strikers, marched to McCormick's, and heckled and attacked the scabs, who were just then leaving for their homes. Within 10 or 15 minutes there were more than 200 policemen on the spot. L/en while Spies, who was still speaking, and the strikers at the meeting, seeing patrol wagons and hearing gunfire, started toward McCormick's, but were met by the police. The clubs and guns broke up the crowd. The police fired deliberately into the running strikers, so that at least 4 were killed and many wounded. Spies, indignant at this fresh outrage, hurried to the printing shop of the Arbeiterzeitung and issued a circular in both English and German. Revenge. Workingmen, to arms. The masters sent out their bloodhounds, the police. They killed 6 of your brothers at McCormick's this afternoon. They killed the poor wretches because they, like you, had the courage to disobey the supreme will of your bosses. They killed them because they dared ask for the shortening of the hours of toil. They killed them to show you, free American citizens, that you must be satisfied and contented with whatever your bosses condescend to allow you, or you will get killed. You have for years endured the most abject humiliations, you have for years suffered unmeasurable iniquities, you have worked yourself to death, you have endured the pangs of want and hunger, your children you have sacrificed to the factory lord. In short, you have been miserably and obedient slavers all these years. Why? To satisfy the insatiable greed, to fill the coffers of your lazy thieving master? When you ask them now to lessen your burdens, he sends his bloodhounds out to shoot you, kill you. If you are men, if you are the sons of your grandsires, who have shed their blood to free you, then you will rise in your might, Hercules, and destroy the hideous monster that seeks to destroy you. To arms we call you, to arms. Your brothers. A second circular called for a protest mass meeting the following evening in the Old Haymarket on Randolph Street. The morning of Tuesday, May 4th, saw a police attack upon a column of 3,000 strikers near 35th Street. Attacks upon gatherings of strikers continued during the afternoon, in particular one at 18th and Morgan in the southwest part of the city. Mayor Carter H. Harrison, however, gave permission for the mass meeting that evening, and at 7:30, 427 American propagandists of the Deed People began to assemble in Haymarket Square, the center of the lumber yard and packing house district. Between 8 and 9 o'clock about 3,000 persons were present, among them Mayor Harrison, who attended as a spectator to see that order was maintained. Only half a block distant was the Des Plaines Street Police Station, where a good-sized detail of police was in readiness. The meeting was very quiet. Spies addressed the crowd from a wagon in front of the Crane Brothers factory. Then Parsons spoke, confining himself to the 8-hour demand. He was followed by Fielden. Toward 10 o'clock a threatening rainstorm began to disperse the gathering. By that time Spies and Parsons had left. Only Fielden remained to speak to the few hundred who had not yet gone. Mayor Harrison, having found the meeting peaceful and believing that all was over, left shortly after 10 o'clock, called in at the Des Plaines Street station to report that there had been no trouble, and went home to bed. A few minutes after the mayor left, however, Inspector John Bonfield, hated throughout the city for his record of extreme brutality, led a detachment of 180 policemen to break up what remained of the meeting. There was no excuse for this expedition, except Bonfield's desire for another head-clubbing party, according to Governor Altgeld, who declared that Capt. Bonfield is the man who is really responsible for the death of the police officers. The police halted a short distance from the speaker's wagon, and Captain Ward commanded the gathering to disperse. Fielden cried out that it was a peaceable meeting. As Captain Ward turned to give an order to his men, a bomb was thrown from a point on the sidewalk a little south of the wagon. It exploded in the midst of the policemen and wounded 66, of whom 7 later died. The police immediately opened fire hysterically and shot round after round into the crowd, killing several and wounding 200. The neighborhood was thrown into terror. Doctors were telephoned. Drugstores were crowded with the wounded. Who threw the bomb is still undetermined. There are 3 possibilities. 1. Governor Altgeld, in his pardon message of 1893, contended that the bomb was thrown by someone as reprisal for all the atrocities committed by Bonfield and the police. It is shown here that the bomb was, in all probability, thrown by someone seeking personal revenge, that a course had been pursued by the authorities which would naturally cause this, that for a number of years prior to the Haymarket affair there had been labor troubles, and in several cases a number of laboring people, guilty of no offense, had been shot down in cold blood by Pinkerton men, and none of the murderers were brought to justice. The evidence taken at coroner's inquests and presented here, shows that in at least 2 cases men were fired on and killed when they were running away, and there was consequently no occasion to shoot, yet nobody was punished. That in Chicago there had been a number of strikes in which some of the police not only took sides against the men, but without any authority of law invaded and broke up peaceable meetings, and in scores of cases brutally clubbed people who were guilty of no offense whatever. 2. The possibility of an agent provocateur must not be dismissed offhand. The police officials in Chicago were at this time quite equal to such a scheme. On the morning after the bombing, Inspector Bonfield declared, "We will take active measures to catch the leaders in this business. The action of last night will show that their bombshell and dynamite talk has not been empty vaporings. The attack on us was brutal and cowardly." The emphasized sentence indicates perhaps an antecedent wish to prove that the dynamite talk was not empty vaporings. 3. There is a strong possibility that Rudolf Schnabelt, an anarchist and brother-in-law to Michael Schwab, was guilty. The circumstance that he was twice arrested and both times released, at a period when the police were arresting and holding all the anarchists and sympathizers they could lay their hands on, arouses the suspicion, almost the certainty, that the police wanted him out of the way, in order that they might be able to condemn the 8 more important revolutionary leaders. In this connection Bogart and Thompson repo 429 American propagandists of the deed in a statement now on record in the Illinois Historical Survey, made by Mr. Wallace Rice, June 25, 1919, and concurred in by Mr. Clarence S. Darrow and Mr. George A. Schilling, all of whom were in a position to know the inside history of the case. Mr. Rice says, "It was the impression of all the newspaper men informed in the premises that the fatal bomb was made by Louis Link and thrown by Rudolf Schnabelt. Many of them believed further that this fact was also known to the police and that Schnabelt was allowed to go after they had taken him into custody because he could not be connected in any way with the other men afterward condemned, with the possibly exception of Link and of Michael Schwab, who was husband to Schnabelt's sister. Link, however, was thought to be the only one of the defendants who had guilty knowledge of the bomb and its throwing. Schnabelt, after his release by the police, went as far and as fast from the scene of the crime as he could, and when an indictment was found against him at last, was believed to be in Southern California near the Mexican line, whence he could easily escape to another country. Judge Gary, when reviewing the case 7 years after the trial, admitted the strong likelihood of Schnabelt's guilt, and the release twice by the police of the man who was the chief actual suspect. Gary added, but whether Schnabelt or some other person threw the bomb, is not an important question. The newspapers, not only in Chicago, but everywhere, assumed an attitude of panic. They demanded the instantaneous execution of all subversive persons. Within a few days the police arrested the chief anarchists and revolutionaries in the city: Spies, Fielden, Schwab, Adolf Fischer, George Engel, Louis Link, Oscar Neebe, and many others, including the 25 printers in the Arbeiterzeitung shop, were taken into custody. The only one missing was Parsons, whom the police were unable to capture, notwithstanding a rigorous hunt. When the death of police officer Matthias J. Deegan was announced, the press cried for speedy indictments by the grand jury. It kept fanning for weeks the feeling of terror aroused in the public. Its headlines screamed, "Bloody brutes, red ruffians, red ragsters, bomb makers, red flagsters. Samuel Yellen 430. Dynamarchists, bloody monsters, bomb slingers, bomb throwers." The Chicago Tribune wrote, May 6, "These serpents have been warmed and nourished in the sunshine of toleration until at last they have been emboldened to strike at society, law, order, and government." The Chicago Herald, May 6, "The rabble whom Spies and Fielden stimulated to murder are not Americans. They are offscourings of Europe who have sought these shores to abuse the hospitality and defy the authority of the country." The Chicago Inter-Ocean, May 6, "For months and years these pestiferous fellows have uttered their seditious and dangerous doctrines." The Chicago Journal, May 7, "Justice should be prompt in dealing with the arrested anarchists. The law regarding accessories to crime in this state is so plain that their trials will be short." Stimulation of public hysteria became the main activity of the police. Inspector Bonfield and Captain Chick, in particular, wanted to sustain the ferment of dread and hatred after the bomb throwing, in order to keep the citizenry excited. 3 years later, in an interview, Chief of Police Ebersold Confessed, "It was my policy to quiet matters down as soon as possible after the 4th of May. The general unsettled state of things was an injury to Chicago." On the other hand, Capt. Schick wanted to keep things stirring. He wanted bombs to be found here, there, all around. Everywhere. After we got the anarchist societies broken up, Schick wanted to send out men to again organize new societies right away. The police seized the subscription lists of the Arbeiterzeitung and instituted a long series of raids. Meeting halls, printing offices, and private homes were broken into and searched. Everyone suspected of the remotest connection with the radical movement was held. The police saw to it that the raids were fertile. Each day there were discovered ammunition, rifles, swords, muskets, pistols, bayonets, billies, anarchist literature, red flags, incendiary banners, cartridges, dirks, bullets, bulk lead, materials for manufacturing torpedoes, bullet molds, dynamite, bombs, shells, percussion caps, infernal engines, secret trapdoors, underground rifle ranges. Each find announced by the police was well played up by the press. A rumor was spread that Herr Most was coming from New York, evidently to take charge of further assassinations, and the police even 431 American propagandists of the deed duched a show of detectives at the railroad station. A crowd gathered to await the dangerous arrival, but Herr Most did not appear. The proper atmosphere for the trial was being carefully prepared. Let the voice of the people be heard. When the grand jury met in the middle of May, it quickly indicted August Spies, Michael Schwab, Samuel Fielden, Albert R. Parsons, Adolf Fischer, George Engel, Louis Link, and Oscar Neebe, all prominent in the International, for the murder of Matthias J. Deegan on May 4. The trial was set for June 2 at the Criminal Court of Cook County, with Joseph E. Gary as judge. State's Attorney Julius S. Grinnell took command of the prosecution. The accused men were represented by William P. Black, William A. Foster, Sigmund Zeiler, and Moses Salomon. While the police were making their alarming finds, while the newspapers poured forth stories of anarchist plots for wholesale murder, and the public clamored for the immediate execution of the indicted men, the trial opened. Just as the preliminary examination of talesmen commenced, the missing Parsons, who had fled a police search for 6 weeks, walked into court and surrendered himself for trial, joining his comrades on the defendant's bench. At the outset, 2 circumstances prevented any approximation to a fair trial. First, Judge Gary forced all 8 defendants to stand trial together, increasing the danger that all sorts of evidence would be admitted. Second, through an extraordinary device, the jury was packed. The candidates for the jury were not chosen in the customary manner by drawing names from a box. Instead, a special bailiff, nominated by the state's attorney, was appointed by the court to select the candidates. A Chicago businessman, Otis S. Favor, made affidavit that this bailiff had said to him in the presence of witnesses, "I am managing this case, and know what I am about. These fellows are going to be hanged as certain as death. I am calling such men as the defendants will have to challenge peremptorily and waste their time and challenges. Then they will have to take such men as the prosecution wants." By the adroit questioning of the judge, many who openly admitted their prejudice against the defendants were pronounced fit for jury service and had to be peremptorily challenged by the defense. It took 21 days to select the jury. 981 talesmen were examined. Ultimately, the defense exhausted all its peremptory challenges and the final 2 men were picked, among them a relative of one of the victims of the bomb. The introductory speech by State's Attorney Grinnell, after the presentation of evidence began on July 14, assured the jury that the man who had thrown the bomb would be produced. This, of course, the prosecution was unable to do. It did at first, however, attempt to fabricate, by means of the testimony of 2 alleged anarchists who had turned state's evidence, a terroristic plot for the dynamiting of all police stations when the word Ruhe appeared in the Arbeiterzeitung. Under cross-examination, the testimony of these 2 witnesses was largely impaired. When this failed, other strange evidence was disclosed. One witness named Gilmer, shown by cross-examination to be a professional liar who had in all likelihood been paid for testifying, swore that he saw an object resembling a bomb pass between Spies, Schwab, and Schnaubelt, and that he saw the latter throw the bomb among the police. Also, several policemen tried to prove that Fielden had fired upon them from behind the speaker's wagon, but their assertions were contradictory. Regarding the witnesses and testimony produced by the state, Governor Altgeld said in his pardon message, "It is further shown here that much of the evidence given at the trial was a pure fabrication, that some of the prominent police officials, in their zeal, not only terrorized ignorant men by throwing them into prison and threatening them with torture if they refused to swear to anything desired, but that they offered money and employment to those who would consent to do this. Further, that they deliberately planned to have fictitious conspiracies formed in order that they might get the glory of discovering them. In addition to the evidence in the record of some witnesses who swore that they had been paid small sums of money, etc., several documents are here referred to. In spite of the generation of an emotional fog, the state, as Altgeld remarks, never discovered who threw the bomb. 433 American propagandists of the deed, nor was it able to show any specific conspiracy entered into by the accused men. It soon developed that the 8 men were on trial for their ideas, even though the defense was not permitted to introduce testimony concerning the theory of anarchism. On the grounds that the general principles of the anarchists urged the destruction of all capitalists, Judge Gary allowed the prosecution to establish a resultant specific conspiracy. The jury was deluged with readings from inciting articles in the Alarm and the Arbeiterzeitung. Furthermore, the police exhibited on a table before the jury box all fashions of dynamite and bomb, with all their infernal mechanism, although these destructive engines were found often miles from the scene of the bombing and weeks afterward and had no association with the defendants. The display produced the desired effect, it aroused terror. Time and again the defense objected to the presentation of irrelevant evidence whose purpose was the evocation of emotionalism, but it was overruled by the court. In other ways too, as Altgeld later pointed out, Judge Gary revealed his bias. While he confined the defense in its cross-examination to the specific points touched on by the state, he permitted the state to wander to matters entirely foreign to those the witnesses were examined in. Besides, he made insinuating remarks in the hearing of the jury that proved much more damaging than anything the prosecution could have produced. Foster, of the defense counsel, pleaded that there existed no proof of the influence on the bomb thrower of any spoken or written word by the defendants, nor of the instigation of the deed by the defendants. He persisted in conducting the case as one of homicide, since that was the charge. He confined himself to plain facts and law, and he wanted even to admit some criminal folly in the utterances of the defendants, but this they refused to permit. The summing up before the jury began on August 1. It was concluded by State's Attorney Grinnell, whose final words were, "Law is upon trial. Anarchy is on trial. These men have been selected, picked out by the grand jury and indicted because they were leaders. They are no more guilty than the thousands who follow them. Gentlemen of the jury, convict these men, make examples of them, hang them, and you save our institutions, our society." As was foreseen, the jury brought in on August 20 a verdict of guilty and fixed the penalty at hanging for 7 of the defendants, the exception, Oscar Neebe, being given 5 years imprisonment. A motion by the defense in September for a new trial was denied by Judge Gary, and the convicted men were called upon to speak before sentence was pronounced. They delivered eloquent speeches lasting 3 days, addressed beyond the court to workers everywhere. After a long summary of his beliefs, Spies said, "Now, these are my ideas. They constitute a part of me. I cannot divest myself of them, nor would one, if I could. And if you think that you can crush out these ideas that are gaining ground more and more every day, if you think you can crush them out by sending us to the gallows, if you would once more have people to suffer the penalty of death because they have dared to tell the truth, and I defy you to show us where we have told a lie. I say, if death is the penalty for proclaiming the truth, then I will proudly and defiantly pay the costly price. Call your hangman." George Engel said, "I hate and combat, not the individual capitalist, but the system that gives him those privileges. My greatest wish is that workingmen may recognize who are their friends and who are their enemies." And with the defiance he had displayed throughout the trial, the 21-year-old Link said, "I repeat that I am the enemy of the order of today, and I repeat that, with all my powers, so long as breath remains in me, I shall combat it. I despise you. I despise your order, your laws, your force-propped authority. Hang me for it." On October 9 sentence, as decreed by the jury, was announced by Judge Gary. Execution of the sentences was postponed while the case was carried before the Supreme Court of Illinois. After several months of consideration, the Supreme Court, although it admitted that the trial had not been free of legal error, affirmed in September 1, 1887, the verdict of the lower court. An attempt to appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States failed when that body decided that it had no jurisdiction. Labor organizations everywhere asked for mercy for the condemned men. The American Federation of Labor adopted such a resolution, while the Noble Order of the Knights of Labor was prevented from doing likewise only through the personal intervention of Powderly, who hated the anarchists and wanted to clear his order of any association with them. During the last days Fielden and Schwab petitioned for executive clemency and asked for commutation of their sentence. The others demanded liberty or death. Governor Oglesby commuted the sentence of Fielden and Schwab to life imprisonment, and they joined Neebe in the state penitentiary at Joliet. Link escaped the scaffold the day preceding the execution by exploding a dynamite tube in his mouth. The remaining 4 were hanged on November 1887. The nooses were quickly adjusted, the caps pulled down, and a hasty movement made for the traps. Then from beneath the hoods came these words, "Spies, there will be a time when our silence will be more powerful than the voices you strangle today. Fisher, hurrah for anarchy. Engel, hurrah for anarchy. Fisher, this is the happiest moment of my life. Parsons, will I be allowed to speak, me N of America? Let me speak, Sheriff Matson. Let the voice of the people be heard. 0 At the funeral 25,000 working people marched. William P. Black, who had been of the Defense Council, spoke over the graves. I loved these men. I knew them not until I came to know them in the time of their sore travail and anguish. As months went by and I found in the lives of those with whom I talked the witness of their love for the people, of their patience, gentleness, and courage, my heart was. Samuel Velen 43a. Taken captive in their caus. I say that whatever of fault may have been in them, these, the people whom they loved and in whose cause they died, may well close the volume, and seal up the record, and give our lips to the praise of their heroic deeds, and their sublime self-sacrifice. Collapse of the Black International. A portion of the public fury aroused by the Haymarket bomb was deflected against the 8-hour strike in progress. Confusion arose among the working people and their ranks were split. Using the alleged discoveries of anarchist plots as an excuse, the police attacked gatherings of strikers even more savagely than before. Labor leaders were seized without ceremony. Within a week after May 4 the strikers began to give in and return to their jobs. Many of them, particularly the freight handlers, found their places occupied by scabs. Nor was this disordered surrender of the shorter day movement confined to Chicago. Bradstreet's reported on May 22, 1886, that out of the original 190,000 strikers in the United States, no more than 80,000 remained, many of these locked out. In Chicago only 16,000 were left of the former 65,000. While it is true that 42,000 of the 190,000 original strikers in the country won their demands and that 150,000, as has been stated, were granted shorter hours without striking, these concessions proved short-lived. As soon as the strength of the movement was spent, the employers retracted whatever they had granted. In 1 month the total still retaining the shorter hours either won or granted fell nearly one-third, from approximately 200,000 to 137,000. By a lockout in October the Chicago Packers took away from their 35,000 employees the 8-hour day that had been conceded without a strike in May. On January 8, 1887, Bradstreet was able to report for the nation, it may be fairly assumed, that so far as the payment of former wages for a shorter day's work is concerned the grand total of those retaining the concession will not exceed, if it equals, 15,000. The 8-hour movement was not all that suffered under the steady barrage kept up by the press. For many years all radical theo and practice fell into disfavor with labor. 437 American propagandists of the Deed organization. Powderly expressed his extreme antipathy to the revolutionary elements. A cardinal principle with the rampant socialist and anarchist is to propagandize on every occasion that presents itself. If a new society of laboring men is established, these extremists become members of it, and attempt to force their ideas to the front. In contain phrase and with mock humility they will insinuate themselves into the good graces of men who would scorn them were they to disclose their real feelings, and once they gain the goodwill of such, they have inserted a wedge between the members of that society that sooner or later will drive them apart. The smooth-tongued advocate of anarchy seldom does anything himself toward furthering the ends of the movement he is a part and parcel of. He secures the services of dupes who do his bidding, either through loyalty to principle or ignorance. That they will play on the ignorance of workingmen is but too true, that they despise every effort to lift the pall of ignorance that is lowered over the fortunes of the toilers, is also true. If the people become educated they will have no use for either anarchy or monopoly. The relentless abuse by the newspapers, periodicals, and pulpit was more virulent than Powderly's. Cartoons by Thomas Nast and others pictured bushy-bearded, foreign-looking, and villainous anarchists deluding the laborer, assassinating the respectable citizen, or hiding under a bed from the police. The Nation accused the 8 convicted anarchists of petty cowardice, of being chicken-hearted, for attempting to appeal their case, instead of hanging bravely and cheerfully like the more remote and romantic Russian nihilists. Some of the assaults upon the radical factions were less crude, more subtle, veiled by an affected impartiality and objectivity. Such was the pseudo-scientific study by Professor Cesare Lombroso in the philosophical journal, The Monist, in which, after an impressive but dubious parade of tables, figures, and anthropological jargon, he concluded that anarchists and communists are of the criminal type. To arrive at this conclusion, he analyzed the physiognomies of 100 anarchists arrested at Turin, of 50 photographs of communards, and of photographs in Chick's book about the Chicago anarchists, and he found an abundance of proof in exaggerated plagiocephaly, facial asymmetry, other cranial anomalies, very large jaw, exaggerated zygomas, enormous frontal sinus, dental anomalies, anomalies of the ears, anomalies of the nose, anomalous coloration of skin, old wounds, tattooing, neuropathological anomalies. It was left for the convicted Michael Schwab, still confined in the Joliet Penitentiary, to point out to Professor Lombroso certain fundamental errors. 1. That there most likely exists no anthropological and physical criminal type that is hereditary. 2. That crime is in the main a product of the environment. 3. That in studying physiognomies, one's judgment is influenced by his emotional reactions. 4. That materials may easily and often unconsciously be selected to fit the desired conclusion. 5. That anarchism is not a distinct and definite term that permits the segregation of its supposed followers from those of communism, socialism, liberalism, etc. Nevertheless, Professor Lombroso's study soon filtered down to the more popular journals and newspapers, and furnished scientific support for the public attitude toward anarchists and revolutionaries. Notwithstanding this protracted wave of hatred, an Amnesty Association was formed in 1889 to campaign for the release of Neebe, Fielden, and Schwab. But Governor Pfeiffer, who succeeded Oglesby, refused to consider the matter, and the Amnesty Association had to wait until 1893, when John P. Altgeld became governor of Illinois. A petition bearing 60,000 signatures was presented to him. If he had pardoned the 3 men as an act of mercy, on the grounds that they had already served 7 years in the penitentiary, the community would probably have applauded Altgeld and its conscience would have been put at ease. Instead, he insisted on a thorough investigation and discovered that an irreparable and monstrous legal wrong had been done not only the 3 men still in prison, but also the other 5 who were dead. When he wrote his pardon message, with its unanswerable proof that the 8 defendants had not been given a fair trial, and that the state had failed to establish any connection. 439 American propagandists of the deed whatever between them and the unknown person who threw the Haymarket bomb, when he showed that the court, the jury, and the prosecution had yielded to the hysteria deliberately generated and intensified by the press and the police of Chicago, he actually charged the community with judicial murder. His pardon of Neebe, Fielden, and Schwab, therefore, brought a storm upon his head, second only to that suffered by the anarchists themselves. But realizing at the outset that the governor's legal position was impregnable, the outraged guardians of society rushed to their favorite weapon and turned upon Altgeld himself such an intensive and protracted fire of personal vituperation as few other men in public life have ever faced. If his arguments could not be answered, at least his motives might be impugned, his reputation blackened, his political and business fortunes ruined, and to such EI1DS the press, actively or passively abetted by 9/10 of the most highly respectable persons in American life, bent its efforts with an almost fanatical fervor and persistency. The radical factions in the labor movement were slow to recover from this period of persecution. After the Haymarket affair, the Black International, as the workingmen withdrew in fear, soon dwindled to a small group of intellectuals. Although the modification known as the Chicago idea appeared again later, Anarchism as a theory and a tactic never regained its hold on the labor movement in the United States. Workmen turned to the more conservative American Federation of Labor, which was able to point back with some satisfaction to the energetic part it had played in the 8-hour movement and to the resolution it had passed for the release of the 8 condemned men. But the noble order of the Knights of Labor, both because of its official treachery in the strike and its official refusal to petition for the pardoning of the condemned men, was abandoned. Meanwhile, among the working class the executed anarchists were regarded as martyrs to the cause of labor, and their monument at Waldheim Cemetery became a shrine visited by thousands each year. Barbara W. Tuchman is the author of 3 books of history, The Guns of August, The Zimmerman Telegram, and Bible and Sword. She is the mother of 3 daughters and is a graduate and trustee of Radcliffe College. This article is a shortened version of a chapter from a book on which she is now at work, dealing with the last 2 decades before the First World War and the quality of the world that died in 1914. The chapter in its completed form includes also the Spanish and Russian anarchists. Aside from Kropotkin, anarchist thought was most highly developed in France. France, in these years, had erected the tallest structure in the world, had invented the balloon, the bicycle, and radioactivity, nurtured a group of painters of genius and the most original composers of their time, gloried in the most cultivated capitale, and had, naturally, the most explicit anarchists. Among a wide assortment, some serious and some frivolous, the leaders were Elisee Reclus and Jean Grave. Reclus, with a dark-bearded face of somber beauty and melancholy like that of a Byzantine Christ, was the soothsayer of the movement. He had fought on the barricades of the Commune and marched to prison down the dusty blood-stained road to Versailles. He came from a distinguished family of scholars and, besides his work as a geographer, devoted years to explaining and preaching the anarchist system through his books and through the periodicals he edited at one time or another with Kropotkin and Grave. In contrast, Grave came from a working-class family. Once a shoemaker and then, like Proudhon, a typesetter and printer, he had in the 80s practiced making fulminate of mercury to blow up the prefecture of police or the Pas-I's Bourbon, seat of the French Parliament. His book The Dying Society and Anarchism so persuasively argued the destruction from the anarchists, by Barbara W. Tuchman. The Atlantic Monthly, 211-5. Reprinted by permission of the author. 441 anarchists.lsm in Franca. Shin of the state and offered so many insidious suggestions that it cost him 2 years in prison. While there he wrote another book, Society After the Revolution, which he promptly printed himself and published upon his release. Being utopian, it was not considered dangerously subversive by the authorities. In a 5th-floor walk-up garret on a working-class street, the Rue Mouffetard, he now edited, largely wrote, and printed on a hand press the weekly La Revolte, while at the same time working on his great history, Le Mouvement Libertaire sous la Troisième République. In a room furnished with a table and 2 chairs, he lived and worked, dressed invariably in a French workman's long black blouse, surrounded by pamphlets and newspapers, simple, silent, indefatigable, and so absorbed in his thought and task that he seemed like a hermit from the Middle Ages who forgot to die 800 years ago. The followers who were the body of the movement never formed a party but associated only in small, localized clubs and groups. A few comrades would pass out notices informing friends that, for instance, the anarchists of Marseilles are establishing a group to be called the Avengers and Famished, which will meet every Sunday at ... Comrades are invited to come and bring reliable friends to hear and take part in the discussions. Such groups existed not only in Paris but in most of the large cities and many small towns. Among them were the Indomitables of Armentières, the Forced Labor of Lille, the Ever-Ready of Blois, Land and Independence of Nantes, the Dynamite of Lyons, the Anti-Patriots of Charleville. With similar groups from other countries, they occasionally held congresses such as the one in Chicago during the World's Fair in 1893, but they neither organized nor federated. Another of the leading figures was an Italian, Enrico Malatesta, the firebrand of anarchism, always carrying the flame into whatever corner of the world there was an anarchist group. 10 years younger than Kropotkin, he looked like a romantic bandit who might have befriended the Count of Monte Cristo. In fact, he came from a well-off bourgeois family, and as a young medical student had been expelled from the University of Naples for participating in a student riot at the time of the Paris Commune. Thereafter, to make a living he learned the electrician's trade, joined the Italian section of the International, sided with Bakunin against Marx, led an abortive peasant revolt in Apulia, went to prison and then into exile. He tried to direct the Belgian general strike of 1891 away from its petty aim of manhood suffrage, since the vote, in the anarchist credo, was merely another booby trap of the bourgeois state. He was expelled for similar revolutionary efforts from one country after another and condemned to 5 years on the prison island of Lampedusa, from which he escaped in a rowboat during a storm. When confined to Italy he escaped in a packing case marked sewing machines, which was loaded on a boat for Argentina, where he hoped to prospect for gold in Patagonia to provide funds for the cause, and where, in fact, he found gold, only to have his claim confiscated by the Argentine government. Not content merely with talking about the coming disappearance of the state, Malatesta was constantly embroiled in practical attempts designed to help it disappear, which caused him to be suspected of deviating from pure anarchism and even of leaning toward Marxism. On one occasion he was shot by an Italian fellow anarchist of the extreme anti-organizzatore wing. Never discouraged, no matter how many of the insurrections he midwifed were stillborn, Malatesta was always just in or out of prison, fresh from some dramatic escape or desperate adventure, forever an exile without a home or hardly a room to call his own, always turning up, as Kropotkin said, just as we saw him last, ready to renew the struggle, with the same love of man, the same absence of hatred for adversaries or jailers. Their optimism was the outstanding characteristic of these leaders. They were certain that anarchism, because of its rightness, must triumph and the capitalist system, because of its rottenness, must fall, and they sensed a mysterious deadline in the approaching end of the century. All are awaiting the birth of a new order of things, wrote Reclus. The century which has witnessed so many grand discoveries in the world of science cannot pass away without giving us still greater conquests. After so much hatred we yearn to love each other, and for this reason we are the enemies of private property and the despisers of law. As formulated by men like Kropotkin, Malatesta, Jean. 443 Anarchism in France. Grave, and Reclus, anarchism at the end of the century may have attained, in the words of one of its recorders, a shining moral grandeur, but only at the cost of a noticeable removal from reality. These men had all suffered prison more than once for their beliefs. Kropotkin himself had lost his teeth as a result of prison scurvy. They were not men of the ivory tower, except insofar as their heads were in ivory towers. They were able to draw blueprints of a state of universal harmony only by ignoring the evidence of human behavior and the testimony of history. Their insistence on revolution stemmed directly from their faith in humanity, which, they believed, needed only a shining example and a sharp blow to start it on its way to the golden age. They spoke their faith aloud. The consequences were frequently fatal. Anarchism's new era of violence opened in France just after the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. A 2-year reign of dynamite, dagger, and gunshot erupted, killed ordinary men as well as great ones, destroyed property, banished safety, spread terror, and then subsided. The signal was given in 1892 by a man whose name, Ravaillac, seemed to breathe revolt and hatred and became the symbol of the new era. His act, like nearly all that followed it, was a gesture of revenge for comrades who had suffered at the hands of the state. On the previous May Day of 1891, at Clichy, a working-class suburb of Paris, a workers' demonstration led by lay anarchos carrying red banners with revolutionary slogans was charged by mounted police. In the melee 5 police were slightly injured and 3 anarchist leaders, Descamps, Darder, and Léville, severely wounded. Dragged to the police station, the anarchists were subjected, while still bleeding and untended, to a passage at the back of uncontrolled savagery, being made to pass between two lines of policemen under kicks and blows and beatings with revolver butts. At their trial, Bilott, the prosecuting attorney, charged that desk amps, on the day before the riot, had called on the workers to arm themselves and told them, if the police come, let no one fear to kill them like the dogs they hurl down with government. Vive la Revolution! Bilott there. Barbara W. Tuckman 444. Upon demanded the death penalty for all three, which, since no one had been killed, was an impossible demand that he might better not have made. It was to start a train of dynamite. For the moment, M. Benoist, the presiding judge, AC acquitted one defendant and sentenced the other two to 5 and 3 years imprisonment respectively, the maximum penalty allowable in the circumstances. 6 months after the trial, on March 14, 1892, the home of M. Benoist on the Boulevard Saint-Germain was blown up by a bomb. 2 weeks later, on March 27, another bomb blew up the home of Bilott, the prosecuting attorney, in the Rue de Clichy. Between the two explosions the police had circulated a description of the suspected criminal as a thin but muscular young man in his 20s with a bony, yellowish face, brown hair and beard, a look of ill health, and a round scar between thumb and first finger of the left hand. On the day of the second explosion a man of this appearance took dinner at the restaurant Very in the Boulevard Magenta, where he talked volubly to a waiter named Elmrod about the explosion, which no one in the quarter yet knew had taken place. He also expressed anti-militarist and anarchist opinions. Elmrod wondered about him but did nothing. 2 days later the man returned, and this time L'Herod, noticing the scar, called the police. When they arrived to arrest him the slight young man suddenly became a giant of maniacal strength, and it required 10 men and a terrific struggle to subdue him and take him prisoner. This was Ravicol. He had adopted his mother's name in preference to Königstein, the name of his father, who had abandoned his wife and 4 children, leaving Ravicol at 8 years of age as chief breadwinner of the family. At 18, after reading Eugene Sue's The Wandering Jew, he had lost faith in religion, adopted anarchist sentiments, attended their meetings, and as a result was dismissed with a younger brother from his job as a dyer's assistant. Meanwhile, his younger sister died and his older sister bore an illegitimate child. Although Ravicol found other jobs, they did not pay enough to keep the family from misery, so he took to illegal supplements but with a certain fierce pride of principle. Robbery of the rich was the right of the poor to escape living like beasts, he said in prison. To die of 44's anarchism in Franca-Hunger is cowardly and degrading. I prefer to turn thief, counterfeiter, murderer. He had in fact been all these, and grave robber as well. At his trial on April 26 he stated that his motive had been to avenge the anarchists of Clichy who had been beaten up by the police and not even given water to wash their wounds, and upon whom Bilott and Benoist had imposed the maximum penalty although the jury had recommended the minimum. His manner was resolute, and his eyes had the peculiarly piercing gaze expressive of inner conviction. My object was to terrorize so as to force society to look attentively at those who suffer, he said, putting volumes into a sentence. While the press described him as a figure of sinister violence and cunning and a colossus of strength, witnesses testified that he had given money to the wife of one of the imprisoned Clichy anarchists and bought clothes for her children. At the end of the one-day trial he was sentenced to imprisonment at hard labor for life. But the Ravicol affair had just begun. The waiter L'Herod, meanwhile, was winning heroic notoriety by regaling customers and journalists with his story of the scar, the recognition, and the arrest. As a result he attracted an unknown avenger of Ravicol who set off a bomb in the restaurant Very that killed not L'Herod but his brother-in-law, M. Very, the proprietor. The act was hailed by Le Père Paynard, the most slangy and popular of the anarchist journals, with the ghoulish double pun, V bifurcation. By now the police had uncovered a whole series of Ravicol's crimes, including a grave robbery for the jewelry on a corpse, the murder of a 92-year-old miser and his housekeeper, the further murder of 2 old women who kept a hardware shop, which had netted him 40 sous, and of another shopkeeper, which had netted him nothing. See this hand. Ravicole was quoted as saying, "It has killed as many bourgeois as it has fingers." At the same time he had been living peaceably in lodgings, teaching the little daughter of his landlord to read. His retrial opened on June 2 in an atmosphere of terror endued by the Avengers bomb in the restaurant Very. Everyone expect the palais de justice to be blown up, it. Barber W. Tuckman 446. Was surrounded by troops, every entrance guarded, and jurors, judges, and counsel heavily escorted by police. Upon being sentenced to death, Ravicole said that what he had done had been for the anarchist idea and added the terrible words, "I know one shall be avenged." Faced with this extraordinary person, at once a monster of criminality and a protector and avenger of the unfortunate, the anarchist press fell into discord. In Le Revolt Kropotkin repudiated Ravicole as not the true, the authentic revolutionary but the opera bouffe variety. "These deeds," he wrote, "are not the steady, daily work of preparation, little seen but immense, which the revolution demands. This requires other men than Ravicoles. Leave them to the fin de siècle bourgeois whose product they are." Malatesta likewise, in the literary anarchist journal Fin d'Or, rejected Ravicole's gesture. The difficulty was that Ravicole belonged almost but not quite to that class of ego-anarchists, who had one serious theorist in the German Max Stirner and 100 practitioners of the culte de moi. They professed an extreme contempt for every bourgeois sentiment and social restraint, recognizing only the individual's right to live anarchistically, which included burglary or any other crime that served the need of the moment. They were interested in themselves, not in revolution. The unbridled operations of these miniature bourgeois, usually ending in gun battles with the police and flaunted under the banner of anarchism, added much to the fear and anger of the public, which did not distinguish between the aberrant and the true variety. Ravicole was both. There was in him a streak of genuine pity and fellow feeling for the oppressed of his class that led one anarchist paper to compare him to Jesus. On July 1, calm and unrepentant, he went to the guillotine, crying at the end, "Vive l'anarchie!" At once the issue was clear. Overnight he became an anarchist martyr, and among the underworld a popular hero. Le Revolt reversed itself. He will be avenged. It proclaimed, adding its bit to the unfolding cycle of revenge. A verb, ravicolezer, meaning to wipe out an enemy, became current, and a street song La Ravicole, sung to the tune of La Carmagnole, car ride the refrain. It will come, it will come. Every bourgeois will have his bomb. Ravicole's significance was not in his bombs but in his execution. Meantime, violence erupted across the Atlantic. Anarchism, which rejected government in sexual matters as in all others, had its love affairs, and one that was to have explosive effect upon the movement in America was at this time in progress in New York. It began in 1890 at a memorial meeting for the Haymarket martyrs at which the German-born Johann Most was the speaker. An untended childhood accident had left him with a scarred and twisted face and deformed body. His scorned and lonely youth. When he wandered from place to place, sometimes starving, sometimes finding odd jobs, was natural soil for an animus against society. In Johann Most it sprouted with the energy of a weed. He learned the bookbinder's trade, wrote wrathfully for the revolutionary press, and achieved one term as deputy in the Reichstag in the 70s. But his vehemence kept him forever a wanderer, repeatedly imprisoned, repeatedly expelled, until he reached the United States in 1882 and by the force of his pen and personality took over leadership of the anarchists. In 1890 he was 44, a harsh, embittered man, yct so eloquent and impassioned when he spoke at the memorial meeting that his repellent appearance was forgotten. To one female member of the audience he seemed to radiate hatred and love. Emma Goldman, a Russian Jewish recent immigrant of 21, with blue eyes, a rebellious soul, and a highly excitable nature, was transported. Her companion of the evening was Alexander Berkman, like herself a Russian Jew, who had lived in the United States less than 3 years. Persecution in Russia and poverty in America had endowed both these young people with exalted revolutionary purpose. Emma's first job in the United States was sewing in a factory 10.5 hours a day for $2.50 a week. Her room cost $3 a month. Berkman came from a slightly better class of family, which in Russia had been sufficiently well off to employ servants and send their son to the gymnasium. But Barbara W. Tuchman 448. Economic disaster had overtaken them, a favorite uncle of revolutionary sentiments had been seized by the police and never seen again, and Sasha had been expelled from school for writing a nihilist and atheistic composition. Now 20, he had the neck and chest of a giant, a high studious forehead, intelligent eyes, and a severe expression. From the tension and fearful excitement of most speech about the martyrs, Emma sought relief in Sasha's arms, and subsequently her enthusiasm led her to Most's arms as well. The tensions of this arrangement proved no different from those of any bourgeois triangle. In June 1, 1892, in Homestead, Pennsylvania, the Steel Workers Union struck in protest against a reduction of wages by the Carnegie Steel Company. The company was determined to crush the union. Having become a philanthropist, Andrew Carnegie discreetly retreated for the summer to a salmon river in Scotland, leaving his manager, Henry Clay Frick, to do battle with organized labor. No one was more competent or more willing. A remarkably handsome man of 43, with a strong black mustache merging into a short black beard, a courteous controlled manner, and eyes that could become very steely suddenly, Frick came from a well-established Pennsylvania family. He dressed with quiet distinction in dark blue with a hairline stripe, never wore jewelry, and when offended by a cartoon of himself in the Pittsburgh Leader, said to his secretary, "This won't do. This won't do at all. Find out who owns this paper and buy it." He now recruited 300 strike breakers from the Pinkerton Agency and Prepar D to operate the mills behind a military stockade. On July 5, when Frick's private army advanced in armored barges across the Monongahela and prepared to land, the strikers attacked with homemade cannon, rifles, dynamite, and burning oil. The day of furious battle ended with 10 killed, 70 wounded, and the Pinkertons thrown back from the plant by the bleeding but triumphant workers. The governor of Pennsylvania sent in 8,000 militia, the country was electrified, and Frick, in the midst of smoke, death, and uproar, issued an ultimatum declaring his refusal to deal with the Union and his intention to operate with non-union labor and to discharge and evict from their homes any workers who refused to return to their jobs. Homestead. I must go to Homestead. Showed Berkman on the memorable evening when Emma rushed in waving the newspaper. It was, they felt, the psychological moment for the deed. The whole country was aroused against Frick and a blow aimed at him now would call the attention of the whole world to the cause. The workers were striking not only for themselves but for all time, for a free life, for anarchism although they did not know it. Berkman ride the train for Pittsburgh bent on killing Frick but survive in Gh himself to justify my case in court. Then, in prison he would die by my own hand like Ling. On July 23 he made his way to Frick's office. He was a DM at D when he recent a card on which he had written agent of a New York employment firm. Frick was conferring with his vice chairman, John Leishman, when Berkman entered, pulled out a revolver, and fired. His bullet wounded Friday CK on the left side of his neck. He fired again, wounding him on the right side, and as he fired the third time, his arm was knocked up by Leishman, so that he missed a fatal shot again. Frick, bleeding, had risen and lunged at Berkman, who, attacked also by Leishman, fell to the floor dragging the other two men with him. Freeing one hand, he managed to extract a dagger from his pocket and stabbed Frick in his side and leg 7 times before he was finally pulled off by a deputy sheriff and others who rushed into the room. "Let me see his face," whispered Frick, his own face ashen, his beard and clothes streaked with blood. The sheriff jerked Berkman's head back by his hair, and THIRD Frick and his assailant met. At the police station 2 caps of fulminate of mercury of the same kind Link had used to blow himself up were found on Berkman's person. Frick lived, the strike was broken by the militia, and Berkman went to prison for 16 years. This left the country gasping, but the public shock was as nothing compared with that which rocked anarchist circles. When in Freiheit of August 27, Yuan N. Most, an veteran champion of violence, turned apostate to his past and denounced Berkman's attempt at tyrannicide. He said the importance of the terrorist deed had been overestimated and that it could not be effective where the revolutionary move. 8 AJ Barra W took ma 450 meant was inchoate and weak, and he dealt with Berkman, now a hero in anarchist eyes, in terms of contempt. When he repeated these views verbally at a meeting, a female fury rose up out of the audience. It was Emma Goldman, armed with a horsewhip, who sprang upon the platform and flayed her former lover across his face and body. The scandal was tremendous. It was clearly jealousy of Berkman as a younger rival, both in love and in the revolutionary movement, that galled most. His splenetic attack on a fellow anarchist who had been ready to die for the deed was a stunning betrayal from which anarchism in America never fully recovered. In France there was no pause in the assaults. On November 8, 1892, at the time of a miners' strike against the Société de Mines de Carmaux, a bomb was deposited in the Paris office of the company on the Avenue de l'Opéra. Discovered by the concierge, it was taken out to the sidewalk and carefully carried 011 by a policeman to the nearest precinct station in the Rue de Bons Enfants. As the policeman was bringing it in, it burst with a devastating explosion, killing 5 other policemen who were in the room. They were blown to fragments, blood and bits of flesh were splashed over shattered walls and windows, pieces of arms and legs lay about. Police suspicion centered on Émile Henry, younger brother of a well-known radical orator and son of Fortune Henry, who had escaped to Spain after being condemned to death in the Commune. When Émile Henry's movements during the day were traced, it appeared impossible that he could have been in the Avenue de l'Opéra at the right moment, and for the time being no arrests were made. The bomb in the police station put Paris in a panic, no one knew where the next bomb would hit. Anyone connected with the law or police was regarded by his neighbors, since Parisians live largely in apartments, as if he had the plague and was often given notice to leave by his landlord. The city, wrote an English visitor, was absolutely paralyzed with fear. The upper classes lived again as if in the days of the Commune. They dared not go to the theaters, to restaurants, to the fashionable shops in the Rue de la Paix, or to ride in the Bois, where anarchists were suspected behind every tree. The time was, in any case, one of public rancor and disgust. Hardly had the Republic warded off the Boulanger coup d'état when it was put to shame by the nests of corruption revealed in the Panama scandal and the official traffic in decorations. Day after day in Parliament during 1890 to 1892 the chain of Panama financing through loans, bribes, slush funds, and sales of influence was uncovered, until, it was said, 104 deputies were involved. Even Georges Clemenceau was smeared by association and lost his seat in the next election. In proportion, as the prestige of the state sank, anarchism flourished. Intellectuals flirted with it. The poet Laurent Tailhade hailed the future anarchist society as a blessed time when aristocracy would be one of intellect and the common man will kiss the footprints of the poets. Scores of ephemeral journals and bulletins appeared with names like Anti-Christ, New Dawn, Black Flag, Enemy of the People, The People's Cry, The Torch, The Whip, New Humanity, Insurruptible, Sansculotte, Land and Liberty, Vengeance. To them the state, in its panic over the Ravicole affair, in its rottenness revealed by the Panama affair, appeared to be already crumbling. In March of 1893, a man of 32 named Auguste Vaillant returned to Paris from Argentina, where he had gone in the hope of starting a new life in the New World but had failed to establish himself. Born illegitimate, he was 10 months old when his mother married a man not his father, who refused to support the child. He was given to foster parents. At 12, the boy was on his own in Paris, living by odd jobs, petty theft, and begging. Somehow he went to school and found white-collar jobs. At one time he edited a short-lived weekly called L'Union Socialiste, but soon, like others among the disinherited, gravitated to anarchist circles. As secretary of a Fédération de Groupes Indépendants he had some contact with anarchist spokesmen like Jean Grave and Sebastian Faure. Vaillant married, parted from his wife, but kept with him their daughter, Sidonie, and acquired a mistress. Not the footloose or libertarian type, he held together his tiny family until the end. After his failure in Argentina, he tried again to make a living in Paris and, like his contemporary, Knud Hamsun, then hungrily wandering the streets of Christiania, experienced the humiliation of the frequent repulses, half-promises, the curt no's, the Barber W. Tackle 452 cherished deluded hopes and fresh endeavors that always resulted in nothing, until the last frustration, when he no longer had any respectable clothes to wear when applying for a job. Unable to afford a new pair of hose, Vaillant wore a pair of discarded galoshes he had picked up in the street. Finally he found work in a sugar refinery paying 3 francs a day, too little to support 3 people. Ashamed and bitter to see his daughter and mistress go hungry, disillusioned with a world he never made, he decided to end his life. He would not go silently, but with a cry of protest, a cry of that whole class, as he wrote the night before he acted, which demands its rights and some day soon will join acts to words. At least I shall die with the satisfaction of knowing that I have done what I could to hasten the advent of a new era. Not a man to kill, Vaillant planned a gesture that had some logic. He saw the disease of society exemplified by the scandal-ridden parliament. He manufactured a bomb out of a saucepan filled with nails and with a non-lethal charge of explosive. On the afternoon of December 9, 1893, he took a seat in a public gallery of the Chamber des Députés and threw his bomb into the midst of the debate. It detonated with the roar of a cannon, spraying the deputies with metal fragments, wounding several but killing none. The sensation, as soon as the news was known, was enormous and was made memorable by an enterprising journalist. He asked for comment that night at a dinner given by the journal La Plume to a number of celebrities, including Zola, Verlaine, Mallarmé, Rodin, and Laurent Tailhade. The last named replied grandly and in exquisite rhythm, "Tu importes les victimes sie geste est beau. -w. Hat do the victims matter if it's a fine gesture?" Published in Le Journal next morning, the remark was soon to be recalled in gruesome circumstances. That same morning Vaillant gave himself up. All France understood, and some, other than anarchists, even sympathized with his gesture. Ironically, these sympathizers came from the extreme right, whose anti-republican forces royalists, Jesuits, floating aristocracy, and anti-Semites despised the bourgeois state for their own reasons. Moire Drumont, author of La France / and editor of La Libre Parole, who was busy raging at the Jews involved. 453 Anarchism in France. In the Panama Scandal, produced a piece richly entitled, On Mud, Blood, and Gold from Panama to Anarchism. The men of blood, he said, were born out of the mud of Panama. On January 10 Vaillant came to trial before 5 judges in red robes and black gold-braided caps. Charged with intent to kill, he insisted that he had intended only to wound. If I had wanted to kill I could have used a heavier charge and filled the container with bullets, instead I used only nails. Nevertheless, Vaillant received the death penalty, the first time in the 19th century that this had been imposed on a person who had not killed. Trial, verdict, and sentence were rushed through in a single day. Almost immediately petitions for pardon began to assail President Sidi Carnot, including one from a group of 60 deputies led by Abbé Lemire, who had been one of those wounded by the bomb. A fiery socialist, Jules Breton, predicted that if Carnot pronounced coldly for death, not a single man in France would grieve for him if he were one day himself to be victim of a bomb. As incitement to murder, this cost Breton 2 years in prison and proved to be the second comment on the valiant affair that was to end in strange and sinister coincidence. The government could not pardon an anarchist attack upon the state. Carnot refused to remit the sentence, and Vaillant was duly executed on February 5. 1894, crying deed to bourgeois society. Long live anarchy! The train of death gathered speed. Only 7 days after Vaillant went to the guillotine, he was avenged by a blow of such seemingly vicious unreason that the public felt itself in the midst of nightmare. This time the bomb was aimed not against any representative of law, property, or state but against the man in the street. It exploded in the Café Terminus of the Gare Saint-Lazare in the midst, as Le Journal wrote, of peaceful, anonymous citizens gathered in a café to have a beer before going to bed. 1 was killed and 20 wounded. As later became clear, the perpetrator acted upon a mad logic of his own. Even before he came to trial, the streets of Paris rocked with more explosions. 1 in the Rue Saint-Jacques killed a passerby, 1 in the Faubourg Saint-Germain did no damage, and a third exploded in the pocket of Jean Pauwels, a Belgian anarchist, as he was entering the Church of the Madeleine. He was killed, and proved to have set the other 2. On April 4, 1894, a fourth exploded in the fashionable restaurant Foyot, where, though it killed no one, it put out the eye of Laurent Tailhade, who happened to be dining there and who only 4 months ago had shrugged aside the victims of a fine gesture. Public hysteria mounted. When, at a theatrical performance, some scenery backstage fell with a clatter, half the audience rushed for the exits screaming, "Ils anarchistes en bombe!" Newspapers took to printing a daily bulletin under the heading La Dynamite. When the trial of the bomber of the Café Terminus opened on April 27, the terrible capacity of the anarchists' idea to be transformed from love of mankind to hatred of men was revealed. The accused turned out to be the same Émile Henry who had been suspected of setting the earlier bomb in the office of the Mines de Carmaux that had ultimately killed the 5 policemen. Already charged for murder in the Café Terminus, he now claimed credit for the other deaths as well, although no proof could be found. He stated that he had bombed the Café Terminus to avenge Vaillant, and with full intention to kill as many as possible. I counted on 15 dead and 20 wounded. In fact, police had found in his room enough equipment to make 12 or 15 bombs. In his cold passion, intellectual pride, and contempt for the common man, Henry seemed the saint just of anarchism. At 22 he was, along with Berkman, the best educated and best acquainted with anarchist theory of all the assassins, and of them all, the most explicit. In prison he wrote a long, closely reasoned account of his experience of the cynicism and injustice of bourgeois society, of his too great respect for individual initiative to permit him to join the herd like socialists, and of his approach to anarchism. He showed himself thoroughly familiar with its doctrines and with the writings of Kropotkin, Reclus, Grave, Four, and others, although he affirmed that anarchists were not blind believers who swallowed whole any or all the ideas of the theorists. But it was when he explained his choice of the Café Terminus that he suddenly set himself apart. There, he said, 455 anarchism in Franca. Come all those who are satisfied with the established order. All the accomplices and employees of property and the state. All that mass of good little bourgeois who make 300 to 500 francs a month, who are more reactionary than their masters, who hate the poor and range themselves on the side of the strong. These are the clientele of the Terminus and the big cafés of its kind. Now you know why I struck where I did. In court, when reproached by the judge for endangering innocent lives, he replied with icy hauteur, in words that should have been blazoned on some anarchist banner, "There are no innocent bourgeois." As for the anarchist leaders, he said, who dissociate themselves from the propaganda of the deed, like Kropotkin and Malatesta in the case of Ravicole, and who try to make a subtle distinction between theorists and terrorists, they are cowards. We who hand out death know how to take it. Mine is not the last head you will cut off. You have hanged in Chicago, beheaded in Germany, garrotte at Arras, shot in Barcelona, guillotined in Paris, but there is one thing you cannot destroy: anarchism. It is an violent revolt against the established order. It will finish by killing you. Henry himself took death staunchly. Even the caustic Clemenceau, who witnessed the execution on May 2, 1894, was moved and disturbed. He saw Henry with the face of a tormented Christ, terribly pale, implacable in expression, trying to impose his intellectual pride upon his child's body. The condemned man walked quickly, despite his shackles, up the steps of the scaffold, threw a glance around, and called out in a raucous strangled cry, "Courage, comrades! Vive l'anarchie!" Society's answer to Henry seemed to Clemenceau at that moment an act of savagery. Almost without pause fell the next blow, the last in the French series and the most important in its victim, although the least in its assassin. In Lyons on June 24, 1894, during a visit to the exposition in that city, President Sidi Carnot was stabbed to death by a young Italian workman with the cry, "Vive la Revolution! Vive l'anarchie!" The president was driving in an open carriage through crowds that lined Barber W. Duchamel 45 and the street and had given orders to his escort to let people approach. When a young man holding a rolled-up newspaper thrust himself forward from the front row, the guards did not stop him. They thought the newspaper contained flowers. Instead it contained a dagger, and with a terrible blow the young man plunged it 6 inches into the president's abdomen. Carnot died within 3 hours. The assassin was a baker's apprentice, not yet 21, named Santo Caserio. Born in Italy, he had become acquainted with anarchist groups in Milan, the home of political turbulence. At 18 he was sentenced for distributing anarchist tracts to soldiers. Following the drift of other restless and troublesome characters, he went to Switzerland and then to set in the south of France, where he found work and a local group of anarchists, which went by the name Les Coeurs de Chain - Hearts of Oak. He was brooding over Vaillant's case and the refusal of the president to give a reprieve when he read in the newspapers of the president's forthcoming visit to Lyons. Caserio decided at once to do a great deed. He asked for a holiday from his job and for 20 francs that were due him, and with the money bought a dagger and took the train for Lyons. There he followed the crowds until he met his opportunity. Afterward, in the hands of his captors and in court, he was docile, smiling, and calm. His wan and rather common but gentle face looked to one journalist like the white mask of a flowered Pierrot illuminated by 2 bright little eyes, obstinately fixed. His lip was ornamented by a poor little shadow of a mustache which seemed to have sprouted almost apologetically. During his interrogation and trial he remained altogether placid and talked quite rationally about anarchist principles, by which he appeared obsessed. He described his act as a deliberate propaganda of the deed. His only show of emotion was at mention of his mother, to whom he was greatly attached and to whom he had been writing letters regularly when away from home. When the jailer came to wake him on August 15, the day of execution, he wept for a moment and then made no further sound on the way to the guillotine. Just as his neck was placed on the block he murmured a few words that were interpreted by some as the traditional Vive l'anarchie and by others as Avoininen, meaning, in the Lombard dialect, "I don't want to." 457 Anarchism in France. When anarchism slew the very chief of state, it reached a climax in France, after which, suddenly, face to face with political realities and the facts of life in the labor movement, it retreated. At first, however, it looked as if the anarchists would be handed a magnificent opportunity for either propaganda or martyrdom. Charging to the offensive, the government on August 6 staged a mass trial of 30 of the best-known anarchists in an effort to prove conspiracy between theorists and terrorists. In the absence of evidence, however, the jury was not impressed and acquitted all except 3 of the burglar variety, who were given prison terms. Once again French common sense had reasserted itself, as is its peculiar way whenever things seem most deplorable and the friends of France are already preparing to celebrate her obsequies. The jury's sensible verdict deprived anarchism of a cause célèbre, but a greater reason for the decline that followed was that the French working class was too realistic to be drawn into a movement suffering from self-inflicted impotence. The sterility of deeds of terror was already beginning to be recognized by leaders like Kropotkin, Malatesta, Reclus, and even Johann Most. Searching for other means of bringing down the state, they were always tripped up by the inherent paradox: revolution demands organization, discipline, and authority, anarchism disallows them. The futility of their position was beginning to make itself felt. Yet in the end there was a kind of tragic sense in the anarchist rejection of authority. As Sebastian Faure, who had been educated by Jesuits, said in a moment of cold realism, every revolution ends in the reappearance of a new ruling class. Realists of another kind during these years began to come to terms with the labor movement. It was the 8-hour day that the French working class wanted, not bombs in Parliament or murdered presidents. But it was the anarchist propaganda of the deed that woke them to recognition of what they wanted and the necessity of fighting for it. That was why Ravachol, whom they understood, became a popular hero and songs were sung about him in the streets. Ever since the massacres of the Commune, the French proletariat had been prostrate. It was the anarchist assaults that brought them to their feet. They sensed that their strength lay in collective action, and in 1895, only a year after the last of the anarchist assaults, there was formed THEEGT, France's Federation of Labor. Upon the anarchists, frustrated by their own inherent paradox, it exerted a strong pull. One by one they drifted into the trade unions, bringing with them as much of their doctrine as could be applied. This merger of anarchist theory and trade union practice took the form known as syndicalism, and in this altered form, though extremists of the pure kind like Jean Grave shunned it, French anarchism developed during the years 1895 to 1914. Its dogma was direct action through the general strike, and its new prophet was Georges Sorel. Under his banner the general strike was to replace propaganda of the deed. The syndicalists continued to abhor the state or anyone willing, like the socialists, to cooperate with it, and they had no more use than their anarchist predecessors for halfway reformist measures. The strike was all, the general strike and nothing but the strike. They retained the sinews of the old movement, but something of its soul, its mad marvelous independence, was gone. Public excitement over anarchist deeds, giving promise of heroic notoriety, acted as an intoxicant to unsound minds and produced the next two fatalities. The first took place on September 10, 1898, alongside the lake steamer at the Quai du Mont Blanc in Geneva. Here met, in mortal junction. As meaningless as when a stroke of lightning kills a child, two persons so unconnected, so far apart in the real world that their lives could never have touched except in a dement moment. One was the Empress Elizabeth of Austria, wife of Franz Joseph, the other Luigi Lucchini, a vagrant Italian workman. The most beautiful and the most melancholy royal personage in Europe, married and crowned at 16, Elizabeth was still, at 61, forever moving restlessly from one place to another in endless escape from an unquiet soul. Renowned for her loveliness, her golden brown hair a yard long, her slender elegance and floating walk, her sparkling moods when she was the incarnation of charm, she suffered also from court ball headaches and could not appear in public without holding a fan before her face. She was a fairy's child, wrote Carme Silva, the Queen of Romane. 459 Anarchism in France. With hidden wings, who flies away whenever she finds the world unbearable. She wrote sad romantic poetry and had seen her son's life end in the most melodramatic suicide of the century. Her insane first cousin, King Ludwig of Bavaria, had died by drowning, her husband's brother, Maximilian, by firing squad in Mexico, her sister by fire at a charity bazaar in Paris. I feel the burden of life so heavily, she wrote her daughter, that it is often like a physical pain and I would far rather be dead. She would rush off to England or Ireland to spend weeks in the hunting field riding recklessly over the most breakneck fences. In Vienna she took lessons in the most dangerous tricks of circus riding. What she was seeking was plain: "I long for death," she wrote her daughter 4 months before she reached Geneva. On September 9 she visited the lakeside villa of the Baroness Adolphe de Rothschild, a remote enchanted world where tame miniature porcupines from Java and exotic colored birds decorated a private park planted with cedars of Lebanon. As she left her hotel next morning to take the lake steamer, the Italian, Lucchini, was waiting outside on the street. He had come from Lausanne, where he recently had been reported to the police as a suspicious character. The orderly of a hospital where he had been taken for an injury suffered during a building job had found among his belongings a notebook containing anarchist songs and the drawing of a bludgeon labeled Anarchia, and underneath, in Italian, "For Humbert I." Accustomed to misfits, radicals, and exiles of all kinds, the Swiss police had not considered this sufficient cause for arrest or surveillance. According to what he told the hospital orderly, Lucchini's mother, pregnant at 18 with an illegitimate child, had made her way to Paris to give birth among the anonymous millions of a great city. Then she had returned to Italy, where she left her child in the poorhouse in Parma, and had disappeared to America. At 9 years old the boy was a day laborer on an Italian railroad. Later, when drafted into a cavalry regiment of the Italian army, he made a good record and was promoted to corporal. Upon his discharge in 1897, having neither savings nor prospects, he became manservant to his former captain, the Prince d'Aragona, but on being denied a mise, left in anger. Later he asked to come back. But the prince, considering him too insubordinate for domestic service, refused. Resentful and jobless, Lucchini took to reading L'Agitatore, Tu Socialista, Avanti, and other revolutionary papers and pamphlets whose theme at the moment was the rottenness of bourgeois society as demonstrated by the Dreyfus case. A single Samson, they indicated, could bring down the state at a blow. Lucchini, now in Lausanne, sent clippings from these papers with his comments to comrades in his former cavalry regiment. Apropos of a workman killed in a quarrel, he remarked to a friend at this time, "Ah, how I'd like to kill somebody. But it must be someone important so it gets into the papers." Meanwhile, the Swiss papers reported the coming visit of the Empress Elizabeth to Geneva. Lucchini tried to buy a stiletto, but lacked the necessary 12 francs, so he fashioned a homemade dagger out of an old file, carefully sharpened and fitted to a handle made from a piece of firewood. As the Empress and her lady-in-waiting, Countess Stare, walked toward the Quai du Mont Blanc, Lucchini stood in their path. He rushed upon them with hand upraised, stopped and peered beneath her parasol to make sure of the Empress' identity, then stabbed her through the heart. Carried back to the hotel, she died 4 hours later. Lucchini, seized by 2 gendarmes, was caught in his great moment by an alert passerby with a camera. The picture shows him walking jauntily between his captors with a satisfied smile, almost a smirk, on his face. At the police station he eagerly described all his proceedings and preparations, and when later it was learned that the Empress had died, expressed himself as delighted. He declared himself an anarchist and insisted on its being understood that he had acted on his own initiative and not as a member of any group or party. Asked why he had killed the Empress, he replied, "As part of the war on the rich and the great. It will be Humbert's turn next." From prison he wrote letters to the President of Switzerland and to the newspapers proclaiming his creed and the coming downfall of the state, and signing himself, Luigi Lucchini, anarchist, and one of the most dangerous of them. There being no death penalty in Geneva, Lucchini was sentenced to life imprisonment. 12 years later, after a 481 anarchism in France quarrel with the warder that resulted in his being given a term of solitary, he hanged himself by his belt. In 1897, an anarchist blacksmith named Pietro Accerito had attempted to kill King Humbert of Italy, leaping upon him in his carriage with a dagger in the identical manner not only of Caserio upon President Carnot, but of an earlier attempt on Humbert himself in 1878. More alert than Carnot to these occupational hazards, the king had jumped aside, escaped the blow, and remarking with a shrug to his escort, "So no gli inserti del mestr these are the risks of the job," he ordered his coachman to drive on. The hatred for constituted society that seethed in the lower classes and the helplessness of society to defend itself against these attacks were becoming more and more apparent. As usual, the police, in wishful hunt for a plot, arrested half a dozen alleged accomplices of Acharito, none of whom in the end could be proved to have had any connection with him. Plots by groups or parties could be dealt with, there were always informers. But how could the sudden spring of these solitary tigers be prevented? The war of the rich upon the poor went too deep. In 1899, in Italy, it burst into the open. Taxes and an import duty on grain, which the anarchists saw as another aspect of the war on the poor by the state, caused bread riots in Ancona. They spread north and south despite repressive measures and bloody collision between troops and people. In Milan, streetcars were overturned to make barricades, people hurled stones at police armed with guns, women threw themselves in front of trains to prevent the arrival of troops, a state of siege was declared, and all Tuscany put under martial law. The cry that at last the revolution had come brought thousands of Italian workmen back from Spain, Switzerland, and the south of France to take part. Control was only regained by the dispatch of half an army corps to Milan. All socialist and revolutionary papers were suppressed, Parliament was prorogued, and although the government succeeded in re-establishing order, it was only on the surface. The inoffensive monarch who found himself presiding over the situation had a fierce white mustache, personal courage, a gallant soul, and no more noticeable talent for kingship than any of the House of Savoy. Humbert was passionately fond of horses and hunting, totally impervious to the arts, which he left to the patronage of his queen, and very regular in his habits. Every afternoon he drove out in his carriage at the same hour over the same route through the Borghese Gardens. Every evening at the same hour he visited a lady to whom he had remained devotedly faithful since before his marriage 30 years earlier. On July 29, 1900, he was distributing prizes from his carriage to athletic competitors in Monza, the royal summer residence near Milan, when he was shot 4 times by a man who stepped up to the carriage and fired at hardly 2 yards distance. The king gazed at him reproachfully for a moment, then fell over against the shoulder of his aide-de-camp, murmured Avanti to his coachman, and expired. The assassin, holding his smoking weapon exultantly aloft, was immediately seized. He was identified as Gaetano Bresci, a 30-year-old anarchist and silk weaver who had come from Paterson, New Jersey, to Italy with intent to assassinate the king. His act was the only instance of anarchist propaganda of the deed for which there is some evidence, though unproven, of previous conspiracy. Paterson was a center of Italians and of anarchism. Certainly the anarchists of Paterson held many meetings and heatedly discussed a deed that would be the signal for overthrow of the oppressor. Certainly the King of Italy figured as their preferred target, but whether, as charged in reports after the event, lots were actually chosen to select the person to do the deed, or whether the discussions simply inspired Bresci to act of his own accord, is not certain. The picture of a cabal of anarchists in a cellar drawing lots to select an assassin was a favorite journalistic imagery of the time. One imaginative reporter pictured Bresci as having been indoctrinated by Malatesta, the head and moving spirit of all the conspiracies which have recently startled the world by their awful success. From the moment that Malatesta had been glimpsed quietly drinking at an Italian bar in Paterson, anarchists everywhere recognized the group at Paterson as the most important in the world. In fact, the police found no evidence that Bresci had ever for you land and freed met Malatesta. He had, however, either obtained or been given a revolver in Paterson with which he racked Ed shoot in G in the woods while his wife and 3-year-old daughter picked flowers nearby. Also, he was given by his comrades, or somehow obtained, money to buy a steerage ticket on the French line with enough left over to make his way from Le Havre to Italy. After the assassination, his Patterson comrades sent a congratulatory cable to him in prison. They gloried in his magnificent gesture and wore his picture on buttons in their coat lapels. They also insisted at a mass meeting in Patterson, attended by over 1,000 persons, that there had been no plot. Bresci himself suffered the same fate as other instruments of the idea. As Italy had abolished the death penalty, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, the first 7 years to be spent in solitary confinement. After the first few months he killed himself in prison. Thomas Garrigy Masaryk was born in Hato, Nin, Moravia, to poor parents and was early in his youth apprenticed to a blacksmith. He grew up to study in Vienna and became a lecturer in philosophy at the University of Vienna. He was especially well versed in English philosophy. He was a federalist in Austro-Hungarian politics, resisting Germanization of Bohemia and also the anti-nationalist policy of the Austrian bureaucracy. For a time he was in exile in London, after declaring his sympathy for the Allies in 1914. As a young man he became a close student of Russian affairs. His studies resulted in the important work published in 1913, The Spirit of Russia. The English edition appeared shortly after the war, by which time Masaryk was president of the newborn Czechoslovakia. Some of his works in English are Modern Man and Religion, and The Ideals of Humanity, How to Work. The great hopes which, after the Crimean catastrophe, had been founded upon the liberation of the peasantry and upon administrative reforms, were speedily dashed, and a revolutionary movement ensued, culminating in the assassination of Alexander II. The outward history of this movement is known. Partial freedom stimulated aspirations for complete freedom. We have now to consider the views which found expression in and through this movement, to discuss the program disseminated by secret presses and unlawful secret societies, both in Russia and elsewhere. 1. In 1862 was established in St. Petersburg the first secret society, known as Zemelja I Valia. It maintained relationships with the Polish revolutionaries, and through the instrumentality of Bakunin was likewise in correspondence with Herzen, though the last named mistrusted it. The program of the Central Committee of the Russian people maintained the duty and the right of revolution as a means of defense against the oppression and cruelty of absolutism. It sharply counterposed the interests of the people to the interests of Tsarist absolutism, and appealed for the cooperation of those whom no danger could affright. The ultimate aim of the revolution was stated to be the summoning of a national assembly which was freely to decide the social organization of Russia. The activity of the society would terminate when freedom of election to the National Assembly had been secured. Another secret society, to which reference has already been made, was Velichorus. Chernyshevsky was said to have participated in the work of both these societies. The secret organization of the radical revolutionary elements began at various places and assumed many different forms. A secret society came into existence in Moscow, and towards the close of 1865 was consolidated under the name of organization. In this society, two trends were manifest, one comparatively moderate, which aimed merely at the diffusion of a socialist program, and the other more radical, desiring to bring about the revolution by direct action and if needs must by Tsaricide. Karakosov, who belonged to this left wing, made the first attempt upon Alexander's life. On April 17, 1866, Karakosov and his associates were adherents of Chernyshevsky, but the attempt was made by Karakosov upon his own initiative and in opposition to the wishes of the society. Agitation was carried into wider circles by the proclamations issued from the newly established secret printing presses. The aim of these proclamations was not so much to formulate a program as to function as instruments of political propaganda and to promote a political awakening. Such proclamations were sometimes issued by authors and publicists of note, or were ascribed to these, rightly or wrongly. They were addressed either to the community at large or to particular strata of society, to cultured persons and to students, to soldiers, to peasants, to operatives. As early as 1854, proclamations were issued, but not until the radical movement of the 60s was in full swing did they become an effective means for political propaganda. Much attention was attracted by the before-mentioned proclamation Young Russia, which contained threats of a bloody and pitiless revolution. Russia was to be transformed into a republican and federative state, there were to be national and local parliaments, a judiciary appointed by popular election, just taxes, social factories and shops, social education of children, emancipation of women, abolition of marriage and the family, abolition of monasteries, provision for invalids and the elderly, increased pay for soldiers, etc. Should the Tsar and his party, as was to be anticipated, turn upon Young Russia, then, inspired with full confidence in ourselves, in our energies, in popular sympathy, in the splendid future of Russia, predestined to be the first of all countries to realize socialism, we shall sound the clarion call, seize your axes. Then we shall strike down the members of the Tsarist party, shall strike them unpityingly as they have unpityingly struck us, shall hew them down in the squares should the rout venture forth into the open, hew them down in their dwellings, in the narrow alleys of the towns, in the wide streets of the capitals, in the villages and the hamlets. When that day dawns, he that is not for us will be against us, will be our enemy, and our enemies must be destroyed root and branch. But with each new victory and in the hour of struggle, never forget to. Tom G. Masaryk 468 repeat, long live the Social and Democratic Russian Republic. The proclamation purported to be issued by the Revolutionary Central Committee. The excitement aroused by this bold document was intense. The liberals, no less than the authorities, were outraged beyond measure, for the liberals were stigmatized as henchmen of the Tsar. Even Bakunin was ill-pleased, for he considered that those who had issued the proclamation failed to understand the situation, that they had no definite goal, and that they lacked revolutionary discipline. Herzen, who was attacked by name in the proclamation, criticized it, but did not take it too seriously, saying that it was an ebullition of youthful radicalism, that its authors had wished to instruct politicians and officials more far-seeing than themselves. The proclamation, he said, was un-Russian, it was a mixtum composum of undigested Schiller, Gracchus Babeuf, and Feuerbach. The proclamation is an interesting testimony to the nature of the epoch. We see that the younger radical generation of the 60s is socialistically inclined, that liberalism and its constitutionalist formulas have been found inadequate, that society is to be rebuilt from its foundations on a socialist plan. According to the philosophy of history of the writers of the proclamation, society consisted of two classes, the members of the Tsarist party and the non-possessing revolutionaries, for the existing order was based solely upon private property, the Tsar was merely the man standing on the highest rung of the ladder, whose lower rungs were occupied by landowners, merchants, and officials, all alike capitalists. Private property was to be abolished, above all, the land was to belong to the whole people, and therefore the mere with its provisional subdivision of the land was accepted, but such propriety as had been hitherto held privately was to be held only on terms of usufruct, and after the usufructuary's death was to accrue to the NIR. Since every individual must belong to a village community, the Social and Democratic Russian Republic would take the form of a federative union of the village communities. Federation was to be free, and therefore the brother. 4 and 7 Land and freedom. Poles and Lithuanians could phone independent states should they be unwilling to enter the Russian Federation. Herzen was wrong in describing the proclamation as un-Russian. Not merely may we consider Stenkarazin and Pugachev to have been its forerunners, but it likewise embodies the ideas of Pestel, from whom the authors learned, as well as from Chernyshevsky and Bakunin. The influence of the French socialists is likewise discernible, and perhaps also that of Marx. The proclamation is unquestionably obscure in point of political outlook, as regards ways and means, this becomes obvious in its appeal to the people, to the millions of the old believers, to the army and its officers, to the Poles and the peasants, and above all to young men. Analogous in its outlook was the proclamation to the younger generation, which has hitherto been ascribed to Mihailov, who was sentenced on this account and sent to Siberia. In actual fact, the proclamation was written by Shelgunov. The proclamation represents the younger members of all classes as successors of the decabrists, animadverts against the pitiful economists of the German textbooks and against narrow-minded individualism, and repudiates the attempt to make an England out of Russia. In support of Herzen's and Chernyshevsky's doctrine that Russia could skip certain stages of European development, we read, "Who can maintain that we must necessarily walk in the footsteps of Europe, in the footsteps of a Saxony, an England, or a France? The Neists, Bastiats, Mauls, Raus, and Rochers, serve up to us masses of excrement, desiring to make the refuse of dead centuries into laws for the future. Such laws may do for them, but we shall find another law for ourselves. It is not merely that we can find something new, but it is essential that we do so. Our life is guided by principles utterly unknown to Europeans." Quite after the manner of Chadov and Herzen, the Russians are described as backward in their development, but are said to be competent for this very reason to undergo a different evolution, non-economic and peculiar to themselves. Therein lies our salvation, that we are backward in our development. The Russian bourgeoisie, manufactured by Catherine II, is to be swept away, for the bourgeois are nothing but peasants, only peasants without land. In addition to these proclamations, addresses to the Tsar and to the general public were circulated. Such addresses were sometimes issued by radicals, but still more by liberals and especially by some of the liberal Zemstvos. For example, the Tver Zemstvo issued a document of this character in 1862. Secretly printed addresses were likewise circulated for propaganda purposes. As far as political demands are concerned, these writings ask for nothing more than constitutionalist reforms. 32. Bakunin is of leading importance in connection with the further development of the revolutionary movement. It is therefore necessary to consider a Bakuninist program, and we will choose for this purpose the program of the year 1868, as formulated in the Narodno dello Bakunin's Genovese organ. Herein the liberation of the mind is proclaimed as the basis of social and political freedom, the belief in God and immortality and in idealism of any kind is proscribed, the spread of atheism and materialism being announced as definite party aims. Religion is said to produce slaves, to paralyze the energies, and to prevent the realization of natural rights and true happiness. The economic condition of the people is affirmed to be the cornerstone, and this economic condition is said to explain political existence. Thus runs a somewhat obscure formulation of economic materialism. In essence, the state is based upon conquest, upon the right of inheritance, upon the patria potestas of the husband and father, and upon the religious consecration of all these principles. The necessary outcome of the existence of such a state is the slavery of the working majority and the dominion of the exploiting minority, of the so-called cultured class. For the abolition of there should be mentioned in this connection the plan for an address to the Tsar, written wholly or partly by Chernyshevsky and outlined in a proclamation issued by the secret SQCDV Liquorus. In 1862, Herzen and Ogarev drafted such a document, which was condemned by Turgenev. It was never circulated. 469 Land and Friedal. These privileges it is necessary to do away with the inheritance of property, to secure equal rights for women, this involving the abolition of the patria potestas and of marriage, to maintain children until they reach full age, and to secure for them at the hands of a free society an education that shall make them equally competent for muscular and nervous work. In ultimate analysis, the basis of economic organization must rest on the two principles, that the land is the property of those who till it, the property of the village communities, and that capital and all the instruments of production belong to the workers, are the property of workers' associations. The entire political organism is to be a free federation of agricultural and manufacturing associations. The state is to be destroyed. The separate peoples in Russia may, should they so desire, unite to form a free federation, becoming members of the Russian folk, and this will affiliate with the equally free societies of Europe and the entire world. 3. Important for the further development of secret revolutionary propaganda was the Society of the People's Assays, a secret society founded by Nechayev in 1869. Nechayev, Bakunin's disciple, secured widespread notoriety through his Catechism of Revolution. This work was an introduction to conspiracy and to propaganda by deed, and presupposes the acceptance of Bakunin's program. Point 4 in the Catechism, the arts of the secret conspirator are urged with consummate Jesuitry, this word Jesuitry being understood in its most evil connotation as political Machiavellianism. The members of the secret society have to obey their leader absolutely, and for the most part remain unknown one to another. The revolutionary conspirator must be a blind instrument, must abandon all personal interests and sentiments, must break every family tie, and must give up even his name, to devote his whole individuality to the life and death struggle. The genuine revolutionist abandons all romanticism, even hatred and personal feelings of revenge, being subordinated to the revolutionary idea. The secret conspirator may and must do anything needful for the cause. He may lie if lying will promote the working of the revolutionary forces. He must enter into suitable relationships with prostitutes, with the police, with the so-called criminals, etc. The members of society, against which Nechayev is campaigning, are divided by him into 6 categories. The first of these consists of individuals whom the revolutionaries have sentenced to death and who must be removed forthwith, whereas most evil of creatures may be left alive if his misdeeds promote the growth of revolutionary energy. The second D-class consists of persons whose lives may provision ally be spared. In the third category are highly placed beasts, wealthy individuals who are personally of no importance, but who can be exploited for the benefit of the revolution. In the fourth class are aspiring officials and liberals of various grades. With these the revolutionary remains ostensibly on friendly terms that he may learn their secrets, may compromise them, may make it impossible for them to draw back, and may compel them to serve the revolution. Fifthly come the doctrinaires, those who are conspirators and revolutionaries in word merely, and similar chatterers. These must be urged to deeds and converted into genuine revolutionaries. Women constitute the 6th category, the most important of all, and these are divided into 3 subclasses. Those of no account must be exploited like the men in categories 3 and 4, the enthusiasts among them, who, however, are not yet fully won over to the cause, must be treated like the men of the 5th category, the adepts. The genuinely revolutionary women must be regarded as the greatest of our treasures, without which we could do nothing. The real aim of the secret society is to secure perfect freedom and complete happiness for the workers. But since this freedom and this happiness can be secured in no other way than by an all-destroying revolution carried out by the people as a whole, the guiding purpose of the secret society must be to increase the existing evils in order that the people may lose patience and may be stimulated to a mass rising. In 1869 and 1870 Nechayev published a periodical in Geneva. It was entitled Narodnaya Rasprava, and no more than 2 numbers appeared. Herein, 471 land and freedom was preached, absolute negation and pan-destruction. The formulation of plans for the future was condemned, and condemned too, therefore, was all exclusively theoretical rational activity. The only knowledge to be tolerated was that which directly promoted practice, the practice of radical and universal pan-destruction. As for reconstruction, to upbuild is not our work, but that of those who will come after us. The immediate concrete aim was to sweep away the Tsar with all his family. If, nonetheless, Alexander II was still permitted to live, this was merely because his proceedings were stimulating the revolutionary movement among the people. Nechayev was willing to leave his condemnation and punishment to the people's assays. The Russian folk was entitled to inflict a death sentence on the man who had deceived them with his lying reforms. During 1869, Nechayev organized among the Moscow students a secret society which, under his leadership, was speedily to shed blood. An alleged traitor, a student named Ivanov, was sentenced and murdered, the Bakuninist revolution having thus an ominous beginning with the assassination of one of its own adherents. Nechayev had an additional reason for this bloodletting in that he desired to intimidate his own followers, to knit them more closely together, and to promote the spread of the idea of pan-destruction by the excitement which the murder would cause. Bakunin condemned Nechayev in strong terms, though not until after Nechayev's deed. In 1870 Bakunin spoke of Nechayev as a traitor, and in 1872 censured his Machiavellianism and Jesuitism. It is difficult to decide to what extent Netello is right in maintaining that Nechayev had fooled Bakunin and Ogarev. It was certainly characteristic of Bakunin that his plans for worldwide destruction laid him open to be befooled by such as Nechayev. From the very first Herzen distrusted Nechayev. In 1872 Nechayev was extradited from Switzerland as a common criminal, and in Russia was condemned to 20 years in a penitentiary, but was confined in the fortress of St. Peter and S1. Paul, where he died in 1882. Even had this not been his fate, he would have been unable to maintain his position in the revolutionary world. As Kropotkin shows in his memoirs, Nechayev's program was promptly repudiated by Tchaikovsky's adherents. Moreover, in Lavrov's program Nechayev's position is denounced. Above all, the later members of the Narodnaya Volja disapproved of Nechayev's methods. Further, the anarchist followers of Nechayev and Bakunin, Cherksov, for instance, the opponent of Marxism, did not accept this aspect of Nechayev's anarchism. Kropotkin does not reject the idea of armed revolution, but he is opposed to all deception, whether practiced against friend or enemy. Not until much later, when the younger generation had forgotten the facts established by Herzen against Nechayev in 1871, were certain attempts made to idealize him. Once only was the method of Nechayev practically applied, this being in the peasant revolt of 1877 in the Chigirin district. Here a false secret charter issued by supreme authority was dangled before the eyes of the peasants. For of a very different character was the program of those organizations which made it their business to promote the revolutionary culture of the masses as a precondition of the definitive revolution. I may refer for example to the program of the Tchaikovsky, who were organized in the year 1871. 8. For the Tchaikovsky, the social revolution was the terminal aim of all revolutionary organization, and the greatest possibly number of peasants and operatives must be won over to the cause. Adherents among the operatives, returning to their native villages, would promote the spread of revolutionary ideas among the peasants. Local disturbances, such as were advocated by Bakuninist groups, were not approved, for it was held that these casual risings diverted people's attention from the terminal aim, the definitive revolution. But no objection was raised to local disturbances and local acts of resistance to government when these originated spontaneously. The Tchaikovsky sympathized with the Workers' International of Bakuninist trend, and sympathized with the Russian refugees, to whom they attributed an independent and peculiar influence upon the Russian folk. 5. The program of the Lavrovists, the adherents of Lavrov, has important bearings upon revolutionary developments during the 70s. It will be found in the periodical Viperd, which was published in Zurich and in 15 CTW Cherksov, pages Destoyer Socialist, U Doctrines et Acts de one Assisi Démocratie. 8. N. Tchaikovsky was a refugee from Russia in the year 1871, but returned to Russia in 1905. His program was revised by Kropotkin. 473 Land and Freedom. London in several different forms during the years 1873 to 1878. The Lavrovist program recognizes the existence of two universal tasks, two struggles, in which every thoughtful man must participate, the struggle of the realist outlook against the theological and the metaphysical, the struggle of science against religion, and the struggle of labor against the idle enjoyment of the good things of life, the struggle to secure complete equality for individualities, the struggle against monopoly in all its forms. The former struggle, we are told, is nearly finished, and as far as Russia is concerned has no notable significance. But for the latter, the principal struggle, we must now prepare the ground and provide a realist foundation. By a realist foundation, Lavrov means positive or scientific socialism. Lavrov opposes the conservatives and the pseudo-liberals, but likewise opposes Nechayev and Bakunin, energetically rejecting falsehood as a weapon for use in the campaign to secure juster social institutions. Falsehood must be overcome, just as must all the instruments and methods of the old injustice. The new order cannot be founded upon exploitation, nor upon the dictatorial dominion of the few, nor upon the forcible appropriation of unearned wealth. Against an enemy it may doubtless be permissible to make use of falsehood in moments of extreme and temporary need, but the employment of such methods among equals and among persons of like views is a crime. In answer to Bakunin and Nechayev, he points out that even those who say that the end justifies the means will always add, with the exception of those means whose use will per se prevent the attainment of the end. Lavrov declared that the social question was the first and the most important of all questions. He expressly subordinated the political problem to the social and above all to the economic problem, and he insisted that in view of the importance of the social struggle we should put all thought of nationality out of our minds. Accepting Marx's theory of the class struggle, Lavrov's primary demand was, therefore, for the organization of the entire working class movement, and he was here thinking of the Russian peasants as well as of the factory operatives. An all-embracing organization was essential because isolated struggles were irrational and per Thmisg Masaryk 474, poseless in view of the powerful organization of the enemy. Lavrov was convinced that the terminal aim would not be achieved at one step, there would be intermediate stages. He therefore held very strongly that during the progress of the struggle we should never cease to pursue the possible, and to choose suitable means for the attainment of the goal. Political programs and parties of a constitutionalist and liberal character were regarded as inadequate. Just as little as Herzen would Lavrov accept the bourgeois republic in place of the bourgeois monarchy, for the whole principle of the bourgeoisie was faulty. It was no doubt essential to make the best possible use of liberal institutions in so far as these could be made to subserve socialist aims, but the socialist ought not to think of making common cause with the liberal, though perhaps here and there the two might occupy common ground. In respect of nationality, according to Lavrov's program, human beings only were to be recognized, and the common aims of mankind, all the nations, therefore, were to unite for joint work, regardless of linguistic traditions. Rivalry between the Russians and the members of other nationalities was unsocialist. In Russia, the peasants constitute a preponderant majority of the population, and consequently work for the peasant masses was the special mission of the Russian socialist. The Russian folk must not merely be the aim of the social revolution, but its instrument as well. It is the work of the Russian revolutionary, the intellectual, to expound the socialist aim to the people. He must not desire to exercise authority over the folk, for his only role is to carry into effect the universal social aspirations. It is the task of the intellectual to instill into the folk confidence in itself, conceived an individuality, to enlighten the people concerning its own aims and activities. His work is to pave the way for the coming of Russia's better future. Only when the course of historical events indicates that the moment of revolution is at hand and that the Russian folk is prepared for it, are we justified in appealing to the folk to realize the great transformation. Revolutions cannot be artificially evoked, for they are the issue of a long series of complicated historical processes, and are not the result of individual wills. Nevertheless, every attempt at a popular revolution, even should it prove unsuccessful, is a means of social education. But whether a particular revolution be useful or injurious, history leads up to revolutions with inevitable fatalism. Lavrov declares in conclusion that for Russia, too, the revolutionary path is the most probable. For Lavrov, likewise, the mir seems the social and economic foundation upon which the socialistic transformation of society as a whole can be based. But it is necessary that, as a preliminary, the peasants shall receive enlightenment, for otherwise, even should the revolution prove successful, they would be exploited by the minority. Marx and Comte versus Bakunin, such is the gist of this revolutionary program. In view of the lust of bataille that animates the young Bakuninist revolutionaries, Lavrov voices the exhortation, look before you leap. As against the secret society men, Lavrov emphasizes the advantages of propaganda, and the opponents of the Lavrovists therefore spoke of them contemptuously as progressives. 6. Nabut, a periodical published in Geneva, and edited by Tikhakov, was the organ of Lavrov's adversaries. Tikhakov was a Blanquist who took part in the opening political demonstrations of the early 60s, and was sentenced in Nechayev trial. His aim was to continue and outbid the radicalism of Bakunin and Nechayev, so that for him not Lavrov merely but even Bakunin were bourgeois pseudo-revolutionaries in the sense of Nechayev's catechism. Tikhakov denominated his system, Jacobinism. The immediate aim of the revolution is to seize political power, but this seizure of power is not itself the revolution, to which it is no more than a preliminary. The revolution will first be realized by the revolutionary state, which will attain to the negative and positive aims of the revolution. The revolutionary state will strengthen itself by summoning a national assembly, and will conduct revolutionary propaganda, will, that is to say, guide education in accordance with the principles of the new order. Whereas Lavrov laid the principal stress upon the education of the people for the revolution, and made the revolution dependent upon such education, Tikhakov taught that the forcible overthrow of the old order would precede the revolutionary propaganda. In matters of detail, Tikhakov recapitulates Bakunin's ideals. The existing mir with private ownership will be transformed into a completely communistic local community, all private tools and machinery for production will be expropriated, and the exchange of products will be effected directly, to the exclusion of all intermediaries. Physical, mental, and moral inequality will be abolished by degrees, all will be educated alike, in the spirit of love, equality, and fraternity. The existing family, with its subordination of woman and its indulgence of man's egoism and arbitrariness, will be abolished. The centralized state will gradually be replaced by the self-government of the communes, since the immediate aim of the revolutionaries is the seizure of political power. They must organize themselves in a state conspiracy. By this Tikhakov means something entirely similar to the Lavrovist mass organization. He expressly condemns isolated revolutionary outbreaks on the part of small circles, but he demands like Bakunin a rigid hierarchical subordination to the general leadership, for this alone can bring definiteness of aim and can secure unity in the activity of all the members. For to Tikhakov the immediate and sole program of revolutionary activity is organization as a means for the disorganization and annihilation of the power of the existing state. Tikhakov remained editor of Naha till 1877, and the paper was continued under other editors until 1881. It was disavowed by the Narodnaya Volga as Nechayev had been disavowed, for the blood-curdling glorifications of terrorist deeds were too compromising. The influence of Naha in Russia does not seem to have been great, but Tikhakov, writing under pseudonyms, diffused his views also in authorized radical periodicals. Though he had to choose his words carefully, in view of the censorship, he was, like other radical writers, perfectly well understood. Tikhakov had an effective style as publicist and as literary and historical critic, and his writings exercised a revolutionary influence upon the young. 1. Tikhakov was a consistent expounder of economic materialism. He rejected in its entirety Russian aristocratic literature with its excursions into the domain of the humiliated and the suffering. Owing to the new developments, he said, the position of writers had become economically insecure, and in their creative work this insecurity betrayed itself in the phone of Weltschmerz. Consequently every aristocratic author exhibited two sides. For example, 477 Land and Freedom. 7. In the year 1877, a new Zemelja I Volga came into existence. The organs of this association advocated peaceful revolutionary propaganda. The agrarian problem was represented as the supreme social problem for Russia. The factory problem could be left in the shade, since it did not really exist for Russia, but was the social problem of the West. In Russia, the supreme demands had always been for land and freedom. Land must be the property of those who tilled it, and must therefore be taken away from the landlords. For the Cossacks, liberty signified free self-governing communes, in which those elected to carry out the popular will were subject to recall. Quite similar were the views of the secret society Zemelja I Valja, as the successor of the revolutionary socialists Pugachev and Razin, men of the people. No attempt was made to formulate a more specific program. The future could take care of itself. For the time being it was necessary to realize the revolution of the folk, that is to say to revolutionize the masses of the people, in order to render possible the socialistic organization of the Russian nation. The organization of the society was directed towards the attainment of this aim. Its leadership was centralized, but not in accordance with the prescriptions of Bakunin and Tikhachev. Where important questions had to be decided, the officers took a vote of the council, and in matters of supreme importance a ballot was taken of all the members. The council consisted of the members residing in St. Petersburg, which was the center. The league was subdivided into 4 groups: intellectuals, operatives, the village group, and the disorganization group. The last named was the most important, for it had life and death powers over the members. Its duties were to help imprisoned comrades, to set them at liberty whenever possible, and to protect them against the violence of the administration. From time to time these duties brought the society into open conflict with the government, although such conflict was not a regular part of its program. As A. Turgenev, Goncharov, Pizemsky were great writers, but apart from this their horror did not extend further than the length of their noses. With one side of his nature, Tolstoy loved the people, but with the other side he loved to chatter. Dostoevsky was not worth mentioning, and so on. THD1L1 as G. Mosseri 478 Precaution against tree share, traitors might be killed in case of need. The disorganization group kept the details of its plans and doings strictly secret, communicating them to the council in general outline merely. In addition to the 4 groups there existed certain sections for special tasks, the most important of these being the Heavenly Chancellery of the Central Executive, whose business it was to provide passports, etc. 8. The aim of the Zemelja I Valja was peaceful revolution, but nevertheless the heralds of this peaceful revolution advanced to terrorist methods, the White Terror evoking the Red. In July 1877, corporal punishment was administered in prison to Bogoljubov, a revolutionary, and the authorities committed a number of revengeful actions. In consequence of these, Trepov was shot by Verazay Sulich, Mazantsev was stabbed by Stepniak, and various other terrorist acts were committed or attempted. In June 1879, there was organized a declared terrorist party, Narodnaya Volja, replacing the Zemelja I Valja. The purpose of the new party was to terrorize the government and the reactionary elements of society. The party declared itself socialistic in the sense of the Narodniki. Only the people's will had the right to sanction social forms. Every idea that was to be realized politically and socially must first of all traverse the consciousness and the will of the people. To this people's will, which strongly reminds us of Rousseau, the capitalist state was counterposed as oppressor. In accordance with the principles of people's will and people's will, the Narodnaya Volja desired to restore power to the people by political revolution, and a legislative assembly would then undertake the reorganization of society. The leading socialistic principles, notwithstanding their infringement by the arbitrary proceedings of the monarchy, had remained alive in Russia. These principles were, the consciousness of the people that it was justly entitled to the land, communal and local self-government, the rudiments of federal organization, freedom of speech and conscience. The political program of the Narodnaya Volja comprised the following items: continuous national representation, local self-government, independence of the Mir as an economic and administrative unit, ownership of land by the folk, alley factories and similar industrial enterprises to be in the hands of the operatives, absolute freedom of conscience, speech, press, assembly, combination, andlec tour al agitation, univer sal suffrage, replacement tofs ta nd in g armies by a militia. M or important than the program, were the organization and the work of the Narodnaya Volya. The lead of the party was vest in the executive committee. The work was sudividi ed into the popular diffusion of the idea of a democratic revolution, and into agitation which was to giveexprsi onto the dissatisfaction of the folk and of society with the existing order. Terrorist activities were to take the form of the removal of the most noxious individualities in the government. The killing of spies was another terrorist duty. With this end in view, small secret societies were to be organized EVRYWH THESEB affiliated to and directed by the Central Executive Committee. Members of the party were to endeavor to secure influential positions and ties in the administration, in the army, in society, and among the PEOP. Aware of the fact that a secret organization whose members comprised no more than an infinitesimal minority could not properly express and sustain thePEOP's will, the energy of the party was concentrated upon preliminary labors, upon the preparations for a rising. If, contrary to our expectations, this rising should provenedless, our collected for CES can then be applied to the work of peace. These general principles were incorporated in a number of specialized programs, which prescribed the work to be done among the urban operatives, in the army, in the intelligentsia, and among UNG people. Moreover, the party had to attempt to arouse European sympathy for its aims, and this, it was considered, could best be effected by suitable literary activities. The Narodnaya Volya conducted all the terroristic attempts and enterprises, and was before all responsible for Adam Pts made UPO and the life of the Tsar. 3 such attempts had been undertaken before the society was organized, whilst the Narodnaya Volya was responsible for 4. Despite its declared terrorist aim, to break the charm of the administrative power by the assassination of the most noxious members of the administration and the government, the Narodnaya Volya condemned the blind campaign of destruction advocated by Bakunin and Nechev, Nekhev's methods. Thomas G. Mossar 480 being rejected as charlatanry. After March 13, 1881, the terrorist activity or the society came to an end. In the general belief this change of tactics was brought about by the alienation of public sympathy from the Narodnaya Volya, but according to Stepniak this was not the determining cause of the change. The Narodnaya Volya, he declares, discontinued individual outrages because it had decided to devote itself exclusively to the preliminary work of revolutionizing the masses. It continued to exist, but seldom played any public part. 9. Besides the terrorist Narodnaya Volya, there issued in 1879 from the Zemelja IV Volya the party of the Cherny Paredal. The aim of this party was to promote on agitation among the operatives and peasants. Plekhanov, who was its leader in the theoretical field, strongly condemned the methods of the Narodnaya Volya. The Cherny Paredal likewise declared itself representative of the Narodnichestvo, of the revolutionary section of that movement, seeing that its members considered that the solution of the agrarian problem was the very essence of the social question, and being guided in this view by the same reasons as those which influenced the narrative also. Socialism was declared to be the last word in sociology, and collectivism was considered the goal of the radical reformer. This radicalism must be economic radicalism, meaning that the radical reformer must strive to the utmost to secure the betterment of economic conditions, since these constitute the real basis of all other social and political conditions. In 1879, Plekhanov believed that collectivism could develop in Russia out of the mir and the artel, especially since capitalism was preparing agriculture, too, and land ownership for socialization, for in Russia as in Europe capitalism paved the way for socialism. Plekhanov and his associates in the Cherny Paredal believed that capitalism in Russia would concentrate landed 481 land and freedom, proprietorship, and would therefore prepare conditions for the black redistribution essential to the muzhik. The Cherny-Paredel was likewise revolutionary, but its view of its mission differed from that of the Narodovolci. The members of the Cherny-Paredel considered that political revolutions had never secured economic freedom for the people, nor had even afforded anywhere guarantees for political freedom. Constitutions were exploited by the bourgeoisie against the monarch and against the working masses, and the same thing would happen in Russia. It was a matter of no importance whatever whether Alexander I or Alexander III did or did not serve out these social cates, the bourgeoisie would eat them whilst the revolutionaries looked on. Doubtless the intelligentsia and also the folk desired political freedom, but for the muzhik freedom was intimately connected with economic conditions, and it was to such conditions that the muzhik must look in the first instance. The business of a genuinely practical revolutionary party in Russia was to awaken men intellectually and to prepare the means for the struggle. Such, at any rate, was the work of peaceful days. When the revolution came, the party would have to regulate the movement and to determine its trend. The special function of the intelligentsia was initiatory merely, the folk would do the rest for itself and would create its own leaders. But the function of the intelligentsia did not consist in the mere handing on of culture in accordance with legally authorized methods. An energetic revolutionary secret agitation must be promoted. In 1881, the Cherny-Paredel was forced for a time to suspend its journalistic activities, but in 1883 the party was reorganized as the Group for the Liberation of Labor and developed henceforward along Marxist lines, in continuous and close connection with the Marxist and socialist movements in other lands and above all in Germany. In 1883, and in fuller detail in 1884, Plekhanov defined the attitude of his party towards other parties and trends, condemning from the Marxist outlook the socialism of Herzen and Chernyshevsky, the anarchism of Bakunin, and the Blanquism of Tikakov. We shall have more to say about this matter when we come to discuss the history of Marxism. George Woodcock 11912 George Woodcock was born in Winnipeg, Canada. He was educated in England, where he has worked in railway administration and as a farmer, freelance writer, and editor. He has taught at the University of Washington and the University of British Columbia. He held a Guggenheim Fellowship in 1951-52 and since 1959 has been editor of the periodical Canadian Literature. He has a considerable number of books, articles, fiction, and poetry published, including biographies of Godwin, Proudhon, and Kropotkin. Anarchism has thriven best in lands of the sun, where it is easy to dream of golden ages of ease and simplicity, yet where the clear light also heightens the shadows of existing misery. It is the men of the South who have flocked in their thousands to the black banners of anarchic revolt, the Italians and Andalusians and Ukrainians, the men of Lyons and Marseilles, of Naples and Barcelona. But though the Mediterranean countries and southern Russia have been its great strongholds, anarchism has a place that cannot be ignored in the political and intellectual life of many other countries. In a general history one cannot describe every libertarian movement as thoroughly as it might intrinsically deserve, but in this penultimate chapter I intend at least to sketch out the record of anarchism in Latin America, in Northern Europe, and particularly in Great Britain and the United States. During the 19th century the countries of Latin America were related to Spain and Portugal not only by cultural and linguistic ties, but also by similar social conditions. This was a relationship that favored the transmission of revolutionary ideas, and it was mostly the Spanish IME from Anarchism, by George Woodcock. London, Christie and Moore, Ltd. Cleveland and New York, The World Publishing Company, 1962. Reprinted by permission of the publishers. B. For purposes of this volume, the sections on Great Britain and the United States have been omitted. 483 Anarchism in Latin America and Northern Europe. Grants who spread anarchist ideals in Latin America, though in Argentina, as we have seen, the Italians also played an important missionary role. The earliest anarchist groups appeared in Mexico, Cuba, and Argentina at the beginning of the 1808. These countries and Uruguay were represented at the last Congress of the Saint-Imier International in 1877, while in 1878 a Bakuninist League was founded in Mexico City. The anarchists quickly became active in organizing craft and industrial workers throughout South and Central America, and until the early 1920s most of the trade unions in Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Chile, and Argentina were anarcho-syndicalist in general outlook. The prestige of the Spanish CNT as a revolutionary organization was undoubtedly to a great extent responsible for this situation. The largest and most militant of these organizations was the Federación 6 en Obrera Regional Argentina, which was founded in 1901, largely under the inspiration of the Italian Pietro Gori. It grew quickly to a membership of nearly 250,000, which dwarfed the rival Social Democratic unions. From 1902 until 1909 the Foro waged a long campaign of general strikes against the employers and against anti-labor legislation. Toward the end of this period there arose in Buenos Aires a situation in which the brutality of the authorities and the militancy of the workers incited each other to greater heights, until, on May Day, 1909, a gigantic demonstration marched through the streets of Buenos Aires and was broken up by the police, who inflicted many casualties on the trade unionists. In retaliation, a Polish anarchist killed Colonel Falcon, the Buenos Aires police chief who had been responsible for the deaths of many syndicalists. After this a rigorous anti-anarchist law was passed, but the Fora continued as a large and influential organization until 1929, when it finally merged with the Socialist U.G.T. into the General Confederation of Workers, and quickly shed its anarcho-syndicalist leanings. In Mexico the anarchists played a all part in the revolutionary era that followed the downfall of the dictator Porfirio Diaz in 1910. One anarchist in particular, Ricardo Flores Magón, is still remembered among the fathers of the Mexican Revolution. With his brothers Jesus and Enrique he founded in 1900 an anarcho-syndicalist JUR. George Woodcock 484 NAL, Regeneración 6N, which played a very important part during the next 10 years in arousing the urban working class against the Diaz dictatorship. The Flores Magón brothers spent much of their lives in exile, carrying on propaganda from across the border in the United States, where they were several times imprisoned for their activities and where Ricardo died in jail in 1922. Although Ricardo Flores Magón was concerned primarily with converting the urban workers to his anarcho-syndicalist ideas, he established links with the great agrarian leader Emiliano Zapata, whose activities in southern Mexico during the revolutionary era resemble remarkably those of Makhno in the Ukraine, for like Makhno he was a poor peasant who showed a remarkable power to inspire the oppressed farmers of southern Mexico and to lead them brilliantly in guerrilla warfare. The historian Henry Bamford Parks remarked that the Zapatista Army of the South was never an army in the ordinary sense, for its soldiers spent their time plowing and reaping their newly won lands and took up arms only to repel invasion. They were an insurgent people. The philosophy of the Zapatista movement, with its egalitarianism and its desire to recreate a natural peasant order, with its insistence that the people must take the land themselves and govern themselves in village communities, with its distrust of politics and its contempt for personal gain, resembled very closely the rural anarchism that had risen under similar circumstances in Andalusia. Undoubtedly some of the libertarian ideas that inspired the trade unions in the cities and turned great Mexican paint, like Rivera and Dr. A.T.L., into temporary anarchists, found their way to Zapata in the South, but his movement seems to have gained its anarchic quality most of all from a dynamic combination of the leveling desires of the peasants and his own ruthless idealism. For Zapata was the one leader of the Mexican Revolution who never compromised, who never allowed himself to be corrupted by money or power, and who died as he lived, a poor and almost illiterate man fighting for justice to be done to men like himself. In Mexico anarchy strikes one as the appropriate product of a chaotic history, a dramatic, divided land, and a localism as inveterate as that of Spain. In the Teutonic lands that face the North Sea and the Baltic, its presence is less expected. Yet at least three of these countries, Germany, Holland, and Sweden, have produced libertarian movements of considerably historical interest. German anarchism followed a course that curiously parallels the country's national development. In the 1840s, when Germany was a patchwork of kingdoms and provincial polities, the tendency was toward individualism, represented most extremely by Max Stirner. From the 1870s onward, it turned toward collectivism, until, in the 20th century, the prevalent trend became a moderate anarcho-syndicalism, relatively nonviolent in practice and inspired by a respect for efficiency and intellect. Anarchism first appeared in Germany under the influence of Hegel and Proudhon. It began in the 1840s with the very different personalities of Max Stirner and Wilhelm Whiting. Stirner, as we have seen, represented unqualified egoism. Whiting became a communist much influenced by Fourier and Saint-Simon. Like the anarchist communists, he rejected both property and the wage system, and in his earlier writings, such as Garantiende Harmonie und Freiheit, he put forward a basically Planstudien plan of a society in which liberated human desires would be harmonized for the general good. Though Whiting wished to destroy the state as it existed, there were elements of utopian regimentation in his vision of a harmonious communist society, but in time these were tempered by the influence of Proudhon. After Whiting's final departure to the United States in 1849, he abandoned his communism and moved even closer to Proudhonian mutualism. In the Mont-Hly journal, Republik der Arbeiter, which he published in New York from 1850 to 1854, he criticized the experimental utopian colonies that were still numerous in the United States as diversions of the workers' energy, which in his view should attack the vital problem of credit by the foundation of a bank of exchange. The bank of exchange, he tells us in truly Proudhonian tones, is the soul of all reforms, the foundation for all cooperative efforts. It will set up stores for raw materials and finance head products, and issue paper money based on labor value to facilitate their exchange. Associated with the bank will be trade associations of journeymen for cooperative production, and the profits from exchange transactions will enable the bank to provide for education, hospitals, and the care of the aged and the disabled. By these means, and without state intervention or the elimination of the individual producer, the bank will destroy the monopoly of the capitalist and provide an economic structure which will render political institutions unnecessary. These later ideas of Whiting were undoubtedly much more influential in the neo-Proudhonian movement of the 19th century United States than in Germany. Several other German social theoreticians fell under the influence of Proudhonian anarchism during the 1840s. Karl Grelin, possibly the most ardent convert, met Proudhon in Paris during 1844, and his Die Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien was the first work to introduce Proudhon's ideas to the German public. Grelin was a versatile man of letters who, like Proudhon, served a short, disillusioning period as a parliamentarian in the Prussian National Assembly during 1849 and spent much of his life in exile, dying in Vienna in 1887. It was during his earlier period that Grelin was most attracted to the mutualist philosophy. In fact, he ventured beyond it, for he criticized Proudhon for not attacking the wage system, and pointed out that the growing complexity of industry made it impossible to decide on each man's product with any accuracy or justice. Therefore consumption and production must alike depend on choice. Let us have no right at all against the right of the individualist. Moses Hess, another German socialist, who knew Proudhon and Bakunin in Paris during the 1840s, actually adopted the title anarchy for his own social philosophy, expounded in 1843 in Die Philosophie der Tat. Hess was a rather solitary and truculent figure who stood out among the Rhineland socialists as Marx's most important rival. He was never so close to Proudhon as Grelin became, and he later quarreled bitterly with Bakunin, but he agreed with both in rejecting the state and dismissing organized religion as a form of mental bondage. Yet his doctrine was curiously muddled. In declaring that all free actions must proceed from individual impulses, unmarred by external influence, became near to Stirner. In envisaging a social system under which men would work according to indignation and society would provide automatically for every man's reasonable needs, he anticipated Kropotkin. But he grafted onto his 4117 anarchism in Latin America and Northern Europe libertarian dream a number of features, such as universal suffrage and national workshops, that no true anarchist would entertain. Neither Stirnerite nor Proudhonian anarchism had a lasting influence in Germany. Stirner gained no German following at all until after Nietzsche had become popular, and the interest in Proudhon's ideas disappeared in the general reaction that followed the failure of the revolutionary movements of 1848 and 1849. A whole generation now passed before the reappearance of any perceptible anarchist tendency. In the early years of the First International neither Bakunin nor Proudhon had any German supporters, and the Lassallean delegates who attended one Congress of the Saint Imier International agreed with the anarchists only in their desire to stimulate cooperative experiments. During the latter part of the century, however, anarchistic factions began to appear within the German Social Democratic Party. In 1878, for example, the bookbinder Johann Most, who had formerly been a fiery member of the Reichstag, was converted to anarchism while in exile in England. With Wilhelm Hasselmann, another anarchist convert, he was expelled by the Social Democrats in 1880, but his Jour. Nal, Die Freiheit, published first in London in 1879 and then in New York, continued to wield an influence until the end of the century on the more revolutionary socialists both in Germany and in exile. A few small anarchist groups were formed under his influence in Berlin and Hamburg, but it is doubtful if their total membership in the 1880s much exceed 200. The particular kind of violence preached by most encouraged the conspiratorial group rather than the mass movement. One such group, led by a printer named Reinsdorf, plotted to throw a bomb at the Kaiser in 1883. They were unsuccessful, but all of them were executed. Most's influence was also felt in Austria, where the powerful radical faction of the Social Democratic Party was anarchist in all but name. Libertarian ideas also penetrated deeply into the trade unions in Austria, Bohemia, and Hungary, and for a brief period from 1880 to 1884 the Austro-Hungarian labor movement was probably more strongly impregnated with anarchist influences than any other in Europe outside Spain and Italy. More influential even than most was the Bohemian Joseph Puchert, who published in Vienna a paper of anarchist communist leanings called Zuckenfeed. When the Austrian authorities began to suppress meetings and demonstrations in 1882, the anarchists and radicals resisted violently, and a number of policemen were killed. Finally, in January 1, 1884, the authorities became so disturbed by the spread of anarchist propaganda and the increase of violent clashes between police and revolutionaries that they declared a state of siege in Vienna and promulgated special decrees against anarchists and socialists. One of the anarchist leaders, Most's disciple Stellmacher, was executed, and the rest, including Puchert, fled from the country. From that time onward anarchism ceased to be a movement of any importance in the Austrian Empire, though small propaganda groups did emerge in later years, and one libertarian literary circle in Prague counted among its sympathizers and occasional visitors both Franz Kafka and Jaroslav Hasek, author of The Good Soldier Schweik. In later years Germany produced at least three outstanding anarchist intellectuals, Erich Mühsam, Rudolf Rocker, and Gustav Landauer. Mühsam, one of the leading socially engaged poets of the Weimar Republic, played an important part in the Bavarian Soviet Rising of 1919, and was eventually beaten to death in a Nazi concentration camp. Rudolf Rocker spent many years in England, about which I shall say more in the following pages. After internment during the First World War, he returned to Berlin, and became one of the leaders of the anarcho-syndicalist movement during the period up to the Nazi dictatorship. He was a prolific and able writer, and at least one of his works, Nationalism and Kultur, is a classic statement of the anarchist case against the cult of the national state. Gustav Landauer, who called himself an anarcho-socialist, was one of those free spirits who never find a happy place in any organized movement. As a young man during the 1890s he joined the Social Democratic Party, and became the leader of a group of young rebels eventually expelled because of their anarchistic leanings. For some years as a disciple of Kropotkin, he edited Der Sozialist in Berlin, but by 1900 he had shifted toward a position much closer to Proudhon and Tolstoy, advocating passive resistance in the place of violence and looking toward the spread of cooperative enterprises as the really constructive way to social change. He differed from most other anarchists in appealing particularly to the intellectuals, whose role in social change he regarded as extremely important. This led to the failure of Der Sozialist, which never gained a mass readership, and to a growing sense of isolation on Landauer's part. Today Landauer's books, both his political commentaries and his essays in literary appreciation, seem excessively romantic. Yet he was one of those men of complete integrity and passionate love for the truth who represent anarchism at its best, perhaps all the more because they stand alone. Despite his distrust of political movements, Landauer was taken up in the wave of revolutionary excitement that swept Germany during the years immediately after the First World War, and, like Muhsam and Ernst Toller, he became one of the leaders of the Bavarian Soviet. In the repression that followed its downfall he was killed by the soldiers sent from Berlin. They dragged him into the prison courtyard, said Ernst Toller. An officer struck him in the face. The men shouted, "Dirty Bolshevik! Let's finish him off." A rain of blows from rifle butts descended on him. They trampled on him till he was dead. The officer responsible for Landauer's murder was a Junker aristocrat, Major Baron von Gagern. He was never punished or even brought to trial. Early in the present century the anarcho-syndicalist tendency quickly outgrew the small groups of anarchist communists and the circles of individualists upholding the ideas of Stirner and of John Henry Mackay. Syndicalism originated in Germany with a dissident group calling themselves localists, who in the early 1890s opposed the centralizing tendencies of the social democratic trade unions and in 1897 broke away to form a federation of their own, the Freie Vereinigung Deutscher Gewerkschaften. In its early days most of the members of this organization still adhered politically to the left wing of the Social Democratic Party, but in the years immediately preceding the First World War they fell under the influence of the French syndicalists and adopted an anti-parliamentarian attitude. At this time the FVDG was still a small organization, with about 20,000 members, mostly in Berlin and Hamburg. After the war, in 1919, a congress held in Dusseldorf reorganized the Federation on anarcho-syndicalist lines and renamed it the Freie Arbeiter Union. The reformed organization expanded rapidly in the revolutionary atmosphere of the early 1920s, and by the time of the Berlin International Syndicalist Congress of 1922 it had reached a membership of 120,000, which expanded further during the decade to a high point of 200,000. Like all other German organizations of the left, the Freie Arbeiter Union was destroyed by the Nazis on their ascent to power in 1933, and its militants either fled abroad or were imprisoned in the concentration camps, where many of them were killed or died of privation. In Sweden there still exists an organization very similar to the German Freie Arbeiter Union. This is the Sveriges Arbetares Central. In the Baltic Amber of Swedish neutrality it has been preserved from the disasters of oppression and war that destroyed almost every other anarcho-syndicalist organization, and today, in the 1960s, it still functions as a working federation of trade unionists. There were anarchists in Sweden since the 1880s, when they enfiladed the newly formed Social Democratic Party, from which they were expelled in 1891 during the general purge of anarchists from parties belonging to the Second International. Thereafter, as anarcho-syndicalists, they worked within the trade unions until, after a disastrous general strike in 1909, they decided to break away and set up their own federation in imitation of the French CGT. In 1910 they founded the Sveriges Arbetares Central. It was a tiny organization at first, with a mere 500 members, but its militant call to direct action appealed particularly to the lumbermen, miners, and construction workers, whose work was heavy and whose wages were generally low. By 1924, At the peak of its influence, the SAC had 37,000 members. Still, in the 1950s, it retained more than 20,000 members, published its own daily paper, Arbetaren, in Stockholm, and loyally kept alive the Syndicalist International Workingmen's Association. There is a certain historical interest in considering how this rare survivor from the golden age of revolutionary syndicalism has adapted itself to the world of the 1960s. 491 Anarchism in Latin America and Northern Europe. And a recent survey of world labor by American sociologists includes a valuable description of the Sveriges Arbeters Central in the mid-20th century. The structure of the federation has apparently remained that of an orthodox syndicalist organization, based on local syndicates, each embracing all members within a geographical area without regard to trade or industry. The local syndicate remains the chief repository of union power, being affiliated directly to the national center. It seems clear, however, that union practices have been modified by changing social conditions. Theoretically, as the authors of the survey point out, collective bargaining is opposed by the Swedish syndicalists. As a means of exercising control over labor conditions, each local syndicate has established a register committee, the function of which is to prepare wage schedules. After approval by the syndicate, these schedules constitute the wages for which members may work. The failure of the register method to provide binding wages for definite periods of time enabled employers to cut rates during periods of unemployment, and some of the syndicates have been forced to enter into agreements. The syndicalists have advocated as means of enforcing their demands, the sympathetic strike, the slowdown through literal observance of working rules, shoddy work, and ca canny. But these methods have proved incongruous in a so highly organized society as the Swedish, and, in fact, the syndicalists have practiced collective bargaining. The survey goes on to remark that the Swedish syndicalists have remained faithful to the political tenets of their doctrine, and that their unions abstain strictly from political activity. Officially, the eventual overthrow of capitalism through the revolutionary general strike is still professed by the leaders of the SAC, but, the survey concludes, as far as practical trade unionism is concerned, there is not a great deal of difference between the socialist and the syndicalist unions. Theoretically, in other words, the Sveriges Arbeters Central has remained faithful to the kind of revolutionary syndicalism preached by Pierre Minute at the Amsterdam Congress in 1907. Practically it has accepted standard modern procedures in industrial relationships, and in theory and practice alike it has gone far away from pure anarchism. In Holland, anarchism has shared with the movements in Germany and Sweden their tendency towards syndicalism, but it has gained a character of its own from the militant pacifism of many of its leaders, and particularly of Ferdinand Domela Nieuwenhuis. It was under the dynamic influence of Nieuwenhuis that Dutch anarchism really developed. In the First International, the small Dutch federation worked closely with the Belgians led by César de Pepy. It supported Bakunin in his quarrel with Marx, opposed the centralism of the General Council, and joined the Saint-Imier International without ever becoming an organization of true anarchists. It was not, in fact, until the late 1880s that a clearly defined anarchist movement began to appear in Holland. It arose out of the revival of the Dutch socialist movement under the inspiration of Nieuwenhuis at the end of the 1870s. Nieuwenhuis began his active life as a famous Lutheran preacher in a fashionable church of The Hague. He was still in his early 30s when he underwent a crisis of conscience rather similar to William Godwin's, and decided to leave the church and devote his life to the cause of the workers. In 1879 he resigned his pastorate and founded a journal, Recht voor Len, in which he advocated an ethical socialism based on a strong emotional revulsion against oppression and war, and a deep sense of human brotherhood. It was a distillation of Christian principles into modern social terms. Nieuwenhuis ceased to be a pastor, but he never ceased in the real sense to be a religious man. His strength of personality and his idealistic fervor soon made him the most influential personality among the scattered groups of Dutch socialists, and when they came together in 1881 to found the Socialist League, he became its undisputed leader. The early years of the League, when it directed its efforts to anti-war propaganda and trade union organization, were very stormy, and most of its active members were imprisoned at one time or another, including Nguyen Huis himself, but they gained enough ground for Nguyen Huis to be elected. 493 Anarchism in Latin America and Northern Europe. To Parliament in 1888 as a socialist, he remained there for 3 years, but, like Proudhon and Grun, he found it a saddening experience, and emerged a convinced anti-parliamentarian. It was during his period in Parliament that he began to turn toward an anarchism, and to advocate, before French revolutionary syndicalism had been developed, the idea of industrial direct action and the general strike as means for the workers to free themselves from political and economic oppression and to combat war. Already, at the intern at Ion Socialist Congress, in 1889, Nguyen Huis had attacked the participation of socialists in parliamentary activity, and at the Zurich Congress in 1891 he raised, in violent opposition to Wilhelm Liebknecht, the idea of turning a war between nations into an international revolutionary war between classes by means of the general strike. At these congresses, and again in 1893 and 1896, he stood out in defense of the idea that the international should include socialists of every shade, from the most moderate reformists to the most extreme anarchist, and in the end he led the Dutch delegation out of the London Congress of 1896 as a final protest against the Second International's expulsion of the anarchists. Meanwhile dissension had arisen within the Dutch Socialist League itself, between the majority, who followed Nguyen Huis in his foot toward anarchism, and a strong minority attracted by German social democracy. The DF phalanx came to a head at the Groningen Congress of 1893, when the majority carried the League into the anarchist camp and the parliamentarians departed to form their own Socialist Party. While Nguyen Huis and his followers were winning the Socialist League to anarchism, their efforts to organize trade unions had also been largely successful, and in 1893 a Syndicalist Federation, the National Arbeid Secretariat was CRE8D. It developed under the ideological influence of Christian Cornelissen, who eventually became one of the most important of anarcho-syndicalist theoreticians. He was particularly interested in the international organization of syndicalism, and the intellectualism of his attitude made him one of the few links between the working-class militants of the CGT, such as Poiget and Avito, with whom he was in direct contact, and the theoretic syndicalists who Gath. George Woodcock 494 des Arcondes Esquerel and Lagardelle, and to whose J. Colonel, Le Mouvement Socialiste, he contributed. Cornelissen's influence in the European anarchist movement was very considerable during the early years of the present century, but it dwindled away to nothing when he joined Kropotkin and Guillaume in supporting the Allies during the First World War. For almost a decade the National Arbeid Secretariat, whose membership at this time did not reach more than 20,000, remained the most active and influential organization among the Dutch trade unions. Its fall from this ascendant position came rather dramatically during the general strike QF 1903, which started on the railways, spread to other industries, and then, at the moment of apparent success, lapsed suddenly when the government began to arrest the leaders and to use soldiers as blacklegs. The Social Democrats reaped the benefit of this defeat, and there was a mass exodus from the anarch-syndicalist unions. For several years the National Arbeid Secretariat maintained no more than a small bridgehead among the dock workers of Amsterdam and Archterdam, and by 1910 its membership had shrunk to little more than 3,000. The anarchist movement outside the trade unions also diminished in numbers and influence, but the personal prestige QF Nguyen Huis did NQT suffer greatly. He was the kind QF idealist who dqes not need a movement to establish a emperor influence, and he continued through the First World War and until his death in 1919 to wage his passionate anti-militarist campaigns, which were afterward continued by younger Dutch anarchist pacifists like Albert de Long and Bart de Ligt, author of that extraordinary manual QF Passive Resistance, The Conquest of Violence, which was read widely by British and American pacifists during the 1930s and led many of them to adopt an anarchistic point of view. The Dutch anarcho-syndicalists slowly recovered some of the ground they had lost in 1903, and by 1922 the National Arbeid Secretariat, though now a minority in comparison with the other trade unions, had regained its earlier membership. When it joined the Internationale Werkingmen's Association in 1922 it had almost 23,000 members. But, like the syndicalist movement in France, its can began to suffer the spell which Russian Sekmyanism cast over its younger militants. Eventually the organization itself was captured by the communists, and a large minority who remained faithful to anti-parliamentarian traditions broke away in 1923 to form the Nederlandisch Syndicalistische Vakverbond. It never gained more than a fraction of the dominant influence which the National Arbeid Secretariat had once wielded in the Dutch labor movement. After 1903, in fact, Dutch anarchism reconciled itself to having become a permanent minority movement whose widely respected leaders, like Nieuwenhuis and Cornelissen, enjoyed the prestige that in northern lands is granted to those voices crying in the wilderness which form the conveniently externalized consciences of peoples largely devoted to the acquisition and enjoyment of material prosperity. Alexander Berkman. Kronstadt, The Final Act in Russian Anarchism 1. Alexander Berkman is vested with exceptional powers, Zinoviev at its head. At the Soviet session last evening a military member of the Defense Committee denounced the strikers as traitors to the revolution. It was Lashevich. He looked fat, greasy, and offensively sensuous. He called the dissatisfied workers leeches attempting and demanded drastic measures against them. The Soviet passed a resolution locking out the men of the Trubachny mill. It means deprivation of rations, actual starvation. February 28 strikers' proclamations have appeared on the streets today. They cite cases of workers found frozen to death in their homes. The main demand is for winter C1 auth. 497 Krdenstat. And more regular issue of rations. Some of the circulars protest against the suppression of factory meetings. The people want to take counsel together to find means of relief, they state. Zinoviev asserts the Ubali trouble is due to Menshevik and social revolutionist plotting. For the first time a political tum is being given to the strikes. Late in TB afternoon a proclamation was posted containing larger demands. A complete spange is necessary in the policies of the government, it reads. First of all, the workers and peasants need freedom. TB don't want to live by the decrees of the Bolsheviki, they want to control TB's own destinies. We demand TB liberation of all arrested socialists and nonpartisan working men, abolition of martial law, freedom of speech, press and assembly for all Igbo labor, free election of shop and factory committees, of labor union and Soviet representatives. March many arrests are taking place. Groups of strikers surrounded by spekists, on their way to prison, are a common sight. Much indignation in the city. I bear that several unions have been liquidated and TBR active members turned over to the Speka. But proclamations continue to appear. The arbitrary stand of TB authorities is having the effect of rousing reactionary tendencies. The situation is growing tense. Calls for the Uchradilka are being beard. A manifesto is circulating, signed by the socialist workers of the Nevsky district, openly attacking the communist regime. We know Igbo is afraid of the Constituent Assembly, it declares. It is they who will no longer be able to rob us. Instead they will have to answer before the representatives of the people for their deceit, their thefts, and all their crimes. Zinoviev is alarmed, he has wired Moscow for troops. The local garrison is said to be in sympathy with TB strikers. Military from the provinces has been ordered to the city, special communist regiments have already arrived. Extraordinary martial law has been declared today. March 2 most disquieting reports. Large strikes have broken out in Moscow. In the Astoria I heard today that armed conflicts have taken place near the Kremlin and blood has been shed. The Bolsheviki claim the coincidence. of events in the two capitals as proof of a counter-revolutionary conspiracy. It is said that Kronstadt sailors have come to the city to look into the cause of trouble. Impossible to tell fact from fiction. The absence of a public press encourages the wildest rumors. The official papers are discredited. March 3 Kronstadt is disturbed. It disapproves of the government's drastic methods against the dissatisfied workers. The men of the warship Petropavlovsk have passed a resolution of sympathy with the strikers. It has become known today that on February 28 the Committee of Sailors was sent to the city to investigate the strike situation. Its report was unfavorable to the authorities. On March 1 the crews of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Baltic Fleet called a public meeting at Yakarny Square. The gathering was attended by 16,000 sailors, Red Army men, and workers. The chairman of the executive committee of the Kronstadt Soviet, the communist Vasiliev, presided. The audience was addressed by Kalinin, President of the Republic, and by Kuzmin, Commissar of the Baltic Fleet. The attitude of the sailors was entirely friendly to the Soviet government, and Kalinin was met on his arrival in Kronstadt with military honors, music, and banners. At the meeting the Petrograd situation and the report of the Sailors Investigating Committee were discussed. The audience was outspoken in its indignation at the means employed by Zinoviev against the workers. President Kalinin and Commissar Kuzmin berated the strikers and denounced the Petropavlovsk resolution as counter-revolutionary. The sailors emphasized their loyalty to the Soviet system, but condemned the Bolshevik bureaucracy. The resolution was passed. March 4 Great nervous tension in the city. The strikes continue, labor disorders have again taken place in Moscow. A wave of discontent is sweeping the country. Peasant uprisings are reported from Tambov, Siberia, the Ukraine, and Caucasus. The country is on the verge of desperation. It was confidently hoped that with the end of civil war the communists would mitigate the severe military regime. The government had announced its intention of economic reconstruction, and the people were eager to cooperate. They 499 Kronstadt looked forward to the lightening of the heavy burdens, the abolition of wartime restrictions, and the introduction of elemental liberties. The fronts are liquidated, but the old policies continue, and labor militarization is paralyzing industrial revival. It is openly charged that the Communist Party is more interested in entrenching its political power than in saving the revolution. An official manifesto appeared today. It is signed by Lenin and Trotsky and declares Kronstadt guilty of mutiny. The demand of the sailors for free Soviets is denounced as a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the proletarian republic. Members of the Communist Party are ordered into the mills and factories to rally the workers to the support of the government against the traitors. Kronstadt is to be suppressed. The Moscow radio station sent out a message addressed to all, Petrograd is orderly and quiet, and even the few FAC Tories where accusations against the Soviet government were recently voiced now understand that it is the work of provocateurs. Just at this moment, when in America a new Republican regime is assuming the reins of government and showing inclination to take up business relations with Soviet Russia, the spreading of lying rumors and the organization of disturbances in Kronstadt have the sole purpose of influencing the American president and changing his policy toward Russia. At the same time the London Conference is holding its sessions, and the spreading of similar rumors must influence also the Turkish delegation and make it more submissive to the demands of the Entente. The rebellion of the Petropavlovsk crew is undoubtedly part of a great conspiracy to create trouble within Soviet Russia and to injure our international position. This plan is being carried out within Russia by Tsarist general and former officers, and their activities are supported by the Mensheviki and social revolutionists. The whole northern district is under martial law and all gatherings are interdicted. Elaborate precautions have been taken to protect the government institutions. Machine guns are placed in the Astoria, the living quarters of Zinoviev and other prominent Bolsheviki. These preparations are increasing general nervousness. Official proclamations command the immediate return of the strikers to the factories, prohibit suspension of work, and warn the populace against congregating in the streets. The Committee of Defense has initiated a cleaning of the city. Many workers suspected of sympathizing with Kronstadt have been placed under arrest. All Petrograd sailors and part of the garrison thought to be untrustworthy have been ordered to distant points, while the families of Kronstadt sailors living in Petrograd are held as hostages. The Committee of Defense notified Kronstadt that the pre-on-ERS are kept as pledges for the safety of the Commissar of the Baltic Fleet, N. Kuzmin, the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet, T. Vasiliev, and other communists. If the least harm be suffered by our comrades, the hostages will pay with their lives. We want no bloodshed, Kronstadt wired repeatedly. Not a single communist has been harmed by us. The Petrograd workers are anxiously awaiting developments. They hope that the intercession of the sailors may turn the situation in their favor. The term of office of the Kronstadt Soviet is about to expire, and arrangements are being made for the coming elections. On March 2 a conference of delegates took place, at which 300 representatives of the ships, the garrison, the labor unions and factories were present, among them also a number of communists. The conference approved the resolution passed by the mass meeting the previous day. Lenin and Trotsky have declared it counter-revolutionary and proof of a white conspiracy. 8. Resolution of the General Meeting. Of the crews of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Baltic Fleet. Held March 1, 1921. Having heard the report of the representative sent by the General Meeting of ship crews to Petrograd to investigate the situation on there, resolved. The historic document, suppressed in Russia, is here reproduced in full. 501 Kronstadt. 1. In view of the fact that the present Soviets do not express the will of the workers and peasants, immediately to hold new elections by secret ballot, the pre-election campaign to have full freedom of agitation among the workers and peasants. 2. To establish freedom of speech and press for workers and peasants, for anarchists and left socialist parties. 3. To secure freedom of assembly for labor unions and peasant organizations. 4. To call a non-partisan conference of the workers, Red Army soldiers and sailors of Petrograd, Kronstadt, and of Petrograd province, no later than March 1, 1921. 5. To liberate all political prisoners of socialist parties, as well as all workers, peasants, soldiers, and sailors imprisoned in connection with the labor and peasant movements. 6. To elect a commission to review the cases of those held in prison and concentration camps. 7. To abolish all politodeli because no party should be given special privileges in the propagation of its ideas or receive the financial support of the government for such purposes. Instead there should be established educational and cultural commissions, locally elected and financed by the government. 8. To abolish immediately all zagraditelny triadi. 9. To equalize the rations of all who work, with the exception of those employed in trades detrimental to health. 10. To abolish the communist fighting detachments in all branches of the army, as well as the communist guards kept on duty in mills and factories. Should such guards or military detachments be found necessary, they are to be appointed in the army from the ranks, and in the factories according to the judgment of the workers. 11. To give the peasants full freedom of action in regard to their locati, and also the right to keep cattle, on condition that the peasants manage with their own means, that is, without employing hired labor. Alexander Berkman 502. 12. To request all branches of the army, as well as our comrades, the military corps to concur in our resolutions. 13. To demand for the latter publicity in the press. 14. To appoint a traveling commission of control. 15. To permit free Kustarnwayi production by one's own efforts. Resolution passed unanimously by brigade meeting, 2 persons refraining from voting. Petrochenko, Chairman Brigade Meeting. Perepelkin, Secretary Degree. Resolution passed by an overwhelming majority of the Kronstadt garrison. Vasiliev, Chairman. Kalinin and Vasily vote against the resolution. March 4 late at night. The extraordinary session of the Petro-Soviet in the Tauride Palace was packed with communists, mostly youngsters, fanatical and intolerant. Admission by special ticket, a propisk also had to be secured to return home after interdicted hours. Representatives of shops and labor committees were in the galleries, the seats in the main body having been occupied by communists. Some factory delegates were given the floor, but the moment they attempted to state their case, they were shouted down. Zinoviev repeatedly urged the meeting to give the opposition an opportunity to be heard, but his appeal lacked energy and conviction. Not a voice was raised in favor of the Constituent Assembly. A mill worker pleaded with the government to consider the complaints of the workers who are cold and hungry. Zinoviev replied that the strikers are enemies of the Soviet regime. Kalinin declared Kronstadt the headquarters of General Kozlovsky's plot. A sailor reminded Zinoviev of the time when he and Lenin were hunted as counter-revolutionists by Kerensky and were saved by the very sailors whom they now denounce as traitors. Kronstadt demands only honest elections, he declared. He was not allowed to proceed. The stentorian voice and impassioned appeal of Yevdokimovo, Zinoviev's lieutenant, wrought the communists up to a high pitch of excitement. His resolution was passed amid a tumult of protest from the nonpartisan Dili. 503 Kronstadt. Gates and labor men. The resolution declared Kronstadt guilty of a counter-revolutionary attempt against the Soviet regime and demands its immediate surrender. It is a declaration of war. March 5 Many Bolsheviki refuse to believe that the Soviet resolution will be carried out. It were too monstrous a thing to attack by force of arms the pride and glory of the Russian Revolution, as Trotsky christened the Kronstadt sailors. In the circle of their friends many communists threatened to resign from the party should such a bloody deed come to pass. Trotsky was to address the Petro-Soviet last evening. His failure to appear was interpreted as indicating that the seriousness of the situation has been exaggerated. But during the night he arrived, and today be issued an ultimatum to Kronstadt. The workers' and peasants' government has decreed that Kronstadt and the rebellious ships must immediately submit to the authority of the Soviet Republic. Therefore, I command all who have raised their hand against the socialist fatherland to lay down their arms at once. The obdurate are to be disarmed and turned over to the Soviet authorities. The arrested commissars and other representatives of the government are to be liberated at once. Only those surrendering unconditionally may count on the mercy of the Soviet Republic. Simultaneously I am issuing orders to prepare to quell the mutiny and subdue the mutineers by force of arms. Responsibility for the harm that may be suffered by the peaceful population will fall entirely upon the heads of the counter-revolutionary mutineers. This warning is final. Kamina. See a Mandarin C. Trotsky. Chairman Revolutionary Military. Soviet of the Republic. The city is on the verge of panic. The factories are closed, and there are rumors of demonstrations and riots. Threats against Jews are becoming audible. Military forces continue. Alexander Berkman 504. To flow into Petrograd and environs. Trotsky has sent another demand to Kronstadt to surrender, the order containing the threat, "I'll shoot you like pheasants." Even some communists are indignant at the tone assumed by the government. It is a fatal error, they say, to interpret the workers' plea for bread as opposition. Kronstadt's sympathy with the strikers and their demand for honest elections have been turned by Zinoviev into a counter-revolutionary plot. I have talked the situation over with several friends, among them a number of communists. We feel there is yet time to save the situation. A commission in which the sailors and workers would have confidence, could allay the roused passions and find a satisfactory solution of the pressing problems. It is incredibly that a comparatively unimportant incident, as the original strike in the Trubachny mill, should be deliberately provoked into civil war with all the bloodshed it entails. The communists with whom I have discussed the suggestion all favor it, but dare not take the initiative. No one believes in the Kozlovsky story. All agree that the sailors are the staunchest supporters of the Soviets. Their object is to compel the authorities to grant needed reforms. To a certain degree they have already succeeded. The Zagraditelny Yatriadi, notoriously brutal and arbitrary, have been abolished in the Petrograd province, and certain labor organizations have been given permission to send representatives to the villages for the purchase of food. During the last 2 days special rations and clothing have also been issued to several factories. The government fears a general uprising. Petrograd is now in an extraordinary state of siege, being out of doors is permitted only till 9 in the evening. But the city is quiet. I expect no serious upheaval if the authorities can be prevailed upon to take a more reasonable and just course. In the hope of opening the road to a peaceful solution, I have submitted to Zinoviev a plan of arbitration signed by persons friendly to the Bolsheviki. To the Petrograd Soviet of Labor and Defense. To remain silent now is impossible, even criminal. Recent events impel us anarchists to speak out and to declare our attitude in the present situation. 505 Kronstadt. The spirit of ferment manifest among the workers and sailors is the result of causes that demand our serious attention. Cold and hunger had produced discontent, and the absence of any opportunity for discussion and criticism is forcing the workers and sailors to air their grievances in the open. White Guardist bands wish and may try to exploit this dissatisfaction in their own class interests. Hiding behind the workers and sailors they throw out slogans of the Constituent Assembly, of free trade, and similar demands. We anarchists have long exposed the fiction of these slogans, and we declare to the whole world that we will fight with arms against any counter-revolutionary attempt, in cooperation with all friends of the social revolution and hand in hand with the Bolsheviki. Concerning the conflict between the Soviet government and the workers and sailors, we hold that it must be settled not by force of arms, but by means of comradely agreement. Resorting to bloodshed, on the part of the Soviet government, will not in the given situation intimidate or quieten the workers. On the contrary, it will serve only to aggravate matters and will strengthen the hands of the Entente and of internal counter-revolution. More important still, the use of force by the workers and peasants' government against workers and sailors will have a demoralizing effect upon the international revolutionary movement and will result in incalculable harm to the social revolution. Comrades Bolsheviki, bethink yourselves before it is too late. Do not play with fire. You are about to take a most serious and decisive step. We hereby submit to you the following proposition: let a commission be selected to consist of 5 persons, inclusive of 2 anarchists. The commission is to go to Kronstadt to settle the dispute by peaceful means. In the given situation this is the most radical method. It will be of international revolutionary significance. Petrograd, March 5, 1921. Alexander Berkman. Emma Goldman. Perkuz. Petrovsky. Alexander Berkman 506. March 6. Today Kronstadt sent out by RADIO a statement of its position. It reads: Our cause is just, we st and for the power of Soviets, not parties. We stand for freely elected representatives of the laboring masses. The substitute Soviets manipulated by the Communist Party have always been deaf to our needs and demands. The only reply we have ever received was shooting. Comrades. They deliberately pervert the truth and resort to most despicable defamation. 3. The Times, March 9, 1873. Quoted Brennan, Spanish Labyrinth, 155. Hugh Thomas 508 or other societies which would make voluntary pacts with each other. Criminals would be punished by the censure of public opinion. Bakunin was no doubt influenced, like Tolstoy, in forming such views, by a nostalgia for the Russian village life that he had himself known in childhood. The Spaniards, among whom his ideas so fruitfully spread, may not fancifully be represented as subconsciously hankering for a similar simplicity of the days before the grasping modern state, of the medieval village societies and provincial autonomous units which had flourished in Spain as in the rest of Europe. In 1871, the dispute between Marx and Bakunin in the International caused a split in its branch in Spain. The mass of the Spanish movement, the anarchists, continued, almost alone in Europe, to follow Bakunin. The first anarchist initiates, mainly printers, schoolmasters, and students, began a deliberate policy of education, directed chiefly towards the Andalusian laborers. Revolutionary militants moved about from village to village, living like wandering friars. They organized night schools, where peasants learned to read, to become teetotal, vegetarian, faithful to their wives, and to discuss the moral evil of coffee and tobacco. After trade unions were made legal in 1881, anarchism began to establish itself in Barcelona, where many Andalusian laborers had gone to seek work. The strike, instantly and ruthlessly carried out, was the weapon that the anarchists believed could lead to the achievement of the anarchist society. Hence, even after the formation of the CNT in 1911, there was no strike fund, since the anarchists put their trust in swift and brutal action, rather than in prolonged bargaining, requiring financial reserves. The Andalusian workers were too poor to make regular contributions. Nor, even in 1936, was there more than one paid official for the whole union. The Ant was divided into two groups, though the division was never properly noticed even by themselves. First, there were the workers of the cities, above all of Barcelona, who were really syndicalists, and who were groping for that vertical order of society first suggested in France in the late 19th century. The plan was for all the workers in one factory to delegate members to a syndicate, which would negotiate with other syndicates questions of lodging, food, and entertainment. The second group were the rural anarchists, notably in Andalusia, whose theory represented an idealization of their own town, the pueblo, all of whose inhabitants would cooperate to form their own self-sufficient government. The significance of the ideal is suggested by the second meaning of the word pueblo, which can be translated people, as opposed to the upper or middle classes. The inference was that these latter were essentially and inevitably foreigners in their own town. In Andalusia, anarchist strikes were frequently successful in securing higher wages or shorter hours, for the landowners, or their agents, feared the violence of the strikers' tactics. In Barcelona, there were long and bloody struggles between workers and factory owners, who knew that they had an unlimited labor reserve from which to draw. As a result, the anarchists turned in the 1898 increasingly towards terrorism. This was simultaneously being extensively practiced by their Russian Koblevers, with whom some of the Spanish anarchists were then connected by personal friendship. In the early years of the present century, the anarchists' hatred of, and increasing separation from, the middle class made them prize in their ranks all who made protests against middle-class society, including common felons. The organization of the FAI in 1927 meant the development of a whole army of shock troops in a more or less perpetual state of war against the rest of Spain. The FAI retained their fantastically high ideals. But they believed that it was with a pistol as well as with an encyclopedia that freedom 8 Pitt Rivers, 18. Hugh Thomas 510. Could be achieved. They were inclined to believe every word that they read. When they came across a passage in Bakunin suggesting that the new world would be gained when the last king was strangled in the guts of the last priest, they would be likely to wish to test immediately whether this was so. Their passionate concern was to create through the propaganda of the deed an atmosphere of panic among the middle class. They might do this through burning churches as in May 1, 931, they might place their faith in the violent, sudden, political and perhaps general strike in one town after another. Or they might murder. They had no relations with any other movement and the notion of becoming a political party in the normal sense of the word was repugnant to them. The movement had a clever tactical leader in the 1930s in José Garcia Oliver. To Mr. Cyril Connolly, the English critic, he described his aim as to eliminate the beast in man. But he had himself spent years in prison for crimes of violence. During the Civil War, after he had become Minister of Justice, one of his attendants stretched out his arm to a quivering archivist and invited him to shake a hand that had killed 253 men. 9 The other chief anarchist leaders were Federica Montseny, a formidable middle-class intellectual from Barcelona with remarkable powers of organization, Juan Piro, a glass maker, and two inseparable men of violence, Durruti and Escaso. Durruti, a native of Leon, had come as a metal worker to Barcelona in his childhood. Here he had met Escaso, a baker and cafe waiter. Together these two had committed many crimes of violence before fleeing from Spain, wandering through South America, and setting up an anarchist bookshop in Paris. Their most notorious crimes: 511 anarchist labor federations in the Spanish Civil War had been the murder of the Archbishop of Saragossa, 0 the attempt on King Alfonso in 1921, the murder of a female lace-maker of Madrid, and the celebrated assault on the Bank of Spain at Gij 6N. These men, however, were not common criminals. They were dreamers with a violent miszion, characters whom Dostoevsky would have been proud to have created. Can one blame the Spanish bourgeoisie if they trembled when they knew that an army of nearly 2 million workers was led, though hardly controlled, by men such as these? By January the Republic could look with pride at its winter's work hitherto. But the very diminution of the crisis caused fragmentation, partly geographical, partly political. Barcelona, for instance, presented the appearance of a city at peace. Valencians would be heard grumbling that the Catalans are not at war. Barcelona's worker dictatorship of August had also vanished. Was Marx right after all in saying that anarchism inevitably degenerated into petty bourgeois habits? The anarchists were certainly in decline. The communists' air of possessing the future, their dynamism, their political attitude of no nonsense, and, of course, the prestige of Russian arms made them the obvious party for ambitious people to join to. Their numbers had increased to probably 300,000 by the end of 1936. But had it not been for the propaganda by sight, as González Pella put it, they would have been far less successful. The communists of Barcelona, thanks additionally to their championship of individual ownership and opposition to revolution, were everywhere gaining ground. The PSUC, agitated for the dissolution of the revolutionary Comites, so as to place all executive organs, both nominal and actual, under the Generalitat, which with the Esquerra, they dominate. Rivalry between the anarchists and PSUC became acute at the start of January, when the latter managed to place a veteran anti-anarchist, their Secretary-General Comorera, as food minister. Comorera immediately abolished the bread committees, led by the CNT, which had hitherto supervised the food supply of Barcelona. Henceforward, there was no state intervention in the food supply in Catalonia. Even rationing was abandoned. This brought immediate hardship, since the price of bread had gone up far more than wages. There followed a bread shortage caused by the inadequate harvesting of the previous year, but attributed by the anarchists to Comorera's inefficiency. A poster war ensued, CNT posters demanding Comorera's resignation, PSUC posters calling for less talk, less committees, more bread, and all power to the Generalitat. Meantime, bread queues, of 300 or 400 persons, outside closed bakeries, became a pathetic daily sight. Sometimes, when no bread could be distributed, assaltos had to disperse the queues with rifle butts. Life seemed a far cry from the utopian dreams of July 1, 1936. Down the coast at Valencia, conditions appeared more revolutionary than at Barcelona. Nearly all factories and shops were managed by their workers. But the effect of the government's move to Valencia had been to give them control over the Levant, which, before November, had been almost independent. As for the dissident anarchists of the Levant, a force was dispatched against the uncontrollables of Tarracon and Cuenca, who had so nearly brought the government to a tragic end. After fighting, both towns became model socialist centers, whereas in neither had the UGT previously been strong. Here too, however, the communists and anarchists were in conflict, especially over the question of the marketing of oranges from the Valencian Huerta. Since July 1, 1936, the marketing had been done by a committee of the UGT and CNT, representing all the trades who handled the crops, though not the orange growers themselves. The Ministry of Agriculture paid this body 50% of the international price of the crop on delivery, and 50% after sale and deduction of expenses. The 513 anarchist labor federations in the Spanish 11 war orange growers, with the support of the communist Uribe, Minister of Agriculture, argued that this committee took the profits, and that they got nothing. The committee contended that, if the orange crop were handed over to private commerce, not only would the trade unions be destroyed, but the private merchants would keep abroad the foreign currency. The violent hatred of the orange growers for the committee was shown by the revolt in January of the Pueblo of Culera, which suddenly declared itself independent, burned flashlights towards the Mediterranean to attract nationalist ships, and turned guns against Valencia. The government then had to take the same repressive measures against these peasant enemies of the anarchists as they had earlier done over different matters against the anarchists themselves. 8. In Madrid, hostility between the communists and anarchists had different implications. On the one hand, it was an aspect of the quarrel between Madrid and Valencia, and on the other the start of a dispute between the communists and Largo Caballero. After the Battle of the Corona High Road, Kleber argued that the Republic should launch an attack, the international brigades leading the offensive. But here Kleber came up against the jealousy that he had inspired in Maella and other Spanish commanders. Largo Caballero, already jealous of the international prestige of La Pasionaria and other communists who had remained in Madrid during the siege, concluded that Kleber wished to use the international brigades to stage a communist coup d'état. The anarchists of Madrid supported Maella, and therefore indirectly, for the first time, Largo Caballero. Even so, Kleber's ideas might have triumphed had he not incurred the suspicion of André Martí. As a result, Kleber left his command and went to live in a small hotel in Valencia. At the same time, Rosenberg, for no obvious reason, left his post as ambassador at Valencia and went back to Moscow, where he was shortly to disappear in the purges now developing at cumulative speed. Other Russians in Spain were called home with similar consequences. Parties would be given in Madrid, attended by General Bertin, to bid farewell to officers summoned back in 13 Borkenau, 198-2. Hugh Thomas 514. This way. Eventually Bertin himself, guest of honor at these macabre gatherings, would also be recalled, with the usual results. Meantime in Spain, the communists suddenly ceased their most outspoken attacks on their enemies. Instead they struck through the NKVD, which was staffed mainly by foreign communists, since Spanish communists were considered less sound. The number of Russians in Spain never exceeded 2,000, but those who were there were placed in key positions. Barcelona radio services were under one Karlsov Ginsburg. A certain Vladimir Berchitsky was a central figure in arms production. And the general rumor of the Russians are in control was henceforward heard everywhere in the Republic. Undoubtedly their lack of knowledge of Spain, as well as their secretiveness, led these Russians into grave mistakes. The use that the Communist Party made of its power was to establish itself as deeply as possible in the Republican administration, to arrange that, through the agency of Orlov, the NKVD's tentacles should crowd out all private Chekas, both of the Socialist Communist Youth and others, and to prepare the way for the same purge of communists and other Marxists in Spain as had now reached its second stage in Russia. The first move in the Spanish purge was the PSUC's campaign to maneuver the POUM out of the Catalan Generalitat. 9 eventually left on December 1. 6. The anarchists gave this blessing since, like all the other parties, they also did not love the POUM's aggressive and self-assertive arrogance. The anarchists must, however, have been a little anxious not only at the spread of the Communist Party's power, but also at its threats. So far as Catalonia is concerned, thundered Pravda on December 1. 7, The cleaning up of Trotskyists and anarchists has begun, and it will be carried out with the same energy as in the USSR. However, no action was yet taken, and Antonov Ovzhenko, the Russian consul general, expressed publicly his admiration of the Catalan anarchists on December 22. By this time also the violence of the popular tribunals and Chekkas had been greatly diminished, perhaps chiefly because their work was almost completed. There were indeed few members of the old right-wing parties of before the Civil War left in Republican Spain. But wild crimes by militiamen continued sporadically, especially in backward provinces. The Communists maintained their campaign against collectivization of land, and the anarchists continued in favor of its general application. Neither were strong enough to force their own solution. So the question of expropriated property was left suspended, most large estates being run by municipalities with the old laborers working under much the same conditions as of old. Where the anarchists had established themselves first, in Catalonia, Aragon, and in certain wheat farms in La Mancha and sugar-cane farms near Malaga, collectivized methods persisted. In Aragon, this included 75% of the small properties. There, all crops were placed under the control of a local committee. Wages were paid in proportion to needs. The anarchists claimed, in respect of wheat in Aragon, a 30% increase in production. The argument as to the relative advantage of the militia system or the army system continued as the chief bone of contention between communism and anarchism. Republican staff officers had suggested that the mixed brigade, a self-contained unit, with its own artillery, mortars, supply, and medical services, developed during the wars in Morocco, was the best type of organization for the war. It was in fact adopted because the Communist Party, and the Soviet advisors, favored it. A decree ending the militias and reorganizing the army in mixed brigades was published at the end of December. The inspiration of these steps towards the formation of a regular army was the efficient Undersecretary, General Asensio, and his advisors of the old regular army such as Martin Blazgs. The anarchists disliked passionately these developments. The libertarian youth spoke of the dangers of just such an army as had rebelled in July, a shock force knowing nothing of the cries for liberty, bread, justice of the cannon fodder. The General Council of the FAI demanded the suppression of the salute, equal pay for all in the army, newspapers at the front, and soldier councils, at all levels. Solidaridad Obrera grumbled about obsession of discipline, neo-militarism, and psychosis of unity. Hugh Thomas 516. The Iron Column before Teruel rebelled against the financial implications of the decree against militias. Hitherto, the column had been paid en bloc. Now the men were to be paid individually. Fighting occurred before the anarchists submitted to the new regulations. The anarchists were naturally dubious about abandoning their militias, particularly when the dissolution of the Communist 5th Regiment was followed by the nomination of that body's commander, Lister, to lead the 1st Mixed Brigade. In fact, for some months longer, the militiamen still existed, though beginning to be classed under numbers not names. The separate political flags were still seen as often as that of the Republic. On the Aragon front, separate political columns lasted until the middle of the year. Uniforms were still non-existent, though everyone wore corduroy knee breeches and a zipper jacket. Training continued rudimentary since all the rifles were at the front, and even these continued, except for parts of the Madrid front, to be old and unreliable, while artillery was everywhere scarce. Grenades were still as liable to explode in the hands of the thrower as upon the enemy. In many places there were no maps, range finders, periscopes, field glasses, or cleaning materials. Orwell discovered, with the horror of a trained member of the Eton OTC, that no one in his POUM column had heard of a pull-through .1's bad marksmanship continued to be the rule. Discipline in most places continued to be based upon class loyalty, rather than orders by officers, though General Asensio Tirado, the Undersecretary at the War Ministry and the moving spirit in the creation of the new Republican People's Army, insisted on correct military uniform for officers. 17 Largo Caballero meanwhile continued to be jealous of everyone in Madrid, especially of La Pasionaria, who had had such great popular success there. His relations with Mayaja and Madrid's commanders remained bad. He also began to dislike the presence of the Russian ambassador, Rosenberg. On December 2, Stalin sent a letter to him full of brotherly and moderate advice. The parliamentary method might in Spain be more revolutionarily effective than in Russia. Even so, the Russian experience might be useful in Spain, hence the dispatch of certain military comrades, who had received orders to follow Spanish instructions and act only as advisors. Stalin begged Largo Caballero as a friend to report how successful the advisors had been, and to say whether he found Rosenberg satisfactory. The letter ended with the advice that peasants' and foreigners' property should be respected, that partisan forces should be formed behind the nationalist lines, that the small bourgeoisie should not be attacked, and that Azafia and the Republicans should not be cold-shouldered. And in fact the political moderation of the Communist Party in Spain now brought them a working alliance with the liberal Republicans. The Republicans' policy, insofar as one existed apart from the general aim of winning the war, was nearly that of the Communist Party in both military strategy and economics. It was thus in language almost identical with that of La Pasionaria that Azafia, in one of his rare public appearances, at Valencia on January 2, demanded a war policy. With only one expression: discipline and obedience to the responsible government of the Republic. 19 social and other reforms, Azafia and the Communists could now agree, should await victory. And it was the adoption of this policy which gave the Communist Party much of its power. If the war was to be won, this was the way to win it. Their moderation gave them the friendship not only of the Republicans but also of many of the regular officers in the army who thought the Communists sane and well organized. The anarchists seemed genuinely puzzled by the Communists' close alignment with bourgeois democracy. At a National Youth Congress in Valencia in January, the Secretary-General of the Socialist Communist Youth, Santiago Carrillo, remarked, "We are not Marxist youth. We fight for a democratic, parliamentary republic." Solidaridad Obrera named this reformist quackery. If the United Socialist Youth are neither socialist, communist, nor Marxist, what are they? As for the socialists, the UGT. It quoted by Cattell. Communism. 135. Hugh Thomas 518. Risen to 2 million, was now well stocked with communists, though it is impossible to know precisely how many. All winter, the communists were urging the unification of the socialist and communist parties, on the model of the existing union in Catalonia and the two youth movements. Both wings of the Socialist Party, Largo Caballeros as well as Pretos, were, however, now wary of these approaches. Even so, by the spring of 1937, Largo Caballeros' government was everywhere seeking to slow down the process of revolution. The political committees which had sprung up in all pueblos in July were being replaced by municipal councils. The nationalization of foreign firms ceased and of others was delayed. The government also did all it could to end the collective management of factories. It sought to bring such concerns under state control, whether nationalized or privately managed. To ensure this, credit was made difficult for anarchist factories. Some mills therefore stopped when cotton was exhausted. Yet when these quarrels are understood, and this increasing stranglehold over the republic exercised by the ruthless communists, Spanish and foreign, is taken into account, it needs also to be realized that this government of Largo Caballero was fumbling towards a better Spain. The war might be taking up most of the republican resources, but attention was being paid to education as never before. 143 million pesetas would be spent on education in the Republic in 1937 compared to only 3 million in 1936. That figure represents less of an increase than would appear immediately, because of the inflation of the Republican peseta. Nevertheless, the real increase must have been over 5.20. The number of new schools opened in 1937 approached 1,000. There were 60,000 teachers in Republican Spain in 1937 compared with 37,000 in all Spain in 1931. In 1937, there were to be 2,000 military schools, at which over 200,000 previously illiterate militiamen learned to read. Despite the disputes over coetivization or private management, the decree of October 1, 936, legaling the expropriation of land owned by nationalists revolutionized the life of Spain. By May 1, 937, nearly 4 million hectares had been taken over by the Institute of Agrarian Reform. Credits of 80 million pesetas, and implements and fertilizers, had been afforded. The amount of land under cultivation increased by 6% between July 1, 936 and October 1, 937. In almost every case, the peasants of Republican Spain were by early 1937 either owners of their own land or laboring for a collectivized farm. The tenant farmers and the landless laborers dependent upon a negligent landlord had vanished. In industry, despite the uneasy compromise achieved in those concerns still nominally under private ownership, tea production had generally increased by 30% and 50% in those industries directly concerned with the war. In health, despite the demand for doctors and medical services at the front, there were over 1,000 more beds for tubercular patients in the Republic than in 1936. Later in 1937, compulsory inoculation for smallpox, diphtheria, and typhoid was instituted. By the end of 1937, there were as many child welfare centers in Republican Spain as there had been before the war in all Spain. The remarkable and devoted work of the foreign medical aid organizations indeed radiated throughout the Republic, setting new standards of hygiene and efficiency. These achievements gained in the teeth of war should not lightly be ignored. In the field of ordinary justice, there was also a marked increase in the speed of the hearing of ordinary cases. The unusual figure of Garda Oliver, the anarchist minister of justice, stood behind such changes. He made, on January 3, 1937, perhaps the most remarkable speech of any law minister at any time. Justice, he announced, must be burning hot, justice must be alive, justice cannot be restricted within the bounds of a profession. It is not that we definitely despise books and lawyers. But the fact is that there were too many lawyers. When relations between men become what they should be, there will be no need to steal and kill. For the first time, let us admit here in Spain that the common criminal is not an enemy of society. He is more likely to be a victim of society. Who is there who says he dare not go out and steal if driven to it to feed his children and himself? Do not think that I am making a defense of robbery. But man, after all, does not proceed from God, but from the case, from the beast. Justice, I firmly believe, is so subtle a thing that to interpret one has only need of a heart. 2. The northern Republican territories remained generally apart from the quarrels of the south. Yet they had their own difficulties. On January 4, Bilbao was raided by 9 Junkers 52, escorted by Heinkels. 2 of these were shot down by Russian Boeing fighters. 2 Germans parachuted to the ground. 1 was killed by the crowd infuriated by this wanton attack. The other was saved from a similar death by a Russian pilot. In the meantime, Bilbao turned mad with anger. The rage of the people was exacerbated by hunger, since few food tips had recently managed to penetrate the nationalist blockade. A furious mob, composed chiefly of non-Basque refugees from Asturias, Castile, and Galicia, marched to the buildings where the political prisoners of Bilbao were being kept. The prison governors telephoned the Basque government. They said they could not much longer prevent the warders from opening the gates to the crowd. A VGT battalion was sent to hold the prison gates. But the battalion joined with the people, who were now shouting imprecations against those who had brought the Germans to kill our children. First, the gates of the Laronga prison were thrown open, and the men of the VGT battalion began a massacre in which 94 prisoners were killed. In the second prison, at the convent of the Angelus Custodios, 96 prisoners were killed. At the convent of the Carmelites, which had also been converted into a prison. The prisoners, allied with 6 Basque guards, barricaded the staircase. Then, at a given signal, all the electric bulbs in the convent were knocked out. The crowd concluded that the convent was being bombed, and fled, having killed only 4 prisoners. The motorized Basque police now arrived. By tragic irony, they were commanded by Telesforo Monzon. He had recently conducted negotiations for the exchange of these same political prisoners with the nationalists and, due to Franco's insistence on dealing with the Valencia government, had, quoted by Barrier, read Justice. 521 anarchist labor federations in the Spanish Civil War. Failed in his mission. The UGT militiamen implicated were arrested, and the crowd vanished. The Basque government now sought to atone for this act of mob insanity. The familias of the dead were permitted to arrange funeral services and processions in the streets. 6 members of the UGT battalion responsible were condemned to death and, as a public act of abasement, censorship of journalists' reports on the massacre was dropped. On January 1, the anarchists of Bilbao sought to profit from the inevitable atmosphere of tension. Their posters demanded for them a share in the government. They were easily controlled. A few weeks later, their newspaper, the Ciente del Norte, was banned and their meetings were henceforward only permitted by license. The government had purposely not sent the all-Basque police to control the mainly non-Basque crowd at the prisons, for fear of worsening relations between the Basques and the others. The ultimate consequence of the riots was that the Basque nationalists became supreme in Vizcaya, s. Steer, 110-22. Section 2 The Sociological Dimension. Georges Sorel. Class War and the Ethics of Violence 1. Georges Sorel. To most people the class war is the principle of socialist tactics. That means that the Socialist Party founds its electoral successes on the clashing of interests that exist in an acute state between certain groups, and that, if need be, it would undertake to make this hostility still more acute. Their candidates ask the poorest and most numerous class to look upon themselves as forming a corporation, and they offer to become the advocates of this corporation. They promise to use their influence as representatives to improve the lot of the disinherited. Thus we are not very far from what happened in the Greek states. Parliamentary socialists are very much akin to the demagogues who clamored constantly for the abolition of debts, and the division of landed property, who put all public charges upon the rich, and invented plots in order to get large fortunes confiscated. In the democracies in which the crowd is above the law, says Aristotle, the demagogues, by their continual attacks upon the rich, always divide the city into 2 camps. The oligarchs should abandon all swearing of oaths like those they swear today, for there are cities in which they have taken this oath: I will be the constant enemy of the people, and I will do them all the evil that lies in my power. Here, certainly, is a war between 2 classes as clearly defined as it can be, but it seems to me absurd to assert that it was in this way that Marx understood the class war, which, according to him, was the essence of socialism. I believe that the authors of the French law of August 1, 1848, had their heads full of these classical reminiscences when they decreed punishment against all those who, by speeches and newspaper articles, sought to trouble the public peace by stirring up hatred and contempt amongst the citizens. The terrible insurrection of the month of June was just over, and it was firmly believed that the victory of the Parisian workmen would have brought on, if not an attempt to put communism into practice, at least a series of formidable requisitions on the rich in favor of the poor. It was hoped that an end would be put to civil wars by increasing the difficulty of propagating doctrines of hatred, which might raise the proletariat against the middle class. Nowadays parliamentary socialists no longer entertain the Georges Sorel 524 idea of insurrection. If they still occasion IESPEAK of it, it is merely to give themselves airs of importance. They teach that the ballot box has replaced the gun, but the means of acquiring power may have changed without there being any change of mental attitude. Electoral literature seems inspired by the purest demagogic doctrines. socialism makes its appeal to the discontented without troubling about the place they occupy in the world of production, in a society as complex as ours, and as subject to economic upheavals. There is an enormous number of discontented people in all classes. That is why socialists are often found in places where one would least expect to meet them. Parliamentary socialism speaks as many languages as it has types of clients. It makes its appeal to workmen, to small employers of labor, to peasants, and in spite of Engels, it aims at reaching the farmers. It is at times patriotic, at other times it declares against the army. It is stopped by no contradiction, experience having shown that it is possible, in the course of an electoral campaign, to group together forces that according to Marxian conceptions, should normally be antagonistic. Besides, can not a member of parliament be of service to electors of every economic situation? In the end the term proletariat became synonymous with oppressed, and there are oppressed in all classes. German socialists have taken a great interest in the adventures of the Princess of Coburg. One of our most distinguished reformers, Henry Turgot, for a long time one of the editors of the Petite Republique and municipal councillor of Paris, has written a book on the proletariat of love, by which title he designates the lowest class of prostitutes. If one of these days the suffrage is granted to women, he will doubtless be called upon to draw up a statement of the claims of this special proletariat. b. Contemporary democracy in France finds itself somewhat bewildered by the tactics of the class war. This explains why parliamentary socialism does not mingle with the main body of the parties of the extreme left. In order to understand this situation, we must remember the important part played by revolutionary war in our history. An enormous number of our political ideas originated. 525 Class war and the ethics of violence. From war presupposes the union of national forces against the enemy, and our French historians have always severely criticized those insurrections which hampered the defense of the country. It seems that our democracy is harder on its rebels than monarchies are. The Vendines are still denounced daily as infamous traitors. All the articles published by C. Gemenceau to combat the ideas of Hervé are inspired by the purest revolutionary tradition, and he says so himself clearly. I stand by and shall always stand by the old-fashioned patriotism of our fathers of the Revolution. And he scoffs at people who would suppress international wars in order to hand us over in peace to the amenities of civil war. For some considerable time the Republicans denied that there was any struggle between the classes in France. They had so great a horror of revolt that they would not recognize the facts. Judging all things from the abstract point of view of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, they said that the legislation of 1789 had been created in order to abolish all distinction of class in law. For that reason they were opposed to proposals for social legislation, which, nearly always, reintroduced the idea of class and distinguished certain groups of citizens as being unfit for the use of liberty. The revolution was supposed to have suppressed class distinction, wrote Joseph Renac sadly in the Matin of April 1, 1895, but they spring up again at every step. It is necessary to point out these aggressive returns of the past, but they must not be allowed to pass unchallenged, they must be resisted. Electoral dealing led many Republicans to recognize that the Socialists obtained great successes by utilizing the passions of jealousy, of deception, or of hate, which exist in the world. Thenceforward they became aware of the class war, and many have borrowed the jargon of the parliamentary socialists. In this way the party that is called radical socialist came into being. Clemenceau asserts even that he knows moderates who became socialists in 24 hours. In France, he says, the socialists that I know are excellent radicals who, thinking that social reforms do not advance quickly enough to please them, conceive that it would be good tactics to claim the greater in order to get the less. How? Georges Sorel 528 many names and how many secret avowals I could quote to support what I say. But that would be useless, for nothing could be less mysterious. Leon Bourgeois, who was not willing to adapt himself completely to the new methods, and who, for that reason perhaps, left the Chamber of Deputies for the Senate, said, at the Congress of his party in July 1, 1905, The class war is a fact, but a cruel fact. I do not believe that it is by prolonging this war that the solution of the problem will be attained. I believe that the solution rather lies in its suppression. Men must be brought to look upon themselves as partners in the same work. It would therefore seem to be a question of creating social legislation, thus peace, demonstrating to the poor that the government has no greater care than that of improving their lot, and by imposing the necessary sacrifices on people who possess a fortune judged to be too great for the harmony of the classes. Capitalist society is so rich, and the future appears to it in such optimistic colors, that it endures the most frightful burdens without complaining overmuch. In America politicians waste large taxes shamelessly. In Europe, the expenditure in military preparation increases every year. Social peace might very well be bought by a few supplementary sacrifices. Experience shows that the middle classes allow themselves to be plundered quite easily, provided that a little pressure is brought to bear, and that they are intimidated by the fear of revolution. That party will possess the future which can most skillfully manipulate the specter of revolution. The Radical Party is beginning to understand TS, but, however clever its clowns may be, it will have some difficulty in finding any who can dazzle the big Jew bankers as well as George and his friends can do. See, the syndicalist organization gives a third value to the class war. In each branch of industry, employers and workmen from antagonistic groups, which have continual discussions, which negotiate and make agreements. Socialism brings along its terminology of class war, and thus complicates concepts that might have remained of a purely private order. Corporative exclusiveness, which resembles the local or the racial spirit, is thereby consolidated, and those who 527 Class war and the ethics of violence represented like to imagine that they are accomplishing a higher duty and are doing excellent work for socialism. It is well known that litigants who are strangers in a town are generally very badly treated by the judges of commercial courts sitting there, who try to give judgment in favor of their fellow townsmen. Railway companies pay fantastic prices for pieces of ground, the value of which is fixed by juries recruited from among the neighboring landowners. I have seen Italian sailors overwhelmed with fines, for pretended infractions of the law, by the fishing arbitrators with whom they had come to compete on the strength of ancient treaties. Many workmen are in the same way inclined to assert that in all their contests with employers, the worker has morality and justice on his side. I have heard the secretary of a syndicate declare that nobody had class feeling so strongly developed as he had, because he argued in the way I have just indicated, and he concluded that the revolutionaries did not possess the monopoly of the just conception of the class war. It is quite understandable that many people have considered this corporative spirit as no better than the parish spirit, and also that they should have attempted to destroy it by employing methods very analogous to those which have so much weakened the jealousies that formerly existed in France between the various provinces. A more general culture and the intermixing with people of another region rapidly destroy provincialism. Would it not be possible to destroy the corporative feeling by frequently bringing the important men in the syndicates into connection with the employers, and by furnishing them with opportunities of taking part in discussions of a general order in mixed commissions? Experience has shown that this is feasible. The efforts that have been made to remove the causes of hostility that exist in modern society have undoubtedly had some effect, although the peacemakers may be much deceived about the extent of their work. By showing a few of the officials of the syndicates that the middle classes are not such terrible men as they had believed, by loading them, Georges Sorel 528, with politeness in commissions set up in ministerial offices or at the Musée Social, and by giving them the impression that there is a natural and republican equity, above class prejudices and hatreds, it has been found possible to change the attitude of a few former revolutionaries. These conversions of a few of their old chiefs have caused great confusion in the mind of the working classes. The former enthusiasm of more than one socialist has given place to discouragement. Many working men have wondered whether the trades union organization was not becoming a kind of politics, a means of getting on. But simultaneously with this evolution, which filled the heart of the peacemakers with joy, there was a recrudescence of the revolutionary spirit in a large section of the proletariat. Since the Republican government and the philanthropists have taken it into their heads to exterminate socialism by developing social legislation, and by moderating the resistance of the employers in strikes, it has been observed that, more than once, the conflicts have become more acute than formerly. This is often explained away by saying that it was an accident, the result simply of the survival of old usages. People like to lull themselves with the hope that everything will go perfectly well on the day when manufacturers have a better understanding of the usages of social peace. I believe, on the contrary, that we are in the presence of a phenomenon that flows quite naturally from the conditions in which this pretended pacification is carried out. I observe, first of all, that both the theories and action of the peacemakers are founded on the notion of duty, and that duty is something entirely indefinite while law seeks rigid definition. This difference is due to the fact that the latter finds a real basis in the economics of production, while the former is founded on sentiments of resignation, goodness, and of sacrifices, and who can judge whether the man who submits to duty has been sufficiently resigned, sufficiently good, sufficiently self-sacrificing? The Christian is convinced that he will never succeed in doing all that the gospel enjoins on him. When he is free from economic ties, he invents all sorts of pious obligations, so that he may bring his life nearer to that of Christ, who loved men to such an extent that he accepted an ignominious fate that they might be redeemed. In the economic world, everybody limits his duty by his unwillingness to give up certain profits. While the employer will be always convinced that he has done the whole of his duty, the worker will be of a contrary opinion, and no argument could possibly settle the matter. The first will believe that he has been heroic, and the second will treat this pretended heroism as harmful exploitation. Our great pontiffs of duty refuse to look upon a contract to work as being of the nature of a sale. Nothing is so simple as a sale. Nobody troubles himself to find out whether the grocer or his customer is right when they do not agree on the price of cheese. The customer goes where he can buy more cheaply, and the grocer is obliged to change his prices when his customers leave him. But when a strike takes place, it is quite another thing. All the well-intentioned people, all the progressives and the friends of the Republic, begin to discuss which of the two parties is in the right. To be in the right is to have accomplished one's whole social duty. Le Play has given much advice on the means of organizing labor with a view to the strict fulfillment of duty, but he could not fix the extent of the mutual obligations. He left it to the tact of each, to the just estimation of the duties attaching to one's place in the social hierarchy, to the master's intelligent appreciation of the real needs of the workman. The employers generally agree to discuss disputes on these lines. To the claims of the workers they reply that they have already reached the limit of possible concessions, while the philanthropists wonder whether the selling price will not permit of a slight rise in wages. Such a discussion presupposes that it is possible to ascertain the exact extent of a man's social duty, and what sacrifices an employer must continue to make in order to carry out the duties of his social position. As there is no process of reasoning that can resolve such a problem, Wiseacre suggests recourse to arbitration. Rabelais would have suggested recourse to the chance of the dice. When the strike is important, deputies loudly demand an inquiry, with the object of discovering whether the industrial leaders are properly fulfilling their duties as good masters. Certain results are obtained in this way which nevertheless seem absurd, because on the one hand the large employers of labor have been brought up with religious, Georges Sorel 530 philanthropic, and civic ideas, and on the other hand because they cannot show themselves too stubborn, when certain demands are made by people occupying a high position in the country. Conciliators stake their vanity on succeeding, and they would be extremely hurt if industrial leaders prevented them from making social peace. The workmen are in a much more favorable position, because the prestige of the peacemakers is very much less with them than with the capitalists. The latter give way, therefore, much more easily than the workers, in order to allow these well-intentioned folk the glory of ending the conflict. It is noticeable that these proceedings very rarely succeed when the matter is in the hands of workmen who have become rich. Literary, moral, or sociological considerations have very little effect upon people born outside the ranks of the middle classes. People who are called upon to intervene in disputes in this way are misled by what they have seen of certain secretaries of syndicates, whom they find much less irreconcilable than they expected, and who seem to them to be ripe for a recognition of the idea of social peace. In the course of conciliation meetings, more than one revolutionary has shown that he aspires to become a member of the middle class, and there are many intelligent people who imagine that socialistic and revolutionary conceptions are only accidents that might be avoided by establishing better relations between the classes. They believe that the working class world looks at the economic question entirely from the standpoint of duty, and they imagine that harmony would be established if a better social education were given to the citizens. Let us see what influences are behind the other movement that tends to make conflicts more acute. Workmen quickly perceive that the labor of conciliation or of arbitration rests on no economico-judicial basis, and their tactics have been conducted instinctively, perhaps in accordance with this datum. Since the feelings, and, above all, the vanity of the peacemakers are in question, a strong appeal must be made to their imaginations, and they must be given the idea that they have to accomplish a titanic task. Demands are piled up, therefore, figures fixed in a rather haphazard way, and there are no scruples about exaggerating them. Often the success of the strike depends on the cleverness with which a syndicalist has been able to introduce claims, in themselves very minor, but capable of giving the impression that the employers are not fulfilling their social duty. It often happens that writers who concern themselves with these questions are astonished that several days pass before the strikers have settled what exactly they have to demand, and that in the end demands are put forward that had not been mentioned in the course of the preceding negotiations. This is easily understood when we consider the bizarre conditions under which the discussion between the interested parties is carried on. I am surprised that there are no strike professionals who would undertake to draw up a list of the workers' claims. They would obtain all the more success in conciliation councils as they would not let themselves be dazzled by fine words so easily as the workers' delegates. When the strike is finished, the workmen do not forget that the employers at first declared that no concession was possible. They are led thus to the belief that the employers are either ignorant or liars. This result is not conducive to the development of social peace. So long as the workers submitted without protest to the exact ions of the employers, they believed that the will of their masters was completely dominated by economic necessities. They perceived, after the strike, that this necessity is not of a very rigid kind, and that if energetic pressure from below is brought to bear on the masters, the latter will find some means of liberating themselves from the pretended fetters of economic necessity. Thus within practical limits capitalism appears to the workers to be unfettered, and they reason as if it were entirely so. What in their eyes restrains this liberty is not the necessities of competition but the ignorance of the employers. Thus is introduced the notion of the inexhaustibility of production, which is one of the postulates of the theory of class war in the socialism of Marx. Why then speak of social duty? Duty has some meaning in a society in which all the parts are intimately connected and responsible to one another, but if capitalism is inexhaustible, joint responsibility is no longer founded on economic realities, and the workers think they would be dupes if they did not demand all they can obtain. They look upon the employer as an adversary with whom one comes to terms. Georges Sorel 532. After a war, social duty no more exists than does international duty. These ideas are somewhat confused, I admit, in many minds, but they exist in a much more stable manner than the partisans of social peace imagine. The latter are deluded by appearances, and never penetrate to the hidden roots of the existing tendencies of socialism. Before passing to other considerations, it must be noticed that our Latin countries present one great obstacle to the formation of social peace. The classes are more sharply separated by external characteristics than they are in Saxon countries. These separations very much embarrass syndicalist leaders when they abandon their former manners and take up a position in the official or philanthropic circles. These circles have welcomed them with great pleasure, since it has been perceived that the gradual transformation of trades union officials into members of the middle classes might produce excellent results, but their comrades distrust them. In France this distrust has become much more definite since a great number of anarchists have entered the syndicalist movement, Because the anarchist has a horror of everything that recalls the proceedings of politicians, a class of people devoured by the desire to climb into superior classes, and having already the capitalist mind while yet poor. Social politics have introduced new elements which must now be taken into account. First of all, it must be noticed that the workers count today in the world by the same right as the different productive groups which demand to be protected. They must be treated with solicitude just as the vine growers or the sugar manufacturers. There is nothing settled about protectionism. The custom duties are fixed so as to satisfy the desires of very influential people who wish to increase their incomes. Social politics proceed in the same manner. The protectionist government professes to have knowledge that permits it to judge what should be granted to each group so as to defend the producers without injuring the consumers. Similarly, in social politics it declares that it will take into consideration the interests of the employers and those of the workers. Few people, outside the faculties of law, are so simple as to believe that the state can carry out such a program. In actual fact, the parliamentarians decide on a compromise that partially satisfies the interests of those who are most influential in elections without provoking too lively protests from those who are sacrificed. There is no other rule than the true or presumed interest of the electors. Every day the Customs Commission recasts its tariffs, and it declares that it will not stop recasting them until it succeeds in securing prices that it considers remunerative to the people for whom it has undertaken the part of providence. It keeps a watchful eye on the operations of importers. Every lowering of price attracts its attention and provokes inquiries with the object of discovering whether it would not be possible to raise values again artificially. Social politics are carried on in exactly the same way. On June 27, 1905, the rapporteur of a law on the length of the hours of work in the mines said, in the Chamber of Deputies, should the application of the law give rise to disappointment among the workmen, we have undertaken to lay a new bill before the House. This worthy man spoke exactly like the rapporteur of a tariff law. There are plenty of workmen who understand perfectly well that all the trash of parliamentary literature only serves to disguise the real motives by which the government is influenced. The protectionists succeed by subsidizing a few important party leaders or by financing newspapers that support the politics of these party leaders. The workers have no money, but they have at their disposal a much more efficacious means of action. They can inspire fear, and for several years past they have availed themselves of this resource. At the time of the discussion of the law regulating labor in mines, the question of the threats addressed to the government cropped up several times. On February 5, 1902, the President of the Commission told the Chamber that those in power had lent an attentive ear to clamorings from without, that they had been inspired by a sentiment of benevolent generosity in allowing themselves to be moved by the claims of the working classes and the long cry of suffering of the workers in the mines. A little later he added, "We have accomplished a work of social justice. A work of benevolence also, in going to those who toil and suffer, like friends solely desirous of working in peace and under honorable conditions, and we must not by a brutal and too egotistic refusal to unbend, allow them to give way to impulses." George's Sorrel 534. Which, while not actual revolts, would yet have as many victims. All these confused phrases served to hide the terrible fear which clutched this grotesque deputy. In the sitting of November 6, 1904, at the Senate, the minister declared that the government was incapable of giving way to threats, but that it was necessary to open not only ears and mind, but also the heart to respectful claims. A good deal of water had passed under the bridges since the day when the government had promised to pass the law under the threat of a general strike. I could choose other examples to show that the most decisive factor in social politics is the cowardice of the government. This was shown in the plainest possible way in the recent discussions on the suppression of registry offices, and on the law which sent to the civil courts appeals against the decisions of the arbitrators in industrial disputes. Nearly all the syndicalist leaders know how to make excellent use of this situation, and they teach the workers that it is not at all a question of demanding favors, but that they must profit by middle-class cowardice to impose the will of the proletariat. These tactics are supported by so many facts that they were bound to take root in the working-class world. One of the things which appear to me to have most astonished the workers during the last few years has been the timidity of the forces of law and order in the presence of a riot. Magistrates who have the right to demand the services of soldiers dare not use their power to the utmost, and officers allow themselves to be abused and struck with a patience hitherto unknown in them. It is becoming more and more evident every day that working class violence possesses an extraordinary efficacy in strikes. Prefects, fearing that they may be obliged to use force against insurrectionary violence, bring pressure to bear on employers in order to compel them to give way. The safety of factories is now looked upon as a favor that the prefect may dispense as he pleases. Consequently, he arranges the use of his police so as to intimidate the two parties, and skillfully brings them to an agreement. Trades union leaders have not been long in grasping the full bearing of the situation, and it must be admitted that they have used the weapon that has been put into their hands with great skill. They endeavor to intimidate the prefects by popular demonstrations that might lead to serious 535 class war and the ethics of violence. Conflicts with the police, and they commend violence as the most efficacious means of obtaining concessions. At the end of a certain time the obsessed and frightened administration nearly always intervenes with the masters and forces an agreement upon them, which becomes an encouragement to the propagandists of violence. Whether we approve or see on DMN what is CALLED the revolutionary and direct method, it is evident that it is not on the point of disappearing. In a country as warlike as France there are profound reasons that would assure a considerable popularity for this method, even if its enormous efficacy had not been demonstrated by so many exemples. This is the one great social facet of the present hour, and we must seek to understand its bearing. I cannot refrain from noting down here a reflection made by Clemenceau with regard to our relations with German YWHAPPLIES equally well to social conflicts when they take a violent aspect. There is no better means, he said, of making the opposite party ask for more and more. Every man or every power whose action consists solely in surrender can only finish by self-annihilation. Everything that lives resists. That which does not resist allows itself to be cut up piecemeal. A social policy founded on middle-class cowardice, which consists in always surrendering before the threat of violence, cannot fail to engender the idea that the middle class is condemned to death, and that its disappearance is only a matter of time. Thus every conflict which gives rise to violence becomes a vanguard fight, and nobody can foresee what will arise from such engagements, although the great battle never comes to a head, yet each time they come to blows the strikers hope that it is the beginning of the great Napoleonic battle. In this way the practice of strikes engenders the notion of a catastrophic revolution. A keen observer of the contemporary proletarian movement has expressed the same ideas. They, like their ancestors, are for struggle, for Georges Sorel 536. Quest, they desire to accomplish great works by force. Only, the war of conquest interests them no longer. Instead of thinking of battles, they now think of strikes. Instead of setting up as their ideal a battle against the armies of Europe, they now set up the general strike in which the capitalist regime will be annihilated. The theorists of social peace shut their eyes to these embarrassing facts. They are doubtless ashamed to admit their cowardice, just as the government is ashamed to admit that its social politics are carried out under the threat of disturbances. It is curious that people who boast of having read Le Play have not observed that his conception of the conditions of social peace was quite different from that of his imbecile successors. He supposed the existence of a middle class of serious moral habits, imbued with the feelings of its own dignity, and having the energy necessary to govern the country without recourse to the old traditional bureaucracy. To those men, who held riches and power in their hands, he professed to teach their social duty towards their subjects. His system supposed an undisputed authority. It is well known that he deplored the license of the press under Napoleon III as scandalous and dangerous. His reflections on this subject seem somewhat ludicrous to those who compare the newspaper of that time with those of today. Nobody in his time would have believed that a great country would accept peace at any price. His point of view in this matter did not differ greatly from that of Clemenceau. He would never have admitted that anyone could be cowardly and hypocritical enough to decorate with the name of social duty the cowardice of a middle class incapable of defending itself. Middle-class cowardice very much resembles the cowardice of the English Liberal Party, which constantly proclaims its absolute confidence in arbitration between nations. Arbitration nearly always gives disastrous results for England. But these worthy progressives prefer to pay, or even to compromise the future of their country, rather than face the horrors of war. The English Liberal Party has the word justice always on its lips. Absolutely like our middle class, we might very well wonder whether all the high morality of our great contemporary thinkers is not founded on a degradation of the sentiment of honor. 537 Class War until Ethics of Violence. The study we have just made has not led us to think that the theorists of social peace are on the way to an ethic worthy of acknowledgement. We now pass to a counter-proof and inquire whether proletarian violence might not be capable of producing the effect in vain expected from tactics of moderation. First of all, it must be noticed that modern philosophers seem to agree in demanding a kind of sublimity from the ethics of the future, which will distinguish it from the petty and insipid morality of the Catholics. The chief thing with which the theologians are reproached is that they make too great use of the conception of probabilism. Nothing seems more absurd to contemporary philosophers than to count the opinions which have been emitted for and against a maxim, in order to find out whether we ought to shape our conduct by it or not. Professor Durkheim said recently, at the Société Française de Philosophie, that it would be impossible to suppress the religious element in ethics, and that what characterized this element was its incommensurability with other human values. He recognized that his sociological researches led him to conclusions very near those of Kant. He asserted that utilitarian morality had misunderstood the problem of duty and obligation. I do not want to discuss these here, I simply cite them to show to what point the character of the sublime impresses itself on authors who, by the nature of their work, would seem the least inclined to accept it. No writer has defined more forcibly than Proudhon the principles of that morality which modern times have in vain sought to realize. To feel and to assert the dignity of man, he says, first in everything in connection with ourselves. Then in the person of our neighbor, and that without a shadow of egoism, without any consideration either of divine or communal sanction. Therein lies right. To be ready to defend that dignity in every circumstance with energy, and, if necessary, against oneself, that is justice. Clemenceau, who doubtless can hardly be said to make a personal use of this morality, expresses the same thought when he writes, without the dignity of the human person, without independence, liberty, and justice, life is but a bestial state not worth the trouble of preserving. One well-founded reproach has been brought against Proudhon, as well as against many others of the great moralists. It has been said that his maxims were admirable, but that they were doomed to remain ineffective. And, in fact, experience does prove, unfortunately, that those precepts which the historians of ideas call the most elevated precepts are, as a rule, entirely ineffective. This was evident in the case of the Stoics, it was no less remarkable in Kantism, and it does not seem as if the practical influence of Proudhon has been very noticeable. In order that a man may suppress the tendencies against which morality struggles, he must have in himself some source of conviction that must dominate his whole consciousness, and act before the calculations of reflection have time to enter his mind. It may even be said that all the fine arguments by which authors hope to induce men to act morally are more likely to lead them down the slope of probabilism. As soon as we consider an act to be accomplished, we are led to ask ourselves if there is not some means of escaping the strict obligations of duty. Comte supposed that human nature would change in the future and that the cerebral organs that produce altruism would destroy those which produce egoism. In saying that, he very likely bore in mind the fact that moral decision is instantaneous, and, like instinct, comes from the depth of man's nature. At times Proudhon is reduced, like Kant, to appeal to a kind of scholasticism for an explanation of the paradox of moral law. To feel himself in others, to the point of sacrificing every other interest to the sentiment, to demand for others the same respect as for himself, and to be angry with the unworthy creature who suffers others to be lacking in respect for him, as if the care of his dignity did not concern himself alone. Such a faculty at first sight seems a strange one. There is a tendency in every man to develop and force the acceptance of that which is essentially himself, which is, in fact, his own dignity. It results from this, that the essential in man being identical and one for all humanity, each of us is aware of himself at the same time as individual and as species, and that an insult is felt by a third party and by the offender himself as well as by the injured person, that 539 Class War and the Ethics of Violence. In consequence, the protest is common. This precisely is what is meant by justice. Religious ethics claim to possess the source of action which is wanting in lay ethics, but here it is necessary to make a distinction if an error, into which so many authors have fallen, is to be avoided. The great mass of Christians do not carry out the real Christian ethic, that which the philosopher considers as really peculiar to their religion. Worldly people who profess Catholicism are chiefly preoccupied with probabilism, mechanical rites, and proceeding more or less related to magic, and which are calculated to assure their present and future happiness in spite of their sins. Theoretical Christianity has never been a religion suited to worldly people. The doctors of the spiritual life have always reasoned about those people who were able to escape from the conditions of ordinary life. When the Council of Gangrace, in 325, said Renan, declared that the gospel maxims about poverty, the renunciation of the family and virginity, were not intended for the ordinary Christian, the perfectionists made places apart where the evangelical life, too lofty for the common run of men, could be practiced in all its rigor. He remarks, moreover, very justly, that the monastery took the place of martyrdom so that the precepts of Jesus might be carried out somewhere, but he does not push this comparison far enough. The lives of the great hermits were a material struggle against the infernal powers that pursue them even to the desert, and this struggle was to continue that which the martyrs had waged against their adversaries. These facts show us the way to a right understanding of the nature of lofty moral convictions. These never depend on reasoning or on any education of the individual will, but on a state of war in which men voluntarily participate and which finds expression in well-defined myths. In Catholic countries the monks carry on the struggle against the prince of evil who triumphs in this world, and would subdue them to his will. In Protestant countries small fanatical sects take the place of the monasteries. These are the battlefields that enable Christian morality to hold its own, with that character of sublimity which today still fascinates many minds and gives it sufficient luster to beget in the community a few pale imitations. Georges Sorel 540. When one considers a less accentuated state of the Christian ethic, one is struck by seeing to what extent it depends on strife. Le Play, who was an excellent Catholic, often contrasted the solidity of the religious convictions he met with in countries of mixed religions, with the spirit of inactivity that prevails in the countries exclusively submitted to the influence of Rome. Among the Protestant peoples, the more vigorously the established church is assailed by dissident sects, the greater the moral fervor developed. We thus see that conviction is founded on the competition of communions, each of which regards itself as the army of truth fighting the armies of evil. In such conditions it is possible to find sublimity, but when religious warfare is much weakened, probabilism, mechanical rites having a certain resemblance to magic, take the first place. We can point out quite similar phenomena in the history of modern liberal ideas. For a long while our fathers regarded from an almost religious point of view the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which seems to us nowadays only a colorless collection of abstract and confused formulas, without any great practical bearing. This was due to the fact that formidable struggles had been undertaken on account of the institutions that originated in this document. The clerical party asserted that it would demonstrate the fundamental error of liberalism. Everywhere it organized fighting societies intended to enforce its authority on the people and on the government. It boasted that it would be able to destroy the defenders of the revolution before long. At the time when Proudhon wrote his book on justice, the conflict was far from being ended, thus the whole book is written in a warlike tone astonishing to the reader of today. The author speaks as if he were a veteran in the wars of liberty. He would be revenged on the temporary conquerors who threaten the acquisitions of the revolution. He announces the dawn of the great revolt. Proudhon hopes that the duel will be soon, that the forces will meet with their whole strength, and that there will be a Napoleonic battle, finally destroying the opponent. He often speaks in a language that would be appropriate to an epic. He did not perceive that when later on his belligerent ideas had disappeared, his abstract reasonings would seem weak. 1141 Class War and the Ethics of Villoi _ There is a ferment all through his soul that colors it and gives a hidden meaning to his thought, very far removed from the scholastic sense. The savage fury with which the Church proceeded against Proudhon's book shows that the clerical camp had exactly the same conception of the nature and consequences of the conflict as he had. As long as the sublime imposed itself in this way on the modern spirit, it seemed possible to create a lay and democratic ethic, but in our time such an enterprise would seem almost comic. Everything is changed now that the clericals no longer seem formidable. There are no longer any liberal convictions, since the liberals have ceased to be animated by their former warlike passions. Nowadays everything is in such confusion that the priests claim to be the best of Democrats. They have adopted the Marseillaise as their party hymn, and if a little persuasion is exerted they will have illuminations on the anniversary of August 1, 1792. Sublimity has vanished from the ethics of both parties, giving place to a morality of extraordinary meanness. Koskai is evidently right when he asserts that in our time the advancement of the workers has depended on their revolutionary spirit. At the end of a study on social reform and revolution he says, "It is hopeless to try, by means of moral homilies, to inspire the English workman with a more exalted conception of life, a feeling of nobler effort. The ethics of the proletariat spring from its revolutionary aspirations, these are what give it the greatest force and elevation. It is the idea of revolution that has raised the proletariat from its degradation." It is clear that for Koskai morality is always subordinate to the idea of sublimity. The socialist point of view is quite different from that of former democratic literature. Our fathers believed that the nearer man approached nature the better he was, and that a man of the people was a sort of savage, that consequently the lower we descend the more virtue we find. The Democrats have many times, in support of this idea, called attention to the fact that during revolutions the poorest people have often given the finest examples of heroism. They explain this by taking for granted that these obscure heroes were true children of nature. I explain it by saying that, these men engaged in a war that was bound to end in their triumph or their enslavement. The sentiment of sublimity was bound to be engendered by the conditions of the struggle. As a rule, during a revolution the higher classes show themselves in a particularly unfavorable light, for this reason, that, belonging to a defeated army, they experience the feelings of conquered people, suppliant, or about to capitulate. When working class circles are reasonable, as the professional sociologists wish them to be, when conflicts are confined to disputes about material interests, there is no more opportunity for heroism than when agricultural syndicates discuss the subject of the price of guano with manure merchants. It has never been thought that discussions about prices could possibly exercise any ethical influence on men. The experience of sales of livestock would lead to the supposition that in such cases those interested are led to admire cunning rather than good faith. The ethical values recognized by horse dealers have never passed for very elevated. Among the important things accomplished by agricultural syndicates, de Rocquigny reports that in 1896, the municipality of Marmande having wanted to impose on BEATS brought to the fair a tax which the cattle breeders considered iniquitous. The breeders struck, and stopped supplying the market of Marmande, with such effect that the municipality found itself forced to give in. This was a very peaceful procedure which produced results profitable to the peasants, but it is quite clear that nothing ethical was involved in such a dispute. When politicians intervene there is, almost necessarily, a noticeable lowering of ethical standards, because they do nothing for nothing and only act on condition that the favored association becomes one of their customers. We are very far here from the path of sublimity, we are on that which leads to the practices of the political criminal societies. In the opinion of many well-informed people, the transition from violence to cunning that shows itself in contemporary strikes in England cannot be too much admired. The great object of the trades unions is to obtain a recognition of the right to employ threats disguised in diplomatic formulas. They desire that their delegates should not be interfered with when going the round of the workshops charged with the mission of bringing those workmen who wish to work. 543 Class War and the Ethles of Violence. To understand that it would be to their interests to follow the directions of the trades unions, they consent to express their desires in a form that will be perfectly clear to the listener, but that could be represented in a court of justice as a solidarist sermon. I protest I cannot see what is so admirable in these tactics, which are worthy of Escobar. In the past the Catholics have often employed similar methods of intimidation against the liberals. I understand thus perfectly well why so many worthy progressives admire the trades unions, but the morality of the worthy progressives does not seem to me very much to be admired. It is true that for a long time in England violence has been void of all revolutionary character. Whether corporative advantages are pursued by means of blows or by craft, there is not much difference between the two methods, yet the pacific tactics of the trades unions indicate an hypocrisy that would be better left to the well-intentioned progressives. In a country where the conception of the general strike exists, the blows exchanged between workmen and representatives of the middle classes have an entirely different import, their consequences are far-reaching and they may beget heroism. I am convinced that in order to understand part, at any rate, of the dislike that Bernstein's doctrines rouse in German social democracy, we must bear in mind these conclusions about the nature of the sublime in ethics. The German has been brought upon sublimity to an extraordinary extent, first by the literature connected with the wars of independence, then by the revival of the taste for the old national songs that followed these wars, then by a philosophy that pursues aims very far removed from sordid considerations. It must also be remembered that the victory of 1871 has considerably contributed toward giving Germans of every class a feeling of confidence in their strength that is not to be found to the same degree in this country at the present time. Compare, for instance, the German Catholic Party with the chicken-hearted creatures who form the clientele of the Church in France. Our clergy only think of humiliating themselves before their adversaries and are quite happy, provided that there are plenty of evening parties during the winter. They have no recollection of services that are rendered to them. The German Socialist Party drew its strength particularly from the catastrophic idea everywhere spread by its propagandists, and which was taken very seriously as long as the Bismarckian persecutions maintained a warlike spirit in the groups. This spirit was so strong in the masses that they have not yet succeeded in understanding thoroughly that their leaders are anything but revolutionaries. When Bernstein announced that the grandiose hopes that had been raised must be given up, there was a moment of stupefaction. Very few people understood that Bernstein's declarations were courageous and honest actions, intended to make the language of socialism accord more with the real facts. If hereafter it was necessary to be content with the policy of social reform, the parliamentary parties and the ministry would have to be negotiated with, that is, it would be necessary to behave exactly as the middle classes did. This appeared monstrous to men who had been brought up on a catastrophic theory of socialism. Many times had the tricks of the middle-class politicians been denounced, their astuteness contrasted with the candor and disinterestedness of the socialists, and the large element of artificiality and expediency in their attitude of opposition pointed out. It could never have been imagined that the disciples of Marx might follow in the footsteps of the liberals. With the new policy, heroic characters, sublimity, and convictions disappear. The Germans thought that the world was turned upside down. It is plain that Bernstein was absolutely right in not wanting to keep up a revolutionary semblance that was in contradiction with the real state of mind of the Rudy. He did not find in his own country the elements that existed in France and Italy. He saw no other way then of keeping socialism on a basis of reality than that of suppressing all that was deceptive in a revolutionary program that the leaders no longer believed in. Koski, on the contrary, wanted to preserve the veil that hid from the workmen the real activity of the Socialist Party. In this way he achieved much success among the politicians, but more than anyone else he has helped to intensify the socialist crisis in Germany. The ideas of socialism cannot be kept intact by diluting the phrases of Marx in verbose commentaries, but by continually adapting the S45 on treason against natural Estkletl spout of Marx to facts that are capable of assuming a revolutionary aspect. The general strike alone can produce this result at the present day. One serious question must now be asked: why is it that in certain countries acts of violence grouping themselves round the idea of the general strike produce a socialist ideology capable of inspiring sublimity, and why in others do they seem not to have that power? Here national traditions play a great part. The examination of this problem would perhaps help to throw a strong light on the genesis of ideas, but we will not deal with it here. Paul Goodman. On Treason Against Natural Societies 1. Paul Goodman. Intimate personal concerns and opinions from the public ritual that exerts social pressure. The resulting uniformity of dress, behavior, desire is at the same time intense and bloodless, and there is no longer such a thing as earnest speech. Now with regard to the legal penalty for crimes, like theft, bigamy, incest, treason, murder, no such confusion and toleration exists. Once the case is brought to court, there is little diversity of judgment and punishment. Yet obviously the lack of moral pressure keeps many cases out of court, for there is no scandal. Adultery, for example, is a crime that is never brought to court. Does not this put the criminal law in an extraordinary position, and reduce the work of juries, which ought to express the strength of social opinion, to the merely logical function of judging evidence, which a judge could do better? But the discrepancy between the moral and legal judgment of crime reveals the following situation: on the one hand, the people, distracted by their timetable and their commodities, are increasingly less concerned with the passional temptations that lead to crime. These are suppressed, sophisticatedly understood rather than felt, partially abreacted by press and movies. They do not seem diabolici. The easy toleration of the idea goes with the total repression of the wish. 547 On Treason Against Natural Societal. But on the other hand, the brute existence of any society whatever always in fact depends on the personal behavior of each soul. Therefore the law is inflexible and unsophisticated. It is as though the society knows the repressions that makes its existence possible, but to the members of the society this knowledge has become unconscious. In this way is achieved the maximum of coercion by the easiest means. The separation of personal and political and of moral and legal is a sig, and that to be coerced has become second nature. Thus it is that people are protected from the cradle to the grave. Many of the so-called crimes are really free acts whose repression causes timidity. Natural SCD has a far shorter list of crimes. But on the contrary, there is now an important class of acts that are really crimes and yet are judged indifferent or with approval by law and morals both. Acts that lead to unconcerned behavior are crimes. The separation of natural concern and institutional behavior is not only a sign of coercion, but it is positively destructive of natural society. Let me give an obvious example. Describing a bombed area and a horror hospital in Germany, a Sergeant W. writes, "In modern war there are crimes, not criminals. In modern society there is evil, but there is no devil. Murder has been mechanized and rendered impersonal. The foul deed of bloody hands belongs to a bygone era when man could commit his own sins. Here, as in many other cases, the guilt belongs to the machine. Somewhere in the apparatus of bureaucracy, memoranda, and clean efficient directives, a crime has been committed. These have become familiar observations. The lofty bombardier is not a killer, just as the capitalist trapped in the market does not willingly deal slow death, etc. The system and now the machine itself. Argu ilti. Shall we bring into court the tri-motor aeroplane? The most blessed thing in the world is to live by faith without imputation of guilt, having the kingdom within. Lo, These persons have no imputation of guilt, and have they the kingdom within, riders, as Hawthorne said, of the Seals Tile Railway. The crime that these persons we all in our degree are. Paul Goodman 548 C. Omitting happens to be the most heinous in jurisprudence, it is a crime worse than murder. It is treason. Treason against natural societies so far as they exist. Not all commit treason to our natural societies in the same degree, some are more the principal s, some more the accomplices. But it is ridiculous to say that the crime cannot be imputed or that anyone commits it without intent and in ignorance. For everyone knows the moments in which he sees on faux RMS against his nature, in which he suppresses his best spontaneous impulse, and cowardly takes leave of his heart. The steps that he takes to habituation and unconsciousness are crimes that entail every subsequent evil of enslavement and mass murder. The murder cannot be directly imputed, the sergeant is right, but the continuing treason must be imputed. Let us look a little at the horrible working out of this principle of imputation, which must nevertheless be declared just. We are bred into a society of mixed coercion and nature. The strongest natural influences: parental concern, childish imitation, adolescent desire to stand among high brothers and be independent, an artisan's ability to produce something and a citizen's duty. All these are unnaturally exerted to make us renounce and forget our natures. We conform to institutions that up to a certain point give great natural satisfactions, food, learning, and fellowship. Then suddenly we find that terrible crimes are committed and we are somehow the agents. And some of us can even remember when it was that we compromised, were unwisely prudent, dismissed to another time a deeper satisfaction than conveniente, and abate against our better judgment. It is said the system is guilty, but the system is its members coerced into the system. It is also true that the system itself exercises the coercion. Thus, a man works in a vast factory with an elaborate division of labor. He performs a repetitive operation in itself senseless. Naturally this work is irksome and he has many impulses to go fishing, not to get up when the alarm clock rings, to find a more interesting job, to join with some of ists in start a small machine shop and try out certain ideas, to jive in the country, etc. But against these impulses he meets in the factory itself and from his fellow workers the following plausible arguments: that they must band together in that factory and as that factory, and in that industry and as that industry, to fight for better working conditions, which mean more pay, shorter hours, accident insurance, etc. And the more militant organizers will even demonstrate that by this means they can ultimately get control of all industry and smash the profit system. None of this quite answers the original irk of the work itself, but good. He commits himself to this program. Now, however, since no one has native wit enough to decide for a vast factory and industry, and all industry, what to demand and when to demand it, and what means are effective, our man must look to others for direction concerning his own felt dissatisfaction. He fights for more pay when perhaps he does not primarily care about improving his standard of living but wants to accomplish something of his own between the cradle and the grave, for seniority when in fact he doesn't want the job, etc., etc. The issues of the fight are now determined by vast, distant forces. The Union itself is a vast structure and it is tied to the whole exist society. Next he finds that he is committed not to strike at all, but to help manufacture machines of war. The machines are then guilty. True, the impulses of such a man are vague, romantic, and what is called adolescent. Even if realizable they would not lead to full satisfaction. Nevertheless their essence is deep and natural. A program is a crime that does not meet the essence of the industrial irk, the non-creative job, but shunts across it. The worker who does a coercive job is a traitor. When he is sidetracked into a good, but irrelevant program, he is a traitor. I have chosen a hard example that will rouse opposition. Let me choose a harder that will rouse even more. A very young adolescent, as is usual enough, has sexual relations with his playfellows, partly satisfying their dreams of the girls, partly drawing on true homosexual desires that go back to earlier narcissism and mother identifications of childhood. But because of what they have been taught in their parochial school and the common words of insult whose meaning they now first grasp, all these boys are ashamed of their acts, their pleasures are suppressed, and in their stead appear fistfights and violence. The youth grows up, soon marries. Now there is conscription for a far-off war, whose Paul Goodman, ISO issues are dubious and certainly not part of his immediate awareness and reaction. But his natural desire to oppose the conscription is met by the strong attractiveness of getting away from the wife he is a little tired of, back to the free company of the boys in camp, away from the fatherly role of too great responsibility, back to the dependence on a paternal sergeant, etc. The camp life, drawing always on a repressed but finally thinly disguised sexuality, cements the strongest bonds of fellowship amongst the soldiers. Yet any overt sexual satisfaction amongst them is out of the question. Instead, the pairs of buddies pick up prostitutes together, copulate with them in the same room, and exchange boasts of prowess. Next, this violent homosexuality, so near the surface but always repressed and thereby gathering tension, turns into a violent sadism against the enemy. It is all knives and guns and bayonets, and raining bombs on towns, and driving home one's lust in the guise of anger to FK the Japs. What a hard thing it is to impute the crime of treason against natural society to these men who do not even consciously know what their impulse is. They know as boys, shall we blame boys? And even the adults, priests, and teachers who invidiously prevent the boys' antics, do it out of unconscious envy and resentment. But they at least could know better and are certainly guilty. It is horrifying, though not useless, thus to impute triaon to the particular persons and to trace the institutional crimes that are but symptoms and results, back to the incidents of coercion and acceptance. The guilty ones turn out to be little children and dear parents, earnest radicals, men unconscious of their intent, and even ancestors who are dead. Thank God the libertarian does not need to think of punishments, for he knows, following Socrates of old, that the punishment for injustice is to be what one is. The persons who separate themselves from nature have to live every minute of their lives without the power, joy, and freedom of nature. And we, who apparently suffer grave sanctions from such persons, betray on our faces that we are drawing on forces of nature. But in fact the case is like the distinction in theology between the old law and the new. In the old law all are guilty, in the new they may easily be saved. We see that in 551 the social dysfunctions of organization fact. Everybody who still has life and energy is continually manifesting some natural force and is facing an unnatural coercion. And now, in some apparently trivial issue that nevertheless is a key, he draws the line. The next step for him to take is not obscure or difficult. It presents itself at once, it is even forcibly presented by the society. Will he not soon develop, in contrast to the habit of coercion, a habit of free dom? And positive natural acts bloom like the flowers. Robert Prez thus. The Social Dysfunctions of Organization 1. Robert V. Prez thus 11917, born February 25, 1917, in St. Paul, Minnesota. Prez thus attended St. Olaf College and the University of Minnesota. He took his Ph.D. at the University of Chicago, and has taught at the University of Southern California and Michigan State University. Presently he is Professor of Public Administration at Cornell University. His special fields of interest are comparative administration and economic development, organizational theory and behavior, and conceptions of authority in organizations. Among his works are the Organizational Society, Public Administration, and Turkish Concile de Tat. We have stressed the internal aspects of big organizations, particularly their impact upon the individuals who work in them. We now turn to some of their larger social consequences. Are their vaunted contributions to our economic power and our affluence the only grounds upon which they should be assayed? Or do they have other, less positive, consequences that must be included in any assessment of their critical role in American society? Big organizations do indeed have vital social dysfunctions. over and beyond their failure to provide a democratic humanistic work environment. Significantly at this historical stage, such dysfunctions give rise to grave questions about our competitive ability in the international arena. The dominant theme in the anti-organizational refrain has usually been that bureaucracy stifles individual demands for self-realization and autonomy. While this is all to the good, the larger implications of big organization are perhaps even more significant today, since they touch upon the very capacity of our society for survival. Certainly we have never faced a challenge comparable to that now posed by Russia and China. Our liberal, democratic values and political system are also threatened by the rise of authoritarian governments in many of the new states where for some time poverty, illiteracy, and insecurity will make democracy untenably. Meanwhile, we are confronted at this critical juncture with incontrovertible evidence of our declining superiority in atomic weapons, in the thrust to deliver them with ballistic missiles, and in comparative economic growth. In this larger context, then, what are the dysfunctions of the organizational logic that pervades our society? This question requires some prefatory consideration of the utility of conflict, a concept that has come into wide disrepute during this era of conventional wisdom and good cheer. Both conflict and change have been stoutly resisted. But even the slightest historical perspective reveals that the survival chances of a society are largely a function of its ability to meet change. As Arnold Toynbee has shown, civilizations have always been confronted with successive challenges, such as the alternating cycles of drought and humidity that occur in the Eurasian and African steppes, forcing nomadic tribes to seek food by invasion of surrounding agricultural countries. 3 When unable to harness their values and institutions to the demand of social, economic, and climatic change, civilizations have rapidly declined. Challenges emerge within the existing order, while others are the result of external pressures. One might assume the former to be easier to accommodate since their elements are embedded in the existing culture, in contrast to alien influences that. 3 Arnold J. Toynbee, A Study of History. New York, Oxford University Press, 1934, Volume 3, pages 7-22, especially p. 17. 553 The social dysfunctions of organization are not only novel but less amenable to control by the threatened society. This distinction between internal and external challenge underlines the gravity of our present situation. For not only is the challenge essentially alien and novel, but as the uncertain course of our diplomacy suggests, we seem to have lost the initiative. With the grand exception of the Marshall Plan, for the past decade our diplomacy has been mainly one of parry rather than of thrust. The present conditions are unique in that, while threats to American security have traditionally occurred along a single dimension, the challenge now proceeds simultaneously along social, political, economic, technological, and military lines. Our greatest disability, moreover, seems to exist in the very areas where we have enjoyed supremacy, namely in technology and economic growth. These unprecedented developments pose the most urgent demands for critical inquiry into time-honored patterns of organization, thought, and behavior. We can probably agree that the present challenge is not only unique, but that its successful resolution will require a major advance in creative areas. Not only in weaponry, but also in the design of the new social and economic models that change is forcing upon us. Here again our very success is a potential handicap to us. This irony can be seen, for example, in the insistence of many political and business leaders that economic growth in the underdeveloped countries must follow the impressive American pattern of free enterprise. But such societies cannot afford free enterprise as we have known it, mainly because of their lack of venture capital and because of the complex technical and managerial skills that our system requires. If such unrealistic and nostalgic attitudes persist, what hope is there for the acceptance of new ideas here, such as the thought that our own national state may have become an anachronistic form of political organization? In both weapons development and social organization, then, creativity is required to meet global shifts in power and to accommodate the demands of poorer countries for political and economic equality. Yet both are social values. And our organizational forms inhibit the conflict and criticism which are the very beginning of creativity. Because it is so vital today, let us consider for a moment the sociology of conflict. What is its utility value, and why do organizations inhibit it? The aversion to conflict in big organizations rests in part upon the perspective of its leaders who see the organization as a disciplined, cohesive system for achieving a common goal. They regard it as a rational instrument that binds together the interests of its members in a kind of all-for-one, one-for-all ethic. The other face of organization with its informal power centers and its function of satisfying individual needs for status and self-realization is neglected. Organizations are not defined this way by those who direct them. As Koser says, the decision makers are engaged in maintaining and, if possible, in strengthening the organizational structures THROGH and in which they exercise power and influence. Whatever conflicts occur within these structures will appear to them to be dysfunctional. Moreover, many social scientists with a conservative bias regard conflict as anathema because they define society as an organic system in which by definition all values and groups operate smoothly as vital parts of the whole system. Conflict or disagreement about basic values or the roles assigned to each group thus tends to be regarded as destructive. Similarly, in American political life, the liberal ideal of a cooperative society in which everyone works together for the public interest has gone virtually unchallenged. This romantic pluralism holds that there are really no basic conflicts between classes, between labor and management, between big business and small business, etc. Adjustment, not conflict, is the theme. To hold otherwise is to fall victim to an unlovely economic determinism. Thus both political and sociological analysis often has a built-in conservative bias that abhors conflict. In the everyday world, organizational leaders share this bias, and much of their time is consequently spent showing that we must all hang together or we will surely hang separately. Organizational logic is essentially conservative, for it H0 F, LAK sir, the functions ISOCUD conflict. GIE, The Free Press, 1956, p. 27. 555 The social dysfunctions of organization or Ansist NCY, tradition, the minimizing of individual ends in favor of collective ends, and the wisdom of history rather than the wisdom of men. A result in G major quality and dysfunction of by G organizations is, therefore, their inflexibility in the face of social and technological pressures for change. They resist conflict and creativity because they tend to assume that what is good. Perhaps the revival of conservative ideals among some American writers is a byproduct of the organizational society in the sense that the organizational ethic has needed, certainly, a more compelling rationalization than mere efficiency or profit. It seems less ingenious, moreover, to praise organizations and modern technology than to attribute our national achievements to tradition, to history, and even to heredity, as conservative theory does. In a larger social context, conflict is further inhibited by the pervasive American need to be liked, to pursue conformity for the sake of popularity. As we saw earlier, socialization inculcates conventional values to the extent that the individual feels guilty when he expresses unorthodox views. Moreover, as organizations become more systematic in their demands for predictability and conformity, the penalties for heterodoxy become more severe. When career chances are threatened by independence, independence becomes a luxury. Bureaucratization plays its part relentlessly as the trend towards spending one's work life in a single organization ties the individual more and more closely to the demands of a given organization. The piling up of fringe benefits and seniority rights encourages the tendency to rationalize one's workplace as the best of all possible worlds. Professional training and commitments similarly increase one's personal mortgages and his tendency to play it safe. In sum, big organizations typically seek control, discipline, and standardization. They apply pragmatic, often quantitative standards to measure their activities. For such reasons, basic research and the unstructured conditions that nourish it are fundamental contrary to organizational logic. Such research is hard to control. Those engaged in it do not know what they will find, if anything, how long it will take, nor how much it will cost. As a former Secretary of Defense said, basic research is when you don't know what you're doing. Unfortunately, not all critical problems nor the motivations of individuals can be handled according to such logic. The very success of our mass production system and its applied research orientation seems to aggravate the resulting dilemma. The consequences of conflicting values of scientists and military organization men can usefully be presented in the context of interpersonal theory. We saw earlier that organizational conflict is often the result of distorted perceptions among its members, both of themselves and of each other. Such misperceptions, moreover, became self-enforcing, locking individuals into relationships that aggravate tension and hinder the organization's attempt to achieve its goals. In the case of the executive group reported, the self-deceptions of the men made effective working relations impossible. A similar mechanism seems to be at work in the government's weapons research program. One way of portraying this perceptual disparity is by constructing a rough index of alienation based upon the common images that research scientists and military organization men have of themselves and of each other. Such an index is necessarily crude. Indeed, in a technical sense it is not precisely an index since it includes no quantitative difference among the items comprising it. The index, moreover, reflects both the selectivity of those who made the statements and the writer's selectivity in choosing the specific items which are included. However, the index is representative in the sense that the items were collected randomly from a wide variety of sources. The validity of each statement is less significant than the indication it offers of opposing definitions of reality by individuals working towards similar goals in a similar organizational context. Military organization men. The overriding significance and priority of the ICBM and IRBM programs dictate that special admin. Index of alienation. Research scientists. The real ruler of government-sponsored research, the Bureau of the Budget. 557. Military organization administration procedures and controls be established. An ounce of loyalty is worth a pound of brains. This is a frequent allegation which emanates from subordinates. Whenever any new center is created for reasons best known to top management, John, a civilian cannot be in the chain of command. I do not necessarily mean that a PhD degree means a man is bright. Of course, the fact that a person believes in social equality doesn't prove that he's a communist, but it certainly makes you look twice, doesn't it? My observation that some of the recommended organizations have been the social dysfunctions of organization. Research scientists. Unfortunately, secrecy and progress are mutually incompatible. This is always true of science. The key positions at the center were replaced by purely military people regardless of their competence. In the long run, science is doomed if it is to be pursued in secrecy. The gossip of scientists who get together is the lifeblood of physics. The exceptional officer, the one who is an original thinker, is considered a heretic. The history of ideas is the history of mistakes. We're all scientists basically. We judge men not on position but on scientific. Robert Prez thus. Military organization men self-serving in nature with the obvious objective of being placed in positions of considerable power and self-aggrandizement. It is clear that an optimum climate for research work by civilian scientists cannot be the only consideration. That industrial laboratories exist because of the profit motive does not change the character of their basic research. It guarantees the type of research which would be labeled basic. In the academic world, the Air Force said, it is easier just to eliminate basic research. 558. Research scientists' ability. Our goal is not to make a lot of money or to boss people around but to become competent scientists. This company takes great pride in its engineering and technological achievements if you can believe the ads. But I also know that the executive vice president has been heard to say on many occasions, you can hire technical brains a dime a dozen. The absence of tenure and freedom of inquiry does influence the work and research of laboratory PEOP. I would have carried out certain types of important research if I were at the university. Unless a colleague's competence or honesty becomes suspect, he is expected to make all decisions relating to his work for himself. The idea of a boss is anathema, as are the external controls imposed by industrial methods of organization. In fact, they are held to be inconsistent with the basic tenets of professionalism. 559. Military organization men. The trouble with these research people is that they go ahead and do research without any appreciation of the cost. Most of the troublesome people have left you real. I can't have research people who think they're God Almighty. Our job is to recruit individuals and to try to broaden them to the interests and the point of view of the company. The social dysfunctions of organized research scientists. Many of these people, used to command, are impervious to new ideas. The same type of people, the same type of treatment as they apply to ship operation, they apply to research and development. You simply can't do that. The great point in the scientist's code is full and honest reporting to all his colleagues. My technical people would quit rather than work on anything they didn't believe in. Allied with the consequences of such disparate self-images and judgments is the problem of goal displacement. We have seen that the results of organizational logic often include a reduction in the intrinsic satisfaction in work. This results from the breakdown of work and decision-making into such minute compartments that any given individual finds it difficult to derive the psychic satisfaction of producing a finished product. But psychologists find that variety and complexity in most kinds of work are required for high morale and identification. Organizations tend to inhibit these satisfactions by dividing and standardizing work in order to gain control and efficiency. The breaking down of university disciplines into departments, and then into special fields within a given department, may alienate the scholar because his work is seen as only a fragment of a larger whole. This not only prevents him from defining his field in large compass, but it interferes. Robert Prez thus 560 with his role as citizen by providing a handy rationalization that every problem has its experts who must define the issues and work out the solutions. In Veblen's phrase, he becomes a victim of trained incapacity. By dramatizing the irrelevance of his special knowledge to vital public questions, such results tend to undercut pride in work and to divert one toward alternative rewards such as income, prestige, and leisure. Organizations further encourage such displacement of values by the tendency to replace creative work and independence as the basis for rewards with subjective criteria of loyalty, seniority, dependence, adaptability, personality, and community service. Traditional values tend to be displaced by a marketing ethic characterized by self-promotion, status borrowing, and mock conviviality. In creative kinds of work, where standards of achievement are much less precise, and where, indeed, one may in effect set his own pace, the results are far-reaching. We have seen that physical scientists do not have to work for the government, and that many prefer not to. Organizational logic, which has been essentially authoritarian, has often failed to recognize this permissive aspect of highly skilled work. Like all of us, its advocates find it hard to change their ways in the face of new conditions. As the Defense Department's Special Assistant for Research and Development insisted, when the vital urgency of the military development and research mission is considered, it is clear that an optimum climate for research work by civilian scientists cannot be the only consideration. Certain disciplines are essential to ensure that development schedules are met and that research remains in areas of direct relevance to the problems at hand. The investment of public funds in the production of weapons represents such a large part of the national economy that certain checks and balances which may be regarded as restrictive are absolutely essential for the protection of the public interest. Some or all of these factors may occasionally lead to the frustration of an individual scientist, but this, it is feared, is inevitable under any system of management sensitive to its responsibilities to the public. 58t The social dysfunctions. If Orpnell's at Loftus dictum expresses well the military organization man rationale. It points up a common premise of such thinking, namely, the assumption that organization and controls by themselves can create something. It points up also the assumption that basic research can be controlled when by its very nature it cannot. Organization's role must indeed be an auxiliary one of providing the conditions that will encourage individual creativity. Administrative and financial ground rules are surely needed, but in an arms race that uniquely demands innovation and flexibility in the face of rapid change, an optimum climate for research by civilian scientists is critical. This study of weapons research dramatizes the whole problem of big organizations and their motivating assumptions. It documents the tensions engendered by individual attempts to meet the conditions set down by the bureaucratic model. While the experiences of the research scientists may be exceptional, they underscore the dilemma of the creative, task-oriented, ambivalent type in modem organization. Another significant generalization illustrated here is the tendency of organizations to resist innovation. A displacement of values, often masked by a ritualistic obeisance to the public interest, may occur in which organizations develop an existence independent of the goals that inspire them. Latent individual and organizational interests blunt both the ability and the inclination of organizations to change. Personal and organizational goals of power and prestige challenge the larger social goals that presumably justify their existence in the first place. In addition, there is the problem of the organization's impact on the meaning of work. We have suggested that most organization men are indifferents. Alienated to some extent by work and the workplace, they have displaced their energy and their interest upon off-work activities. Even the upward mobile, whose elan remains high, seems less interested in the intrinsic value of work than in its byproducts of authority, status, and prestige. If meaningful work is essential to mental health, the human consequences of such orientations are disturbing. Such larger implications of changing organizational values. Robert Press. Thus 562 are only beginning to emerge. While the upward mobile role obviously pays off in terms of personal influence and income, its social results seem less fruitful. But the age of the cheerful robot is not inevitable. In weapons research and missile development, as we have seen, the testimony of distinguished scientists has revealed the strain between organizational values and the scientists' needs for autonomy. This suggests a growing awareness of the conditions that seem to be hampering our efforts to maintain parity with Russian military and space power. There is also evidence that the sprawling growth of university administrations, which aggravate existing disparities in academic status and income, is receiving more attention. In sum, there is apparently some recognition that individual growth and creativity are often at odds with organizational logic. Even if this perspective has been forced upon us by the Russian economic and military thrust, its results may prove generally desirable. Although too much attention is undoubtedly being given to physical science, greater discrimination in our use of bureaucratic structure and norms may result. Perhaps we can retain them in mass production and applied spheres to which they are nicely suited, while sharply modifying them in art, education, and scientific research. If we can also abandon some of our pragmatic notions about efficiency, humanistic values will benefit, and the need for a permissive work climate in creative areas may become clearer. Certainly, the first step in such a reorientation is an awareness of organizational dysfunctions. Philip Selznick. Revolution Sacred and Profane 1. Philip Selznick 1191 9–1 born January 8, 1919, in Newark, New Jersey, Selznick studied at Columbia University, where he received his Ph.D. in sociology. He has held a number of consulting positions for institutions, including the Rand Corpora. From Revolution Sacred and Profane, by Philip Selznick. Inquiry, a Journal of Independent Radical Thought, Volume 2, Number 2. Reprinted by permission of the author. 563 Revolution Sacred and Profanation and the Fund for the Republic. At present he teaches TVA and the grassroots, the organizational weapon, and sociology at the University of California at Berkeley. Among his works are Leadership in Administration. Author's note: I am grateful to the editor for the opportunity to say a word about revolution, sacred and profane. This was written 20 years ago and marks a stage on the road away from socialist politics. I apologize for the style, which can only be called youthful baroque. The peculiar blend of conservatism and a limited radicalism expressed in the essay is still part of my political philosophy. But I no longer believe that it makes sense to espouse a government takeover of the commanding heights of the economy, nor do I accept the moral absolute of pacifism as a guide to responsible political decision. If the essay is read today as more than a period piece, I hope its continuing message will be that ideological thinking, and action based upon it, is always a grave threat to the quest for a moral commonwealth. Values can be sacred, but programs must be profane. We laboriously explore our difficulties to discover what seemed new ways are soon distilled to the old, and we are to be rudely shouldered into channels long since laid down. The literary dream and the individual synthesis, freshly conceived and romantically inspired, may illumine the edges and enrich the interstices of social life, may even, at rare times, provide genesis and sustenance for a new regrouping of the whole. But for the most part, lumbering, structured society will not yield itself to the eager Promethean hand nor readily consent to be remolded in the name and in the image of each passing god. We may, if we like, conjure up our goals with an artist's hand, but that is the pattern of random proposal, of offering a varied platter to the real arbiters of history, heedless of the need to search out the possibilities in the given world as the foundation stone of rational political enterprise. The sign and warrant of political wisdom is the recognition of the resistant, recalcitrant, limiting nature of human personality and social institutions. I am not, it is perhaps politic to add, entirely ignorant of the modem viewpoint in social psychology, with its brash plasticity complex. But it seems to make sense to insist that while much in that approach is important, affording a quickened awareness and a more accurate notion of methodology and its postulates, nevertheless serious people will not confuse the latter with the hardy truths won in the course of human experience, however poorly they may be formulated. For action that kind, at least, which intervenes in events, which deals significantly with the primary stuff of social change, with classes and parties and governments, is always shaped and molded by the character of the institutions that it ventures to manipulate. The politically effective form of this impingement is the limitation OJ alternatives, or, put another way, the presentation OJ historical choices. The projected history of any given period may be infinitely various in the realm of fancy, but the real paths along which events may run are few and none too far apart. The philosopher may, if he is brilliant, have a viewpoint pretty much his own, but the philosopher in action must soon choose sides or retire. He cannot enter politics on his own terms, he must make his peace with that force, in effective conflict, with whose fate he has bound himself and his ideals. The historical choice is the choice which is offered. It is the choice that may and can be made because, 1. Large social forces are or can be readily mobilized in the direction desired, 2. Solutions are offered to the felt problems of key groups, 3. Continuity, though not identity, with the traditions, ideals, and habit patterns of the common man is maintained, and, 4. The program and its instruments are responsible, in the sense of a full acceptance of consequences without dissolution, at critical periods, into one or another more vigorous trend. There are, at any time, only a few different movements which can satisfy these conditions. They represent, at that time, the given historical alternatives, which devour between them those who attempt to find a median path. These alternatives tend, in practice, to polarize around absolutes, so that those who value action as intervention must lay aside, in choosing within the context of action. 565 Revolution sacred and profile. Undue affection for the neat formulation and special interpretation. That is why the artist is not a politician, and it is what we mean when we say that a movement has become mature, has reached its level, has found its natural allies. It is a sure corollary of this conception that fundamental social change is gradual, always effectively braked by the moderate ing forces that great human agencies bring with them as they search out the unknown in action. It may seem strange to read these words, so replete with conservative connotations, in the pages of a socialist magazine. But closer reflection will teach us, I believe, that this is as it should be. For socialism today is more and more becoming the receptacle, protagonist, and defender of the fundamental social ties as well as the highest ideals of our civilization. In the old days, socialists could lay their every stress on the changes, the overturns, that they wished to institute, leaving to the politically conservative factions the task of defending the principles, traditions, and institutions of social order. This division of function seemed fitting and proper. For it was natural to believe that those who defended a specific status quo, the existing political and economic order of things, should find it easy and useful to cling to the banner and extol the merits of the very principle of order and social stability itself. And so it was, for a long period. For although some branches of international socialism, nearing and reaching the heights of power, began to experience the difficulties that responsibility for the nation as a whole entails, most of the movement maintained its role of oppositional minority and social solvent. But this timeless allocation of function, the conservative defender and radical innovator, has been robbed of its mean ing by the complexity of the new relationships. No longer can we say that those who are defending particular structures shield as well the basic relations of mutual aid and fellowship which lie at the root of society. The value of the stat quo as the crisis deepens and endures becomes, those in power, defined in the realistic, self-conscious term of naked rule and privilege. Despairing as they must of the viability of the traditional social or ms and prestur the eminence of their power, the conservative elements become institutionally radical. They seize upon any course, any movement which will carry them on its should end. Philip Selznick 566. Promise relief to fear-ridden bank accounts. In this way they effectively and finally divorce their special interests from the general interest and welfare of the community at large. For the new instrumentalities to which they turn are reckless of consequences beyond the capture of power, and are therefore subversive of the moral bonds and accustomed forms of social order. Hence are the roles reversed. Socialists find themselves defending large areas of American culture at precisely the time when most other groups, who support those presently in power, are in unashamed flight from those principles. The socialist program, in means as well as in ends, is keyed to those precepts and therefore becomes, on an historical plane, the culturally conservative and defensive movement. Not without difficulties, not smoothly or free of racking, enervating problems. The law of the limitation of alternatives is unrelenting. The choice we make within the bounds it sets is hardly academic, or even transient. To act upon such a choice is to define the structure, the operative ideals, the habits, the alliances, in a word, the character of our movement. The classic decision that each generation of socialists has had to make is that between reformist social democracy and apocalyptic Bolshevism. These are the polar trends. Both have deep roots in man's nature, both can intervene effectively in events each to its own part, each in its own way. The characters of these two movements, as we have come to know them after long acquaintance, seem to exhaust the field of significant choice that the complex interweaving and interdependence of historical structures will allow us. There is no middle course that will not soon be drawn into the vortex of one or the other of the historical alternatives. It is true, of course, that neither movement has been able to attain its professed goals. That is why many socialists, anxious to learn new lessons, have sought to delineate a new road that would be neither reformist nor Bolshevist. Yet, while that research is commendable, insofar as it sharpens our understanding of tactics and strategy, it is unwise to hide our faces from the fact that ultimately we must take sides in the real struggle, which will deal harshly with our 567 revolution sacred and profane special programmatic qua-one-ifications. What, in action, will be the basic character of our movement? Will it be attuned to an essentially gradualist philosophy, with conservative precepts, with a due respect for those institutions already formed which protect and nourish our values and ideals? Or shall we build an altogether different movement, sustaining and ruled by radically different personalities, which will reach down into the emotional depths of society for the instruments of its nihilistic venture? Intelligence must make this choice self-consciously, for it sets the framework of all action. It is only in the light of the basic road we have chosen that a discussion of new procedures and wiser strategy can make sense. Socialists who have come to know the spiritual roots of what they stand for will recognize immediately their affinity with the gradualist course. For while European socialism went down to defeat stumbling over its own errors and poor leadership, these movements still remained basically socialist and progressive. And since they were not the sole arbiters of history, it may be questioned whether even the wisest strategy would have led to victory. Bolshevism, on the other hand, transformed itself into an utterly alien instrument, turning toward quite different sources of strength and power, and embodying in explicit form all the merely potential culturally nihilistic elements in oppositional socialism. The social democratic road leans on those cultural roots which we seek to defend. Bolshevism is avowedly contemptuous of them. Social democracy accepts the basic Christian democratic values. Bolshevism divorces itself from them and from any sense of proper humility which they entail. The Bolshevik revolution is in its nature sacred, generating an emotional emphasis that turns its adherents inward upon the apocalyptic image. This is hardly strange, for where objectives are vague and ill-defined, where the power of a given party is confused with the requirements of history, then the road to power absorbs the entire political agenda. The revolutionary upheaval and its preparation become the receptacle of all political wisdom suffused with the discharged tensions of those who have committed themselves beyond recall to a simple, unforked. Philip Selznick 568. Road to Social Salvation. It is only fair to say that reformism too, like any other special method, has sought a halo of its own. But here the consequences, though sufficiently disturbing, have been relieved by the concentration upon tangibly achievements in the here and now, always a reliable solvent of any vulgar mythology of redemption. The tools of social and political action, devised with an eye toward what the world is really like, must be profane in character. As method, they must be secular, and therefore vulnerable to fact and logic, before the requirements of pragmatic evaluation and democratic dispute can come into effective play. The revolutionary elements in gradualist socialism must be profane and secular rather than sacred and religious, for they will be circumscribed by the established character of the movement as a whole and limited to the achievement of specific, clearly defined objectives. It should be emphasized that it is not all action, but the tools of action that must be profane. Within the general context of our movement, the revolutionary elements are tools, and in that sense subsidiary, at a second remove, from the primary, character-defining motifs. Indeed, it is just in terms of what is considered sacred that the most useful distinctions between movements are made. The fact that there are sacred elements in Bolshevism is not, of itself, to be deprecated. It is what they hold sacred, the power mechanisms of revolutionary action, the hypostatization of what can be only a tool of significant but limited usefulness that marks them as alien. It is well to recall that revolution is more than the sheer annihilation of traditional values. Before the subversion of accepted human relationships is the plain, practical, limited goal of transferring social and political power from the hands of those who rule the commanding heights of our economy. The achievement of the latter by revolutionary means is dictated by the empirical context of our problem. To employ those means with sagacity and care requires an impersonal budget of consequences, an accounting that happily is strengthened by prior knowledge of the inherent dangers of our ambivalent tools. The gradualist emphasis is relevant primarily to institutional change. It deprecates the uprooting of established forms where subtle transformations are practicable. ever conscious of the limited capacity of men and structures for 569 revolution sacred and profane the absorption of the thoroughgoing and all-pervasive. The Bolsheviks do not escape these strictures, for in expunging the presently traditional they are far from casting men into new molds. The most they can achieve is a return to older forms, still founded on the enduring character of the human materials with which they must deal. The gradualist cannot make his peace with the Bolshevik revolution, for that cuts at the moral groundwork of his society. But he will realize the necessity for a more limited revolt, profound in its ultimate consequences but concentrated against only a relatively small sector of society as we know it. He will, in the course of this action, be ready to defend those gains, received and won, which fashion a restrained, reflective and moral culture. To be sure, the inherent tension between revolution and reformism cannot be erased by the fiat of our own desires, nor is it unlikely that the former will, at some stages, spill over whatever dams we may construct. But a prior limitation of goals, founded on a clear conception of alternative consequences, together with the steeping of our movement in a spiritual atmosphere in which only democracy can live, can assure the preservation of its institutionally gradualist character. I repeat, we choose inevitably between polar trends, and this choice defines the framework and direction of our politics. Yet the very recognition of the necessity which binds us to the existing political alternatives frees us for the more intelligent construction of a special program that will take into account an attempt to correct some of the cardinal weaknesses of the trend to which we are committed. We are still proposing for history to dispose, but insofar as we as individuals and small groups can influence the course of events, our special program, operating within the general trend, can be effective. The fruitful consequences of a diaspirase of over-optimism are evident in the revisions we may make in the traditional social democratic program. It is helpful to view the reformist's errors as largely stemming from an overly naive conception of the pliability of his environment. Failing to comprehend the weakness of men and institutions, he is blind to the necessity of taking that weakness into account and of shaping a program that will restrain the inevitable enfeebling. Philpsell's Nelk 578. Dissipation of energy and intelligence. The revisions offered in the light of this perception are basically two. 1. The practical socialist overturn must be complete within its limited sphere. Over-optimistic gradualism has not understood the bearing of concentrated and interdependent industrialism on socialist strategy. Gradualism collapses as an effective program when we face the coordinated, integrated structure of our mass production economy. There the strokes must be bold and thoroughgoing, permitting a speedy reorientation of that key sector of our economy along welfare lines. The failure to recognize this urgent necessity, or to prepare for that kind of action, was a fatal weakness of the social democratic governments in Europe. Firm and decisive measures, taken against the small number of ruling families and their satellites who staff the boards of directors of the 100 apex corporations, need not undermine the institutionally gradualist approach. On the contrary, this politically and economically momentous but culturally insignificant stumbling block must be energetically set aside in order to permit reformism to operate as an advance guard and in broader fields. This is the limited, but vital, sense in which socialism must be a revolutionary movement. Not to turn the social fabric inside out, but to recognize that a slow pace in changing man's behavior and status does not require a weak and timid approach to the challenge of power in the essentially impersonal institutions of monopolistic industry and finance. The threat to the best in our civilization comes from those who rule at those heights. It is therefore conservative in its best sense to organize for decisive measures within that sphere. The socialist overturn neither ventures nor desires to root out the multitude in small industry, trade, and agriculture. Our program does not envision the introduction from above of a new order in social relationships, but we can insist that that power and no more which now rests in the hands of the self-perpetuating industrial empires should be swiftly transferred to the responsible representatives of democratic government. I use overturn here in an obvious, rather literal sense, denoting the actual mobilization of social forces in action. This is a proximate tool, not an ultimate objective. As a tool, it must be used coldly, with detachment, free of illusions as to the concrete forms it must take or as to what can be accomplished. Such an attitude will enable us to delineate an economic program attuned to those necessities of administrative responsibility and centralized direction dictated by the integrated character of the industrial system. We shall not expect miracles of democratic procedure and structure from instrumentalities that provide their own answers and, very largely, make their own rules. Yet it is this very sobriety which will help us to discover those democratic channels, consistent with the urgencies of production, which can be built into the economic order for whose effective functioning we are responsible. These statements would be counsels of despair were it not for our assumption of the restricted relevance for society as a whole of the revolutionary elements in our program, an outlook incomprehensible to those for whom revolution is their sacred, all-embracing method. It is partly as a hangover from the consecrated approach to the revolutionary method that many socialists still insist upon a romantic view of its nature and its possible results. At the same time, forced to discard old blinkers, the uneasiness of ambiguity has led them to leave their program in the limbo of unconcretized proposals. 2. Socialism must adopt the moral absolute of pacifism. If social democracy was naive about the method required for the transfer of control over the industrial apparatus, it was equally sanguine about the ability of men to choose consistently the method that embodied their own values. The pacifist absolute is such in respect to its function, operating as a hard rule for those groups which have testified to its truth. But the judgment and conclusion that it represents are empirical insights. It is a perception that provides a political reflex of our deepest moral values and is therefore a steadying factor in political choice. Events have taught us that we are unable to permit ourselves complete freedom in the continuous recreation of political decisions. We are too deeply involved in immediate relationships, too sharply influenced by proximate consequences to be able to maintain the integrity of our ultimate aims unaided by functional absolutes. Hence the need for an act of collective faith in the enduring viability of procedures that we accept as crucial to the charter of our movement. Democracy is one of these functional absolutes, pacifism must be another. The unity of democracy and pacifism as an interdependent set of means. PHLIIP cells NELC 572 and objectives becomes more plainly manifest as each new development in the modern world unfolds. These tenets are more than tools, where they operate the Y are constituent fundamentals of the movement, referable only to the moral sources of its being. Or ing in and justified by a prophetic empirical insight, they come to transcend their begin in GS, to be woven into the symbolic, expressive image of our aspirations. In this way we return to an old and proven method of taking into account dependable human failings. This revolution, which has to do with the character of men and movements rather than with the practical mobilization of forces, is in its nature sacred, and completely consistent with the gradualist spirit it shares. This cursory review of pressing revisions in the traditional social democratic program, while radical, does not divorce us from the mainstream of that polar trend. We should work as political missionaries, from within, sharing inevitably what is culpable and what is undefiled in the movement as a whole. Because we have a history, we cannot offer a spotless banner. But the clear perception of where we must take our stand, the sober appraisal of what we have to deal with and what can be done, will help to deliver us from the pseudo-arena where vacant shuttles weave the wind. Carl Shapiro on the revival of anarchism. Carl J. Shapiro is a poet born in Baltimore, Maryland, in 1913. He has taught at Johns Hopkins University and is now at the University of Nebraska. His poetry is widely acclaimed, and he is the winner of many awards. He is the editor of Prairie Schooner. Some of his works are, Person, Place, and Thing, The Place of Love, Essay on Rhyme, Trial of a Poet, Beyond Criticism, Poems of a Jew, and In Defense of Ignorance. Before the 1960 elections, a gentleman from the Fund for the Republic asked me for an interview. He was gathering opinions about the coming presidential contest, and he wanted the reaction of a poet or two. My first thought was to beg off. My second was to tell a white lie and give him the name of one of the two candidates, that I do not vote, that I am a date for the interview. It is not easy to express one's honest views to a stranger, especially if one's political ideas happen to be of an unknown or an unpopular variety. I wanted very much not to be set down in my visitor's mind as a crackpot or a fool poet. He had been a Washington correspondent and was a man of quick perception, charm, and great knowledge of politics. I mumbled and bumbled a good bit before I got out what I wanted to say. What I told him finally was that I had no choice of candidates, that I do not vote, that I am opposed to voting under the two-party system, and that I even attempt to spread a no-voting propaganda among my friends and students. After which I tried to make some joke, such as pass the Hemlke. I had a distinct impression that my position, or lack of it, was quite familiar to my visitor. The word anarchism did not come up in the conversation, but we managed to discuss it without naming it. There were quotes from me out of Thoreau and mentions of the Catholic worker, which I have read for many years. It was a fairly tame, academic talk, and we parted satisfied and friendly. As a teacher and writer, I have become increasingly aware in recent years of the spread of anarchist thought among the rising generation. They do not call it by that name, or any name, they do not philosophize about the state or non-violence or disaffiliation, but the interest is unmistakably there. The Beat movement symbolizes one extreme of youthful anger against the failure of modern society and government to keep peace among men. The Negro equality movement symbolizes a more dramatic failure of society and government to give the citizen his due. Throughout the world, the human right of insubordination against industrial society, colonialism, militarism, and against the entire cult of the Western tradition is making itself felt in 1,000 ways. The governments are losing their young. The lifeblood of history is flowing away from Carl Shapiro 574, the centers of force. Patriotism is having its long-awaited nervous breakdown. And not only the young. The generation of the total war is also abandoning the conventional political thinking of the past, left, right, and liberal, and is returning to the example of individual moral force, as the world has so far known it through Thoreau, Whitman, Tolstoy, Kropotkin, and Gandhi. At present we are going through the stage of withdrawal from the old political psychologies of organized governments. And we are witnessing the beginnings of successful passive resistance movements in America and abroad. But no appeal has yet been made to the vast American middle class, the majority class, to detach itself from our competitive industrial insanity. It is indeed our industrial way of life that lends sanction to militarism and colonialism, preparedness and suppression of human rights. Our enemy, strange as it may sound to American ears, is the standard of living. We worship at the altar of the white rhinoceros, the American kitchen. Standard of living is the holy of holies in whose name every other evil is committed. To lower this standard, or to equalize it among the peoples of the world, is our greatest need. And the first step is to disassociate ourselves from the industrial scientific madness that rules our lives 24 hours a day. The best government, the anarchists tell us, is the least governing. The worst government is the highly organized and centralized state, such as Franco's Spain or the USSR. The present tendency of the United States toward greater organization and centralization is a peril to every democratic free DOM we know. We are drifting toward a totally organized state that is eventually cemented by a secret police, a standing army, an industrial scientific aristocracy, and a propaganda and communications machine that lies at the very heart of government. The present competitive mania between Russia and the United States in science opens the way in our country for every breed of political opportunism. Whether the Eisenhower diplomatic Cold War changes into Kennedy's cultural Cold War will make little difference to the basic sense of hostility to which the central government is committed. The American people have lost 575 on the revival of anarchism, the choice of a peaceful alternative. The switchboard will tell us what to do. My central point of reference is Gandhi, perhaps the most extraordinary man our age has produced. We are today experiencing the effects of Oriental ideas on our lives to an unprecedented degree. In Gandhi, for instance, we are presented with a new political psychology that is quite foreign to our practical Western minds, as when he says, "It is against my nature to prearrange." Or more striking, when he says of the law of nonviolent resistance, that it is possible for a single individual to defy the whole might of an unjust empire to save his honor, his religion, his soul, and lay the foundation for that empire's fall or regeneration. Gandhi's belief in the power of right action to prevent violence was demonstrated in his lifetime 1,000 times over. This is a form of political behavior that is only now beginning to make its way in the West. Gandhi, of course, was not a provincial Hindu but one who drew on the entire tradition of the literature of peaceful action, mystical and secular. One of his earliest works was a translation of Plato's Apology into Gujarati, a bitter irony when we remember Gandhi's own death. He also translated John Ruskin's Unto This Last, essays in what Ruskin called First Principles of Political Economy, and of course he was deeply influenced by Thoreau and Tolstoy. The Exprès Zion, the moral equivalent of war, he took from William James. But the fundamentals of nonviolence, non-cooperation, and non-resistance are native to the Hindu world. Dharma, for instance, is the concept of moral pressure applied to an offending party through sufferings to oneself. To sit Dharma is to sit mourning. Gandhi's application of Dharma against British military and legal force constituted a one-man revolution against authority and resulted in the greatest awakening of a nation in modern history. His results range from the abolition of the worst superstitions of his religion, such as untouchability, to the equalization of the rights of Hindus and other dark peoples of South Africa, to national independence itself, a fantastic series of accomplishments almost incomprehensible to the Western mind. The West has so far produced no peaceful revolutionaries of the stature of Gandhi, even if one includes Tolstoy, Godwin, or Kropotkin. The gropings of William James towards such a solution of Gandhi's illustrate the dilemma of the American mind with its predominant images of military force. James published his pamphlet The Moral Equivalent of War in 1910. The article makes rather horrifying apologies to the military and to scientific progress, yet the general drift is impressive. Pacifists ought to enter more deeply into the aesthetical and ethical point of view of their opponents, says James. So long as anti-militarists propose no substitute for war's disciplinary function, no moral equivalent of war, they fail to realize the full inwardness of the situation. The duties, penalties, and sanctions pictured in the utopias they paint are all too weak and tame to touch the military-minded. James assumes that Western pacifism has no language of communication with our society at large, which is aggressive and ultimately militaristic. In rather quaint psychology he seeks for some motive for human action that is as thrilling as bloodshed. Puritanically, he objects to a mere peace economy on the grounds that it may become no more than a pleasure economy. Martial discipline in peace is therefore a necessity. He would have young men make war upon nature, the typical Western fallacy that we know so well from our scientists, and he would send youth to the coal and iron mines, to freight trains, to fishing fleets in December, to dishwashing, clothes washing, and window washing, etc. Here we see the cautious New Englander of the upper crust to whom dishwashing is almost as much of an epic experience as the charge of the Light Brigade. But at bottom he is right. The martial type of character can be bred without war, says James. And he ends his essay with the pathetic statement that fear is indeed great, but fear is not the only stimulus known for awakening the higher ranges of man's spiritual energy. James probably supplied no more for Gandhi than the wonderful catchphrase "the moral equivalent of war." It was in an obscure work of Ruskin's that Gandhi found the outline of a practical philosophy. He reduced Ruskin's message in Unto This Last to 3 principles. 577 On the revival of anarchists. 1. That the good of the individual is contained in the good of all. 2. That a lawyer's work has the same value as the barber's inasmuch as all have the same right of earning their livelihood from their work. 3. That a life of labor, i.e., the life of the tiller of the soil and the handicraftsman, is the life worth living. Gandhi says, the first of these I knew. The second I had dimly realized. The third had never occurred to me. Unto this last made it as clear as day to me that the second and the third were contained in the first. I arose with the dawn, ready to reduce these principles to practice. The usual objection to Gandhi's ideas is that they are Oriental and do not apply to life in the West, that the conditions under which Gandhi operated in the Transvaal and in India cannot possibly apply to civilized Europe and America. The West has a good deal of fear and loathing for this little naked fakir, as Winston Churchill so elegantly called him. And the more aristocratic Hindus themselves, for instance Tagore, the Bengali poet, fought Gandhi at many crucial points. Tagore opposed the reintroduction of the spinning wheel, the key to a national economy. He opposed the burning of foreign cloth, which Gandhi advocated as a method of breaking European economic slavery. Gandhi plunged to the heart of the matter when he told Tagore, I do not draw a distinction between economics and ethics. Economics that hurt the moral well-being of an individual or a nation are immoral. Tagore eventually understood and surrendered the knighthood that the crown had bestowed upon him. There is a great deal of extremism in Gandhi's philosophy that the West will probably never be able to swallow. His asceticism, his puritanism, his almost violent hatred for the gains of science, extending even to the science of medicine, are things we cannot appreciate. A multiplicity of hospitals is no test of civilization, it is rather a symptom of decay, said Gandhi, sounding much like a modem poet. Gandhi covering his belly with a band of raw earth as a cure for dysentery or constipation seems wholly irrational to us. And yet we cannot dismiss his principle of the nexus between science, government, and morality. In the West we are only. Carl Shapiro 578 beginning to examine the irresponsibility of science, the loading of young minds with scientific and technological nonsense, the consequences of which we learn only when it is too late. In rearing an unarmed army to disengage India from European rule, Gandhi developed a program of discipline in which the participant took these vows: truthfulness, nonviolence, celibacy, control of the palate, non-thieving, non-possession, fearlessness, and swadeshi. Most of these vows fall within the scope of our own traditional religions in one form or another. The one that is foreign to us and that may be of the utmost importance in the West is swadeshi, the encouragement of home industries. Swadeshi, in fact, may be the nexus between Gandhism and the West. The East is especially distinguished from the West in its attitude toward the natural world. The Easterner tends to regard himself as part of nature and of the cosmos. The Westerner tends to regard himself as the enemy of nature. We speak of the conquest of space or of new lands, we subdue the desert and the frontier, we wipe out disease. The Oriental, broadly speaking, does not feel combative with the outer world, rather he regards himself as part of a flux of life in which he is a single element. The Hebrew Christian Bible begins with the injunction that man shall have dominion over every living thing, an idea quite exotic to the Oriental to the poet like Walt Whitman who says he thinks he could turn and live with animals. Swadeshi, home industry, does not have to do with government but with self-sustaining. When Gandhi hit upon the idea of the spinning wheel, he had his major revelation. It is staggering to think that there was no one in India who knew how to spin and that Gandhi had to search the country from top to bottom to find some old lady who still knew how to spin. In the same way, an Englishwoman had to search the country from end to discover the Indian temple dances and revive them. For it is true that mechanization destroys not only the national economy but the arts of nations. 579 On the revolt if anarchists _Gandhi favored a break with machine industry, followed by a slow and considered assimilation of the machine. Here is a great lesson for the West: to slow down machine progress, to impede science, to prevent industrialization from becoming the sole way of life. Thoreau says, "Shall we forever resign the pleasure of construction to the carpenter?" He also says, "We are in great haste to construct a magnetic telegraph from Maine to Texas, but Maine and Texas, it may be, have nothing important to communicate. As far as we can tell, Maine and Texas still have nothing important to communicate. In any event, communication in this country is private property, as in Russia it is purely state property. Communication is too valuable to industrial scientific government to be passed around indiscriminately. It is always the policeman, the industrialist, or the diplomat who controls the wires from Maine to Texas. True communication is a phenomenon having nothing to do with newspapers, PA systems, universal network control, and radar bouncing off the moon. The words of Gandhi were communicated largely by word of mouth throughout India and across the barriers of about 20 languages, whereas in America it is virtually impossible to find out what is going on in Cuba or in the Congo or in other places. What is called news in America, and probably in Europe as well, is what is left of the truth after communications has masterminded the facts. The very term artist in the West has come to mean simply a man who tells the truth. Communications also has the function of controlling the moods of the people. Disaster is the bread and butter of the advertiser, newspaperman, broadcaster, and the public relations expert. Little wonder that the Russian ruler visiting the United States had to have a standing army of bodyguards and Secret Service men to keep him from being assassinated. How much better off we all would be if everyone boycotted the newspaper, television, advertising, radio, and all the other self-styled media of communication. Any gradual and immediate diminution of our involvement with the industrial system, on any level, would have a direct effect on the peace and well-being of our people. To remove ourselves from the world of competition is of paramount importance to the individual and to the nation. Competition is the terrible vice of modern society. Competition is the disease of the West and is the source of our violence. Nonviolence means non-competition. Democracy is a non-violent form of government that is in peril of destruction by the competition of systems of social and economic violence. Ahimsa, nonviolence, is a total force and a way of life. It has the power of Christian humility, upon which it is partly based. It is one of the noblest ideas advanced by modern man and it is destined to spread throughout the world. It cannot be employed by governments because governments are by definition committed to violence. Nonviolence is not a prerogative of governments but of men, even of one man. One nonviolent man, like Gandhi or Christ, can change history. Governments can only keep history on the march. Ahimsa can stop history. Gandhi went so far as to encourage nonviolence to the venomous snakes of India, which take a terrible toll of life every year. One had to overcome this perfectly natural fear of the reptiles. The rule of not killing venomous reptiles, says Gandhi, has been practiced for the most part at Phoenix, Tolstoy Farm, and Sabarmati. At each of these places we had to settle on wastelands. We have had, however, no loss of life occasioned by snake bite. And he adds, even if it be a superstition to believe that complete immunity from harm for 25 years is not a fortuitous accident but a grace of God, I should still hug that superstition. Without going into this deep and muddy question, we can learn something from this attitude of non-killing. To depose the enemy was not an aim of Gandhi's, he must be deposed with dignity, without harm, even with honor. This is another concept foreign to Western thought and almost foreign to Christian practice. Non-hernaliatution of the enemy means to return his humanity to him after a defeat. Vinoba Bhave, the greatest living disciple of Gandhi, who travels throughout India asking land for the peasantry from the great landlords and receiving it, says, I desire to humiliate neither the rich nor the poor. This is the opposite of communist expropriation or of capitalist competition. Without a complete bond of love between the giver and the recipient, there can be no permanent guarantee of peace between the possessor and the dispossessed. The specific issues for which Gandhi fought are generally accomplished in India, but the deeper meaning of his fight. 581 A postscript to the anarchist. Philosophy and his politics may provide an alternative to the ever-mounting states of crisis that are inherent in statesmanship, or what passes under that name. Modern competitive society is incapable of keeping the peace. Modern government, committed to a society of competition, is incapable of keeping the peace. Peace can come about only through the nonviolent action of the people themselves. The present tendency of governments to dissolve their empires provides no guarantee of peace. On the contrary, the formation of new countries modeled upon American or Russian economic systems can do nothing but increase the danger of war. As modern government is contingent for its power upon science and industry, there would appear to be no hope of peace except by the voluntary effort of people to place themselves beyond the lure of science and industry. Standard of living equals preparedness. Preparedness is always related to scientific warfare. People must, especially in the scientifically advanced countries, act individually to weaken the power of the industrial scientific oligarchy over their lives. We must lower the standard of living. We must learn how to sustain ourselves in peace and happiness beyond the influence of the switchboard. We must do these things without violence and with the high sense of chivalry that Gandhi inculcated in his followers. Instead of class war and hatred as preached by the communists, industrial scientific competition preached by us, we must to survive, behave non-violently and in the spirit of love. Irving L. Horowitz. A postscript to the anarchists. Perhaps an ultimate test of vital ideas is their capacity to reappear in many guises to lead us once again to reaffirm and re-examine our fundamental commitments. The extent to which an ism claims a stake in universal truth is often measured by the heat it generates, by the sacrifices of its adherents, by the needs, in one way or another, filled by its. Irving L. Horowitz 582. Presence. That presence may come in the form of a resounding mass following or a single undying voice against the wind. It may or may not find the proper soil on which it will be nourished for any length of time. But it stubbornly reappears to signal the continuing nature of the problem it addresses. In this way, as such a presence, anarchism is preserved from the graveyard, for it speaks to the human condition in all of its phases. Neither lingering questions nor dubious answers can bury its claim to being one among the significant intellectual postures of the modern world. As a postscript to these selections, we might survey the anarchist past from the safety of the present. In working on the anarchists in the preparations for this collection of essays, I could not help but note the kinds of questions raised about anarchism and the frequency with which the same kinds of objections are voiced. It indicates to me the need to confront directly critical sentiment. I should add that my answers are highly personal, and this might be considered incorrect by purists and pragmatists alike. Nevertheless, the dialogue is all important and the issue a lively one. One of the founding fathers of modern sociology, Leonard Hobhouse, once wrote that there are other enemies of liberty than the state, and it is, in fact, by the state that we have fought them. If this is correct, wouldn't the basic premise of anarchism be decisively undermined? I am inclined to agree with Hobhouse on this. It is certainly the case that liberty can be thwarted by forces other than the state, and that under very special circumstances, the state has functioned to expand the liberties of men. Perhaps this is far truer of English political history, with its pluralistic emphasis and liberalist background, than of other societies. But it must also be noted that state power as coercive power is far more customary than state power as public administration. From an empirical vantage point, the anarchist argument does not rest so much on the exceptional conditions under which the state may curb its coercive tendencies, but on the general conditions under which the state exercises its power over and against public desires. Were the state a useful and good social instrument, there would be little need to rationalize its existence. As a matter of record, even those who have held that the state is necessary, rarely, if ever, go so far as to say that it is. 583. A postscript to the anarchists also good. The perfect example of this is the great number of social contract theories, particularly those of Hobbes, Rousseau, and Hegel, that seek to justify the existence of the state by rejecting the possibility of men's living without it in social comity. Underlying social contract theories is a philosophical ethical bias in favor of utilitarianism, of the selfish egoism of men, men must surrender their private sovereignty in order to preserve the common weal. The anarchist, arguing from altruistic premises, is just as entitled to argue that the state corrupts the naturally cooperative inclinations of man, precisely because of the social contract. The anarchist rejects all theories of social contract, all theories in which there is a notion that men contract out certain freedom in return for prearranged guarantees that the state renders. The reason for the rejection is, first, that there is no real contract made between men. This is only a convenient myth for the maintenance of the status quo or the maintenance of state authority. No one consciously enters a contract to apportion his rights. The second reason involves a justification of the need for state power because of the hedonist utilitarian acceptance of the selfishness, brutality, and warlike character of men, which really exposes its hypocritical claims about original goodness. In the purest Hobbesian or Machiavellian forms, contract theory involves the preservation of the ego, not the preservation of the society. Because of this convenient myth of social contract, the ego is persuaded that society is indeed set up to protect the person from injury. But as a matter of fact, society severed from its nature by class divisions, gives birth to the state precisely for the reverse reason. The state and not men in general is coercion, brutality, war, force. So that not only is there a mythology but a topsy-turvy mythology in which properties that are taken to be intrinsically human are in effect those of the state. The human qualities of goodness, sacrifice, control, order, protection, all of these somehow become mistakenly enshrined in the general theory of the state. Anarchism categorically rejects any theory based on the principles of contract to an impersonal bureaucratic force. On the other hand, anarchism also rejects revolutionary doctrines that project a theory of ultimately overthrowing the state. It insists that all theories that consider the state a necessary, even if temporary evil as justifying the existence of the state. There is a kind of Irving L. Horowitz 584. Shrewdness about the anarchist view. The anarchists were virtually the first to criticize the Bolshevik or Leninist theory of a transitional dictatorship of the proletariat, which would then abolish itself, since this would violate the law of self-perpetuation of bureaucracy that the anarchists, even prior to the sociologists, raised to the level of a principle of modern industrial life. Roberto Michels, who along with Max Weber, was the father of the general theory of bureaucracy, was an anarchist and makes his criticisms from the point of view of the psychological insights gained from sympathies with anarchist ideology. To say that the proletarian state is a temporary or necessary device in which the bourgeoisie can be permanently eliminated, is from the point of view of the anarchist inadequate reason to recreate the state in any form, since as an inherently evil thing it will reproduce in new ways all of the old exploitation. The frequently heard Bolshevik claim that the anarchists are naive is readily turned upon the Bolsheviks. From the anarchist point of view, the Bolsheviks are naive because they mistake the purpose of revolution to begin with, which is to liberate from rule and not to replace it in new guises. For their part, the anarchists minimize the fact that, although revolutions never take place on schedule or according to blueprints, they do nevertheless open possibilities of emancipation otherwise impossible. But this dialogue between anarchism and communism can hardly be at an end as long as the liquidation of the state is the professed aim of the communists. It must be said on this point that the anarchist is more astute in his appreciation of the state than is commonly understood. Aside from the firm distinction between coercion as necessary to define the state and administration as necessary to define society, there is another, and more forceful argument. The state, precisely because it accentuates both coercive and administrative functions, suffers a schizophrenic condition that accounts for its rare moments of genuine protectiveness as mentioned at the outset. A forceful argument against the state is adduced by Proudhon. In his rebuff of the classical power school of political theory, against that line of thought that held that 585 a postscript to the anarchists the state functions to protect human rights and property relations, Proudhon points out that perhaps the state does indeed have such a twofold purpose. However, by virtue of that, the state is lending its weight to political incompatibilities that accentuate rather than alleviate social conflict. The centralization of authority for the classical anarchist is also a polarization of power, separating the ordinary citizen more thoroughly than ever from the sources of power, and therefore leading to an intensification rather than a diminution of class struggles. And the state, sworn to uphold both people and property, finds itself in a logical impossibility. To support people against property is to support its own overthrow directly, while to support property against people is an invitation to revolution. In any circumstance, the state, far from being the cohesive cement of society, is really the irritant of society. Isn't it true, as Plekhanov and others have insisted, that anarchism is simply a form of utopianism, a longing for a world of human perfection independent of the agencies for getting to such a perfect condition? And therefore, would it not be more rational to conceive of anarchism as a religious expression, a messianic critique, of the social world as it is? The social philosophy of the anarchists would have to be described as a form of naturalistic millennialism or messianism. It has elements that are customarily associated with utopianism. There are, however, some important distinctions. Probably one of the best ways of finding out what anarchism is would be to distinguish its special features from utopianism as a general category. Precisely because of its similarity, three basic distinctions have to be noted. First, there is in anarchism a rejection of those utopianisms that stress reforming, parochial or partial solutions. Utopianism applied to community-level organization is restricted to minuscule size and effect. Anarchism strives for total reorganization with little attention paid to preliminary model communities for persuasive purposes. The establishment of such communities among the anarchists has been the practice merely of small factions within the general midst and was never, as among the utopianists, the professed aim of the movement. It criticizes the utopianists for fashioning a perfect community as an end in itself, thereby narrowing the range of Irving L. Horowitz 586 possibilities and deliberately involving a small number of people and always withdrawing from the field of social life as such. A second significant feature is the critique anarchism launches against utopia as an ultimate refinement of benevolent despotism. All non-anarchist utopias attempted to demonstrate to the ruling caste the power of benevolence and enlightened self-interest. They were efforts to persuade and not to overthrow a ruling caste. They were reforming rather than revolutionizing agencies. The anarchist communities were attempts to persuade the masses to emulate them so as to isolate and render dysfunctional their bureaucratic and class tormentors. Voluntary associations were never really the central focus of anarchist activity. At most, they represented some of the occasional experiments in community living engaged in by the more pacific anarchists. The anarchists steadfastly viewed utopias to be microscopic reproductions of the frictions and fictions to be found in organized nation-states. The Owenite community does not effect a revolution in society and even tends to reproduce elite and mass divisions by relying heavily on the great man's guiding genius for instituting reform and establishing procedure. This despite the tendency of the anarchist communities to suffer from similar if not the same difficulties. With the stress of these communities on reform, they tend to blunt rather than stimulate desires for revolution and have incurred the criticism of the anarchists. Anarchist belief, except for its Tolstoyan variety, is a form of scientism. It shares with socialism a naturalistic orientation in contrast to the metaphysical predilections of more religious types of utopian thought. Nevertheless, it should be noted that the Marxists were far more hostile to utopian reform communities than the anarchists because they took the tenets of realpolitik and the science of politics more seriously, considering such efforts as a mere preliminary to scientific socialism and therefore historically transcended. To return to such efforts was the mark of empty nostalgia. Other marks of theoretical friction between the utopists and anarchists are summed up perhaps by taking note of the fact that the utopian communities demanded an extremely high degree of consensus, of agreement in principle, while anarchism insists on cooperation, on agreement in practice. The utopian might say that because of its very totality, anarchism does not engage in a meaningful or possible struggle. The anarchists, for their part, declare that partial solutions, whether based on utopian communities or factory workshops, are doomed to failure precisely because of their partiality. To conclude this point, reform utopianism is an attempt at a total solution in a partial context, whereas anarchism is an attempt at a limited solution in a total context. For the utopian, the economic system determines behavior, hence this idea of solving problems in a limited sphere of operations is realizable. For the anarchist, psychological factors tend to be dominant, so that the solution is going to come to men individually, and at the same time it will occur to many at the same moment in history. Utopianism has no requirement for principles of revolutionary accession. The basic requirement for utopia is that a group of like-minded spirits form a social compact. This does not carry any obligation to confront the society outside utopia. It should be stressed that the similarities between community utopianism and anarchism are very strong. Anarchism did lend itself to the attempt at structuring utopian communities. But these did not define the anarchist movement and were always of secondary importance in relation to the larger revolutionary efforts of the anarchists. By setting the example, the utopianists hoped to create the models that would gradually increase in number and influence. The assumption of gradualism is that things will get better, even if they get better slower. The utopian tradition and practice was an attempt to enshrine the theory of liberalism as a theory of emancipation. The anarchist counterclaim is willing to grant a degree of progressive improvement. His case really rests on the progressive and overall deterioration of the many as against the improved comforts of the few. These progressive advances are seen to have been paid for by the many whose fiber has been damaged in the process. Utopian theory does collapse in the face of the historical fact that little evidence exists that things get better simply because there are more efficient instrumentalities of control. In this, the anarchist critique anticipates the contemporary scientific attitude on this question, namely, that the utilization of instruments may work for or against the benefit of man. The existence of the harmonious perfect society is no guarantor of the general elevation of civilization. Is it not so that the anarchist view of the contradictions between principles and power is simply an abstract formulation of a simplistic model of a world in which everyone is either good or evil? That is to say, don't the criticisms averred by Marx on Proudhon apply to anarchism in general? For example, the quasi-Hegelian phrasing of all problems in terms of irreconcilables between proletariat and bourgeois, propertyless and property owner, individuality and collectivism, use value and exchange value, all of which are resojaved in a grand metaphysical synthesis of pure negation, phrases which lack common sense. It would be difficult, and pointless, to deny that anarchism is indeed highly moralistic in both phraseology and practice. But to criticize it for being politically impracticable does not perhaps do it justice. There can be no doubt that anarchism was foredoomed to failure. And it is also undoubtedly the case that Marx was to some extent correct in viewing anarchism as a theory that glorified contradiction because contradiction is the basis of anarchist appeal, since this appeal is directed to the petty bourgeois, who is by nature a socialist on one side and an economist on the other. But if we ignore the class invective, and even if we assume that anarchism in industrial societies stems from petty bourgeois origins, we must still examine its claims, since these claims are matters of verification and not to be condemned by virtue of origin. Every age confronts its own crises, and therefore it is difficult to speak of any particular time as being one of crisis. The modern world, however, has a particularly unique consciousness of crisis. Part of that consciousness originates with the critique offered by anarchist and various radical thinkers, of the paradoxical features of modern social organization. One would have to say that the basic philosophic premise, the critical schism of the modern world, as the anarchist sees it, is the contradiction between power and principles. Every specific interest dividing man is a reflection of that contradiction, since interests are themselves embodied in the state principle. There are other ways of examining this. It can be framed as a struggle between reason and freedom, between the irrationality of pure reason as it manifests itself in the forms of 589 2 Postscript to the anarchists' bureaucracy on one hand and the absence of freedom, which has in effect a consequence of the rise of this new form of rationality. There are other possible perspectives. One could pose this as a problem of individualism versus collectivism. Nevertheless, the profundity of the anarchist critique is evident because there will be this paradox of power and principles under any conditions. Only at that point when power cannot enforce involuntary obedience can this particular form of crisis be resolved. It is possible to reconcile the antagonisms between individualism and collectivism without resorting to the anarchist call for total human transformation. It is even possible to settle the relationship between political action and bureaucracy without having to overhaul human nature. So there is something ultimate in the anarchist formulation. Anarchism is not so much a unified theory of social change as it is a description of the contradictory nature, the paradoxical results of this change. Little wonder, therefore, that anarchism itself would be invested with all forms of dualistic self-contradiction that would cause great skepticism in the minds of politically oriented men as to its worth. When one argues with anarchism, one argues with an absurd point of view in a way. But its very absurdities and deficiencies seem to be not so much unique consequences of the anarchist position as they are consequences of a way of life in the 20th century. The criticisms that can be made and will be made of anarchism are perhaps more profoundly criticisms of the society as we know it, and of the incapacity of humanity to rationalize and control its destiny as a universal community. Anarchism is committed to the seizure of political power, whether it be by means of the general strike, mutual aid societies or the setting up of voluntary Soviets. This doctrine has a theory of seizure of power. It would be naive to assume that these are simply people who are good-hearted and good-natured. They are by and large dedicated to the uses of violence on one hand and civil disobedience on the other. At the point of seizure, anarchist perspective seems to fail. That is to say, in relation to socialism, which is based on a general theory of planning and political rule, anarchism stops at the point where socialists begin. There is an apocalyptic note that looks forward to the dissolution of the entire local society. Irving L. Horowitz 590. Upon the seizure of the state apparatus. A most cogent criticism of anarchism states that, even if it were to reach a position of being able to seize power, the very fact that the anarchist is committed to a defense of principles rather than to the uses of power tends to make him someone who is intrinsically incapable of rule, of maintaining power. The dilemma for the anarchist is therefore the contrasting demands between the seizure of power and overthrowing the old on the one side, and the maintenance of power and construction of a new society on the other. Maintenance implies the existence of stability, order, and consensus. The anarchist, committed as he is to the permanence of the revolutionary state of flux and to the impermanence of all social order, is caught in a contradiction between his principles, which are those of permanent revolution, and political needs, which are those of order and stability. Marx and the Marxists had an advantage that the anarchists tried vainly to incorporate in its later stages. The Marxists viewed technology and industry, the very productive process itself, as a determining factor in social change. It was from the productive base of society that the need emanated for certain consonant changes in the human administration of the productive process. The anarchist never confronted the problems of a vast technology and ignored them by trying to find his way back to a system of production that was satisfying to the individual producer rather than feasible for a growing mass society. The Marxist regards the present technological level, mass production, as fettered by individualistic modes of control and presses for a type of social ownership that is in keeping with the mass and highly rationalized machinery of production. The anarchist is pressing for social reorganization in terms of a work integration principle of human relations. He could never comprehend readiness for revolution as readiness for the rationalization of technological necessities and ultimately for the smooth governance of humanity over the instruments of gaining its livelihood. This is why anarchism appears unconcerned with technology and indeed, anti-technological. The anarchist literature contains a strong element of nostalgia, a harkening back to a situation where workshops were small, where relationships were manageable, where people experienced effective responses with each. 591 A postscript to the anarchists. Other technology and the material benefits of science were never seriously entertained by the anarchists except in a ministerial contempt for that which destroys the natural man. Technology has not merely expanded. Its demands transform the prevalent concepts of work. We are in a technological era that is qualitatively different, that brings forward entirely new forms of social behavior and social existence. Much as we prefer not to breed fragmented specialists, it is impossible to envision the era of hydrogen power and mass electrification in terms of simple, spontaneous association of individual craftsmen. The forms of technology moving from craft to a network of minutely separated functions have, therefore, tended to undermine the idea of the anarchist everyman. If we look closely at the anarchist paradox of power versus principles, we find that in the more generic sense the contradiction he finds between power and principle is really perhaps a bit more dramatic than it is descriptive. He is too willing to surrender principled strategies for principled ends as political compromise. The anarchists' formulations are, therefore, highly romantic and at the same time unsatisfactory explanations of the actual character of society. But politics, the goal of political behavior, asserts itself at this point. The anarchist, committed as he is to anti-politics, is therefore also cutting himself off from the possibility of developing the kinds of strategies that could lead to implementation of an anarchist social order. Their ambivalence over pacifist or violent tactics divides into absolutistic defenses of one or the other as a matter of principle rather than strategy. This problem is irreconcilable since both are elevated from strategies to the level of principles, and both involve commitments exclusive of the other. This leads to the surrender of critical judgment over choice. The advocates of violence demand a surrender of critical judgment when they call for the general strike. Perhaps Searle was more candid than his colleagues when he referred to it as the myth of the general strike, albeit a necessary myth. It had to be believed in sus pension of judgment. It is likewise with the pacifist wing of anarchism. Pacifism was no longer a tactical device, it was the end itself. Lacking the instrumentalities of achieving the end, the instruments become the end. In the absence of strategies, the actors are compelled to live the part as if their Irving L. Horowitz 592 example would achieve it, but their own conviction does not of itself achieve the sought-after end. For the violent wing, violence becomes end and instrument and moreover, a heroic form of human fulfillment. It embodies all the great human qualities. The very attempt, therefore, to evade the problem of power itself becomes a form of corruption rather than a restoration of principles to human society. Anarchism is plagued by sociological dualism. There is its militantly anti-religious scientism, but this tends to have its sources and resolution not in the scientific enterprise, but in a mythic notion of the struggle between good and evil. The result is a super-mythology or a more religious religion than that of any enthusiastic sect. The same kind of thing occurs in turning over the problem of individualism versus collectivism. A return to individualistic patterns on the part of all humanity is what is sought after, but this is conceived in such rarefied individual qualities that such transformation is in fact accessible only to the most unusual of people. What was looked toward as the broadening of democracy becomes the basis of a new elitism, since it idealizes charismatic over more prosaic natures. Bereft of political solutions to political problems, idealizing individualistic rebellion, anarchism reflects the extent of our difficulties rather than effects significant alteration of them, but the will to criticize the excesses of organization is the positive note of fresh air when the breathing of these organisms becomes labored and stifling. Despite muddled inconsistency, frozen contradiction, oversimplified polarization of problems, the sense that negation ultimately makes lies in its capacity to neutralize the more prevalent excesses super-rationalized organizational life imposes. From an historical perspective, anarchism is a reactionary doctrine. Isn't it the case, as Hermann Röchning long ago pointed out, that anarchism is the pure expression of nihilism, simply the will to universal unsettlement, an unbounded dynamism that is dangerous because it has nowhere to go? The ideas of such modem day anarchists as Sarl did serve as an intellectual tributary for fascist activism. However, it might just as readily be pointed out that Malatesta's view served as an intellectual source for communism, and Emma Goldman's pioneering efforts on behalf of birth control, less stringent laws governing divorce and migration, and Wyden. 593 A postscript to Tile anarchi-JSDS-ing the avenues of free speech, created a climate conducive to liberalism. From an intellectual point of view, the character of anarchism is certainly ambiguous. But the praxis of anarchism have been less ambiguous. Its leadership can to ally opposed World War I as being futile from the standpoint of laboring class interests. It fought the rise of reaction and fascism in Italy and Spain. It was the first to single out and oppose rightist trends in the Russian Revolution. Since the import of this question is not the effectiveness of anarchism but its principles, it seems singularly unfair to saddle them with reaction. Parenthetically, it might be noted that the implicit or tacit support given by anarchism to fascism in its early stages stemmed from the fascist proclamations of its rise as a revolutionary form of socialism based on syndicalism. Only at the later stages, in the period of Hitlerite consolidation, did Italian fascism shift its base to corporativism. With that shift, and Goldman denounced the subversion of the Soviets, the smashing of the Kronstadt rebellion, they remained convinced of the necessity and possibilities of the Russian Revolution. If it is true that anarchism is an unbridled activism with nowhere to go, it is at least not an unbridled activism that is so convinced of where it is going that it is blinded to the dangers of totalitarianism. Because anarchism is anti-political, it has rarely, if ever, been able to establish firm lines of organization. It is inhibited from being reactionary by the nature of the assumptions it makes about the wickedness of behemoth. Nihilism is the personal condition of uncommitted men suffering a purposeless rage against the irrationalities of the prevailing system of nation-states. The belief in the possibilities of life unhampered by instruments of coercion reveals the rationalistic bias of most forms of anarchism in the exaltation of human reasonableness and goodness, and contempt for the irrationality of the state. In any of its variations, even those more pregnant with irrationalism, the re is of course a marginality shared with nihilism. This derives from a willful opposition to social integration and social order. But designations such as reactionary, progressive, etc., depend entirely upon specific activity concentrated on specific issues, or in other words, the role it plays rather than what it thinks. IRNIL Horo 1M, in the history of anarm, there are two DeFi trends and it's a PP roach to historical Chan, trends that coincided with the pervasive optimism of ENLGHTNMEENT in the 19th century, and the equally widespread disillusionment with the idea of progress in the 20th century. The assumed ions of Godwiti, as an illustration, state that the rationality of men will triumph over the irrationalities imposed by external state authority. The perfectibility of society was underwritten by the ability of men to make choices based on knowledge. For that reason, legislation and education were potential curatives to the wars and fens of the social order. But the world of class struggle, the world of competition between ruling and rule classes rested not on knowledge but on interests. The change in the Diran approaching nihilism reflected a general disillusionment by revolutionaries in the ability of masses to make spontaneous choice based on reason. It as a shift from the patient optimism of a newborn insight to the rest's pessimism of an old struggle. It as seen that class members did not ensue class action. The post-Marxian anarchists did not assume man's reality and the state's irrationality. This mechanical picture no longer corresponded to a social world defined by the bureaucratic state. The NEW anarchist emphasis stated that society is ratio and its very rationality grinds men down. Bureaucracy is the rationalization of what is humanly unreasonable. And the purpose of the state is to redefine reason as me shank al rationality, nihilism may perform an antis function. Where the bureaucratic apparatus defines reason, human freedom must become unrein. The classical definition of freedom as reason hence gives way to an irrational view of freedom as the absence of constraint or obligation. The crossover in anarchist beliefs from a political to a psychological guide reflects the fact that politics has become increasingly scientific. But it has decreasingly reflected an XP ratio N of individual needs. Mass society and mass cult become a permanent feature of the state apparatus. So that anarchy, because of its nihilistic elements, becomes a cry against manipulation. The anarchist is a man who won't be manipulated. The de facto separation between ordinary men and the political apparatus becomes a de jure defense of 595 a postscript to the anarchist's individual integrity. The paradox of the modem state is that, while politics more completely regulates the lives of men, participation in the decision-making process has become increasingly restrictive. Earlier forms of anarchism fought a distinct and identifiable class protagonist. The politics of protest of any kind have been floundering in general anarchism being but one protest doctrine to suffer confusion of target. In the search for the class enemy, since class lines have generally been if not blurred, then at least overshadowed by other social divisions, the casting about led to an attack on authority per se. Anarchism defends the individualist stance in more psychological terms by virtue of the difficulty of identifying the purely economic class enemy as the source of social opposition. The absence of a class enemy also means the absence of class friends. Anarchism never had consistent class lines, and certainly at a time when the problem of economic classes itself had become vitiated by contemporary considerations of prestige and power, is this even less the case. Anarchism becomes more free-floating and less representative of a class. For that reason it has at least the pretense of being universally applicable and appears to rise above class bias. It may well be that anarchism has descended from an ideology to a form of therapy less nihilistic than merely isolated. Even if we make the assumption that anarchism is politically progressive, may it not be reactionary in yet another sense? Is there not a nostalgic element attached to the anarchist conception of man, an attempt to restore Gemeinschaft modes of living involving a preference for the community against the larger society, for the simple rural life over the complex urban life, for organic relations in preference to contractual relations, and finally for integrative patterns over differential patterns? In short, is there any feature of anarchism as a faith? An explicit theory of history runs through classical anarchism that preserves it from a simple yearning for the past glories of man. Any struggle against authority is taken to be evidence for the principles of mutual cooperation. Feudalism, based as it was on the iniquitous relations of lord and serf, priest and flock, could only herald the future in a distorted way. The guilds led the value of organic labor, but distorted this value as a result of an economy of scarcity. Irving L. Horowitz 596. The movement from a system of mutual aid based on scarcity to a system of social egoism, and then finally a return to mutual aid at a higher level of abundance, is of course, an ideal typification of society. It represents, as does Marxism, not so much a series of historical observations, the use of history to develop a philosophy of history. And like all such meta-historical doctrines, they tend to be overly abstract and contradictory. In anarchism this manifests itself in an undulation between naivete and cynicism. Man is always, if given the opportunity, a good fellow. On the other hand, when he has been given the opportunity, he has been exploitive and sometimes evil. The attributions are paradoxical. Perhaps more so in anarchism because of the assumption that, left in his natural state, man is cooperative. And yet, this natural state is as metaphysical an assumption as underlies the theories of social contract that anarchism scorned. The foundations of human emancipation, for the anarchist, do entail a separation from concrete and immediate political goals, since concrete political aims are said never to be realized in the form in which they are anticipated, since the functioning of history is essentially a paradox and a mystery that does not yield its secrets in advance of the occurrence. Thus attempts to unite social and political emancipation tend to be doomed. Emancipation is seen in terms of the transformation of the social basis of life. The reorganization of that life eliminates all forms of human exploitation. But the consequences of this is not a unified description of sociology and psychology, or social man and private man, or public life and private problems, but only a permanent dualism, a kind of inner creative tension between these elements. Anarchism is in effect a description of historical tensions more than a theory for the overcoming of these tensions. It encourages man to act because of the psychological propensities of the actors rather than any accurate prevision of the drama. Anarchism does not demonstrate that a release from this tension will result in the practical surmounting of these problems. The anarchist is always suspicious of resolution. He is a rebel with a cause and not a program. He is always assuming the partiality of the revolutionary occurrence, whether it be Berkman commenting on the Russian Revolution, O. Kropotkin on the 597 a postscript to the anarchists' Paris Commune. These are necessary but only first steps. And indeed, how can they be total? The real Sisyphean element in anarchism is to pose the problem of social life as something that cannot be resolved. To see society as a permanent contradiction and to see revolution as a particular expression of that contradiction, is a far cry from the idea of permanent revolution, since it allows for no positive judgment of every revolution per se. It may very well be that anarchism can provide an intellectual guidepost by its watchfulness over the imperfections of every political act. The difficulty with socialist theory is that it tends to be, despite all of its claims, utopian. Once achieving a socialist state system, socialists abandon the principle of contractadisation for a mellow doctrine of non-antagonistic contractadisation. It thus becomes a theory of social preservation of the status quo, much like capitalism. The anarchist, in his more sophisticated thinking, states that there is no social system that does not produce its genuine contradiction and therefore the possibility of further social change. Perhaps theories-based Q and social class are more practical in that they pose possibilities of resolution. Yet resolution makes the problem obsolete. To advance it beyond a certain point is reactionary. Of course, in a sense, any critique of Gesellschaft relations of the rise of the overextended bureaucracy, depersonalid, and detached from human problems must run the risk of making an appeal to a Gemeinschaft world that was. And there is little doubt that anarchists look approvingly and longingly on the organic solidarity feudalism was supposed to have had. This year was especially heightened in the late 19th century under the persuasive barrage of John Ruskin, William Morris, and Brooks Adams. On the other hand, to make power manageable does in some sense mean to decentralize it, to restore to the people most immediately affected by power decisions the rights and responsibilities for making such decisions. In this sense, anarchism is no more and no less nostalgic than the sociological theories of Durkheim, who saw in social solidarity the solution to the deterioration of human bonds, Mannheim, who insisted that social planning be organic and not overridden by rigid bureaucracy, and by Toenis himself, who felt that although the shift from community to society was historically necessary, that we ought not to lose sight of the advantages of community life, precisely because historical evolution dulls the senses to past patterns of human organization. In short, the anarchist response to the dysfunctional properties of large-scale organization and the bureaucratic state, while surely touched by nostalgia, has as its essential core the same kinds of criticism now being offered by the leading figures in social science. It was a rejection of ritualism in work, overconformity in response, lack of adaptability to change, self-protection of the organization in place of social service, etc., that was at the base of anarchist rejections of the superstate, rather than a longing for feudal honor or medieval craft. The anarchist belief in the evil powers of state authority has received considerable support in the knowledge that state bureaucracy often turns out to be dysfunctional in operation and disgusting in its repressiveness. The anarchist insistence on the values of mutual aid has been transformed into a celebration of the worth of voluntary associations. The anarchist belief in the potential cooperation of all men as equals has received support in the new psychological understanding of the plasticity and viability of human character. The anarchist insistence on the posture of the outsider has been reinforced by the rise of strong and positive subcultures with norms of their own. Anarchism may exaggerate the role of individual participation and underestimate the values of struggle for realization of partial goals. And the healthiest society in the world is one that recognizes that the task of society are not to insist on perfection, but to assist in the arts of perfecting. For this long-haul undertaking, the ability to absorb the anarchist double insight into the need for revolutionary change and the possible cost of such change may yet come out to be the strongest recommendation for democratic politics. When all is said on the subject, must it not be frankly admitted that anarchism is not so much a doctrine as a mood, and not a social and economic credo but an elaborate form of psychological therapy for the politically alienated and the 1 Ct. Georges Friedman, The Anatomy of Work. New York, The Free Press of Glencoe, 1962, William H. White, Jr., The Organization Man. New York, Simon & Schuster Incorporated, 1956, Robert Presthus, The Organizational Society. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1962, and Herman D. Stein, Administrative Implications of Bureaucratic Theory, Social Work. Vol. 6, No. 3, pages 14 to 21. 199a Postscript TDLB. Anarchists intellectually disaffiliated? In short, must not anarchism be accepted or rejected as an act of faith by virtue of its being beyond confirmation, independent of any evidence as to its actual worth? One of the frequent charges against the socialist tradition is that it lacks a fully developed psychology of socialist man. This is natural since it makes much of the emergence of a new man in support of its revolutionary claims. Apart from the early neo-Hegelian writings of Marx on the alienation of the worker from the sources and uses of his labor, the socialist tradition has tended to substitute organizational directives for a theory of behavior. In this sense, the charge that anarchism is more a mood than a doctrine reflects a reaction to the situation, an attempt to pick up where Feuerbach, Stirner, and the young Marx left off. From the anarchist viewpoint, socialist man had become bureaucratic man. The perfect socialist is undeviating in principles, flexible in political tactics, geared to the tasks of construction once the political victory over capitalism has been won. The contrast between fact and expectation was stark. The anarchist, perhaps in virtue of his petty bourgeois character, thought more deeply about the type of man the future ought to produce on a mass scale. As the socialist became political, the anarchist became philosophical. The anarchist was less intent on future political victories than he was on present psychological overhauling. This was well expressed in the statement by Lefran, one of the co-workers of R.I.Z. Reclus in the Paris Commune. Speak of his associates in the International, he said that I cannot work with such fools as you are, but I cannot work with anyone else. Because you fools are still the men I love best. With you one can work, and remain oneself. The anarchists gave up their fortunes to the cause like Christian ascetics. Men like Cafiero and Malatesta, an aristocrat and a medical student respectively, took a strict Christian view of money as a corrupting influence on the person. Like Luther, the anarchists saw money as a diabolical symbol through which corruption became inevitable. The personal hardships of the anarchists' imprisonment, exile, loss of family all served to reinforce the revolutionary impulse. Personal hardship became something of a test of personal worth. Like Christian reformers, no man was. Irving L. Horowitz AOO Beyond Redemption. Thus, if anarchism is a mood, it is so in the same sense as other world historic forces of moral redemption that are at the same time politically unhinged. As anarchism becomes historically obsolete, its orientation becomes increasingly psychological. And the attraction of followers probably derives from the influence of people of extraordinary charismatic dimensions. They function to bring attention to the present existence of moral and at the same time secular men. Our special interest in them consists in evaluating their contribution to a secularized ethic. And, who, after all, is concerned with a secular ethic if not the disengaged and disaffiliated intelligentsia? The modem intellectual increasingly comes to define the concept of intelligence as such as being moral, i.e., intellect in itself has a responsibility to the world. It is thus precisely as a mood rather than as a political doctrine that anarchism derives its attraction for a sector of the intelligentsia. As an instrument of political analysis it has become sterile and scholastic. Yet the anarchists are admired if not emulated for their outstanding qualities as people. Revolutionists, whatever their suasion, have had outstanding moral characteristics in addition to a high degree of political skill. But what sets the anarchist apart is his belief in the absolute importance of the individual in history. As in Stirner's work, history is confronted and confounded by morality. For it to be otherwise is to convert history into predeterminism and morality into opportunism. The anarchist's taste for spontaneity as a revolutionary quality of higher integrity than organized political revolution reveals the extent to which the qualities of charisma, moral stature, are exalted among the anarchists. Spontaneity is romantic and apocalyptic, allowing for the fullest display of personal heroism. This adherence to spontaneity of political action strongly flavors the nature of personal heroism, since the heroism this entails is not merely an illustration of the laws of history but a directly personal and lived experience. Revolution conducted by parliamentary means or party apparatus cannot command the same romanticism of heroic rebellion. This is further glamorized by extreme risks and dangers. The individual's highest faculties are sharpened in such a confrontation. In this sense anarchism adopts a therapeutic view of revolution. 601 A postscript to the anarchists. The appeal of the outsider as such to the romantic imagination certainly finds the modern anarchist mood an attractive one. He does not accept social norms since they are man-made and arbitrary. Communist revolutionaries have gone to great length to adopt publicly acceptable norms in an effort to court popular acceptance. For the anarchist this is an extreme hypocrisy, and he old not compromise the romantic outsider to this extent. What in the political realm emerges as anti-politics, so in the personal realm marginality is also a virtue. The outsider's posture is of course not unique with the anarchists and certainly not confined to them. But it is a necessary feature in anarchism. It affects political assertivity to the extent that practical coalitions are forsaken as compromises with norms. Criminality, aside from the popular uses of the word, is another word for someone who strives to rearrange the norm through unprescribed means. Criminality often pervaded the anarchist movement not merely because the anarchist relied on theft, assassination, insurrection, but because of his exaltation of lawlessness. Everyone in some measure is lawless. But sham and hypocrisy insist that laws are inviolable when everyone knows that they are violable and violated with immunity. So that the claim for a higher morality on the part of the anarchist lies in his honesty. He is willing to assert lawlessness as a principle in opposition to the concept of law as such. There are anarchist justifications for this concept of lawlessness. Civilization creates a whole superstructure of law and legal edifices that, as a matter of fact, are superfluous in the functioning of the life of an ordinary human being. Natural man requires no regulation and suffers under the burden of those imposed, and this is alien to his deeper nature. In fact, for the anarchist it would be true to say, as many have who have addressed themselves to the nature of human morality, that making certain behavior illegitimate is the very cause of its performance. Forbiddenness has an attraction all its own, and to treat deviation by means other than outlawing it would reduce the impulsion toward it. The mental development of anarchism has been in an ever-increasing direction away from a mass-based notion or even a class-based notion to one of deracinated man. The appeal of anarchism, where any is exerted, exists for the consciously. Irving L. Horowitz 102 Alienated worker separated as he is from the fruit of his labor, for the anomic middle-class man isolated from life's growth processes, for the intellectual conscious of outrageous infringements that organization imposes on individual rights. Naturally, anarchism does not supply the sought-after guides for the many who seek identity, but it serves this mood, acts as an ally in half-conscious form, and answers the quest of a socially conscious few. It delineates the possibilities of a new personality, one that is assertive and in a condition of harmony with other men, where the will to assertion is sublimated in the common good. Anarchism is an optimistic mood in contrast to much that passed for the irrationalist thought of the 19th and 20th centuries. Man can be reformed, man is plastic, and above all, consciousness itself becomes the very machinery at the disposal of men to overthrow the ballast of manipulative rule. The anarchist feels very positive about the future, if for no other reason than that consciousness, anarchist consciousness, becomes a moral force advancing science and morality. Perhaps then the social psychology of the anarchist rests on the idea of self-consciousness acting as an improving force in the evolution of man. What kind of man is yearned after by the sufferers of modern industrial society? He is much like an Apache, that is to say, he would probably be given to violence, active and not passive in the pursuit of his goals. He is a natural man. He sheds certain features of historical civilization. During the summertime he goes nude. He is generous insofar as there is abundance. His Apache qualities are most fired by attempts to impose exploitative relations. His social world is in a state of permanent revolution, and change continually refreshes his life. His skills and ingenuity are embodied in the whole product he creates for the common good. Very important to social balance is the like-mindedness of the community. He wants to restore a truly Christian being with little covetousness for material things. Ideas are freely exchanged without threatening the powers that be. His contribution is heard and is part of the overall community decision-making. Competition based on invidious comparisons by class or nation is outmoded. He has a possibility of living an existence in keeping with his nature. Spurious pauikonfs do not command him to take arms against strangers. His critical capacities are not blunted but well commed. These ideal qualities enable the seeker to envision a realizable man, since these are universally longed for qualities and in part, men from time to time exhibit them. The anarchist is one who believes that, but for the accursed state, they will reassert themselves as man's truly human self. It gives the seeker and the converted believer the faith in the great horizons of human potential. And for the present he possesses the sharp and much-needed weapon of criticism. And this keeps him alert as the guardian of humanity's better self. He lives without pretense and above all without superficial reverence. He is no jingoist. For those who define themselves as anarchists, the self-definition performs the task of showing up our absurdities. And these criticisms are very clever. Why not use the label anarchy? Why not use a designation that implies an extreme criticism of the social order and also an extreme celebration of the human being? Let us not become so complacent about the possibilities of change that we scorn serious, even if erroneous, attempts to bring it about. Let us not become so clever that we smear at every doctrinal inconsistency at the expense of opposing social injustices. The anarchists are a romantic, absurd breed that cannot, thank goodness, come to terms with some of the oppressive excesses of civilization.